This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, to quote a great American we all know and love, 3 words, baby. Feels great, baby. That's right. We're going to Jimmy G's playbook. What a fun night. No Christian McCaffrey, and the 49ers still blow out the New York Jets 32-19. Feels great, baby. Wow. Jordan Mason take a bow. 49er defense take a bow. Levi's Stadium take a bow. Frank Gore take a bow for your halftime performance there, shoving Vernon Davis away from the mic saying, I was a dog, as he kept saying. So just an absolute blast. And we all went. We all went. The whole damn fam went. Young Tony went. Marcus Boucher went. Good morning, Waterboy.
Good morning, Murph. Happy 49er Victory Day. The day that we've been waiting for all season long finally came. The boys were finally on the field, and they got the W.
And it's Tuesday.
And it's a Tuesday.
So we don't have to wait too long for the next one.
Not at all. Short week, turn around, Minnesota. Here comes slinging Sam Darnold.
Dude, so many reactions from last night. You got to start with, first of all, the news on McCaffrey.
Uh-oh.
Which did not shock me. It surprised me, but I would not say I was shocked. I mean, were you not? The drums were beating. Like when on Saturday when they switched it to questionable, and then when they dropped the A-bomb, the Achilles on us, and then the more we talked about it, and we talked about it a lot yesterday morning. Like we were like, is he going to play?
Yeah.
You know, and then, yeah, he's going to play. But then when I got the word that he wasn't playing, or we all got the word at the same time, I was not shocked.
When Kyle Shanahan went full John Sterling on us, it's an A-bomb for McCaffrey. It's an Achilles injury. That's when the red flags started popping up, and we talked about it and the other athletes who have dealt with that same injury, not only here in the Bay Area, but across the country. And then Saturday, the questionable tag from Kyle, even though we talked to John Lynch on Friday and it sounded like he was going to play, even though yesterday we played sound from Christian McCaffrey, and he sounded like he was going to play.
Although, if you go back and listen to that sound, he was not expansive or decisive in his answer.
Yeah, I mean, he shot down the questions pretty quickly when he was asked, is there any doubt that you will not play Monday night? No. And then just quickly moved on.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm in the same boat by you. I knew it was a possibility, but I had it as a slim possibility because he really hasn't done much throughout the summer, so
man.
this is a bad sign to me that you have to hold him out week 1.
Something was gnawing at me that, like, it wasn't all right, and I was wondering how he was going to be. So we got the word he's not playing. You're like, okay, the game just changed, right? How do the 49ers look with – this guy has been the ultimate security blanket for 2 years now. It's like – I remember I've been saying this on the air to you guys the whole time. How are the 49ers going to do something? I don't know. Is Christian McCaffrey playing? Give me the answer. The answer is an affirmative, yes. Is Christian McCaffrey playing? The answer is no. All bets are off. And especially now you start out, by the way, they're down 7-3.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, we got to talk Aaron. We got to talk about a million things, by the way, because Aaron Rodgers was there and they were down 7-3. And then as the game begins to take hold, the 49ers begin to destroy the Jets on the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
And the offensive line in the run game, this Kyle Shanahan, heck, this Mike Shanahan run game that you're seeing out there, right? I mean, that's exactly what he did with the Broncos.
I mean, I was joking around with the boys this morning, but maybe it should be your big hit. 808 KNBR. Christian McCaffrey is just a system running back.
Good riff. I like it.
And that goes back to your point, the Mike Shanahan system, which is why we talk so much about Kyle running the ball, and how it sets up the entire offense. But there was Jordan Mason. There's been a mix of different running backs. And, of course, I'm riffing at 6:04 in the morning.
Funny.
Christian McCaffrey is a hell of an athlete, but we've seen other running backs have success in that same system.
No, we gotta stoke the fires. We gotta say they're saying in Frisco that CMC is a system
He's
back.
a system running back.
Well, listen, Jordan Mason, take a bow, brother. 28 totes, 147 yards. In easily by miles the career game for this kid. The undrafted, bone up now on your JP Mason. By the way, he goes by Jordan and JP. He goes by both. 28 totes, 147. Undrafted free agent out of Georgia Tech who played behind Jahmyr Gibbs down in Atlanta when they were Yellow Jackets.
Well, that explains why he never got as many carries in college as he did last night in the game, Murph.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, the most carries by a Niner since Frank Gore himself in 2011. You know why Frank Gore? Because I was a dog. I don't know if you were roaming around. Did you watch the halftime speech?
I was making it down towards the field, so I saw a glimpse of it, but I didn't get the full
For people
ceremony.
who don't know, they were honoring Frank Gore. We had him on Friday, right?
By the way, Frank Gore wearing a Debo Samuel jersey?
We were wondering about that.
He was wearing number one?
Or was he just saying, I'm number one? I don't know what
I was trying to figure it out. Me and Copes were like, all right, is it like a 49er Hall of Fame thing? You wear number one, but he's not the first guy in the class.
Your question is out there.
After he came on our show and he was like, I want to see a bunch of 21 jerseys out there. I was like, Frank, you're not even wearing a 21 jersey.
He was going with Debo, who, by the way, had a nice night. Debo Samuel,
Debo
too.
driving into the end zone.
And, by the way, while we're just continuing to just fire all the thoughts, I hope you took the under on Brandon Aiyuk.
I did.
Yeah.
And I took the over on Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
Shout out our prize picks of the day.
That was good because Debo, 8 carries for 23 yards. 8 carries. I'll say that again. 8 carries for 23 yards and 5 catches for 54 yards. Information that we gleaned early on, as young Tony and I like to do, we like to go sniff out some stories. Because young Tony, by the way, we're going to have to get into this. First of all, the kid from Friday, from his performance on Friday in the postgame when he was just terrified at the idea of going to the game with me and coming up with all the excuses why he shouldn't. It's a late night. Is Marcus going? How am I going to get there? Do I have to stay in the suite all night? Just when he was just teetering on the edge of that invitation being taken away forever.
Oh, Tony was talking about traffic and having to work in the morning. I'm like, yeah, we're in the same boat, Tony.
You flash forward to him in the suite with, Mike Chilton's, 15 of Mike Chilton's closest friends, and hugging and bear hugging and pounding brews and laughing it up and whipping out his camera and saying, that's sick, man. This is sick, man. This is sick. Kid had the time of his life. But we went down to the field before the game, as you guys do, all you real media people. We were absolute just drunken buffoons. Not really.
I love that Murph pointed at me. He said, you real media people.
Real media people.
Yeah, I'm a journalist, capital J.
There was old Johnny Lynch, and there he was in his lucky blazer, and we came over to say hey. By the way, he lit up when I introduced him to Tony. He goes, this is young Tony?
Yeah.
This is young Tony?
How about him dropping a YT, young Tony?
So I said, we got to talk turkey, man, CMC. And Johnny was very, he's a man of honor. He goes, I didn't lie to you. That's the first thing he said. He goes, this Friday morning, I did not know. He wanted to make sure that he was on the up and up.
Well, as our show open still possibly says, he's a good man. He's a man of honor.
He didn't lie about CMC.
He told Murph and Marcus the truth.
As of Friday morning, it was true. He was questionable. But he said, I said, so what? I said, so obviously, he goes, I said, JP's ready to go. That's what he said. And then I said, we going to see like Garendo? I said, Garendo? And he goes, maybe a lot of Debo. So he threw us the Debo bone an hour and a half before the game. We're like, okay, we tucked it away. And there he was lined up like a tailback. He looked like Marcus Allen at USC. So the wide back that is Debo Samuel.
I mean, think about the production that the 49er offense got last night without Christian McCaffrey, whether it's Jordan Mason running the rock, whether it's Debo getting 8 carries, whether it's Kyle Juszczyk out of the backfield as a receiver.
Yeah.
Like, they have so many weapons, they're kind of able to piece together all the missing pieces that they were missing from Christian McCaffrey.
2 catches, 40 yards for Juszczyk, 4 catches, 40 yards for Kittle, 5 catches, 54 yards for Debo, and 5 catches, 64 for my guy, third in Jawan, who came back from an ankle injury. Jawan Jennings remains just the, all of your favorite 49ers teams have that guy, the guy behind the guy, whether it was, Mike Wilson back in the 80s or Mike Sherrard in the late 80s, like that fourth receiver. You kind of get a crush on that guy. And Jawan Jennings is that guy. He's just a dog, man.
I think we were at Super Bowl Radio Row, and you compared Ed McCaffrey to Jawan Jennings.
Great call. Wow, nice pull.
Yeah, remember we were sitting down having that conversation with Ed and talking about his career.
I'm mostly impressed because you were working that whole week on about 90 minutes sleep in the casino all night.
You're not wrong about that.
So the fact that you pulled that out shows your youth there. So listen, we got to call this thing in, because the Niners took a spread that shrunk from 6.5 down to 3.5 and covered and then some. So let's call it in. And we have we had Silk Wilkes calling him in last year.
Yeah.
We got to hand the phone over to somebody new.
Are we going Sorensen or Staley?
You know what? Let's give it to Nicky. Let's give it to Big Nick. The guy's out there with his sort of blondish gray mullet thing he's got going on. I mean, he dialed up. They stuffed the Breece Hall in that run game. They made Aaron Rodgers look a little uncomfortable. We can talk about Rodgers. Yeah. He was barely on the field, by the way. The time of possession was a gigantic story last night.
Dominating the time of possession.
But let's give it to Nick Sorensen with that whole look he's got. I don't know if it's blonde. I don't know if it's gray. It's kind of that long. He's got that Kyle Shanahan long hair coming out. So he calls Roger Goodell. Goodell goes, I don't know this number. He goes, yeah, we'll get to know it.
Mm-hmm.
It's Nick Sorensen. It's Nick. I was going to give him a nickname, but I'm not going to.
Uh-oh.
It's Nick.
Did it have to do with a box?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
What a surprise.
It's Nicky. It's your boy Nicky S. out in Santa Clara. Why don't you put this one in the books, you freaking mannequin. San Francisco 49ers 32, the woeful New York Jets 19.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
All right, so it's official. Let's do this. We got so much to get to. These are the days when the show just flies by like a rocket. So we'll take a quick break, say good morning to Young Tony, get his sweet review, and lay out the guest list. 49ers have called in a win. They're 1-0, and we already have a game coming up in 5 short days. Niners at Minnesota on Sunday morning. We're here for you on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Feels great, baby.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and or flame roasted chicken wings? Well, we have the prize for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a $100 Amici's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys. So stay tuned. We are going to give this gift card away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Brock Purdy under center. Eric Sauber at the tight end goes in motion. Handoff to J.P. Mason straight ahead. They got their first down now and more as J.P. Mason rumbles all the way out to the Niner 48-yard line, a run of 14 yards. Mason breaks a tackle on the cutback run, breaks another, runs for a Niner first down, dropped on the jet 30-yard line. What a run there. Great cutback vision and power to break a tackle and a 9-yard gain for J.P. Mason. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Aiyuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side, a cutback run. Touchdown! J.P. Mason down the right sideline, gets banged out of bounds, but he's inside the jet 30-yard line. What a run by J.P. Mason, having by far his best game in the NFL.
There it is. The sounds of Greg Papa and Huey Lewis, the duet you never knew you needed, but you got it. So part of the whole Young Tony experience, and we'll get into it, was they were blasting this at the game, and I was like, all right, here's your old heads here. I said, this is how. I said, Young Tone, from 1981 to about 90, 3 guys could walk anywhere in Northern California and own the joint. Joe Montana, Dwight Clark, and Huey Lewis. Let me add Ronnie to that. 4 people could walk in. And I said, that's how they did. So they were playing it. He's like, well, it's a bit of a banger. So thank you for the
A bit of a banger. Yeah,
said,
welcome to the party, Tony.
And Boyz II Men wound up taking Huey Lewis's mantle in the 90s and oddly became the Niners' Eddie D's band of choice. They sang the anthem last night.
There they were last night.
Yeah, and they also closed down Candlestick in 2014.
Yeah, and it was a funny story when I went up the press box elevator, and the usher in the elevator was like, I just want you to know Boyz II Men was just in the elevator, standing right where you are. And I was like, wow, this guy's a huge Boyz II Men fan.
Washington slept here, right?
I was like, wow, I had no idea I was in the same elevator. Thank you for putting me on game.
Young Tony, everybody wants to know, and a lot of people want to know. We had people in the crowd literally shouting when we walked down there, he made it. Hey, kid came. He came. So, Young Tony, you can tell the masses out there how it all went for you last night.
Dude, unbelievable. What an event. What an experience.
All right, good.
Shout out Mike Chilton. I want to thank him. I need to formally thank him with a thank you note, but I'd like to thank him here on the airwaves. Unbelievable night. Great suite. Great perspective of the field. I mean, we were on the field before the game. I met John Lynch. You know, Murph's like, yeah, this is Tony. He's like, oh, yeah, Young Tony.
Yeah.
I was like, just about, a little accident in the pants. So I was like, bro, this guy's insane. But he's clearly a fan of the show. Yeah. Really just a really fun, enjoyable experience. Yeah. Maybe the 6th, Levi's game I've been to. So just a great overall fun time.
Don't forget you're tight with Jed now, too.
Dude, met Jed York as well. Shout out Mr. York. And by the way, I said Mr. York and Mr. Lynch both times.
Like a professional.
Well, he also mentioned thank you note to Mike Chilton. I sent a text this morning because I kind of, just to be honest, while the note is the classy move, it's just that extra step where you got to go get the thank you card. Yeah, do I have the envelope? Do I have the stamp?
How do I get it to them?
Well, classy people do that.
Yeah, well, Tony's a classy guy.
Lazy guys like me send texts.
Oh, you're lucky if you even get a thank you from me.
Oh, come on, Mark.
I know, I try. I'm a bad person.
I know you were well raised. I know Denise raised you and Ken raised you that well.
Thank you.
There you go, buddy.
And I know Tony is a nice, well-raised young man. Now, the real question that the people are dying to know, did Tony go the distance in the suite, or did he sneak away?
I did. I went the distance, never left the suite, maybe left for a couple of bathroom breaks.
We left to go down the field.
And on the field, of course.
Although I did get a text from Tony around halftime, like, hey, I'm trying to sneak away to get a beer real quick. Just in case he took a couple extra minutes in the bathroom.
I heard Johnny Joe Curley warned him not to take a sip of beer the entire night.
He did, warning shot.
Yeah, Johnny plays it conservative.
What a professional.
Yeah, he did. But I said, no, go ahead. And I said, knock a few back, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean,
we got plenty of time. We got there early. We were there at 3. So at 3 o'clock, we were in the suite going, so what else? But no, and then the perspective of the game itself, right? Watch that O-line steamroll. We watched a couple of Pooney blocks. How about Dom Pooney?
Oh, how about that Jordan Mason touchdown run that got taken off the board because Debo was holding Sauce Gardner down near the goal line?
That was a standard NFL receiver block.
Yeah, no, it wasn't really holding, but Dominic Pooney had a beautiful lead block on that drive, but had a bunch of good blocks throughout the game.
Dude, Dom Pooney is looking like their best O-lineman since ... I mean, you got to go back to the Harbaugh years.
We're going outside of Trent Williams. We're going interior offensive lineman.
Actually, I should have said drafted and developed.
Oh, okay.
Mike, I mean, I've heard Papa say this, and Mike Iupati comes to mind. Mike Iupati, but I mean, Pooney might, listen, one game in. I'm not going to get too crazy, but Pooney's got the potential to be a mainstay.
He's looking like a dude. And yeah, I think we're a couple games away from saying he's the next Quentin Nelson or next Larry Allen, but he's looking like he's solidifying that right side of the line.
No, you could see the difference.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And, early on, McKivitz got beat early on a pass block. And in fact, the first quarter, we can talk about it, was, the Niners go 3 and out. I hated the 3rd and 2 deep ball right out of the gate. I was like, what are they doing, man? They were deep in their own territory. Just nice, safe completion. And then here come the freaking Packers. Those 3rd down conversions by Rodgers early on.
Yeah, the Jets. I made the same mistake yesterday. You said Packers.
Yeah, I did the same thing you did. Yeah,
I did it a couple times with Rodgers. But yeah, here was vintage Packers Rodgers on 3rd down, hitting Garrett Wilson over and over again like he was throwing balls to Devontae Adams.
And I was like, when are you going to jam these guys on the line? And he's negating the pass rush, et cetera. So all they had to do was finally get to him once or twice. Now, it's interesting for Rodgers. He's still got the arm. The arm remains golden. What are you going to do? He can still spin it if you give him time. Yeah. So all these teams going forward for the Jets, it's going to be tough for 16 more games to keep him upright. Because the Niners, they did a good job of getting the ball out against the Niners, but there's going to be times he's going to get some hits.
Absolutely.
And I don't know how he's going to respond to it.
Well, especially when the 49ers were able to turn them into sort of a one-dimensional team. Like, they shut down the run game. I thought Breece Hall was going to come out here and have a big, big game. No, what was it? 68 total overall yards?
Marcus, through 3 quarters, they only had 31 rushing yards. Wow. So a lot of it was garbage time.
Yeah, garbage time at the end. I think Breece Hall ended with around 50 yards yesterday.
He wound up with, Breece Hall, 16 for 54, 3.4 a carry, and that includes the garbage time.
Yeah, that's including garbage time. But again, that was a big issue that we talked about with the reshuffling of the defensive line. But Malik Collins looked great yesterday.
I said it in the first quarter to Young Tone, a couple of Bud Lights in me. I said, dude, Malik Collins has made more plays in the first quarter than Javon Kinlaw made in 4 years here. Wow. I hate to drop a bomb on my man Kinlaw. I know we have the great sound for Deebo Samuel when he was drafted. That's my my Dizog. My Dizog. That was the peak of Kinlaw's career right there.
Yeah, we also have a different drop from Deebo that could probably sum up Kinlaw's time here in San Francisco.
Trash.
Plain and simple.
I mean, honestly, I'm riffing, but I'm not riffing. Malik Collins made more impact last night than I think Kinlaw did his entire time here.
You might be right about that.
I think I did.
Yeah.
He looks like a born run stopper, that guy.
Yeah, right in the middle of that defense.
99 can stop the run.
Tossing dudes around, going back to that preseason game where he's wrestling with offensive linemen right there.
He looks like and then Lenny Floyd makes an impact right away. I mean, not a huge, again, obviously the game plan was quick step, 3-step drops, get it out, 3-step drops, get it out, 3-step drops, get it out. But any time they held the ball for that extra tick, Len Floyd was to be heard from, and he got the sack that kind of changed the energy, really. The one that we're like, okay, Rodgers, you're not going to be able to just throw in rhythm all day.
Yeah, in his 11th career sack of Aaron Rodgers.
He owns them.
We talked about it yesterday. He's 3rd all time, but he's actually the active leader in sacks on Aaron Rodgers. Lenny Floyd making an impact early.
I mean, he right away, they've been looking for that bookend of Bosa. And again, they didn't have huge sack numbers at all. In fact, Bosa had no sacks. He had 2 quarterback hits. But going forward, it looks like Floyd might be able to be that bookend they've been looking for. Again, I'm not saying he's Fred Dean or anything like that, but just to be able to provide some pressure from the other side.
Well, he's consistently out there every day. That's the first key when we talk about all the injuries, whether it's Drake Jackson or Cleve Farrell getting hurt at the end of the season last year. you can consistently count on him to give you a pass rush. This is a guy that's had 9+ sacks 4 years in a row. So when you're looking for somebody to get double-digit sacks on the other side of Nick Bosa, and you pair it with that entire defensive line, whether we're talking Collins or Hargrave in the middle also, it seems like this is more of a dynamic defensive line. Yeah. And we saw that last night against the Jets.
Well, this is a credit to John Lynch and the personnel department because they had to remake it, and they have. Now, it's one game. It's 17. Mm-hmm. Steve Young with a great tweet last night. You see it? I had a picture of him and Jerry. He was wearing the GOAT hat that Jerry gave him. He said, Jerry gave me a great hat. Fun win. He goes, but remember, September is preseason. Doesn't get real till later. I was like, oh, you're right, Steve. You're right. Can we just have a little fun tonight?
Yeah, come on.
But he's right.
Enjoy the game more. Enjoy the game
This will be long forgotten, come December.
Oh, absolutely. It's game one of a marathon. But this is the way you wanted to kick off the game. I mean, outside of the Christian McCaffrey injury news, outside of the Brandon Aiyuk drop Brock Purdy touchdown pass, there's really not any bad news with the 49ers after last night.
We'll have to get into what I'm calling now Friday Gate with JP Mason and
we got some
CMC.
There.
But let's get the guest list first on Tuesday, September 10, 9, 10, 24. Fresh off the suite. I got to tell you, even at my advanced age, the suite life does not get old. I still walk on air and I'm like, this is nice. It's tough to go back in the stands after that. Really, it's like if you've ever flown first class. It took me decades to ever get that. Aer Lingus, the boys from Second Captains, put me in first class. I was like, how am I going to go back to coach? How can I do that? I can't go back. So, Tony, welcome back to the grandstands after your suite experience.
Yeah,
buddy.
Shout out the 1%ers. And I mean, Giant Suite, same thing. I mean, you're pampered. It's like you're a king.
Yeah, it is really. It's a little too nice.
Now, you've done both now. Who do you give the thumbs up to? Giant Suite or 49er Suite?
I mean, the Niners, it's a special occasion. It's a one game a week. It's, 8 home games a year, 9, on the off year. So I would say Niners, honestly.
Yeah, it felt majestic.
More exclusive.
Yes.
He filmed that flyover for my kids, which was really nice, too. So thank you.
By the way, nobody in the suite asked if young Tony was your kid, right?
No, we got that.
They're like, oh, Declan, you've grown so much. You're
Thankfully.
like, no, actually, Big D's like a foot taller than young Tony.
A legit.
Yeah.
Taller. Yeah. All right, what do you got, buddy?
All right. Well, coming up at 7:30, we will talk to Dwayne Kuiper, technically after a win on Sunday.
Did somebody say Giants were in the house last night?
They were.
Yes.
Kyle Harrison, Blake Snell, Tristan Beck, a bunch of guys were out there.
And somebody said, this is after Snell and Webb played Pebble Beach in the morning?
Facts.
Nice day.
Wow.
Nice off day.
Hell of
Must
an
be
off
nice.
day.
And then we will talk to Mike Silver at 7:50. He's going to be our big hit. We will talk Niners with Mike Silver. Cooler content. We'll see if it's at 8:15, 8:30. We'll play it by ear. Tim Ryan, the great T-Rock at 8:50. And then Marcus Thompson at 9:15. Niners today.
All right, Friday Gate next on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Second and goal, 5-yard line. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Aiyuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
A little Mason madness on the cutback right off an unbelievable block by George Kittle.
There it is, man. Jordan Mason. And you know what? I'm sorry. I'm not a Thunderstruck guy. I'm not a Thunderstruck. What is this, a Sharks game? Come on, man. Anyway, I'm not going to let this ruin my mood. Feels great, baby. 49ers 32, Jets 19. Niners go to 1-0 with no Christian McCaffrey. Jordan Mason, as my man Platzy, the great John Platz, who's our Stanford radio broadcaster, says, he looked like Jerome Bettis last night. That was the comp he made.
Ooh, well, here's the thing. I thought Jordan Mason actually looked like a slimmed-down version of Jerome Bettis because it's something that I've talked about since seeing him day one of training camp, is the shape that he showed in this offseason. And that's why I've been raving about Jordan Mason taking over that number 2 spot even before it was Elijah Mitchell ruled out for the season with that injury. So now we're kind of seeing it all come to fruition. And, yeah, he runs violently, but we've seen this in small sample size over the last 2 seasons. But last night was a whole different experience. But it is funny, like, watching, like, the ESPN Scott Van Pelt post-game show and, like, seeing the national reaction to Jordan Mason for people who are unaware of his rushing style and what he brings to the game. But I think most 49er fans kind of knew this is what Jordan Mason was capable of.
I mean, he had rushed for 69 yards in a game, and his average NFL yards per carry was over 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was legit. But, I mean, none of us, we're all, okay, got McCaffrey. I mean, Mason's just going to be a luxury bench piece as long as you have CMC. I've always asked, how are the Niners going to play Sunday? I don't know. CMC playing. Yeah, okay, they're going to win. So you don't need Mason. And then here he comes with that performance last night. 28 carries, 147 yards, 28 totes, the most since Frank Gore in 2011, and the most by any Kyle Shanahan back since he took over in 2017.
Murph, he had 28 carries last night. Last season, he had 40 total carries. I think the season before that was right around like 48 carries. We're talking about a man that maybe has been underutilized, but again, he showed up this offseason in a completely different kind of form of himself. Well, not only as a runner, but also as a pass catcher.
They said that he trained specifically with the linebackers this spring. It was Fred Warner and Curtis Robinson and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. And they said, come on our program. And apparently, it's I was listening to Tim Ryan talk about that, and I read about it this morning. Here's a guy who doesn't even know if he can get his chance. This is like, for kids, this is a great example of like how to do the work, man. You don't know. He's like Christian McCaffrey's on the team. He's never going to touch the ball, yet he puts in that work in the offseason like he's going to be carrying it 28 times on opening night. It's funny about the 28 carries. In the old days, USC, when they were outstanding with John McKay, they used to run the ball all the time. I think it was the Juice, OJ. I think it was. Can we talk about OJ? Rest in peace.
Yeah, of course.
I believe he used to carry it like 35, 40 times a game, bro. Like crazy, And the joke was, they said, hey, man, how do you carry it 35 times a game? And he says, it's not bad. It's not that heavy. Right? That's the joke.
Nice, OJ.
Heavy. All right.
I'm just saying.
Or it might have been John McKay who said that. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Platzy can help me out on that one. Was it McKay or OJ who said it's not that heavy? But I mentioned Friday Gate. We got to get into it. I didn't find this out until I get in the car, driving home. Relatively decent exit. You two with incredible exits. You guys were home by 9? That's amazing.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
To get to Marvelous Miranda still took me an extra 35, so I can get him to 9:30. But 9:30 is a win for me. That's a big win for me to get home before 10 on a Monday night Niner game. Mm-hmm. You know what helped? The Niners running the ball all night and the clock just flying by. So I missed the Lisa Salters post-game interview. I get in the car and I understand some stuff's going on here. Friday Gate, as we're calling it. So we had John Lynch on Friday morning, and he said, Christian is Christian, and he should be out there. Kyle Shanahan spoke Friday afternoon, and to Tolbert and Copes, or actually Silver and Copes, I believe, and did not indicate that McCaffrey would miss the game. And then Lisa Salters asked Jordan Mason, hey, when did you know this was going to happen?
I found out maybe Friday night, something like that. I was always prepared. I mean, we went through training camp. I was RB1 at training camp, so, just been preparing from there and just,
Okay, so Friday night, you're like, whoa. Saturday, Shanahan spoke and said he was questionable. Now, if you're Shanahan right now, listen, you're like, dude, I'm not telling the Jets that McCaffrey's not playing. But there is a rule in the NFL that you have to do injury reports. Like that's part of the code here. You can't mislead. Teams have gotten into trouble with this. I wonder if the NFL is going to investigate. But Shanahan comes to the podium after the game, and he's feeling good. They won 32-19. He doesn't know that Mason has given that interview to Lisa Salters. So somebody said, "So, do you have the question on this one or no?"
No question on this. But someone asked him. He said Jordan Mason spoke after the game and said you told him that he was going to get the start on Friday, and then Shanahan addressed it.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. Told me he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up. But I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to. It wasn't going to be like usual. It was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time. But now he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
Okay, I think if we go. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. He's deny till you.
You got to deny till you die, Murph. It's the number 1 rule in life.
Deny till you die, pal.
Okay, really, how big a deal is this? Like, do you guys think it's a really big deal? To me, it's not a huge deal. It's a little bit of a deal. It's a little cute, right? It's a little bit of a deal. Like, did the Niners break trust with beat writers? Did they break trust with fans? More important, did they break trust with fantasy football owners everywhere?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this had repercussions coast to coast on fantasy football. And again, do you want to tell the Jets that McCaffrey's not playing? Were they being honest? Did they really say not know? And Shanahan maintained he didn't know until Monday. Just like somebody said, Schefter had a report that McCaffrey won't play Sunday in Minnesota. Shanahan's quote, did you see him? He goes, well, that person must be God, because I don't know. He's big on that.
I mean, Murph, he almost went full.
Only God knows.
And apparently that person's God.
We might have to do a Beach Boys God Only Knows cover for, you know that one, Young Tone? God Only Knows by the Beach Boys?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, no, that's like that's a ditty. That'll move you there, buddy. Do you ever see the movie Love, Actually, the Christmas rom-com?
No.
Add it to the list, Tony.
All right. It's used in the final scene. So anyway, do you think it's a big deal?
No, to be honest with you. I think the only way that this is a big deal is if the NFL does investigate into it. But how do they know Jordan Mason's telling the truth? How do they know Kyle Shanahan's telling the truth? Like, this just comes down to whose words you believe. As Kyle said yesterday, he never told Jordan Mason he was starting. I think maybe there was some indication, whether it did come from Kyle or the running backs coach, that maybe Christian McCaffrey might not be available on Monday. So be prepared. It's what we say about guys all the time. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And I think Jordan Mason was told that message, and maybe he interpreted it as, oh, Christian's not playing this weekend.
Yeah.
Because Debo was out there yesterday saying he had no idea that Christian wasn't playing until yesterday, until Kyle Shanahan came up to him before the game started and said, you're going to get more work today in the backfield. And he had 8 carries yesterday.
Yeah.
So, again, it's he says, she says, JP says, Shanahan says. I don't think there's going to be any repercussion here. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
The problem is that poor Jordan Mason had literally, you could probably say, the best day of his life.
Yeah.
Literally. Whether it's, I don't know, graduating from kindergarten. I don't know, maybe smooching his first girl in high school. I don't know.
Hey,
the best day of his life, and he gets, I don't want to say it was ruined, but it certainly was affected by the postgame incident. Because his performance in the postgame on the podium was a bummer.
Yeah.
He went up like somebody ran over his dog. He was downcast, hang dog, eyes down. And when Matt Mayoko asked him, hey, did you know you're going to start Friday? He was not happy.
That question right there is why I'm mad. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, just skip that question.
It was a total bummer.
Yeah.
Now, Cam Edmonds says afterwards, after the cameras went off, he went back to the locker room, and he did speak to beat reporters in a more cheerful manner, but on camera, he didn't want to give anything.
Yeah, it sucks that now he kind of has this cloud hanging over his head like he did something wrong. When he was doing his first ever post-game interview with Lisa Salters on Monday Night Football. I mean, the guy literally had a career night, so I'm not going to flame him or place a bunch of blame on him. This could have been handled better by the 49ers, especially when they started talking about the Achilles injury. They kept on listing him as questionable, but they told people that he was going to play, or at least implied that he was going to play. And for the fantasy football owners, you have to have Jordan Mason on your team. Like we talked about it this weekend on the Fantasize This podcast starring Young Tony and Adam Copeland.
A big week for Young Tony.
If you drafted Christian McCaffrey in the first round, you should have drafted Jordan Mason. You should have had a backup plan just in case.
So in our league, Would we have been able to make that lineup switch before kickoff?
Absolutely. If you had Jordan Mason on your bench Monday night, the roster is still...
You can make that change?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Copes has Jordan Mason. He has CMC. He drafted CMC first overall, and
Did
then
he make the
has
change?
Mason. I don't even know. I didn't check.
Jeez, if he did, Copes has his team.
No, I take that back. No, because Danny has
Danny
CMC.
has it.
Yeah, exactly. So
confusion.
he did not get the handcuff. But yeah, if you have both players on the team, you're able to swap them out last
But
minute.
Copes has Jordan Mason. So if you had both, you would have been able to make the switch.
Yeah.
Wait, so Danny did not draft... I'm looking at Danny's
Correct.
team. He did not
No.
handcuff him.
No.
Bro.
Which is the number one mistake, especially with someone like CMC.
And here now, a little brighter take from Jordan Mason with Lisa Salters is he told CMC, man, how do you do this here? Yeah.
Honestly, just thinking about it, I told Christian, I said, I don't know how you do it, man. It's a long game, but, this is just the beginning, and, we're going to see where we go from here.
Okay, there he is. The Ramblin' Wreck is an old line my dad used to say all the time around the house from an old musical. I'm a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. That's like the old heads say that line all the time. It's kind of a fun one. Bars, I believe you guys would call that.
Bars,
right?
You got bars.
I'm
Murph.
a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer.
Murph out here spitting hot fire.
All right, on the other side, we got to get into Nick Sorensen's defense. We got to get into Trent Williams. Guys, we got to get into Brandon Aiyuk because there's a new dynamic to Aiyuk that was sort of emerging yesterday, and he's going to have to work through it. We'll get into it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
I'm saying it's amazing. That person must be God.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Niners have no timeout. 2nd and 10, 13-yard line. Brock back. Going to throw for the end zone. Back corner. Aiyuk extending out. Could not pull it in.
He dropped it. What a throw.
Right to the back corner of the end zone. Brandon Aiyuk diving out long. T-Rock got both hands on the ball, could not bring it in.
Yeah, you got to catch that. And it's empty set. There's 5 out.
Reset the game clock.
It's good coverage. Brock puts it exactly where it needed to be, out in front of Michael Carter, where only Brandon Aiyuk could go up and get it. Got 2 hands under it and flat out dropped it.
Oh, man, that's one of the angles from last night. First of all, good morning, everybody. Feels great, baby. 49ers 32, Jets 19. Great to see Aaron Rodgers. And by the way, we brought it back. The oil painting is back, baby. Thanks, shout out to the P1 heads who hit me on social last night saying, Murph, time for a new oil painting, because they took a shot of him looking sad last night. But yeah, you guys know the backstory on this. If you don't, when the Niners beat the Packers in Lambeau in the winter snow. So what year would that have been? 21 on their way to the Rams championship game? Yeah, 21. So January right. 22. There was a picture of Rodgers trotting off the field looking super sad in the snow, and I screenshotted it and I sent it out on Twitter saying I'd pay big money for an oil portrait. And this lovely young lady down in Florida, I'd never met her or heard of her. Somehow, some way, she saw the tweet. She goes, "Hey, at KNBR Murph, I paint for a living. Would you like me to do this?" So she did. And by the way, I paid her a handsome commission.
Yeah.
That year, I'd won the fantasy football league, as one does. And I used that money, by the way, to pay only a portion of what I paid
Only
her.
a portion.
Well, you got to support artists.
Yeah.
And so anyway, that was up for a long time before management said, nay, it's back, baby. It's back.
Yeah,
so,
you spent a lot of money for that to be taken down by management.
It's our bit. You know what I mean? It's sad Aaron Rodgers. So so there were many storylines last night. Sad Aaron Rodgers is one of them. We haven't gotten to it. And by the way, it's 6:53. How much have we talked about Brock Purdy?
Not enough.
0.
Yeah, not enough.
About Brock Purdy.
Well, let's talk about that throw.
Let's talk about that throw.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was probably, I mean, that's as an elite and NFL throw. That's what top tier NFL guys do, right? So Brandon Aiyuk. Now, I will say this, and you guys helped me out on this. I didn't think it was that easy of a catch. There were a lot of people around us in the Mike Chilton suite and on the Manning cast and in the Niners booth that said, you got to catch that. What's your take?
He gets paid $30 million. You got to catch that ball.
Yeah, so that's the take.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not like the ball was just falling to his hands. He had to lay out. But if you want to get paid like a top-tier wide receiver, you got to perform like one.
So what you're saying right there is the essence. I could sense it in the crowd last night. I could sense it in the suite. There's a little residual resentment on Aiyuk.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe if he shows up in training camp, he's in better shape. Maybe he gets an extra step of separation, and then he doesn't have to lay out in the back of the end zone.
He also had a ball on a slant earlier. Now, it was really well defended by Sauce Gardner. Yeah. So you could make an argument that anybody would have dropped it because Gardner stripped it. But your first thought was, that's the guy who held out all summer?
Yeah.
Why don't you haul that in? Make your hands a little stronger? So I'm just saying, listen, I don't think anybody, there's no like hate or like anger, but I do think there's a little bit of, all right, dude, put up some numbers.
Yeah.
Put up some numbers.
I mean, because Trent Williams looked fine last night in the 30-plus snaps that he played, not allowing a single pressure. But it's what we talked about yesterday. When you asked me the difference between Trent Williams being in game shape versus Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams knows his assignment. He lines up and he tries to put bodies in the dirt. Brandon Aiyuk, yes, he knows his route tree, but he has to have that timing and that chemistry with Brock Purdy, and it was off by a split second yesterday, and it led to that drop in the end zone.
I mean, he's lucky they won the game comfortably. He's got to send Jordan Mason a bouquet of a box of chocolates this morning, and he would do that if he's listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But he did meet the media at his locker, and this is from 49ers NBC Sports Bay Area, where, by the way, did you see Carlos Ramirez just became a U.S. citizen?
Hey, congrats,
How cool
Carlos.
Is that? Hey, Carlos, welcome to the party, baby. All right, let's go. Throw on some, I'll see you at the 4th of July barbecue, Carlos. Let's go.
He's looking good next to our guy, Rod Brooks and Dante Whitner on TV.
Yeah, he's doing some TV right now. We're watching the replay on the studio. But so Aiyuk standing in his locker, and he's meeting the media here.
How much did you want that touchdown catch back in the end zone by Brock? Looked like a dime.
It was a dime. Sick.
Get it next week?
For sure.
Overall, how did you feel physically and I guess any rust at all?
I felt good.
Okay.
Felt good.
I don't know. It's so funny. I think he felt, I want to say a little chagrined, but he looked a little bit like, yeah, I got my $30 million and I didn't really perform.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, here's the thing. If he catches that pass and everybody's talking about, yeah, that's why we paid you $30 million. Congrats, BA. That's why the 49ers have locked this up for the next 4 years. But he dropped it. And, of course, everybody's going to point out to the holdout and how it was going to affect him. I mean, hell, I just gave credit to Trent Williams. Even he had to leave mid-game to go get an IV in the locker room before coming back out. So it's obviously going to have an effect. But last night, the Niners still got the job done.
Yeah, multiple people are checking, asking about Trent Williams walking off the field. And I was concerned, too, but it was just for an IV.
Yeah, quick IV, then we came back out there.
You know who told us? Our boy in the elevator. If we had a nice little moment, young Tony, you want to do another celebrity side after you were dapping up Johnny Lynch and Jetty York? We got in the elevator, and you know who approached us?
Omar Ruiz.
Wow, Omar.
All suited up. He's the one who saw us and goes, hey, boys, what's up, man? It's like he must watch Twitch. He must watch us on, because I've never met Omar in person.
That's because we're YouTubers, man.
We are YouTubers. So we had a nice chat with him, and we had an elevator ride down with him. We were talking Jordan Mason, this and that. We actually got a lot of info in one elevator ride. And then I said, I'm a little worried. I said, as we got in the elevator, Williams was walking off the field, and both he and his assistant, his researcher said, no, it's strictly for an IV. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about it. I said, all right.
Yeah, hydrate up, Trent.
And then Omar gave us a big smile and walked out looking sleek in his suit.
He also said anytime.
He did say anytime. Young John Joe, there you go, buddy. When you're not busy booking the 1978 Red Sox outfield, because we still don't have Dewey Evans or Jim Rice, by the way. But anyway, you know who else gave us a good shout-out was your boy Joey Buck. He did.
Joe Buck gave you some love?
From the bushes. No, I'm just kidding.
He did. We were walking out, and Aikman, it's funny, Troy and I were at UCLA at the exact same time, and I was the sports editor when he was a senior. We're together, and so I told him that. I'm like, hey, remember? And he was like, yeah. Didn't give me. But Buck saw it, and Buck remembered the Half Moon Bay. He's like, hey, what's going on, man?
Wow, Aikman, more of a super fan guy.
I don't know.
I never liked Brian Murphy,
no,
dude.
That's right. Read what you wrote after we lost to Washington State, dude.
Yeah.
Blew a 27-6 lead, and we were the number one team in the country. So anyway, that was Brandon Aiyuk. Somebody on the text line is taking issue with me saying, it's only you saying that, Murph. Sorry, 707, that's BS. I felt it in the vibe in the stadium. There was a little bit of salt towards Aiyuk.
Oh, I was walking around the press box, and everybody essentially had the same take. Brandon Aiyuk should have caught that ball.
And in the shadow of his contract, there was a little bit of like, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Listen, it's only one game. They won. I'm just saying there's going to be a little bit of time before all the wounds are healed.
Yeah, if Brandon Aiyuk signs a $28 million deal or a $30 million deal at the same time that Amon-Ra St. Brown signed, has a full training camp, has a full preseason, then nobody's complaining about that drop catch last night.
Yeah.
But it's the optics. It's him holding out. It's Kyle Shanahan confirming yesterday Jay Glazer's report that Brandon Aiyuk almost got traded a week before the season happened. And with all those dominoes falling down, the ball did not fall into the hands of Brandon Aiyuk, and that's why he's going to catch a little heat this morning.
Yeah, a little bit. He made. There was one nice ball he caught, for sure. And just to stay on Purdy before we get to Trent, I was driving home, and I was listening to my boys, Johnny Lund, Denny Brown, and Adam Copes. And Copes actually was meh on Purdy. And I was driving through San Francisco. I was driving up down Franklin Street. I was like, kind of disagree with you, Copes. I actually thought if you go back and look, I want to say there was at least 5, maybe 6 balls that were really nice balls that Brock Purdy threw last night. really nice balls. Like there were a couple times the pass blocking wasn't as stout as the run blocking last night. He was under a little bit of duress. He threw a couple of critically important. There was a third down conversion in the end of the first half when they had that. By the way, the game was won in that Kyle Shanahan lap thing, right? Mm-hmm. End of the second, start of the third.
Oh, they came out once they scored that touchdown in the third quarter, and then ran off 6 straight scoring possessions?
8 straight,
Was
dude.
it 8? Yeah, 6 field goals, 8 straight possessions.
By the way, I heard this stat on the way home, too. 8 consecutive scoring drives, the first time they've done that since 1978. I was like, I'm in my car by myself. I literally said, wait a minute. I was around for the 78 season. They sucked.
Wow.
What game did they score 8 straight times in 1978? They sucked in 7. They were terrible. I was trying to. I need to see the box score of that game.
Yeah, maybe you're too busy watching game 163, Murph.
That's right. Great poll. Might have been the same day.
It might have been.
No, because it was a Monday.
Close
well,
enough.
unless they played on a Monday night that year.
Don't let the truth ruin a good story.
They never played Monday Night Football then. Oh, that's a great line. 78. I actually, excuse me, had a little throg in the throat. I thought Purdy, while he wasn't like brilliant, awesome, John Elway at his peak, I thought he threw several nice balls and really also overcame a slow first quarter. Like the first quarter, nah. Second, third, I saw some nice balls. What'd you think?
Yeah, I am curious why Copes was meh, in your words. Maybe it's because Copes has Brock Purdy on his fantasy team and he didn't throw any touchdown passes. Like, that's the only reason why you should be complaining about Brock Purdy's performance last night. Because he was out there outplaying Aaron Rodgers. He was out there moving the offense. I know people, I'm not going to even say too many people. There are some people on social media, surprise, who are complaining that the 49ers kicked 6 field goals. Oh, they should have scored 50 last night. They should have had more touchdowns. It's week 1 of the NFL season. Brock Purdy, to me, looked good. Should have had a touchdown pass to Brandon Aiyuk. He made the plays. Really didn't put any balls in danger. Had like 1 or 2 throws that maybe could have been picked off. But overall, it was a productive game, and you went out there and outplayed Aaron Rodgers and got the win.
Yeah,
and he did it without Christian McCaffrey.
But I want to exactly.
Like that's a huge part when everybody talk about who's more important to the offense, Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy, who's the MVP of the offense. I wanted to see what Brock Purdy was going to look like without the safety blanket of Christian McCaffrey, and he went out there and performed, in my opinion.
So I'm going to say this. It was the drive to end the first half, and it was 13-7, and the Niners had 3rd and 3 on their own 45. And I was like, I kept telling you, I was like, this is a huge play. And he threw a perfect pass to Jordan Mason for 5 yards. And I was like, that. I kept saying in the booth, you guys were getting sick of me. I was like, that's such a big freaking play. Because there's 13-7. If they have to punt there, Rodgers in a 2-minute drill, And I'm like, so then they get all the way down under the 2-minute warning. And this is when they start bleeding the clock. You could see them start to bleed the clock. But they had a 3rd and 2 on the Jets' 42. Now, that was that out of Moody range. We haven't talked about Moody yet. But 3rd and 2 on the Jets' 42, and that's when he hit Debo for 15. Those were 2 huge third down conversions that led to the field goal that ended the half. And then they take the ball in the second half, and here you go, there's another one. Third quarter, they're up 16-7. 3rd and 4 on their own 47, and he hits Jawan for 5. Huge freaking play. Huge play, and that leads to the Jordan Mason touchdown. And they're up 23-7. And at 23-7, aren't you feeling like this thing's getting throttled?
You're feeling pretty damn good about the way that the defense has shut down Aaron Rodgers. Again, outside of that 1 touchdown drive where it took 3 or 4 different third down conversions to Garrett Wilson, this offense didn't do anything. Even Aaron Rodgers with his 1 touchdown pass came on a classic Aaron Rodgers, draw the defense offside. Leonard Floyd got, and Aaron Rodgers made you pay.
That pissed me off, too, by the way. So anyway, we're talking about Aiyuk, and apparently you guys all at home, we didn't get to see this because we were living it up in the suite, thanks to Mike Chilton, and I guess Peyton Manning on the Manning cast caught everybody's attention. Check this out.
Man-to-man, Jennings. Oh, I want to throw.
Aiyuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. He's missed all training camp.
Hey, get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp when you need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
That's good. Hey, in that 45 seconds, was he better than Tom Brady was the entire day Sunday?
Oh, not even close.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what you need out of a commentator.
I mean, that was great takes from both Peyton and Eli. And Eli was even kind of like walking the line of like, yeah, it's a hard catch. He's got to lay out, but you practice those in training camp.
Yep.
And that's why everybody's mad because BA sat in during training camp, and it showed last night.
I'm just saying, listen, all love, but sometimes you got to do a little tough love. Sometimes you got to do a little tough love.
Here's the thing. We're nitpicking after a day the 49ers went out and scored 32 points on a Jets defense that was kind of previewed and kind of told as being one of the best defenses in the league.
Yeah, and although it's funny, after the first quarter, when the Jets were up 7-3, I was saying in the suite, I go, this Jets defense is a problem. Until the O-line said, no, it's not. And they just began to blow open holes, which leads to Trent Williams, the other comeback story we wanted to hit in this segment. And by the way, 808 KNBR, we're wide open. You guys want to chime in on BA, you want to chime in on Purdy, you want to chime in on the defense. We want to chime in on Jake Moody, who we've given no love for the first hour and 6 minutes of this show, but almost single-handedly won Tony his fantasy league. I think he changed fantasy games everywhere. My kid won he was given a 6% chance going into Monday and won because of Jake Moody.
Because of the 6 field goals.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And 2 50-yarders, right?
Yeah, couple 5-pointers.
God, incredible.
Big points last night for Jake Moody.
But big Trent Williams, this is why we said it all summer. He's the most important guy on the team, right?
Not even close.
Yeah, I mean, he's more important than the quarterback, possibly. So here he is after the game talking about coming back from his hold out here. And he said, listen, one of the things Juszczyk and some others did, they kind of took shots at guys like me who were saying bummer summer. They were like, so much for your bummer summer. Look what we just did. But I think, there's no question the summer was not ideal. You didn't have Aiyuk, you didn't have Trent, and McCaffrey's hurt. You're trying to tell me that's not a bummer? And then the Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, led to a very, very moving ceremony in the game. They brought out San Francisco Police Sergeant Joel Harrell and, oh gosh, I don't want to get her name wrong, the surgeon who attended to Ricky in Zuckerberg General. That was a really nice moment. And the hugs Ricky gave them, man, that get a lump in the gurgler, man.
I mean,
that was like, that was
just
cool.
Seeing Ricky Pearsall walk around on the field during pregame warmups. It was 10 days ago where he got shot and was in the hospital? Like, it's an incredible story.
Young Tone, you got the name?
Dr. Lucy Kornblith.
She looked so awesome. She had this huge smile. She looked like she was so excited to be. She's like, I'm at a football game. But she's like, these are the people. Yeah. These are the angels on earth who save your lives, And she was like excited to be there. And Ricky gave her a big long hug, and he gave them both jerseys. That was a really cool moment. That was really, really thanks. Shout out to the Niners for doing that.
And yesterday was Ricky's birthday, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's an old rookie, 24. Mm-hmm. He's old rookie. So anyway, Trent Williams says we got leaders here. Z31, Tone. Oops.
We got great leaders in this locker room, and we got people who follow the leaders, and we got leaders that echo what the coaches are preaching, and so I think that's the reason our locker room is able to stay focused.
Okay, let's get the other one in here for it, and then we'll get to a bunch of calls on the other side. Then we got Kipe and Mike Silver coming up. Z34 about this was the first time he's ever played a week game where he held out in the offseason. How'd it go?
Difference for you?
Yeah, it was uncharted waters for me. I've never been in a situation where I didn't have the luxury of being able to knock the rust off in camp. I've never came off a 6-month layoff, 7-month layoff, and right into game week. You know what I'm saying? So that was new for me. I really didn't know what to expect. I mean, obviously, I played a lot of football, so I knew it would come back to me. I just didn't know how long it'd take. Obviously, there's rust involved. Got to get in football shape. I hadn't played football. You can't really replicate, the exhaustion that you kind of put yourself through during a football game, especially old linemen. It's like pushing a truck every play. So I honestly I didn't know what to expect tonight. I have a lot of confidence in myself to go and play at a high level, but like I said, it's uncharted water, so I didn't know how much that would affect me.
I love that quote. It's like pushing a truck every play. I've never heard that all these years.
Over and over and over
I mean, because you
again.
think like, what's he doing? Like, pushing a truck every play. Shout out Jim Druckenmiller's combine tape in which he was literally tugging a truck.
Oh.
And Dwight Clark and Vinny Serrato thought that would make him a good quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was going full world's strongest man, huh?
Yes. He was pulling trucks around. They showed us his video, and we were like, wow, Jim Druckenmiller.
Wow.
Shout out Jim Druckenmiller. Let's squeeze in one call just to get the calls going, then we'll take more on the other side. Alex is out in Modesto checking in on his Niners. Alex, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you, man?
Good morning. I'm great. I just would like to shout out one guy. You guys were touching on it for a second. Jake Moody. We spent the third-round pick on him. Everyone was talking smack. As a Niner fan, I got to hear it mostly from my Raider fan friends, especially in our fantasy league. So seeing Jake Moody score more points than the entire Oakland Raiders offense, just thank you for that, Jake Moody. I got to say that in my fantasy league group chat, and they were not having it. So shout out Jake Moody. Go Niners.
That's pretty good, Alex. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We'll continue to take your guys' takes. So what were your favorite things about this game? Was it indeed Jordan Mason's star turn? Was it the fact that Nick Sorensen's defense looked pretty good in game one? Was it beating Aaron Rodgers and us bringing out the oil portrait? All these things are here for you. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here to talk to you on a Tuesday morning about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options and watch the winnings roll in. And we tried giving you the warning yesterday. Deebo Samuel was due for a big day. We said take the over on Deebo Samuel, more than 68 total yards receiving and rushing. And so we are able to cash in on that. So if you want to cash in on the next 49er game, all you need to do is download the Prize Pick app and use the code word leader, and you will instantly get $50 when you play $5. That's code word leader on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus instantly when you play $5. And you don't even have to have a winning lineup to get the $50. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Brock Purdy under center. Eric Sauber at the tight end goes in motion. Handoff to J.P. Mason straight ahead. They got their first down now and more as J.P. Mason rumbles all the way out to the Niner 48-yard line, a run of 14 yards. Mason breaks a tackle on a cutback run, breaks another, runs for a Niner first down, dropped on the jet 30-yard line. What a run there. Great cutback vision and power to break a tackle and a 9-yard gain for J.P. Mason. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Aiyuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side, a cutback run. Touchdown! J.P. Mason down the right sideline, gets banged out of bounds, but he's inside the jet 30-yard line. What a run by J.P. Mason, having by far his best game in the NFL.
Jordan Mason, whether you want to call him Jordan or JP, my goodness, take a bow, kid. 28 carries, 147 yards. The 28 totes, the most since Frankie Gore in 2011 in a regular season game. And by the way, shout out Frank Gore's halftime performance in which he just butted in on Vernon Davis's tribute, kept saying, "I was a dog," and the crowd going nuts. And so he had a good time, and everybody had a good time, even over little kerfluffles like Fridaygate. What did Jordan Mason know, and when did he know it?
Fridaygate.
Young Tone, do you know that one from the old congressional days? It was the Watergate break-in. What did Nixon know, and when did he know it? That was the big investigative.
I've heard of Watergate, but I haven't heard that, no.
What did Jordan Mason know, and when did he know it?
Who was the deep throat with the 49ers?
I mean, again, how big a deal is that ultimately? We'll see if that story has legs. Ultimately, what does it mean? An NFL team was hiding an injury? Shocker.
Wow.
Right? You know what I mean?
Like that's never happened before.
But, fantasy owners are ticked.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And as I said earlier, if you drafted Christian McCaffrey, you should have drafted Jordan Mason.
But I'm telling you guys, that maybe it was, and again, people are like, did you know off the record or anything? No, dude, NFL teams are freaking Fort Knox vaults of secrecy. And the Niners, John Lynch has been very transparent with us. And we talked to John Lynch on the field before the game. As Young Tony, because Young Tony and he are dogs now.
What did Young Tony learn today? He learned that John Lynch knows him by name.
I introduced Tony to John Lynch. I'm surprised you guys had never met, but he's like, Young Tony, look at you. Yeah, he was very pleased to meet him. Tony said he had an accident in his pants.
He said he came close.
So, John Lynch said to me, almost, it was funny. I didn't say anything. I said, oh man, we just got the word on CMC, and he immediately said to me, he goes, I didn't lie to you Friday. It was like he wants to make sure that he's always transparent. He goes, Friday morning, we didn't know. Because we didn't know Friday morning. I was like, I got you. And then Jordan Mason said to Lisa Salters, I learned Friday night. Then Shanahan said, I didn't tell him that. Maybe Bobby Turner told him that. So, again, really, how big a deal is this? And what does it really mean? Not that much.
No, I really don't think it's that big of an issue. And I'm sure the NFL is not going to look into it because of J.P. Mason's comments after the game last night. But at the end of the day, we should be celebrating the performance of Jordan Mason, having a career night, not talking about this dark cloud that it looked like he had hanging over his head at the press conference because he accidentally slipped up. Like, my whole read is I believe Kyle, I believe John. I think he was questionable on Friday. I think maybe JP got the heads up. You might get a bigger workload this weekend, and maybe he interpreted it differently. Again, at the end of the day, we're splitting hairs here. Who cares? McCaffrey didn't play, and Jordan Mason had a career game.
Here's the one thing, forgetting Fridaygate, as I'm calling it, how's McCaffrey's season going to go?
Oh, see, that's the bigger concern to me.
That's where we're at. I mean, I'm leaving this one wide open.
I mean, I hate to say it, but this isn't the type of injury, in my opinion, that just goes away. And I know we even hate the fact that we were talking about Kevin Durant last week when we found out about the Achilles injury. But how many times have we heard about guys having calf injuries that lead to Achilles injuries, whether it's KD, whether it's Dre Greenlaw, who was dealing with Achilles tendonitis? Like, this to me is not an injury that you can just ice up, do some physical therapy, and it's going to go away. So that's why I am concerned about the future this season with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, so we just don't know. And I would say right away, like the first thing I heard, I heard Papa and Ryan on the way home, and they were bringing up the next two games are on artificial turf. In Minnesota Sunday morning and at L.A., where the Rams looked a little too good. Oh, they lost. Puka Nacua goes to the IR.
Yeah.
What do they? Who cares? That means Cooper Kupp's going to get 28 catches instead of 14. But their next two games on artificial turf would lead you to believe that if this is indeed something that's sidelined him since early August. Now we're past 5 weeks now, into 6 weeks. If this has taken 6 weeks and you're going to 2 artificial turf games, your gut instinct tells you he would sit out the next 2.
I mean,
that's what your gut instinct
that's the
tells you.
scary thing to me is Christian McCaffrey really hasn't done much this summer.
No.
Even though when the news was, Brandon Aiyuk is back at practice, Trent Williams is back at practice, they kind of snuck in there, Christian McCaffrey is on the practice field too. The squad's at full strength. So I don't know if there was a hiccup or a setback during that week of practice, but for a guy who did not play at all during the preseason, for a guy that was getting multiple days off during training camp, for him to not be ready for week 1, it's obviously a red flag.
Right. And now the question is, can Jordan Mason do that again? I mean, 28 for 147. You kind of think, and you had a joke early on that was pretty good. I mean, you kind of think he can because what were you saying about the system?
808 KNBR. Christian McCaffrey is a system running back. The phone lines are wide open.
I mean, it's so fun. We're joking. But Mike Shanahan, we've talked about this through the years since Kyle got here.
Well, look at all the running backs that Kyle has had success with.
Matt Breida.
Elijah Mitchell at some point.
Elijah Mitchell, right?
The list goes on and on and on.
I mean, Orlandis, Gary, and who are the guys from the late 90s and early 00s? You go back and go look at the late 90s, early 00s Broncos.
Yes.
They had dudes you'd never heard of cresting 1,000 yards.
Yeah, that's why it's so funny when everybody talks about the Kyle Shanahan system and how Brock Purdy's a system quarterback. No, the system starts with the running game. The running game opens up everything in the Shanahan system. And that's a system that has coaches all over the league, whether we're talking McVay or McDaniels in Miami. They all run the ball, and the play action and the pass action comes off of running the ball. But to your point, we've seen the success we had before, and maybe that was one of the biggest criticisms of paying Christian McCaffrey all that money, or even when they made the trade and ESPN gave him like a C- grade. They're like, why would you have to go out and get Christian McCaffrey when anybody can run in Kyle's system? Well, Christian McCaffrey, just like Brock Purdy, has taken that system to a new level, but you can still get production from guys like Jordan Mason.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely in the first quarter, we were like, ooh, where is he? Where is he? That game played out. I mean, the first quarter, I wasn't feeling awesome. When they were down 7-3, Rodgers had a couple of really nice third down throws. When he gets it out quick, he can still spin it for sure. I was wondering, why aren't the Niners jamming him at the line? What can they do up the middle to get their hands up and try to stop some of those passes? But what happened was they started running the ball like crazy, and that's when you, by the way, gobble up all the time. I mean, and part of the Aaron Rodgers story last night was that he wasn't on the field.
Dude, the 49ers nearly had double the possession time of the New York Jets.
Ready for this? I heard this stat on the way in. That's the lowest time of possession in Aaron Rodgers' career in a game.
21 minutes.
Yeah.
21 to 38 and a half.
He's never had the ball that little.
Wow.
How about that? But Trent Williams, again, comes off the freaking sideline, comes off of wherever, the hammock or the ranch or wherever he was down in Houston, and allows zero pass pressures. And is part of this offensive line, which we're going to talk about in just a second, about running the ball. Trent Williams here.
You know, obviously, we wanted to keep that D-line moving. We didn't want them to just be able to pin their ears back and pass rush. It's what they do best. So, you know, we want to get them running side to side, get JP going downhill like he did, and I think the game plan worked out perfectly.
Yes, it did, my friend.
You can
yes,
say
it
that
did.
twice.
And then here's this kid. We just got to talk. How often, 808, flip on your sports talk radio, your hot talk. Let's talk right guards. Dude, I mean, we're going to spend more time talking about this right guard than any right guard I've ever talked about in sports. Dom Pooney out of Kansas.
Get to know him.
Third rounder, so pretty big draft capital. Okay, great. What do you got? Oh, you got a nice preseason. You look pretty darn good. Started shoving guys around. You look like a bit of a wall on pass. Oh, let's see what he does when the real bullshit, because he's going against Quinnen Williams now and Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah.
And, dude, the plays start enacting. And I think it was in the second quarter, and young Tony from our view in the suite, that's right, I said it, in the suite. Shout out Mike Chilton and the crew. There was a run going towards the far end zone for us. So we've had this riff on the air before, too. We can't tell which is north, south, east, or west at Levi's because it's like in this sort of directionless. But going towards the, what would you call it?
South?
No, the one that's going So how would you even identify the darn end zones? So
I'm just trying to go based off of 101.
Okay, going like away from 101. Going away from 101. Going towards 880 or towards the Fremont Hills.
Oh, that's north.
Not towards 101.
That's north, I believe.
Okay, when they're running that way, it was about a 15-yard gain, and Mason ran to the right side, and we said, because always the Niners successful runs are to the left side because of Trent.
Yeah.
This one went to the right side. It was about a 15-yarder, and we saw Pooney seal it off. We were like, oh, look at him. So here he is after the game, Don Pooney.
It was real fun. I had a lot of fun. It's a fun team to play for. You got superstars all over the field making plays. So for a guy like me, I just try to stay in the mix with them and just make sure they get what they get.
You got that grin on your face. What was it like to run the ball as much as you guys did?
I love running the ball. So, I mean, the fact that we're able to just do that, I think we had, 37 carries? Anytime you get 25, 30-plus carries, it's probably a good game. So, I mean, it's kind of just like an O-line running back thing. Just kind of put your head down, and the receivers, too, they do a hell of a job blocking. So, yeah.
There he is, man. Get to know him.
I love running the ball.
77.
Yeah, and I got to say, I know the play did not count. The Jordan Mason touchdown that was wiped off the board by Deebo Samuel holding Sauce Gardner near the goal line. By the way, it wasn't really a hold, but the beautiful lead block by Dominic Pooney on that play, that's when I was like, ooh, he's doing this in week 1 against a good Jets defense. This guy seems like the real deal.
I'm looking forward to more of this guy for sure, and I'm looking forward to telling you guys that we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and cleanicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Okay, before we start Santa Claring each other's 49ers, so to speak, just yet, it is week 1 in September. Steve Young with a tweet that kind of brought me down. He goes, hey, great win. He goes, remember, September is the preseason. It doesn't start for a while.
September is the preseason.
Like, Steve, man, we were feeling pretty good. But anyway, it is just week 1. But, hey, better than going 0-1, that's for sure. Okay, here's the deal. Dwayne Kuiper, as always, on a Tuesday. By the way, a bunch of Niners at the game. Huh?
Bunch of Niners. Kyle Harrison, Blake Snell, a bunch of guys.
And Bob Melvin with a really good Q&A in The Athletic with Andy Bagley, which direct ownership of a lot of this year. And a lot of, like, he believes the Giants are not far off from getting really good. We'll see. We'll talk to Kipe. And then Mike Silver at 7:50. He's always got great 49ers takes. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love running the ball.
Hey, Marcus Boucher here with one question for you on a Tuesday morning. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over a month and I lost 20 pounds this summer. And I did it by not counting points or calories, no exercise, and no prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this weight loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or you can visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, far away from Levi Stadium are the Giants taking on the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. Let's talk to Dwayne Kuiper as we do every Tuesday. He's brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan find savings on every model. We're in the process of making the hookup with Kuiper. And like you said, what did we have? We had Snell and Logan Webb playing Pebble Beach yesterday. Hey now.
Blake Snell was able to go down to Pebble Beach and Levi Stadium the same day.
No joke. I was actually driving home thinking, I wonder if that plays like a little tiny 1%. Like, hey, man, I want to stay a Giant. This is cool.
Ooh.
I just played Pebble Beach. And all,
I'm watching Frank Gore going to the Hall of Fame at halftime.
And then I thought, he's going to be like, hey, man, who's paying me the most? That's pretty much going to be it. So, and Bob Melvin with a really good Q&A in The Athletic. But a day off yesterday after winning a series in Petco. Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Kuiper.
Morning, Kuiper.
Hey, good morning. I've kind of got 49er hangover, so.
I know you watch all the games. What'd you think?
Alone.
I know you're into it. You watch.
I'm a party for one.
I'm like you. So I love your takes. What'd you think?
Well, I got, you know what? You start to believe the hype about the opposition, right?
Yeah.
And then if you start to buy into some of that stuff, and then McCaffrey's not playing, all of a sudden now you're starting to, get a little bit concerned. But God dang it, that kid what's his name, Mason?
Jordan Mason. JP, Jordan, either one.
I mean, he was terrific. And, no, it was fun. I enjoyed it. It's 3 hours of sitting back and watching other people work, which if you're in September like we are, and we've done a lot of games, a night off, and then to have a Niner game on your night off that you can watch. I mean, look, I'm starting to think about how am I going to watch Sunday's game. Let's see, it starts at 10. So if I spend the night at the Via on Saturday night, that means I won't be in my car driving the next morning around 10. So I think that's my plan. And then, our game starts at 1, so you should be able to see the whole game.
Perfect. You're gonna get a good chunk of it.
A good chunk of it.
Yeah.
They're fun to watch. Look, and you know what? You never know how long that window's going to be there. So, enjoy it while you can.
For sure. And by the way, some Giants really took advantage. We said, who was it? Kyle Harrison,
Blake Snell, Tristan Beck.
Yeah, some guys. And Webb and Snell played Pebble Beach yesterday. So I was just saying, Kai, before you came on, this is part of the Charm Blake Snell about Northern California living and make him stay campaign.
Yeah, it was really funny. We had him on during the game. It was right after he started to pitch. And, he really does have, once you get to know him and once he opens up, he's got a pretty unique personality and he can be funny. And he talked about how much he enjoys it, and then he went, but then there's the traffic. He was like preaching to the choir to me. I mean, I've sat in that for 35 years, and so is everybody else that's in a car right now. But yeah, you definitely want to have those activities pique a guy's interest as to what he might want to do. But, and I heard what you said earlier. The bottom line is somebody's going to have to pay him. And he wasn't happy with how free agency went last year. So I'm sure that, he wants this time around to be a little bit more enjoyable. By the way, we had heard that there was a boatload of Brewer players that had the day off yesterday, and that's where they went, was to the Niner game.
Wow. I mean, it was a place to be.
Perfect.
I was there with young Tony, and we took it in together. Marcus is in the press box like a pro.
Wow. I've not been yet, and I don't know if I'll go. Traffic and crowds, probably my two least favorite things.
Yeah,
but I enjoy watching it on TV. And as much as people around this area don't want to hear it, I like Joe Buck, and I like listening to him.
No, I think people have really turned the page on that, and people are accepting him now as mostly because he's gotten off baseball, I think.
That's right. Yeah. But anyway, he was, he and Aikman are good. They're enjoyable. And I taped them manning their broadcast just to go back and to see how much fun they were having because, those guys are enjoyable. I like them both.
Yeah, everybody enjoyed the game last night with the 49ers getting the win over the Jets. But kind of following up on one of the players that 49er fans were able to see last night, Kyle Harrison. Giants fans will no longer see him pitch the remainder of the season. He was officially placed on the IL. And I guess just kind of big picture, Kipe, how would you break down Kyle Harrison's full first rookie season?
Yeah, I think it was, I think he would, I hope he takes it as an acceptable season where, he learned a lot. He came into the league as a guy that was known to throw pretty hard, and over the course of time, that's not going to do you a whole lot of good. I mean, a lot of people throw hard. You just have to figure out some other pitches. He came into the league with a pretty good curveball. Now he's got a changeup, and I think he also learned that. Not every given starter you're going to have a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, so you're going to have to pitch without that. And I think he learned how to do that. Now, I don't, the numbers probably are going to show that it wasn't a great year, but I do think when you're talking about young pitchers and how you evaluate a season is how did they get through it? And did they learn some things as the season went on? And I think all of that is going to benefit him for next year. Plus, he'll get, he's just a young kid. He's going to get stronger. But no, I thought his year was a success. And like I said, I have no idea what his numbers are, but I still think whatever they are, it was a success because he got enough starts to figure a lot of stuff out.
Dwayne Kuiper is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line every Tuesday. The Giants are back at it tonight. Your post-49ers buzz will be sated by the Giants, who had a nice series in San Diego, whether it was Grant McCrae on Saturday or 4 homers on Sunday and kind of quieting down that Petco crowd. It's the Milwaukee Brewers, who are good and playoff bound, so it should be a really good game. Giants haven't announced a starter per my MLB app. But the last thing I wanted to ask you, and we can do this more as the weeks go on, Kipe, but I don't know if you read Bob Melvin's long Q&A with Andy Baggerly in The Athletic.
I didn't.
Oh, okay. It's really good. It's really
sure it is. Yeah, I will read it. Absolutely.
Yeah, he just to give you a little cliff notes in the last couple of minutes, we'll let you go. But he's very direct about everything, owns everything, makes no excuses for everything, is very upset. He's very crushed because this is his heart and soul. His Giants grew up here in the Bay Area, came in with the Giants, all that stuff. One of the many things he said, it's not just the only thing, but he said, we can be really good as quickly as next year. In my opinion, we're not that far away. You think fans will probably roll their eyes and say, you're 71 and 73. But how do you hear that comment?
Well, I had the same conversation with him on Saturday. And I know that I'm sure in the Baggerly article he didn't mention players he would like to see on this roster next year.
He said he had strong opinions, but couldn't put anybody publicly out there.
Right. Well, I know the opinions, and I know the guys he's talking about. And if some of those things happen, yeah, he's not blowing smoke at all. And one of the things that he emphasized when we talked is defense. Defense in our park. He said that has to happen. And I think that's probably what you're going to see, Farhan and his guys in the front office try to get that done. I mean, you're already looking at Jung Ho Lee coming back. You got Ramos in left. Now you got to figure out what's going on in right field. Can it be McCrae? I mean, look, you saw in 2 days what rookies are like. 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. He's the guy who wins the game. The next day, 4 strikeouts. So you got to figure out what you have when you're talking about right field. I mean, I think Yaz is coming back. And then shore up the defense on the infield. You already got the best there is at third. And now figure out some other stuff that's going on. I think Fitzgerald will end up at second. So, no, Bob Melvin is not blowing smoke. And I think if Giants fans didn't know that about him before this year, they should know it now. When he answers a question, he doesn't beat around the bush. He tells you what he can get away with, and he gives you answers. And I haven't read Bagley's article, but I'm sure that he was truthful, forthcoming, and I'm sure glad we got him.
Last couple minutes here with Dwayne Kuiper on the Ume guest line. Real short, just to end it, Kuip, you talked about defense and what Bob Melvin's looking for, whether it's in the outfield or up the middle. This weekend there was a blunder and some miscommunication between Tyler Fitzgerald and Marco Luciano. I have to ask you, as a second baseman, what was your breakdown of that situation?
Well, I mean, I said it when we talked about the play. I said, somebody's got to catch the damn ball. That's the bottom line. And then after you have it carom off your glove, somebody's got to go cover second. So there are a couple of things that happen. And look, you have to always know where you are on the field. And Fitzgerald forgot where he was on the field because there's no way he should have interfered with Luciano catching that pop-up. Now, look, did he not hear Luciano call for it? Maybe not. Luciano waving his arms, that doesn't do you any good in the infield. But it's his spot on the diamond. And, and I always hear people say, well, maybe the shortstop's the captain. No. That's Luciano's pop-up, and Fitzgerald should have known that, and he shouldn't have been more than 5 feet away from him. So, and you know what? Fitzgerald knows that. And then they get in a little skirmish in the dugout, but, hey, that's going to happen. You just usually don't see it between 2 young guys. Usually there's a veteran somewhere, but Knight Williams got in the middle of it, and, he looked like the principal. But it shouldn't happen. But it did. And you better learn from it because it can't happen again.
Yeah.
I remember I'm saying the Giants, we did a game. I was really a young broadcaster at that time. We did a game at Shea Stadium, and the Giants lost the game when Jose Uribe and Robbie Thompson collided on a pop-up. So it happens. And at that time, those guys were really young, just like the 2 young guys that happened on Sunday. So it happened to me one time, and I'll never, ever forget it.
It was quite memorable, and there you go. So, all right, well, listen, Brewers tonight, your hometown crew, and we will watch a week of baseball. Talk to you next Tuesday. Thanks, Kuip.
Yeah, thanks, Kuip.
Oh, I forgot to thank you publicly. I wanted to do it. I didn't want to make it about us, but I wanted to thank you publicly for the shout-out for the kids last Wednesday. That was super, super awesome. You made their lives. You made their families' lives. That was because of you. So I publicly want to thank you.
There's a beauty to that with if we can find you guys in the stands, and then for those young guys, if you put them on TV, they got friends watching.
Yes.
And that's the world to them.
Oh, it was the best. The phones lit up. Everything went crazy. The only thing that was nuts was your cameraman encouraged the kids to throw popcorn. I was like, hey, stop throwing popcorn. The cameraman's like, no, we want the popcorn. I was like, they're throwing popcorn in the air. So.
Well, you know what? What does that tell you about listening to the cameraman?
Oh, man, I know. If that's not a Coach Brian thing, I'd be like, hey, no popcorn throwing here. But they got it up. But you said incredibly nice things that touched my heart. Yeah. And I want to publicly thank you and just saluting kids. Hey, we're growing the next generation of loving baseball, right?
Yeah, they look like a good bunch. You know what I really liked about your group is when the Giants got finished with their batting practice, they didn't have any problems working their way over to the other dugout, which I think is great.
Yeah.
You don't have to just get to know the Giants.
No, they love. No.
Get to know who that other team is and what those players look like, how they talk, how they act, how they walk, and it was great. That whole group just kind of
They ran over there like a little clump. They ran over there. And Corbin Carroll was really nice to them. They got a big thrill out of that. He posed for pictures with all of them and everything, so that was pretty cool.
Well, he's about their size.
A memorable day, and you were awesome as always. Thank you so much for making time and the TV time. It was just the best, so you're the best.
All right, let's talk on Tuesday, okay?
Okay, let's do it, Kipe. Go
all right,
Niners. All right, there you go. Dwayne Kuiper, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Okay, with all due respect to the Giants, that's it.
Yeah.
Niners all the way. Mike Silver next. Back to the 49ers on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and or flame roasted chicken wings? Well, we have the prize for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a $100 Amici's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys. So stay tuned. We will give this gift card away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Oh, we're giving away Amici's cards, and we're talking about Amici's here on the show. I can't wait. By the way, I think tomorrow, on a Thursday, I plan to meet with, have lunch with some of the guys from Amici's at the Pier 39. I'm excited. You guys should get excited, too, because Amici's East Coast Pizzeria has the best pizza and salads. Salads, too. Don't sleep on the salads. And the flame roasted chicken wings, and the pastas, too. And the whole point is you can order them for catering. Large events. So, yeah, of course, you'll get it at your house when you're watching the 49ers, but how about businesses and larger events? It's a catering menu. So it's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. Your group helps themselves buffet style. It can be a corporate lunch delivered. It can be food for a special event. Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com, and when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, did Mikey ask for Earth? That's not very Mikey, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Did you do this on your own, kid? Or?
No, we haven't played this at all. And by the way, we were talking September football.
Is this Mikey's bed?
No, this is totally on me. There's no bed for Mike.
All right, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicles spent a lot of time with Aaron Rodgers before the game and a lot of time with Aaron Rodgers after the game. But that's the losing locker room, y'all, because the 49ers won 32-19. Mike Silver of the Chronicles here on the Yuma guest line. Mikey, you got your boy Murph, you got your boy Marcus. How are you, man?
What's up, Mike?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're feeling, as a noted quarterback once said, feels great, baby.
I miss that guy. The 49ers play the Rams in week 3. Presumably, that will be his return to from a suspension. So maybe we'll get to renew acquaintances there. But, interesting game. The Jets could not stop the 49ers, period, on the ground. And when that happens, teams tend to do things like score on 8 consecutive possessions. So not a lot of suspense there, but definitely things I think we will look back to with interest as the year goes on.
So, Chris, you say scoring 8 consecutive possessions and ran at will without Christian McCaffrey, Mike. Download that whole situation for me. I kind of a multi-layered. You take it. Is it a big deal that there's now, I'm calling it Friday Gate, that Jordan Mason said Friday night and Shanahan denied it? Is that a big deal at all? And then also, Marcus is joking. So Christian is just a system running back, right?
I mean, there are injury reporting rules for a reason, so it's not really what I think it should be. I mean, the reason those injury reporting rules exist was for gamblers for years and years and years. It now obviously applies to fantasy players, some of whom are also gamblers in that context. But, it's supposed to dissuade people from inside information from being able to give that information to gamblers that could, do shady things, right? So Adam Copeland and I actually had Kyle on Friday, and to Kyle's credit, he did hedge. Adam kind of asked him, hey, so Christian's playing, and Kyle gave he's limited, and didn't declaratively say that he was. So I will say, if you go back and play that clip, he was more honest than most coaches in that context, certainly than any college coach and most pro coaches, if not all. But when you have Jordan Mason come out and say, well, I do Friday, it's going to trigger a lot of people. Didn't affect my no stakes fantasy situation, and it did, I don't gamble, so I might not be the right one to ask, but I didn't make the rules, and that's why they exist.
Mike, I'm not a doctor. I just pretend to be one on the radio. But usually when we talk about Achilles injuries, these aren't injuries that just suddenly go away after a week of physical therapy or icing up. So how much of a long-term concern is there for Christian McCaffrey in this Achilles injury lingering into the entire season?
Yeah, I don't know. And I know that everybody in our area gets triggered when they hear calf/Achilles because they think of a certain future Hall of Fame basketball player who had calf issues and then finally tore his Achilles in the regrettable 2019 NBA Finals, obviously Kevin Durant's last moment with the Warriors. So nobody likes to hear that. Richard Sherman kind of had sore Achilles for a long time and then tore it with the Seahawks. So, that's what you're kind of scared of. I also am not a doctor and I don't know. I just know that, Greenlaw, when he tore his out of nowhere, some people were theorizing, well, the practice field was an issue. They had to practice on that weird field. Maybe that softened it up or, made it more prone to tearing. Again, no clue if that's medically viable, but that was a thing, even internally, that was at least bandied about. So, hopefully it's a calf injury that kind of went down a little lower, and they're just trying to be extra honest with us about what it is. But, I really don't know. And obviously, I wouldn't want to mess around with that. I would like him to rest and get right. And I think with a turf game coming up, 2 turf games coming up, you have to wonder about next week and maybe even the one after.
Yeah, Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle, fresh off of Levi's Stadium last night. 49ers 32, Jets 19. Mike wrote about Aaron Rodgers. We can talk about that before I let him go, but back to the Niners. So you mentioned, when you can run at will, and we just talked about doing it without McCaffrey. So tell us about Jordan Mason and tell us about this offensive line. I mean, the Jets' defense is supposed to be stout, Mike.
Yeah, and they're missing a pass rusher in Hassan Reddick with the contract situation, but he would not have been the prototype to stop what was coming at them for much of the game. I talked to Robert Saleh afterwards. He said I should have been more aggressive, but man, you better come up with some very aggressive run blitzes that hit just right to consistently stop what was coming at them. So Jordan Mason's a guy, he's your classic 49er guy who ended up way better than the guy drafted before him. In his case, it was Ty Davis Price, went in the 3rd round. He was an undrafted guy. And, he was slated to go on the practice squad 2 years ago, but they got a little squeamish at the end because they just thought, this guy is better than the guy we drafted right now, and we don't want to lose him. So they kept him, and he's just been kind of chilling. Elijah Mitchell, when he's been healthy, has been the obvious number 2. They've had other guys, above him, but he really dedicated himself over this offseason in terms of catching the ball as a priority, and obviously got his fitness to a great place. And wow, the fact that he got 28 carries, that in and of itself, that tells you that this guy's ready to rock. That is apparently the most carries Kyle has given any running back since becoming the head coach of the 49ers in a single game. So that's good. And, in most NFL teams will tell you throughout the course of the season, you're probably going to need 2. Last year was an anomaly in that McCaffrey did almost everything. But it's good that they have 2 that can get on you.
Murph mentioned the offensive line. I want to ask you about a couple guys, whether it's the rookie Dominic Pooney at right guard or Trent Williams back at left tackle. I know he had to leave the game yesterday to get an IV, but overall, what was your breakdown on the dominance that we saw in the trenches with the Niners yesterday?
Yeah, I want to hedge a little bit. It's week 1. But, the Jets are still working some things out. Clearly, I think some of it was scheme, which Kyle does, better than anyone on earth, and identified a way to pop those runs. And some of it is Chris Foerster, who is a fantastic offensive line coach and part of the formula, that they've relied on, which is, look, let's get skill guys who are dynamic and score touchdowns at a quarterback. And, other than Trent Williams, who's obviously, one of the greatest of all time, rely on Chris Foerster to find some of these lower drafted, lower pedigree linemen and coach them up and make it cohesive and have them essentially overachieve. And, you saw that in Washington in 2012 in the RG3 year. It was Trent Williams and 4 guys who, if I named them, you'd be like, wait, that guy was in the NFL? So it's not like that now, but it's definitely, you've got a rookie in Pooney who's been really, really impressive in terms of getting it right away. And that appears to have been a really good pick. Aaron Banks playing hurt. McKivit's kind of hanging tough, and Brendel, who's quietly been pretty good the last couple of years. So we were concerned about it for much of camp, especially with Trent Williams being gone, and they laid those concerns to rest, at least for now. But I will say this, week 1 in the NFL, especially when teams don't play guys in the preseason, can often be deceptive. Teams adjust. We don't always see what we're going to see sustained all season. So I wouldn't count on the 49ers just being able to hand the ball to their number 2 running back 28 times every week and get at least a field goal every time.
Yeah, it's funny. Steve Young, our buddy, put out a tweet last night. He had a hat with a goat on it. He said, Jerry gave me a cool hat. And then he said, oh, by the way, he said, I'm paraphrasing, he goes, fun win tonight. Remember, September is the preseason. It doesn't start for a while. I was like, bro, way to crush the buzz, right? But hey, there's a truth there, right?
Well, I mean, just think of last year on the roller coaster. So they had an incredible opener in Pittsburgh. They had that monster game against the Cowboys to go to 5-0, and people were like, "Oh my God, are they going to go undefeated? This is crazy." And then they hit that brutal lull, and that was, coincided with Trent Williams and Debo's injuries. But that lull included in the middle that Monday night game in Minnesota, and they started the demise of Steve Wilkes, et cetera, and they got rolled by that Vikings team, and they've got to go face them now in that same building with Sam Darnold on a hot streak after 1 week. So, I think it's fun to overreact to week one. I do it with the best of them, but kind of what I was looking for last night was, will the 49ers resemble what they normally do and not the mess we've seen all summer? And they absolutely did without McCaffrey. Huge win. And then, going back to Rodgers, I think there was a lot of, positive for Jets fans to take away, assuming their team can figure out how to stop a running back and a running game, going forward. But there were moments of Rodgers where it's like, oh, yeah, right, he does this, at a level that is scary. And, he can still do those things or many of those things. And if that gets rolling, that is also really, really hard to contend with. Garrett Wilson is a great player who's getting better. Breece Hall couldn't really get rolling last night, but I think is an elite running back. So if you're a Jets fan, I think you finally saw it. Like, whoa, okay. Obviously, you didn't see it in preseasons. You can't really tell from, the training camp practices as much, and he got 4 plays last year. From a global perspective, this is one of the all-time greats, and at 40, he appears to be very dangerous.
Few more minutes here with Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. And Mike, you mentioned the messy summer for the 49ers. A lot of that had to do with Brandon Aiyuk. Last night, he was targeted 5 times, only had 2 catches on the day for 28 yards. Everybody's talking about that drop touchdown pass from Brock Purdy. You just mentioned overreactions. Do you think it's an overreaction to say if Brandon Aiyuk showed up to training camp, he would have caught that pass yesterday?
Yeah, I don't know. And I would expect him to be exuding joy right now, right? The ordeal is over. He got paid. He has security. He's clearly valued, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. Hopefully anything that is bogging him down is in the past and he's feeling it. Like Debo, it's clear. Like Debo was out there looking like he is just so stoked to be out on a football field, and this is what he does, and he's going to do it at an elite level. And by the way, if Jordan Mason had, gotten banged up in that game, Debo was very likely going to reprise his late 2021 role and just be the guy who got them the rushing yard. So, I would implore Brandon Aiyuk to get some more Debo mentality in him and just, experience the joy of the game. Don't worry about anything else. And, the battle is over. Now it's time to shine and feel no pressure.
All right, Mike, it's time to on to Minnesota and probably no CMC, right? So we'll see what they do and see what they dial up. But man, oh man, even if it's the preseason, like Steve Young says, they're 1-0 in the preseason.
Do you think on late in the half that there's any way if the ball's at midfield that Nick Sorensen would dial up a zero blitz just as a callback? Do you think there's any chance?
No chance. No chance, Mike.
Come on, man. Why you got to do silk wilks like that, man? Come on. That was inches away from being a great play.
I'm not. By the way, I'm not mad at Steve Wilkes. I just thought it was noteworthy that he got thrown under the bus.
Last one on the way. You're right. And by the way, Nick Sorensen, nice day. Mm-hmm. Just last one on the way out. I know you were hard on the Niners a year ago, and I was with you. But is it time for you and me to lay down our weapons and embrace Jake the Make Moody
Yeah, oh yeah, no. I didn't like it a year ago because they were all in, and Robbie Gould had never missed in the postseason, and it just seemed a weird time to bring in a rookie because rookies always adjust. But no, he had a good year last year. He did miss one kick in each postseason game, and we know about the Super Bowl extra point, but he also made those 250-plus yarders in the Super Bowl. But no, the one he banked in off the upright was a nice touch. But no, I think Jake Moody's got a chance to be one of the best kickers in the league, and I like his temperament. And he's definitely, year two Jake Moody with this team. I feel pretty good about having seen him.
6 for 6 with a couple of 50-plus yarders, man. Shout out fantasy football. All right, Mikey, it's always great talking to you, buddy, and we will on to the next one. Talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
All right, great. Looking forward to it.
There he is, the great Mike Silver, man. Always fun. All right, feels great, baby. We've talked about a bunch of stuff, whether it's Dominic Pooney, Trent Williams, we haven't talked much about Brock Purdy, Nick Sorensen, Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd chasing down Aaron Rodgers, Jake the Make Moody. Maybe a little bit of salt towards Brandon Aiyuk for dropping that touchdown. It's all on the table at 808 KNBR is the phone number. Also, the cooler content is stacked with 49er stuff. And Tim Ryan at 850, I'd go Noah. As a wise man once told me, rip off the knob. Oh! On KNBR 104.5 and 680, these sports.
Feels great, baby!
Marin Health, world-class health care coming your way right there in the North Bay with all that world-class beauty. Okay, it's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center. My second guy was born there. With doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and or flame roasted chicken wings? Well, we have the prize for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a $100 Amici's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys. So stay tuned. We will give this gift card away at 9:15 this morning. It is all furnished by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Brock Purdy under center. Eric Saubert, the tight end, goes in motion. Handoff to J.P. Mason straight ahead. They got their first down now and more as J.P. Mason rumbles all the way out to the Niner 48-yard line, a run of 14 yards. Mason breaks a tackle on the cutback run, breaks another, runs for a Niner first down, dropped on the jet 30-yard line. What a run there. Great cutback vision and power to break a tackle and a 9-yard gain for J.P. Mason. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Aiyuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side, a cutback run. Touchdown! J.P. Mason down the right sideline, gets banged out of bounds, but he's inside the jet 30-yard line. What a run by J.P. Mason, having by far his best game in the NFL.
So, as we say, feels great, baby, on a Tuesday morning. And Tim Ryan will join us at 8:50.
Feels great, baby!
One time after, what was it after the, I forget which loss it was. It was a big loss, and he came on that time. He goes, feels bad, baby. Feels bad. So, but what if so you ever see those things on Twitter where they do player A and player B, and it's like a shadow silhouette? And you have to guess who that player is. Ooh. So what if I did player A, 0 carries, 0 yards, 0 touchdowns. Ooh. Player B, 28 carries, 147 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 catch, 5 yards. And say, which of these is Jordan Mason and which of these is Christian McCaffrey?
I love those games. It's like, who's that Pokemon at the end of the Pokemon cartoons back in the day?
Yeah, buddy.
They would play the same game. Lay out a couple stats, and you'd have to guess, who's that Pokemon?
Were you good at it?
Not as good as Jordan Mason was last night, I can tell you that.
And the silhouette is Jordan Mason, 28 for 147, 28 totes of the football. Unbelievable performance, iconic performance. You know, it's pretty funny. I was like, oh, my God, when does that ever happen? You know what's really weird? It actually has happened before. Carlos Hyde's first ever career start in September of 2015, back in the Jim Tom Sula days. He ran for 168 yards.
That's impressive as hell to do with Tom Sula.
I know. So I don't want that to be the benchmark because obviously El Guapo didn't wind up being the long-term fix.
No, and that's the big difference, Murph, because J.P. Mason did it last night with Kyle Shanahan, which proves 808 KNBR that Christian McCaffrey is just a system running back.
It's a very good take. I like it.
I hope people know that I'm joking.
Get the masses all
have the
riled up.
digital team cut that and post that.
All right. So many different things you can react to, whether it's Jordan Mason, whether it's Christian McCaffrey's long-term prognosis, whether it's Trent Williams coming back and playing great, whether it's Brandon Aiyuk engendering a tiny bit of salt from the crowd for not catching the touchdown, and a little bit of all the flavors you chose to be salty towards Aiyuk. So 808 KNBR is the phone number. We'll get there. And by the way, one last tidbit before we go to the lines. I heard this on the way home, and I'm looking at it on my notes right here, on my Niner notes. This kind of tickled me that the Niners' 53rd win on Monday Night Football, tying them with the Pittsburgh Steelers for the most all time. I was driving home and I was like, that kind of tickles me. Because I'd have to go back and look. I think I've seen all 53.
Wow.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I saw their 19.
Really?
Well, Monday Night Football started in 71 or 2. And then
don't ask me or Tony. We were not alive.
So in 1976, they famously beat the Rams in a Monday night game down at the LA Coliseum when they were sort of the underdogs and they were having a surprisingly good year. And I remember that one. So if they ever won one before 76, then I didn't see that. But so maybe I've seen like 50 of the 53.
This date in Monday Night Football history.
And one more personal note, I just want to say this. It just hit me. Because I have this strong memory. They used to have a thing called the Berkeley Farms made milk. Okay, Berkeley Farms.
Yeah.
Made milk. Young Tony, Berkeley Farms was a milk product around here. Might still be going. I don't even know. Their big ad was farms in Berkeley. Moo. All right, that was the ad. All right. And they used to have what they called the Junior 49er Minor Club. And they would come to towns around the Bay Area. You would go to your rec center and they would show, they'd put on a movie theater, the old projector, and show you highlights of the game and then hand you 2 free tickets.
Wow.
And they came to Mill Valley and I got 2 free tickets to see the 1973 49ers Cincinnati Bengals game. They lost. A guy named Boobie Clark went off for the Bengals. And I had a little moment standing next to young Tony as the kickoff went in the air. I said, 2024, my first Niner game was, I said to Tony, guess when my first Niner game was? He's like, 87? I'm like, 1973, dude.
Well, that's one thing. Wait till you go down the hallway and ask Paul Tonelli about his first 49er game.
Oh, yeah. It would have been so he was born in 58, so probably 1965.
And I'm going to need somebody to fact check me, but you talking about the Berkeley Milk Company reminded
Berkeley Farms,
me of a story. I believe he told me, again, fact check because I wasn't live, back at Kezar Stadium.
Yes,
he said
Christopher Milk.
He said he can get a ticket off a milk carton.
So it was George Christopher, used to be the mayor of San Francisco, had a milk company.
Yeah.
And if you bought a carton of Christopher milk and then emptied the milk, obviously, then you cut out the little waxy cardboard thing on the back, you walk in, that's your ticket.
What the milk carton.
How about that?
That's so cool.
Dude, all right, out to the phones. George is in Manteca. He's checking in from Manteca. What's up, George? How you doing, man?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Super happy with the win, but something that has just brought back memories of both Super Bowls is last night Bosa was being held nonstop. I mean, 5 or 6 obvious plays. One where the guy had him in that reverse chokehold with his back to Rodgers, and he was just holding him around the neck and nothing, no flags. So my question is, do the Niners talk to the league on a weekly basis, send in tape or?
You know what, George? It's you know what? First of all, you're 100% right, and it's like it's the most confounding thing as a 49er fan. I just can't figure out why they never call it. And last night, there was more of the same. So what we're going to do, George, is we'll ask John Lynch on Friday, because I got to remember, because my brain is such that, by the way, I was wrong. 1974 was that Bengals game. So anyway, the point is I want to ask Lynch, do they talk about that? And is it as big a deal to them as it is to us? Because I think, George, you're speaking for a lot of Niner fans. It's baffling. I don't know.
Quick note about the score last night. It was the only time that has ever been a final score in an NFL game, which I found amazing, but it's true.
I woke up this morning and one of my newsletters said, you know what they call that? Scoreagami.
A scoreagami.
Scoreagami. So, yeah, George, thanks for the call. Appreciate you,
Good call by George, and I'm sure the 49ers probably have a whole highlight package of Nick Bosa being held on every single play. And it's funny when you talk to people around the league, they're like, yeah, there's holding on every play. They could throw a flag on every single play. I'm just like, I don't need a flag every play, but once every blue moon would be nice for Nick Bosa.
Right. McKivitz got called for a hold. I thought the Debo hold on the Mason touchdown was definitely iffy in terms of receivers blocking.
A little ticky-tacky, yeah.
That's kind of how most receivers block guys downfield.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Sauce Gardner did a good job selling it. Also, what was up with Sauce Gardner being benched right before halftime, too?
Did somebody say he got dinged up a little bit? Nicked up, Young Tone?
Saleh, after the game, said he had to catch his breath. And then he came in before the end of halftime.
Okay.
Catch his breath.
All right. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials section. We haven't gone out there to the much, so I want to read some of these before we get to the really fun cooler. 650 comes in and says scoreagami. Another 650 says TJ Watt gets held the same. They have to do that to the great ones, or there will be 12 sacks a game. Here we go. 510 says it's just like those Jawan Taylor false starts in Kansas City.
Oh, they never call those.
408 says Berkeley Farms is still going. So does 707.
Nice.
Yeah, very, very good, too. 916 says, Murph, when people talk about your moronic bummer summer take about the Niners, just tell them you were talking about the Giants. That's something I want to say. Like Kyle Juszczyk was like taking on everybody who said we had a bad summer. I'm like, bro, I'm sorry to tell you, you had a bad summer. That's a fact. Did you overcome it? Yes. But you, factually speaking, had a bad summer.
Let's talk
Trent
about...
Williams was gone, Brandon Aiyuk was gone, and Christian McCaffrey got hurt. That's not a good summer. So
Then you throw in the entire Ricky Pearsall situation.
Well, it's funny. My last Jock blog, actually, I turned the corner on Friday. I said, I feel like in a bizarre, Aiyuk signs, Trent signs, and in a really, I don't know, profound way, the Pearsall shooting, I think, brought everybody together.
I agree with you. When we talked about this the first day we came back after the news, and when Trent Williams had his big press conference, he talked about wanting to come back to be around Ricky Pearsall. And we don't know any details. Maybe we'll talk about it with John Lynch this Friday, but Ricky Pearsall was out there yesterday on his birthday, walking around the field, saying what's up to 49er fans. I'm sure that was an inspirational sight for the team even before they took the field yesterday.
Yeah, and we have, I think, in the cooler of content, don't we have the ceremony from the end zone with Joel Harrell and the doctor from San Francisco General? Very good. And by the way, shout out the person who's watching on YouTube who says, look at that sad bastard, Aaron Rodgers, and we brought it back, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Waterboy found it.
That's it. I had to go digging for that this morning.
I couldn't find it, and I was getting hot.
Oh, Murph is mad.
I came out, and I said, I'm officially pissed right now. And literally, because you're doing this during a 6:15 break at 6:15 this morning, I was like, somebody took that thing. I spent good money on that thing. And Waterboy pops out of this dark closet, dude, holding it up in the air.
Yep.
I don't know how he found it.
Well,
I don't know. That was amazing.
And now it's in its rightful place, Murph, right on top of a trash can.
All right. So much sound from last night.
Trash.
So much really good sound from last night. And then
Trash.
Tim Ryan. So don't go anywhere on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, the cooler content, 49er heavy, of course. And we start with the stuff that's kind of off the field, or I should say, actually it was on the field, but it was not during the game. It was the Frank Gore ceremony at halftime. Now, apparently, boy, there's a video making the rounds of his speech at the ceremony they had for him on Saturday night. It's very emotional, and we'll play that for you guys at some point, too. But this is from last night, when he was definitely hyped. First of all, he's wearing a number 1 jersey, not a 21 jersey. As Marcus pointed out, he literally came on our show and told people to wear 21 jerseys, then he chose not to.
Yeah, Frank did not get his own memo, but hey, who knows? Maybe he just wanted to rep last night for Deebo Samuel.
Who had a nice night, right? And so there you go. So it starts with they have Vernon Davis try to give a speech to introduce him. And Vernon's playing it straight. He's trying to give a speech. Well, Frank's like, bro, I'm not here for the speech. I'm here to have a good time. I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. So listen to Vernon Davis making his speech and Frank just saying, I got to butt in. Take a listen.
Good evening, faithful. Yes.
Let's go.
First of all, I'd like to thank Frank for his contribution to the game of football, the York family for their unwavering support. Frank is not just the greatest running back of all time, but he models consistency and dedication. The thing that impresses me that Frank was able.
I was a dog.
Yes, sir.
Faithful, let's go! Faithful, let's go!
8 out of 10 seasons, Frank was able to rush for over 1,000 yards. Can you imagine the wear and tear, everything he had to go through to do that? That's few and far between. One thing me and my teammates learned from Frank is how to be a pro. Every morning I walked into the locker room, Frank was there. His nutrition, the way he took care of his body.
I was a dog.
Okay. So
Frank Gore's got that dog in him.
Guess what happens? At that point in time, he literally takes 2 hands and shoves Vernon aside, and he's like, I got this from here. So here's Frank Gore now on the mic.
I got it. Hey, faithful, I love y'all. To the York family, the best organization in the league, baby. Niner Nation, let's go. I want to say thank you to the York family for taking the chance on me. I was blessed to be here to play in front of all the greats who came before me, Jerry Rice, Ronnie Locke, Steve Young, Joe Montana. I just try to follow y'all boys, man. But hey, I played my heart out for y'all, the faithful. I love y'all, baby. Let's go. Let's get this dub tonight. Bang, bang, Niner game. Let's go!
Frank was into it, baby. He was into it.
Frank was sounding like he wanted to suit up last night and get behind Trent Williams and Dominic Pooney.
Now you know what it was like to be his teammate.
Man, oh man. I mean, I thought he was going to go full Will Clark. I am Frank the Dog Gore. I am San Francisco. I am the 49ers.
I am Santa Clara.
Yeah, I am Levi Stadium.
Oh, man, that was
and
great.
Candlestick.
Well, he's just so lovable, and he was having a good time.
Yeah, congrats on the red and gold jacket. Now just waiting for that official gold jacket.
We don't have the sound from this, but maybe as funny was, so he shouted out they showed Tom Rathman, who was his coach for all those many years, and we've had Rathman on any number of times. We get him on this week, and he was pumping his fist. He was pumped. Well, I didn't know. So they do the foghorn at kickoff, and Patrick Willis was hyped for that. You saw that, right? He was hyped for that. Well, I forgot they do it at halftime, too, to kick off the third quarter. And, dude, Tom Rathman got loose on the mic. He goes, yo, I'm here for Frank Gore. And then he just on his own goes, who let the dogs out? Woof, woof, woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, woof, woof. And we're in the box. We're like, okay, cool. Then he goes, who let the dogs out? Woof, woof, woof. We go, okay, that's 3. He goes, who let the dogs out? Woof, woof. We're going, bro, nobody's stopping him. And then he goes, who let the dogs out? I said, Raffin. He dropped it like 5 times. Before he then went, with the Fogger. So I was like, Tommy had a good time.
Rathman, a big fan of the Baja Men.
Who knew? And he was going, because he's such a quiet guy. You know, when he comes on the show, he's always like, yeah, good morning, guys. You know, you got to run the ball.
And he's dropping Who Let the Dogs Out. I bet you young Tony doesn't even know that song.
Sure, come on, young
Tony. Do you?
Come on now.
Dog.
Baja Men?
Dog.
Who let the dogs out?
Who let the dogs out?
Did you guys know that was in 2000 when the Giants had their run, and there were 2 songs they played all the time. That one and Smooth by Rob Thomas and Santana.
Ooh.
That was like the symbol of course, that season ended early when the Mets knocked him out. All right, guys, George Kittle. So Scott Van Pelt was there. I told you, young Tone. I let him be, but Van Pizzle is a friend. We could have him on. He's a good dude. And he was in town.
Yeah, he was out there. Even Stanford Steve was out there yesterday.
Well, Stanford is a homecoming for him, but I'd like to. It's great to see Van Pizzle. So he had George Kittle on after. I missed this because we were driving home.
Yeah,
I guess Kittle was his usual happy self here. Here we go.
Yes. What I always forget, because we do an East Coast show in D.C. where it's 11:35. It's only 8:35 out here. I need to know 2 important things.
Yeah.
A, where's the party bus? B, how far is In-N-Out from here?
In-N-Out is probably less than like 2 miles away.
All right.
It's across the street from our team hotel.
Okay, excellent. We need the party bus. We need your party bus to wait for us, me and Stanford Steve, and we need to go to In-N-Out. I don't care what people say. Someone said to me it was overrated on social media. I'll find you and fight you.
I don't think it's overrated. In-N-Out's a fantastic thing.
Oh, there's better?
No. In-N-Out is great. If you love In-N-Out, I get why you love In-N-Out.
Okay.
It's not my favorite, but I enjoy In-N-Out once in a while. But I'm not a big fast food guy anymore.
Oh, we can see that.
Yeah.
Okay. And once again, man, see, this comes up every, few months. People get all hyped up and stuff. Listen, I mean, this is to me like when people got upset about Steve Young and Joe Montana. Which one? I'm like, both. Or like a Biggie or Tupac, both, right? Dude, In-N-Out or whoever. You're not knocking In-N-Out. I mean, it might be the victim of its hype. It happens to any number of things. Musicians, movies, people get too hyped up, and then they start knocking them. It doesn't mean the thing's still not good. In-N-Out is still good.
But Murph, it's kind of what you just mentioned with Biggie versus Tupac. With In-N-Out, it feels like it's the West Coast versus everybody. In-N-Out is ours. It's our special privilege. Yeah. So, I will go pound to pound with the Shake Shack or a Whataburger. I'm going In-N-Out every day.
You ride with it.
Especially with the price point, too. For the value of what you're getting, like we got into the argument a couple months ago that McDonald's might be more expensive now than In-N-Out Burger, and In-N-Out is miles and miles ahead of Mickey
Checking with
D's.
the young generation here, young Tony, In-N-Out, bro.
I'm an In-N-Out guy.
Okay.
In-N-Out.
I was I couldn't get it in Kentucky. So we would always come out here, and first place we'd go. We went to a pizza spot or In-N-Out. It was always the same thing. Double single, cooked onions. Got to get 2 fries as well.
So once again, your boy here is so old. So it was only in Southern California when I was in college, and it was only in Orange County. So you had to make a quote-unquote road trip. Like, it was like a special deal. I only did it a couple of times, but guys, we're getting in the car. We're driving to Orange County to go to In-N-Out. And then the big deal was they opened one up in Venice, like Venice, California, or Culver City, right on the border. It was like, dude, it's in L.A. now. And that was 88, 89. If you had the T-shirt, Marcus, in like 86, 87, the T-shirt with the little arrow on the left breast, and then that was the cool T-shirt.
That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah. Now
they're everywhere.
Yeah. How far out are they? Do they go out beyond the West Coast?
They're everywhere except for Oakland.
Nice. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Where was the nearest one to your high school?
We had a couple. I mean, whether we're talking about the one off of El Camino right on the border of Sunnyvale and Mountain View where that Burger King used to be. There's an In-N-Out Burger right now there.
There's your one?
Yeah, there's another one off of there's a couple off El Camino, and then, the one into the stadium. I got In-N-Outs all over me down in the
And you
south
would
side.
hit it?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
You'd go there sometimes on a Friday night, even if you had an empty wallet, just to go see who was hanging out at In-N-Out Burger.
Funny, my high school junior, we were tracking him on a Saturday night, like, hey, where'd you go? And he's like, I just went to In-N-Out. I'm like, why? He goes, People were hanging out.
That's it, man. It's always packed. There's always people there.
Something might happen, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys.
A 2 a.m. milkshake, dude.
Right. Do we have more Kittle on a party bus here?
Ooh.
Very good. 2 a.m. milkshake. That was
Yeah,
good.
we got that. Check the 49er folder tone.
Yeah. We got Kittle, Happy Kittle on the post-game show.
I want to know what happens on this party bus.
Well, remember in that show Receiver, which I haven't finished, there's just too much stuff going on. There is a party bus that takes him to a birthday party at his house, and Nick Bosa shows up. So where was it here, Young Tone? We got it on, it's cut Z48. Z48. Here you go.
No, it just.
I'm old.
I don't need that.
I'm old and washed. I'm gonna smash it.
When I'm retired, I'll get back into fast food maybe just a little bit. But you know what? I do have a party bus.
I know.
Tonight.
We did a thing on it.
It was my
party bus. Show it.
Do you guys want to go on the party bus?
Party bus.
They all do.
Come there.
Hey,
party bus.
There we go.
All the faithful can fill on the party bus. There we go. Huh?
It was my mom's 65th birthday yesterday.
Birthday, Mom.
I know. She's climbed a mountain the last couple of weeks. She's dominating.
Yeah.
That's my mom's sisters. Oh, my gosh.
See, I didn't have all the specifics on this, but now I know it. Happy belated birthday, Mom's Kittle.
She said, all I want is a win, and then I'm going to go home and have a great time. And I think she said she wants In-N-Out, too.
Fantastic. So me and your mom on the party bus, boom. George, be good. Good health, good luck. George Kittle, ladies and gentlemen.
The great fives. I mean, I can't imagine a world without Kittle at this point.
No.
You know what I mean?
Not at all. And I was going to say, like, him cutting that spot for In-N-Out Burger, I would just, like, pencil him in for an In-N-Out commercial. But I don't think In-N-Out Burger needs commercials.
They don't really advertise, do they?
They don't have to advertise. They're that good.
No advertising. My buddy of mine once was at a liquor store in L.A., and you know Old English 800, the malt liquor?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Throw
a little OJ in there.
This old guy walked in, pulled one out of the fridge and said, Old English. He said, no advertising, just word of mouth.
Wow.
And my buddy, I laughed about that forever. By the way, so people are checking in saying there's one in Bolden, Colorado. 707 says Texas. P1 Chuck, who's our East Coast outpost, says they're actually opening one in Tennessee.
Wow.
And that will be their East Coast base. So, I mean, you know, that's a bummer because now it becomes just like common. I'm going to the In-N-Out in Tennessee. Nothing anymore stays local. I don't listen to podcasts much, but there's this crazy Irish guy named Blind Boy. He's out of his mind, but I listen to him sometimes. And he's talking about how when he goes to Edinburgh, Scotland, there's a dipping sauce for the fries called brown sauce. He's like, I'm going to Edinburgh to get the brown sauce. He goes, I know I can make it at home, but I want to have it only when I go to Edinburgh. He goes, to preserve the cultural scarcity. And I was like, whoa, nice phrase, bro. So that's right. I was like, he's like, he wants to like only have something in one place. And I only want to have In-N-Out in California.
I only want to have In-N-Out on the West Coast. I wonder if it tastes different on the East Coast. I mean, like Guinness tastes better in Ireland versus in the States, right?
Without question. So, you know, there's other things like that. New York, you know, well, I'd say Amici's, of course, but New York pizza.
Yeah, they got some good pies out there.
All right, Tim Ryan feels great, baby. The AI throwbot who didn't have to do much yesterday, Brock Purdy. We'll see what nickname he has for JP Mason. We'll see if he pogos off the triple. Remember when he talked about that with his dirt bike?
Pogo off the triple.
Like, you know when you got to pogo off the triple. I saw him, Young Tony and I were there so early, we saw his one-on-one hug with Nick Bosa in the warm-up session 2 hours before the game. They had a manly embrace in the end zone. So we'll get T-Rock's take on this whole thing, and then 9:15 Marcus Thompson, who's got takes. And then we still got to get back to that Ricky Pearsall tribute. We're going to do something special on video for that.
Right? Shout out Walt. We have the video. We'll get to it about 9:15, 9:30.
And if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you'll be able to watch it. Dude, look at us. We're blowing up like In-N-Out in Tennessee.
Look at that.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680 the Sports Leader.
I think Brock is going to be better. I'm calling him the AI throwbot this year.
All right, our good friend Steve Moskowitz on a Tuesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
It's amazingly common. People from all walks of life don't file returns. Number one reason, because they didn't have the money the first year, And then the second year rolls around and they say, but how can you file year 2 when you didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. No problem. We want to make a deal for you with the IRS. Or you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get everything the IRS and state has on you. Or you have your records and they're in a green trash bag in the corner of your garage someplace. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to take care of that for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Just turn it over to us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll just step in, do everything for you, and you can just go about enjoying your life.
Sounds perfect. Give him a call. That's Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Faithful. You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Feels great, baby. 49ers 32, Jets 19. Jordan Mason becomes a star on national TV. So many things go right, whether it's the O-line, Trent Williams, Dom Pooney, or whether it's Nick Sorensen's defense, or whether it's Piece of Cake Jake, as a listener nicknamed him. He said, we can't do Jake the Make. I guess that's Jake Elliott of the Eagles. Piece of Cake Jake, whatever you want. It's all good, baby. Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. Timmy, good morning.
What's up, Tim?
Morning, my friends. Good to be with you here on a Victory Tuesday. What a classic 49ers style victory on Frank Gore night. Nobody could be more pumped up than Frank Gore the way they did it. Look, at the end of the day, you got skilled guys everywhere. You got a 4-time MVP. And Aaron Rodgers with an outstanding, multifaceted running back. Garrett Wilson is a ridiculously good receiver. A defense that was, the best in the league at yards per play defending last year. On the other side, stars everywhere, but maybe the biggest star not out there in Christian McCaffrey. At the end of the day, it came down to who was going to control the line of scrimmage. And I think it was pretty obvious. The 49ers won in the trenches on both sides of the ball. So impressive win. Anytime they can run it like that and really just rip the heart out of the opponent because they know the run's coming and they still can't stop it. The beauty of it is, and we can talk about, as you say, Dom Pooney. Man, he's good. And other guys, Trent Williams, all of them played so good. Kittle was unbelievable. That second quarter Kittle put on the table, and really the whole game, but his blocking is just incredible. Kyle Juszczyk, just, Jawan Jennings after the hip drop tackle that didn't get called, that trapped his ankle. He goes back, he's making plays, 5 targets, 5 receptions, 3rd and chains. I just love the spirit of this team, and to have 11 guys. And believe me, BA with more practice reps, Brandon Aiyuk is going to be on fire at some point relatively soon. But to be able to play together the way they did at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, especially on offense without, a lot of reps for Aaron Banks in the summer and the big fella out at left tackle, Trent Williams, with only 4 practices, I thought was unbelievably remarkable.
That's right. Feels great. Fantastic. Tim, sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. So give us your Christian McCaffrey breakdown, Tim. How questionable you thought it was going in, how dicey it was when you found out for sure he wasn't going to go, and then, what you thought Jordan Mason could really do.
Well, I'll start with Christian. I don't think you ever know with Christian in terms of whether he's going to be able to go or not, because he does get a lot of veteran days off in terms of his practice schedule. A couple days on, couple days off. Obviously, the calf and the Achilles was something that, was limiting him and hampering him all of training camp. But I remember the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia a couple of years ago when he wasn't at the walkthrough, and he played and was the best player on offense with a calf contusion. So despite what people say, I was probably 50-50, but it would not have shocked me either way, whether he went or whether he was sat down, because nobody wants to play more than him. Nobody knows their body as well as he does. And I think they leave it up to him right up until game time, and he could certainly go without practicing. So I won't say I was surprised, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he would have been in the lineup either. J.P. Mason, the guys asked me on the pregame show yesterday, how are they going to change without Christian McCaffrey? I said they're not. They're going to ground and pound. We all know the formula of 30 runs, and if the Jets and that defense that was so shut down last year had one limitation, it was their ability to play run defense. Now, some of that is skewed because offensively they scored 16 points a game last year, so you're chewing on a lot of runs. There's a lot of teams that are just pounding the rock at you and with a heavy workload because, they're winning most of the games and the Jets are playing from behind. But again, Mason madness is something that's gonna catch fire. It did last night. It has every time he's gotten the ball game. And I said it last night, and excuse the mixed metaphor, the closer went to ace and had a complete game. I mean, what he was able to do, and again, it's not just the mindset and the style of running, which is physical, nasty, classic, Bobby T, running. That safety is Tony Adams got to be sore today because he was getting trucked. And anytime the 49ers can get the running back on the deep middle safety, they're cooking with gas. And that was really throughout the night. And his ability to have the vision for the cutback lanes, and where I was most impressed was the timing of his cuts. Cutting off the rear ends of the lead blockers, the kick-out blockers, the pullers, the guys that are down blocking. Kittle, Deba, all those guys blocking out on the perimeter. Pooney with big blocks. Colton McKivitz. I mean, it was just so impressive. The run game takes time to get going. Usually with the 49ers, as this season goes on, you'll see that run game get synced up more and more and more. And for it to have that synchronicity and that timing in that game last night, I thought it was unexpected for me. I didn't think he'd be blowing it up for those kind of yards, but I knew they wouldn't change. I knew that he would be able to tote the rock the way that he did. And nobody at Levi's was let down, obviously.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line, 49ers 32, Jets 19, Marcus.
Yeah, and Tim, sticking in the trenches, we got to talk about the other side of the ball, the 49ers defensive line. I heard you guys on last night with Malik Collins after the game. What was your first thoughts on seeing the new revamped defensive line and how they were able to slow down Breece Hall in that rushing attack?
Well, that was the key, Marcus, in the game. As much as, everybody's in fear of Aaron Rodgers and what he can do with his arm, quarterbacks need a running game. It takes a lot of pressure off of them, and Breece Hall is more than capable when you watch that guy play. And I thought shutting him down early in the game was going to be a big storyline, and it started right away. I mean, Malik Collins, these guys now, these defensive tackles. By the way, Hargrave looks like a different player. I mean, physically, when you look at him, he's about the same weight as he was last year, but I promise you, his muscle mass is up and the body fat is reduced, and he's got a lot of gas in the tank. But the way that they can stay in the crease, if you will, on those combination blocks and those double teams, as they're moving down the line of scrimmage, and I can tell you that's the hardest thing to do when a double team, scoop block, whatever you want to call it, starts as a double, then the front side guy wants to work his way up to the linebacker. To be able to stay in that gap in between those two guys that, it's 650 pounds, maybe more, hip to hip, that are surging, in cooperation together, to be able to stay in that gap as it's moving down the line of scrimmage and not give up ground is a remarkable skill set, and it's hard to do. Malik Collins showed it right out of the gate in the first drive. And then Leonard Floyd chasing down from the backside. Jordan Elliott, when he was out there, doing the same thing. All of that's right in front of you. You can see it when you watch. I've seen it since they got here. I saw it when I was watching tape of Malik Collins last year with the Houston Texans. I think looking down the road, what it makes me think about is how much better Malik Collins is going to make Nick Bosa. And in terms of, once we'll find a quarterback that's going to hold the ball and let things develop down the field, watch how those pass rush stunts are going to be timed up, how they get home, and how those guys work together. Malik Collins he is going to set it up for Bosa. Bosa will set things up for him. And being a great defensive lineman, so many times with those stunts and those, with pass rushes, it's communication. Hey, look, let's say Malik Collins is playing outside shade of the guard in the B gap. Nick is in his 9 technique, outside shade, way outside of the right tackle. Hey, look, Malik, right before the play, stay inside, man. Stay in the A gap, rush inside, because I'm throwing the spin out right now. There's been so many times in Nick's career where he has a great inside move, and then there's a roadblock in front of him with a defensive lineman that decided he wanted to rush the B gap that time. So the communication between those guys is going to be a huge asset up front. And then just the eyes of Leonard Floyd on the other side, the length, the speed, and more importantly, the eyes. To be a great defensive lineman and pass rusher, you got to have your eyes on the target. A lot of guys get stuck with their eyes trying to, where's the hands, where the guy blocking them, where am I on the field, spatial awareness, all that stuff's important. It doesn't matter where Flo is, Leonard Floyd, on the field. He's got his eyes on the target, so he can ricochet off. He never gets out of position, and he can fall back inside. And again, with that length and the speed that he's still got in year number 9, he can get to the quarterback. That first sack was pretty much how I thought it was. I think we'll see a lot of sacks this year. Nick Bosa flushing them, Leonard Floyd cleaning it up.
That was sweet. It really was to see Rodgers go down like that. And he really was different after that, in addition to the fact that he was never on the field. Time of possession was crazy.
I think here's what I think about Aaron Rodgers. Love the guy. First ballot Hall of Famer. Can absolutely rip it. Still has a rocket arm. Some of those throws on that, that third drive on third down.
Yeah. A little scary.
The one to Lazard down the sideline right over Yadam's ear. I mean, the free seam shot that he had to Lazard, he absolutely can still spin the rock. But it's going to have to be a different, in my mind. Now, maybe he'll disagree. Maybe the coaches will disagree for the Jets. But he is going to be more of a get it out on time pocket passer, because coming off that Achilles, and I saw it yesterday in pregame. I don't know if you guys have seen him in pregame. From the knee down, his calves are ridiculous. I mean, he's got some big calves that are pumped, and the left one clearly atrophied from the Achilles. You could see that, and I could see it last night. The ability to, part of what made Aaron Rodgers is the 4-time MVP were what? The 5, 6, 7, 8-second plays, right? Where he's extending the play. He's off schedule. He's out of the pocket. He's reversing the field. He's got his eyes downfield. The whole field's wide open no matter which way he's rolling because of his arm talent. I'm not so sure that guy is still in there with Father Time. And then most importantly, that injury catching up with him possibly.
I think that's a great take. You're right. The arm was insane. It was really pretty, but the mobility is going to change. Those plays were in Green Bay, he'd be like drifting, and then letting it rip.
I counted so many 6 to 8, 10-second plays with Aaron Rodgers back there, and then he'd just rip your heart out with a throw anywhere.
Just rip it. But, yeah, you're right. It's going to have to be the quick, and that was working for a while, but keep him off the field is another way to do it, which is what the Niners did last night. There's so many different things to squeeze into the last few minutes here, Tim. It's just, even though it's not a buzzy talking point this morning, Brock Purdy, your AI throwbot. Nobody's really talking about him this morning. He didn't throw a pick. And I thought there was a stretch in the third quarter where he had 3 sort of misfires in a row that was a little weird. But I thought he threw a lot of nice balls. I really did.
No question.
And a couple of huge third down conversions. What'd you think?
No, I'm right there with you. And to me, that was like, I was curious, how will Brock do in the pass game without Christian McCaffrey out there, who's, the safety outlet and certainly the primary read on a lot of the routes, 67 catches and 7 touchdowns last year. And somewhere you could always go to the well with CMC. And what did CMC do when he got to the 49ers? And I told you guys right here on this show, he unlocked the passing game. Yes, he's a very, very good runner with the football, but he is going to unlock the passing game. You can't just, in the big games, a lot of teams a few years ago would jump into man coverage and try to smother the receivers. Obviously, there was challenges at quarterback getting it out quickly and finding the matchup. And he did unlock the passing game. That was pre-Brock. Obviously, Brock got in the lineup a little bit later in the year with the injury to Jimmy G. But I was curious to see how he would do, and I'm with you. There were some drops. The Aiyuk touchdown drop was something that he'll get fixed. That's what I was worried about with BA, was really the execution on the ball. I wasn't worried about him getting tired. I know he's been running hard. I was worried about the process in that split second when the ball's in the air, and can he execute on the football? And when there was a couple of challenges last night, and expectedly when you've had 4 practices. But for Brock, I'm with you. Some of those throws, and most importantly, as I say, AI throwbot, artificial intelligence is about the processing. It's about reading the coverage. It's about seeing it like the play caller, Kyle Shanahan, and delivering the mail on time to the beater. He didn't force throws. There was a couple throwaways. But for the most part, the processing and the delivery system was on point. And that's, look, that defense last year, gave up 168 yards a game in the air. That defense, pass defense in the last 2 years, in 34 games, gave up 34 touchdowns only and had 32 interceptions. 27 takeaways and 17 picks last year and no turnovers. Ball security is always number one. So, and we didn't even get to see the real Brock Purdy deep ball that I promise you is alive and well and is synced up, unlike it was early in the season last year. So a couple of really good throws. I love the throw to Juice on the ISO play action pass. Juice is such a big weapon. I'm glad it's not a story, and I'm sure Brock's fine with it too, because believe me, as this year goes on, his numbers will pile up, and he'll end up being a huge story in this league. He'll take this league by storm this year.
Last couple of minutes here with Tim Ryan on the Uma guest line. And Tim, we can't let you go without asking about Deebo Samuel. He scored the first touchdown of the season for the 49ers. 5 catches, 54 yards yesterday, but 8 total carries, 23 yards, and that rushing touchdown that I alluded to. How big of a part do you think he's going to be for this rushing game, especially with the Christian McCaffrey injury?
Well, we'll see if Christian gets back against Minnesota or if he's back against the Rams. Deebo's always going to be an option with the wide back because he brings a different type of skill set. And it's not just running out on the edge with the jet sweeps and the crack tosses and the reverses. He's got the vision and the ability to run between the tackles and his quickness to the line of scrimmage. There was a play last night where Jermaine Johnson, who's their best defensive end in terms of on the edge, cheated down inside pre-snap, slammed it inside on a stunt, was in the backfield, and a lot of guys, that's a TFL. Deebo blew by him and was able to get, maybe just 3 or 4 yards, but it wasn't a negative play, which is so important in pro football. As BA gets going a little bit more in terms of making plays and being a bigger part of the game plan, there will be less. What are you going to do? Pick your poison. There will be less. I don't want to say attention to Deebo Samuel because every defense is going to be mindful of him and what his role is and where and when he gets the ball, which should be often. But the better BA plays, the more things will open up for Deebo Samuel. I'll say this about Deebo, and it's been from day one that he got here. Number one, he had a great camp and really showed a lot of leadership skills through his work ethic over the summer and in training camp. There's nobody in pro football with the combination of horsepower and willpower like Deebo Samuel. And that's on full display all the time. On that touchdown, the safety Chuck Clark is trying to knife through his legs, flips him up in the air. The ball's coming out. I think he put his shoulder pad right on the ball. Deebo hangs onto the ball, gets the touchdown. And then the more the game goes on and the more they have to tackle him, the more you start seeing guys checking his shoe size. They don't want to hit those legs. They don't want to hit that truck. It's different. He's different. So I'm just weapons everywhere, character everywhere, desire everywhere, and guys that can execute game plans that are going to be on point every game day. So how can you not be fired up, man? It's going to be a fun year.
That's why we said feels great, baby, right? They used to say that.
Feels great, baby. Absolutely. Damn right we can say that.
Absolutely, man.
I got a couple of shirts that say that.
Oh, so good. Hey, I know we're out of time, and Marcus Thomas coming, but just a quick word. How about Frank taking over the mic from Vernon last night?
Oh, God.
I was a dog, he said. I was a dog. So
hold on. That's past tense. Frank, you still a dog.
I know. He was ready to go last night.
Love that guy. Maybe the best power runner ever in between the tackles in terms of, sifting through the traffic and running through the trash with those feet and the wide base. I mean, what a player, what a person, and was happy for him last night.
I mean, guys in the all-time annals, third all-time rushing in the history of the league. All right, Timmy, be good. Enjoy the week. Short week. Have a great trip to Minnesota. We'll be listening.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
All right, fellas, you guys, always good to talk to you. Have a great week yourselves.
There he is. Yeah, we didn't even mention the Vikings, bro. I mean, this is like sneaking up on us. We'll have to get into it. Marcus Thompson will join us. We still got to talk about that Ricky Pearsall ceremony, too. But we want to thank Tim for coming on. He's brought to you, or he's sponsored by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. MT2, he had a tweet last night saying Brandon Aiyuk's going to get all the smoke until he starts catching those balls.
Yep.
Talk to him about that next on the Sports Center.
Mason Madness is something that's gonna catch fire.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and or flame roasted chicken wings? Well, we have the prize for you. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR to win a $100 Amici's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you guys. So stay tuned. We will give this gift card away at 9:15. That's coming up, maybe following this break. This prize is furnished by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, before we get to Marcus, let's do what young Tony promised. Take care of our loyal listeners. $100 Amici's gift card right now. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, $100 gift card. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria has 14 Bay Area locations, offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, how are you?
What's up, Marcus?
What's up, homies? These day games after night games, man. No more Monday nights for me. I'm done. I'm cooked.
Oh man, you still got it. You still got gas in the tank, and
I actually did. I'm complaining, but I'm like, dang it, I can't even use that because I actually feel better than I thought I would.
Marcus, you must be still jet lagged from Paris.
Hey, listen, man, that don't go away as quick as I thought. As someone who travels a lot, I figure, yeah, I can handle it, but. Hey, it's stuck with me for a while, way longer than I figured. It's unique.
Let me inspire you. I just recently went to a buddy's wedding in Scotland, 3 nights. Landed Friday, back Monday. Here we are. So the only answer is you just go through it. Just boom, plow through it. Just don't even look back.
Yeah, but you do that trip regularly, right?
Well, I wouldn't say regularly, but anyway, it's just a mental game, baby. And hey, man, you're back. You're stateside. You're good. I saw your tweet that was interesting, and it was good. It was about Brandon Aiyuk. And so did you feel what we all felt? I mean, nobody came out and said it, but there was a vibe from the fans like, hey, man, after what you put us through this summer, you better catch everything. Are you feeling that?
It certainly felt like that, absolutely. Or how about just don't drop touchdowns, right? Like, convert the touchdowns. He was clearly not Brandon Aiyuk, right? Like, and that's the price. You knew it was coming. I mean, Nick Bosa talked about his, the difficulty he had when he held out last year. Trent Williams was talking about, like how rough it was to come back. He didn't know what to expect, but he's getting IVs. It's the NFL, man. You just don't walk into a game and it's all good. So, fortunately for the 49ers, that's the rust, but it was a contentious negotiation. So, of course, when you get $30 million, people are going to expect you to show up. The same was true for Nick Bosa when he wasn't getting sacked to start the year. It's like, hey, got to get to the quarterback, bro. So, Brandon Aiyuk's got to eat this. Eventually, he'll look like Brandon Aiyuk again, and it'll be all good.
Yeah, and the good news is, even with Brandon Aiyuk only having 2 catches, and even for a 49er offense that didn't have Christian McCaffrey, they still scored 32 points against that New York Jets defense. But maybe we should backtrack and get your reaction to the Christian McCaffrey situation, him being rolled out before the game, and how you digested it all, Marcus.
I think it's fine. This is a smart way to play what you hope is your second straight trip to the Super Bowl and like 4th straight deep playoff run. You can't get hung up on one games. You're gonna have to give other people shots. I think Kyle knows, or he should know. It's just the odds are against you if he ran Christian McCaffrey like he did last year, where it's like, hey, you kind of got some other running backs. How about let them get some snaps? But Christian McCaffrey is such a comfortable safety blanket. So to me, this was a smart play. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't play another week. especially with the way Mason looked. But, like, the most important thing is being healthy at the end of the year. Wins are important, obviously, but this team is just loaded. They're so loaded, they should be able to overcome it against most teams. I thought it was the smart move and the safe move, and this is how you got to approach this season.
Marcus, I hate to even ask this question, but you're the perfect guy to ask it to. Do you see any similarities between Christian McCaffrey's injury and what we saw with Kevin Durant and his calf Achilles injury?
Nah, but every time you hear it, you know, it becomes a thing, right? Like now after the Kevin Durant experience, you hear calf, you automatically think, Richard Sherman went through this, I remember years ago, where he was just like basically waiting for the thing to pop, it felt like. It is, once you hear calf, it's automatically like, how serious is this? And just out of curiosity, I wonder, how do you reverse that anyway, right? Is there actually a way to do it? Clearly they have a way, but I would be extra cautious. Knowing how important he is, you got to be extra cautious with that thing. Sit him till October if you have to, whatever the case may be, but that's automatically what I think about now when I hear calf injuries.
I mean, Steve Young sent a tweet out saying, that was fun last night, but remember, September is the preseason. It gets going because the real stuff starts soon. I mean, kind of I want to say it's a damper, but to your point, like, this will be long forgotten when the games get really important in December and January.
Especially for the 49ers, right? For the Jets, this was the Super Bowl, which made it a little bit more impressive of a win for me, because like if the 49ers lost this game, I wouldn't have been surprised, and I also think it wouldn't have mattered for the 49ers. They have just bigger designs. For a lot of teams, yeah, that getting off to a great start matters. Like, so for the Jets, that one hurt, right? All that hype, waiting for Aaron Rodgers to get back and all that talk of defense. Now they got to go have a long look in the mirror because they went up against an actually a good team, and look how they looked. But for the 49ers, for a team that went 10-6 before and ended up in the NFC Championship game and, like, you know, a dropped interception away from the Super Bowl, like, they've proven they can get there. It's about getting over the hump with this team. It's not about early season wins for them. It don't matter if they go 13-3. This team is good enough to win a Super Bowl. That's what the stakes are for them. It's not beat the Jets in week 1 or Minnesota in week 2. It's Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, Marcus, I think it would be fair to say that there were questions about this defense over the summer with the revamped defensive line and Nick Sorensen being promoted to defensive coordinator. So what were your first takeaways from seeing that defense last night with Nick Sorensen calling plays for the first time at the NFL level?
I like the aggression, especially of the corners. You know, there was one, I think Aaron Rodgers' first completed pass as a Jet. I was watching it because Lenore was backed off of Garrett Wilson, which is how you play somebody like Garrett Wilson. But then Lenore, like, stepped up to jam him at the line. He ended up getting beat on a great throw and catch, but he was there. And it was just something you noticed, like, hey, and there was no safety backs. And Lenore and all of the corners were pressed up. And it's like, yeah, it's 3rd and 7. They're like, we gangsters about this, right? It's not like, let's play it soft and make them catch it in front of us and swarm to the ball. Like, you know, that strategy. It was like, nah, let's shut this down. And it was good defense. It was just like a great throw. So I do like the aggression. Collins looks incredible up the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like, they might be good. They just might be really good. It's all like Fred Warner is obviously Fred Warner. So I had my questions about it. I still wonder about the back end of the safeties. I want to see Huff get back in there, but they're good. Like this, they're formidable, even without like a Dre Greenlaw in the middle. I'm curious to see how they look against a quarterback who's a little bit more mobile, right? Because they feast on dudes who stand in the middle. But the fact that they actually got to the quarterback is kind of a big deal considering how things ended last year.
Next couple guys aren't that mobile. Sam Darnold, Matt Stafford. So we'll see. It may take a while before they face one. I mean, I hesitate to even ask about the guy because it's such a good Niner morning, but he's such a national talking point, international talking point. And in fact, Netflix just announced they're going to drop a docu-series on him in December called Aaron Rodgers Enigma. I'm like, bro, is this The Onion or something? It's like, come on, man. It's like, anyway, Aaron Rodgers, the country's obsessed, the world's obsessed, or they're not. Where do you come down on it all?
Yeah, I'm just over it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see him play football. He's still a sensational thrower of footballs, right? Like, I mean, what other player, probably in NFL history, when we saw the 49ers defensive end jump too soon and you knew it was a free play and everybody knew it was going to be a touchdown. Like, you knew what was happening. You knew you knew it was going to the end zone and you knew it was probably going to be a dime. I mean, the dude is exceptional at what he does. So it's still impressive to watch him make some of the throws he can make. I don't think he's that good. Like, he needs everything. He needs the Brock Purdy setup, the one that everybody says Purdy's being carried by the Avengers. He needs that because he doesn't have the mobility. Their offense is so, like, elementary that he's not getting much by way of scheme. So he needs exceptional playmakers around him. So watching it, I do feel like, Super Bowl, I don't know. But, I mean, the dude is a talent. There's a reason people have put up with him. He's a special watch. And you ain't got that many more years of watching him left. Feels like a little bit of Brady before, right? Where you like any year Brady was going to be out. I just kind of savor watching the dude because he, to me, is the greatest thrower of a football ever. Until like Patrick Mahomes passes him. Maybe he already has.
It's true. He threw a back shoulder ball to, I think it was Garrett Wilson, so closely guarded. It was like, how did that even? So he can still make these magical throws, but like you said, it's going to have to be from the pocket. I also feel like if a couple of hits start to pile up as the season goes on, that might be a thing.
Their line was not. I mean, obviously, a lot of offensive lines had problems in week one. Lots of formation penalties, as apparently Buck was pointing out. They need that line to be on point because he moves well in the pocket for somebody who's 40, but he's not outrunning anybody. He's not doing rollouts, and they're not running complex enough schemes to get guys open. Like, Jawan Jennings is like running open and juice check. Like, they're not doing that. Those plays need time to develop. And I don't know. Their line has to get better or he's going to have a long season because this ain't 98, man. Like, everybody's got monsters on the defensive line. So he's going to have some problems. I don't know what they're going to do about that. And Breece Hall is not who everybody thought he was either. All this Breece Hall hype. Breece is good, but come on.
He didn't have a good game last night, that's for sure. And the Niners shut him down. The Jets only had 31 yards on the ground through three quarters. So, and they both weren't on the field. The Niners kept him off the field so long. So even without McCaffrey, plus across the board and on to Minnesota. So good catching up, man. And we will do it again next time.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies.
There he is, MT2, Marcus Thompson. What about Breece Hall? What do you think?
Last night, he was not as successful as I thought he was going to be against the D-line, but that's credit to the 49ers defense.
Was he, in most fantasy leagues, were they the top two picks?
Number 2 overall.
CMC and Breece Hall?
Absolutely.
And how about their first week?
Yeah. I guess technically Breece Hall did have a better night than Christian McCaffrey.
He did. Jordan Mason, JP Mason. All right, so much happened last night, whether it was the Niners thumping Aaron Rodgers, causing us to find the oil portrait from a couple years ago.
I'm so glad we found that.
Dude, that was an incredible moment when you came out of that dark, dingy closet with that thing. Number 1. Number 2, the Frank Gore ceremony was great. Number 3, young Tony in the suite, making it happen. And then a really cool moment with Ricky Pearsall and his angels. San Francisco Sergeant Joelle Harrell, San Francisco Police Department Sergeant Joelle Harrell, and the doctor. And I got to get her name correct. Young Tony, you got it for me? Sorry, buddy, I don't have it in front of me. I got to write this down. Bad reporting by me, man. At San Francisco General, which is actually called Zuckerberg General, believe it or not. The Facebook guy wrote it up for us. And there was he wrote a couple checks, so that's good for him. I like anybody who helps build a hospital. So there's a really cool moment on the field. You got it, Tone?
Dr. Lucy Kornblith. Want to shout her out.
Lucy, I'm going to write it down. Kornblith.
Korn.
Blith. Really cool. And so what we're going to do is put it on video. Because I watch YouTube and Twitch. If you missed it, happened during a commercial break. So that'll be awesome. We'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
So the last snap, and they'll tick off the final seconds here. 5, 4, 3, and take it to the gun, and the Niners have the win, Tim. 32-19. So you said it before the game.
All right. What, as I heard Coach say, what did he say before the game? He was talking about how they wouldn't change. That even with McCaffrey out, doesn't matter. Same verse, same as the second verse, same as the first. Is that the meet the new boss, same as the old boss?
Tell him, Murph, and the same verse is this.
Run it again!
There it is.
Run it again!
There it is. By the way, I haven't been getting our Amici's gift card winners written in by John Joe, who's rattled. By the way, this is our first Niners post-game with a John Joe. He's rattled. Curly's rattled.
A lot going on the show today.
He likes it. Like, when you throw stuff at him, he gets this kind of look on his face. Like when we have a Monday hums and bums are still.
Oh, he disappears.
They still do. Steve in Sonoma won the $100 Amici's gift card.
Hey, congrats, Steve.
Way to go, buddy. See you at Pier 39. All right, so we've touched on a million things from the game, whether it's, we haven't, I'll tell you what, I'm looking at my notes right now. You know what we've given no love to? The peanut punch from Fred Warner.
Ooh, how about Freddie Rico making a play and Malik Collins making the fumble
I was
recovery?
actually kind of ticked off early that they didn't turn that into 7. They only turned it into 3. I was like, that's a loss.
6 points, or 3 points, excuse me.
We talked about Malik Collins making more plays in one quarter than Javon Kinlaw did in 4 years, right?
Yeah.
We talked about Aiyuk only getting 2 catches for 28 yards, getting the under.
Oh, and dropping that dime that Brock Purdy threw in the corner of the end zone.
What a pass.
It was a beautiful pass. And if you're making $30 million, you got to catch that ball.
Jake the Make, or piece of cake Jake, as somebody called it. It won off the upright. That went in.
Yeah, but how about Jake Moody outscoring the New York Jets yesterday? He had 20 points by himself. 20 extra points.
Welcoming Nick Sorensen to the fold. He called the win in to Roger Goodell this morning at 6:09 a.m.
Yeah, first time calling plays at the NFL level and first time calling on a win to Goodell.
So all that happened, but the one that's kind of hung over the team is Ricky Pearsall, man. His story just is insane. It's only a week and a couple days old.
Incredible.
Feels like it's been around for a long time. And there he was at the game. They showed him walking in. He had his tunes going and everything. And then there he was on the sideline. By the way, people noticed, was he deliberately showing the Rolex?
He was wearing a watch.
I don't know if that's the watch, but I'm guessing.
But you could see it when they showed him on the Jumbotron. You could see the watch.
So
that's a flex.
I know. It was big time. So anyway, but I was thinking about him. Is he going to be on the field? Is he going to be on the field in 3 weeks?
I think so. Week 5 when he's eligible to return. I mean, my mind was blown yesterday, standing on the field before the game started and just seeing Ricky Pearsall walk by me and thinking about everything that's happened over the last 10 days, Murph.
Well, this leads us to our perfect. This was really well done by the 49ers. It was the first or second quarter. They go to a TV timeout and they said, turn your attention to the field. Now, if you're watching us on YouTube at KNBR 1045, or on Twitch, which is just our app, right? You said on your phone. Please tune in because watch this. We have the ability to put this stuff on video now, and we're trying to do more of this as we slowly enter the 21st century.
Yeah, we're coming.
It only took us 24 years in the 21st century. But anyway, this was what happened at the field. I thought it was really cool. I think it's definitely worth playing here for everybody, even if you're only listening to the audio. But there's also a video component here on your YouTube and your Twitch. So take it away, Young Tone.
As we are honored to recognize 2 of the many frontline heroes involved in the emergency efforts of 49ers rookie wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. Joining us here tonight, Sergeant Joel Harrell and Dr. Lucy Kornblith. Sergeant Joel Harrell is a San Francisco native who has been policing in San Francisco for over 30 years. She and her husband, Sergeant Frank Harrell, were actively involved in ensuring the safety of the passionate fans at Candlestick for over 20 years. She takes pride in protecting and serving her community. Dr. Lucy Kornblith is an associate professor of surgery at UCSF and a trauma and acute care surgeon at Zuckerberg San Francisco General and Trauma Center. She is proudly married to Dr. Aaron Kornblith and is the mother of Judah. She is grateful to be a part of the team at Zuckerberg San Francisco General and Trauma Center that provides life-saving care to injured and critically ill Bay Area patients. At this time, we invite everyone in attendance to stand and recognize these frontline heroes for their critical efforts.
Okay, on the video right now, he's presented jerseys to the sergeant, and
Here
to the doctor.
Thank him in person tonight on his 24th birthday is wide receiver Ricky Pearsall.
And he is hugging them up, man. Big, long hugs. It's really a
On
really
behalf of
nice
the entire
moment.
San Francisco 49ers organization, we thank all of our first responders and frontline heroes working this evening. Those in attendance and across the country, we salute you.
Hey, really cool. I ain't gonna lie, man. It got me.
Yeah.
It really did. Especially just the doctor. I mean, listen, this cop speaks for itself. San Francisco's finest. The doctor looks so happy to be there, and she looks so happy to be part of Ricky's story. Ricky gives her he's like, thank you for saving me. You know, I mean, it's like, it's crazy.
I mean,
Great job.
I got goosebumps right now rewatching it, and shout out to Tony and John, Joe, and Walter for making that video element possible for us. But like seeing everything happen yesterday, rewatching it, and hearing the PA announcer talk about Ricky Pearsall celebrating his 24th birthday, if it wasn't for the two of them, there could have been a possibility that Ricky never makes it to 24.
I mean, it's just a great job by the Niners.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ricky's reaction is so honest. The Sergeant Harrell and Dr. Kornbluth exude such positive energy. They're like they're just like, it was a magic. You know, think about the whole thing. It was a beautiful day at Levi's, first of all. Niners rolled, right? Second of all, you had Frank Gore's ceremony. I was a dog. Really funny. And then that. Yeah. So I would just say all around plus experience. Plus, young Tony made it in the suite.
Yeah.
And he handled it. By the way, for the 944 crowd, in fact, we can get into it on the What Did Young Tony Learn Today on the other side. But anyway, we wanted to get that out there for sure. So congrats to Sergeant Harrell and to Dr. Kornbluth, and thank them for being part of this world we live in, these angels on earth who save you. You know, what do we do for a living? You know, I don't know. We try to grind you through a morning, but these people are out there doing the real stuff, you know? And it's amazing. I'm blown away by people like that. I really am. So, all right, that was fun. All right, on the other side, we will hand it over to Papa. You know Papa's coming strong. Post-Niners, come on. And then, obviously, we have to do Sutter Health Giants report. Good Giants baseball tonight. It'd be nice to have a game on tonight. That Bob Melvin Q&A was interesting. You know, we'll examine that more as the week goes on. And then, of course, what did young Tony learn today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea coming up. Don't forget Brent Jones joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50. He'll have some fun stuff to say, too. Definitely. Brent will be at 3:50 this afternoon. Don't miss it. All right, we'll do the final traditional segment next on the Sports Leader. All right, Bigelow Tea time. As we talk about seasons, right? Football season, every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. It's right here at our work. We have it here in our kitchen. It gets you going, particularly when I need to really chill out the throat, man. A nice cup of Bigelow tea, perfect for someone who makes our living behind the microphone. So look no further than Bigelow Tea to get you going. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Super fun, super fun. 49ers 32, Jets 19. 1-0 with no Christian McCaffrey. We're not making a big deal about quote-unquote Friday Gate, whereas what did Jordan Mason know and when did he know it? You can get into it if you guys want. Trent Williams returns. Brandon Aiyuk catching a little tiny bit of shade for not catching that touchdown, but it all works out pretty well. Nick Sorensen's defense debuts. Jake Moody puts everybody in a good moody with 6 out of 6 field goals. And young Tony, you said you had some Gore sound you wanted to play. What was it? Please tell me.
The clip that you sent. This was his official 49ers Hall of Fame induction.
Oh, I don't think we have time for that. Should we do that tomorrow?
We'll save it for tomorrow.
How long is it?
It's quick, like 30 seconds.
Oh.
All right.
Then let's play it. So this was from the Saturday night ceremony they did, the private dinner they had for the Hall of Fame. They do this once a year. They induct a Hall of Famer into their Hall of Fame. This is not the Pro Football Hall of Fame. This is the 49ers Hall of Fame. And you get a statue at the museum and everything. So Gore with an emotional speech in front of his teammates and, or I should say, honored guests at the banquet. Here it is.
Y'all did so much for me and my family. Y'all don't know. Where I came up very tough, and it wasn't easy to get to the NFL. I had to deal with a lot to get here. 2 ACLs, 2 shoulders. Y'all still took a chance on me. My goal, when y'all took that chance, I was gonna let y'all know. Y'all made the right decision.
Look at Frank. Man. Guy is all freaking heart.
Dude, how about those emotions he showed on Sunday this was? And then the emotions he showed at halftime yesterday, taking the mic from Vernon Davis.
So less of
a dog.
I want to put that in our victory montage. We're looking for the new victory montage for 2024 when we call them in.
I was a dog.
I was a dog.
You have the Brody. I know I'm asking a lot out of you, young Tony. That's why you get sweet tickets with Mike Chilton and Chilton Auto Body. But do you have Brody Brazil commenting on Frank Gore here?
You know, when they did x-rays on his hip, they found something interesting in Matt Chapman. They found that dog in him.
When the 49ers did x-rays on his 2 torn ACLs in college, they found out he had his dog in him.
They found that dog in him.
They found some dog in Jordan Mason, too, yesterday. All right, and will the Giants play baseball tonight? They will.
This is
and
true.
The doctor's here to tell you about it.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, we saw Kyle Harrison at the 49er game last night, but you won't see him no longer this season pitching for the San Francisco Giants. We gave you the health update yesterday on Kyle, but here's a health update on another left-handed pitcher. Robbie Ray has thrown 2 bullpens with the San Francisco Giants. He's expected to throw a simulated game on September 11th. That would be tomorrow at Oracle Park. And Bob Melvin said if everything goes well for Robbie, then we would put him back in the rotation. So stay tuned on the latest updates on Robbie Ray and all of your Giants Sutter Health updates on the San Francisco Giants, sponsored from 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
You mentioning the Giants tells us that tonight they're taking on the Milwaukee Brewers.
The
3
Brew
games.
Crew.
And then here come your Padres this weekend.
My Padres.
I think I'll be out there Saturday. Also, just a quick check. I was just kind of checking on, because remember I declared war on you and Aaron Judge after that May series when I just couldn't stand it. And when he came in and swatted homers all around Oracle, talked about how sentimental it was. I was like, freaking phony baloney. I don't want to hear from you. I'm riding with the Orioles.
Yeah, I'm still not buying that, by the way.
What, that he was sentimental about it?
No,
yeah, I'm not buying that either.
No, buying that you're rolling with the Baltimore Orioles.
Oh, I am.
We didn't have anybody from the 1978 Orioles calling into the show.
We've lost 3 in a row and let the Yankees slip ahead of us. So we're 1.5 out now. All right.
Sucks to suck, Murph.
But I'm counting on my Royals to knock you out today.
Oh, you're Royals now.
Yes! Right. Yankees aren't winning the American League. You know that.
Yeah, neither the Boston Red Sox, Murph.
Wait, who are winning the American League this year? Cleveland? Is they winning the American League?
Cleveland?
Cleveland, Baltimore, the Yankees, the Astros. Do you want a piece of the Astros in October?
Vogt. I believe in Stephen Vogt. No, I don't want the Astros.
You don't want to see them?
Oh, I'll see them. I'll take their lunch money.
The Astros, let's see, the wild card standings are not coming up right now, but anyway.
I don't think anybody listening right now cares about the wild card standings.
I do. I'm listening. I do.
That's true. You are technically listening to yourself.
You want to care about that?
You got headphones on.
The wild cards in the American League right now are Baltimore, Kansas City, and Minnesota, who doesn't have Carlos Correa, right?
No, but it sounds like he's coming back soon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he might finish the season. Yeah.
See, that interests me. All right, what did young Tony learn besides say yes to a suite here?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
This is proudly sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So we have a number of things. Number one, did you learn, Tony, that saying yes to sweet tickets to a Niners season opener against the Jets is a good idea?
Yes, and shout out Mike Chilton, who actually, threw a couple, he broke my balls a little bit, we'll just say that, after saying, asking too many questions about saying yes or no to this suite.
He did good, though. He put on the elephant skin, rolled with it a little bit, didn't get all sensitive.
It's like work every day, honestly.
Yeah. I was going to say, was young Tony the youngest guy in the suite?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Well,
there's a couple kids.
Mike's son, Ben, I think he told me Ben's 28.
And nobody confused young Tony for being one of your kids, right, Murph?
No, man. Do we look alike?
Yeah, kind of. You guys both wear quarter zips.
Maybe Rory and I could get confused.
He might be passing you in a day or two.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah.
He's getting taller and
They're
taller.
essentially about the same height.
I'm
sorry. Why'd I do that to Tony?
Rory's getting tall. He's past Candace.
Tony's a short king.
So the other one is that this morning we were talking about McCaffrey's chances to play in week 2. And I guess Adam Schefter said there's a real chance he won't play. And Shanahan, of course, he goes, who's this person? God?
Only God knows.
So you said, only God knows. I said, well, like Tony, as you know, one of the great songs in the songbook is the Beach Boys' God Only Knows. And he said, no, so for your treat, buddy. You ride with this one, Tony? You know this one, Marcus?
Gotta say, I don't think I do, Murph.
Let it roll for just a second here. So this would be the Beach Boys. You know the Beach Boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brian Wilson's masterpiece. This would be considered one of their more beautiful songs. One you make on a mixtape for your gal.
Ah.
And it's featured in a movie I don't really care for, Love Actually. In the final scene, though, it's used kind of effectively, showing a bunch of people at airports greeting each other, and it does a bunch of squares and all that, like people having emotional airport scenes. Anyway, now you know. The beautiful, tender sounds of Pet Sounds and the Beach Boys.
It's a great song. The only one I know from the Beach Boys is Surfing USA.
Oh,
that's
the only one?
I mean, that's pretty much the only one I know.
When you're feeling a little sentimental with some red wine on a Friday night, and just pour it on and look out the window, buddy.
Wow.
And let the Beach Boys play you out. All right, man.
Only God knows.
Only God. There you know what? Keep it going for a little Kyle Shanahan remix here. Here we go. Wait, ready? Here we go. Give me Shanahan.
Only God knows.
Wait, one more. Wait, sorry. No, it's not going to work. We did it good. All right, guys, that's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
That's what I was looking for. All right, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog.
Amazing. That person must be God.
There it is. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. Kyle gets deep sometimes. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I was a dog. Hey, Faithful, I love y'all.
Mason Madness.
Happy belated birthday, Mom's Kittle.
She said, all I want is a win. And I think she said she wants In-N-Out, too.
Fantastic. So me and your mom on the party bus, boom.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
There's Debo in motion. Jet sweep handoff to Debo. A block and a dive for the goal line. And he's up on the goal line and in. Touchdown! San Francisco, and this one counts. They're not taking it back.
Yeah.
2nd and goal, 5-yard line. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Aiyuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side, a cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
A little Mason madness on the cutback.
Going to try a 42-yard field goal here from the left hash mark to go 6 for 6.
No!
Tabor Pepper to Mitch Wisnowski has it down, and Jake Moody right down the middle. What a debut for Jake Moody. 6 for 6.
Yes, no Super Bowl hangover. The 49ers take care of the Jets 32-19, and it wasn't that close. We'll talk Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk the amazing Trent Williams, J.P. Mason, even though at the end the media screwed J.P. Mason's night. But we'll get into that conversation as well. Kyle versus Robert Saleh. A ton to discuss. We'll look at the NFC and where the 49ers sit in it. We'll play a game of 3 stars, even though that's just a hockey thing. But we'll get into that as well. And there was some kicker that I was just a big fan of from the minute he was drafted. Jake Moody. No! One of his biggest fans. That's me.
Yeah, luckily Dante's traveling today.
I'm going to get a Ford jersey.
You guys surrounded me and ambushed me with your Michigan hate and kicker hate. And he ties Robbie Gould, Jeff Wilkins, and the great Ray Wersching.
Yes,
Number 14.
I like that.
I love Ray Wersching. On his first Super Bowl team. Did it in '83 to make 6 field goals in a game. But as Cam Edmond pointed out, because he has literally written the book on the Niner history.
Yes.
He's the only one to do it with 2 50-plus field goals, including a doink off the left upright. So a lot to get to. First of all, St. Lee and Bob Gallo have their 9-to-9 party every year, March Madness. You had a 10 to 10:15 party. I listened to you the whole way home. What time did you get off the air last night? It was about 10:30, 10:15?
Yeah, well, something like that. I think it was.
I think
we stopped at 10:30, and then it was driving home. I don't know what the heck always happens coming up 680, but they had construction, so they moved these cones over, and they were down to one lane, and a guy stopped in the middle of the road. I mean, it was like you had to hit your brakes hard. Thank God Tessie has good brakes, man. Everyone around like this, and this guy's just sitting in the middle, like you're in the only lane, dude. And it always drives me crazy that it's like 11:30 at night, and I'm going, there is always traffic in the Bay Area. I was thinking,
why do they have to do
home?
Construction in the middle of the night? Can't they do the middle of the night, like 3 in the morning after the bars close and we're trying to get home? I remember one year doing Giants postgame, they would shut the bridge down at 11 o'clock at night. Jeez. Or at least do not shut it down completely. Well, actually, the traffic got like it was shut down. If you didn't get on the bridge by 11 o'clock, you weren't getting back till 1 o'clock in the morning.
They blare those nighttime lights when they're working, so you can't even see where you're going.
Makes it easy to see.
Anyway, that's besides the point. Boy, what a dominant performance. Dominant. I mean, 32-19 doesn't tell the story. Tyrod Taylor got a late garbage touchdown, but man, I know. And here's the great thing about it: they're going to get better. They didn't have CMC. I know we're going to discuss him a lot. But Jordan Mason is at the top of the list. In fact, I was sending you, because he was over 100 yards with about 4 minutes left in the third quarter, and I actually sent you that Frank Gore had the all-time record at 212, which you probably knew, and Garrison Hurst had 187 in that opener against the Jets, because I'm watching this kid, and he's going up against, they're moving the front, they're challenging Brock, and Jordan Mason, man, he reminded me of another 24 beast mode.
Marshawn?
Man,
I believe that was mentioned
24?
last night during the game.
Man, that's what he looked like.
So, we were concerned about McCaffrey going into it, just, they never upgraded him from questionable in and out of practice, and I always have hope he's going to play because, as they say, the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia a couple of years ago, he didn't take part in the walkthrough, which is normally a sign he's not playing. I was told he's not playing. If he plays, he'll be a decoy, and then he played. He also played quarterback when Brock got hurt, and he was the best player on the field for the Niners. But this was not the NFC Championship game. It was the season opener. You got to manage this injury. So he thought, maybe he won't play. And then we got the news about 90 minutes before kick. Officially, he's not playing. You knew Jordan Mason would have a bigger volume of plays. Debo right away went into he's the wide back, the wide receiver, running back. I call him a Z back, Z receiver, back, running back. He got 8 carries in the game and the jet sweep touchdown. The Jets were keying on him on the wide runs. They couldn't stop the jet sweep. There was one where he turned the corner. They couldn't stop J.P. Mason, Jordan Ponchez Mason. It's one thing when you do it with McCaffrey. Elijah Mitchell's been here. To do it with an undrafted player, and it's kind of Kyle and Mike's MO to do that. But we knew what the game plan was, and Robert Saleh and Jeff Ulbrich knew what the game plan was. When you know what's coming and you still can't stop it, that is the sign of domination. And what did we say yesterday during the show? 30 runs. Can they get 30 runs? Can they get 35 runs? Can they get 40 runs in the game? If you get 40 runs, it's just about every run is 1 minute of possession time. So I was thinking, could they go 40 runs and keep the ball for 40 minutes? They didn't quite get there, John, because the Jets did drive at the end. I thought the Niners would have a couple of kneel downs to get to the 40 runs. But still, 38 runs last night. Time of possession, 38 minutes and 40 seconds. I know you watched the Manning cast, and Bill Belichick. We'll give a review on that. They were talking over each other, a lot like we are this morning. We're both groggy. But one of the greatest game plans ever, and it was partly Parcells and partly Belichick, was to run O.J. Anderson at Buffalo in Super Bowl 25 and just keep them off the field, the K-gun. Just go watch the game. And Aaron Rodgers, I watched his warm-up closely. I think that left Achilles and calf is atrophied a bit, and Tim Ryan noticed it right away. It's just smaller than the other one. He has huge calves, and that's where he gets the pull back from under center, and he throws with his body. He also throws with everything. What a great thrower still. But just let him watch the game. Get over on the sideline to give him only, and he got pulled mid-fourth quarter. So how many actually minutes did he play in the game, John? But the Jets had the ball for 21 minutes and 20 seconds, and the Niners with their 38 rushes had the ball for 38 minutes and 40 seconds, and it just has to beat up Robert Saleh after the game because he knows Kyle Shanahan. He knows Chris Verster. He knows what the Niners want to do. They want to play keep away and just run the ball down your throat to start, and then they'll be balanced off of that. They knew it was coming, and it wasn't Christian McCaffrey, and it wasn't Elijah Mitchell. It was an undrafted player making his first ever NFL start, and they still could not stop the Niners' state-of-the-art running game.
It was amazing. Jordan Mason was great. He ran hard. The 24 looked like Marshawn Lynch. They were putting 8 men in the box. It didn't matter, and he got a 17-yard touchdown called back, which was a pretty bogus call on. I thought that Debo just overpowered Sauce Gardner. I didn't think there was a hold there. Nick Bosa got held about 3 or 4 times, much more egregiously, but they didn't call those. So he could have even had more yards on the thing. We'll get into it. We'd love to get your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Conveniently enough, that is your Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and call-in line. Give us any of your thoughts. Ask Papa anything at all. After all, he called the game, so he's got your insights into the game, and we got a bunch of stuff that we want to get to. We'll pretty much go over everything because I think I think certain things like the passing game can improve and so forth. We saw a lot of that on Sunday. Passing numbers are really down on Sunday across the board. I think not playing in preseason obviously is part of that, missing some throws that they would normally make. Obviously, Brandon Aiyuk, we'll get into the one that he dropped in the back of the end zone. All those kind of things we'll discuss. But by and large, I think based on one game, and the Jets are supposed to be pretty good, they dominated on both sides. The moves in the offseason, Malik Collins was absolutely great. When he was in there, the Jets only averaged 3.3 yards per carry. Leonard Floyd was absolutely great. He had the one sack, but he had a couple of pressures as well. One led to a turnover, so he really looked good. Unleashing Bosa a little bit. They were playing some games up front, looked really good. Fred Warner. Secondary, really good, except for on one play, Jair Brown got beat by Lazard, and I think it was the offsides on Floyd, and essentially everybody kind of stopped.
Yeah, Demo also dropped him in coverage on that play.
So that was an issue, but outside of that, I mean, you're going to make some mistakes on week one. I get it. From special teams, you got to give Jake Moody, reluctantly for me, all the credit in the world hitting those 6. But across the board, the Niners are the Niners, and the score did not indicate how badly the 49ers dominated the Jets.
Without a doubt. And Kyle's going to talk at 11:45, and he's watching the tape. And you wake up this morning, it's Tuesday, and you got to go to Minnesota on Friday, so it's a short week. So he'll put this game behind him quickly. I'm sure they scored on 8 straight offensive possessions after the first 3 and out. But he'd like to have it like they did in Philadelphia, where they scoreless first quarter, then scored touchdowns on 6 consecutive offensive possessions. So you like the 8. You just like it to be 6 touchdowns and 2 field goals to get to 48.
and not 6 field goals and 2 touchdowns to get to 32. But it's all good. They'll figure it out. And where do they win the game? On each line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. They completely dominated the New York Jets with their offensive line against the Jets' defensive line. I mean, the bottom line is here, the Niners ran the ball 38 times, including 8 for Debo, and 1 kneel down by Brandon Allen, 11-yard scramble by Brock, but 28 rushes for J.P. Mason, 38 times for 180 yards. Both of their touchdowns were on the ground. The Jets wound up with 19 attempts for 68 yards and 3.6, but as David Lombardi pointed out, a lot of those were at the end when Tyrod Taylor was in the game and the Niners were kind of giving them runs. For most of the game, they were under 3 yards a rush. If you can't stop the run and you can't run the ball, you cannot win in the NFL. And my main takeaway, the Niners do what they do on offense, but they needed to improve their rush defense on that side of the ball. Malik Collins, when we talked to him after the game, he just dominated the game. He recovered the fumble on the punch-out of Breece Hall by Fred. There was one sequence there, John, where he or Fred Warner made every single tackle. Javon Hargrave is so much better than he was last year. He's just more used to the wide 9. It's just a different way to rush than in Philadelphia or really anywhere in the NFL. The Jets do it, obviously. And then Leonard Floyd is just the perfect bookend to Nick. And I made this comment before, could this be the best Niner pass rush since Nick has been here in front 4, whether you want to call them Alphas or Turbos or Gold Rush or whatever the nickname. This group is going to rival the group of D. Ford and Buckner and Armstead, I think, when it's all said and done. But just overall a dominant performance, John. They stuffed the run. They ran the ball whenever they wanted. The passing game will get tighter as we go. And I ask you, I'm wearing the NFC Championship hat from last year, and everybody wants to pick the Rams to win the NFC West, the Niners to be a wild card team and be like a 5 seed. Philly looked good, obviously. Saquon Barkley. The Lions look good. Dallas looked good. Minnesota look good. The Jordan Love injury is not as severe as we thought it was going to be from Brazil, John. But after watching the first weekend and locking in on the Niners last night, who's a better team in the NFC, top to bottom, and in the offensive line and D-line trenches than the Niners?
Let's talk about it. It's funny, I wrote that in my notes today because just based on Week 1 performance, what do you think of the NFC? So we'll get into that as well. If you got questions for Pop, anything that you saw, whether you liked it, whether you didn't, J.P. Mason, Jake Moody, the passing game, the dominance on the lines, like you said, Trent Williams goes into this game like he didn't even miss training camp, like it was no big deal. Brandon Aiyuk has a little bit of work to do, so we'll get into all those things too. But anything you saw and you want to talk about, hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can hit us up on the text line. We'll read the best ones. We'll do it all coming up next. Niners win 32-19. We'll talk about it with you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning, recapping the 49ers win over the Jets on Monday Night Football. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Central. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Mason Purdy out of the gun, looks left, throws left. Good ball to Debo. Makes the safety miss and runs down the left sideline. What a play by Debo Samuel. And the outcut, he just let Ashton Davis from Cal go by, broke his tackle, turned upfield, and turned that into an explosive total catch and run by Debo at 25 yards.
That's you. By the way, every time I'm driving home on the said commute back, and we'll get into the Niners, you got any thoughts? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Ask Papa anything at all. After all, he called the game, as you just heard. I'm always listening to ESPN Game Night, and on a Monday night, it's all your calls. So it felt like you were riding with me home. It was just one after another.
It was Jake Moody from 50 plus. It's good, despite what Lund thinks about him. Moody,
that is
off
true.
the left upright. If he's on the right hash, he may miss that right upright. Left hash, he's going to make it.
Man.
So. And that was a Debo. And Debo had a couple last night where he just snatched the ball out of the air and was able to rock and get a run after. He had 5 catches for 54 yards. You know, they targeted him 9 times, so it wasn't a great percentage for him. The best by far was Jawan Jennings, 5 for 5, and 4 turned into first downs. He had a big game despite the ankle injury. They were keen on Debo in the run game. We knew Debo would have runs. He's had in playoff games, you know, when they went to him with the Deadpool 11 Tyson formation we were talking about yesterday, just thinking if McCaffrey doesn't play, they're going to run Debo a lot. Debo had back-to-back 10 rushing attempts in the Green Bay playoff game, and he had the big one to set it up for Robbie Gould to make the 45-yard field goal. It tells you what Kyle thinks of him. He had to have an inside run there, and he gave the ball to Deebo Samuel, a wide receiver. And then the next game, you know, he also had, you know, a lot of runs as well. The Dallas game, I think, week before, so it was Dallas, then Green Bay. But the most he's ever had in a regular season was 8. So he kept an eye on that. I think Kyle wants to keep that number right at 8. But if you get 28 from J.P. Mason, you're good. The Jets were keen on Debo, though, John. Though he had a couple of one where he snatched and pivoted out of it. One you just heard where he did likewise with Ashton Davis and got some yak yards. But the Jets were all over number 1 last night.
Yeah, no doubt about it. By the way, Matt Barros is going to join us from The Athletic. Does a tremendous job. It was great seeing him last night at the game. He's going to help us recap things at 10:50. Don't miss that. The audio recap, which everybody loves, especially when the 49ers win. I think we only do it when they win. 11:50.
We don't win when we don't do it when they lose.
Yeah, we don't do it when they lose.
Singing the blues.
11:50 for the audio recap. I've heard the song that they're going to use.
Waiting.
Yeah, and we will do it right at 11:50.
Is it a New York theme on the? Is it a New York theme on the song?
If Walter's telling me the truth, it's something that was related to last night. I'll say that. So he's telling me the truth. 11:50 for that, and then Krug, the Krug Show, which I already had Krug on the pre and the post, but we love having him on the show and breaking it all down. So he's going to join us at 12:30. So that's what we got. Real quick, you asked me a question, and I'm just basing this on the first week and everything else. But let's say this before we unveil the way too early power rankings in the NFC. All the talk now, if CMC is out, no matter what Mason did last night, that's a different discussion. But everything of the offseason, Trent Williams played great. Aiyuk's going to catch up. I think he's going to be fine. All these different things that happened, as Murph termed it, the bummer summer, the Super Bowl hangover. We talked about it. People love talking about it on a national level. Everybody's picking against the 49ers as far as winning the Super Bowl. I haven't heard anybody say that the 49ers are going to win the Super Bowl on a national level. They're picking all these different teams, from the Packers to the Eagles to everything else, based on 1 week, and that's all we have to go off right now. This is a professional team with a ton of leadership. We've talked about it locally. I don't see a Super Bowl hangover. I don't think there's going to be a Super Bowl hangover. If CMC's hurt, that's different. But I'm just talking about everything that was discussed that was going to distract the 49ers. I didn't see any of that last night.
I didn't believe it in August when you were all freaking out with the August anxiety and agita over Brandon Aiyuk. And the Aiyuk thing just went way too long. There's no doubt. And, you know, they kind of pushed him into it by threatening to trade him a couple of times and took it right to the moment that he signed. And then you had the Ricky Pearsall moment the last day of August. It was nice to have Ricky back with some of the first responders.
That was cool.
It was a nice touch. And then Trent Williams. But it all ended. You know, when the calendar turned to September the 1st, Aiyuk had already signed. They knew Ricky was going to be okay. Kyle called Trent and said, okay, that's enough. Come on back in now.
a gold jacket. Let's go get a Super Bowl. So, I mean, I just never bought it because I saw them in practice, and I thought they were still pretty sharp. And we talked to even without McCaffrey, you've still got Brock Purdy. You've still got Christian McCaffrey's backup now and J.P. Mason now that Elijah Mitchell's gone. He's a good player. You got Kyle Juszczyk. You got George Kittle. You got Deebo Samuel. Aiyuk, I thought a couple of those were tough. The Sauce Gardner one got pulled out. He's got to latch that one and bring it in. The one where he ran the back of the end zone right in the corner out of the point of the bunch, he still had to leave his feet to make the catch. He's made that catch before. He made it in Philadelphia last year. I could tell just watching him in practice he was going to be off in the passing game. He was kind of searching for routes and which shoulder was Brock going to throw it on? Where's the coverage? You got to feel all that. That's why we highlighted just his blocking ability going into the game would be the difference in the game. So I still think, that they're the best team in the NFC, and we watched them all. Philadelphia getting Saquon Barkley on top of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. They've got the weapons, but the quarterback is still not on that level. He does not read defenses. He makes a lot of forced throws. I don't know what they're going to do ultimately with him, but he's going to play, but he's going to have to play better. We thought Atlanta was going to be a lot better this offseason. Cousins does not look good, and he had the right Achilles. Aaron Rodgers had the left. They had to put Cousins in the pistol and the gun because he could not drive from under center. Just doesn't look good. He's going to have to figure it out. It may take time to get there. And then, other teams in Dallas look great, John, but it was more to me about Cleveland and how badly they played in their opener. But Dallas did look solid in the game. The Sunday night game are two of the best teams, certainly in the NFC, and the Lions and the Rams. And a lot like the 49ers, just running J.P. Mason. I heard you talking about it. And they ran Mason wide. Bill Belichick was emphasizing the C gap and getting out wide. He can do that. He could also run between the tackles, but David Montgomery in Detroit just wore the Rams down. And the Rams, they got a couple of rookies on their front. They tried to build that D-line because they, the Niners won 9 straight against them in the regular season, and going into the last game when he didn't play, Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and a few other guys, the streak ended. But they just bullied the Rams, and the Rams had to get tougher. Well, the Rams still got pushed around a little bit when it was time to figure out that game, and now they got Puka. So the Lions and the Cowboys look really good. Philadelphia looks good overall, but I still think the quarterback has a hard time really as a leader for one. Maybe he's improved in that area, but he's got to read defenses better. And the Packers, I thought was going to be a really tough team this year. I mean, Jordan Love, at one point we thought, wow, he just broke his ankle in like 5 places. He's going to be out the year. It's a knee injury. They're not going to IR him, but still – Malik Willis is going to be their quarterback for at least 2 or 3 games. We saw him in Tennessee in the preseason and studied him. He's not ready.
He's
rough. Tennessee traded him. Rand Carthon traded him. They didn't want him on the roster, so now he's their starting quarterback. They have enough around there to win with him at quarterback, but they're not going to be in the upper echelon of the NFC. So the Lions, to me, are still the team you got to deal with it. In Philadelphia, if the quarterback can figure it out, in Dallas, but as I say, I just think you got to prove otherwise right now, and the Niners showed nothing last night to disprove that they're still not the best team in the NFC. And although they did what they do, what would you if you had to give them a letter grade last night? B-? I mean, they've got another level or two they can get to. The passing game was off. There were some things they need to improve on. By and large, the fundamentals, the bedrock of winning football, they dominated those areas, but they've got another gear to be more explosive.
Yeah, when your kicker kicks 6 field goals and you go 2 of 5 in the red zone, that's going to be what Kyle's going to talk about all week long against better teams, and they were so good defensively, and Aaron Rodgers couldn't move and all these different things, that you're going to win those games, but you got to be better than that. They could have blown the doors off these guys even worse than what the score was. But way too early power ranks. 49ers at number 1. I'm just doing it on week 1. The Cowboys were really impressive against the Browns. I agree with you. Deshaun Watson stinks. I don't know what they're going to do with that contract. Lions over the Rams. I put the Lions third. The Eagles with the win over the Packers. But again, like you said, Jalen Hurts threw 2 interceptions. I put your Vikings in there. Well, they're not your Vikings. Paul Allen's Vikings in there because Sam Darnold was really good.
Sam Darnold's Vikings.
Yeah, and so I put them 5th. The Saints, you got to give it to them, but the Panthers are terrible. And then I thought the Bucs were impressive, but I don't think the Commanders are going to be very good. Seattle won. The Bears won. and then the Rams and the Packers are going to be there, but they lost. So I think it's normal. Like, I put the Cowboys, too, because I thought their defense was so dominant, but they haven't proven anything beyond being a really good regular season team. So to me, you got to look at the 49ers as you always have. Everybody talked about them in the offseason and what was wrong. And we'll get into the CMC conversation, but if he's okay and Jordan Mason can be that backup, well, I tell you, they made some really good moves in the offseason. The interior defensive line, Leonard Floyd was really good. The offensive line, even beyond Trent Williams, I mean, somebody's got to open the holes for Jordan Mason. He's a hell of a running back and goes north-south, and he's going to punish you when he gets there. By the way, somebody on the text line said Marion Barber, the former Cowboy, and he wore 24
that's
too.
That's a good call.
That's another one too, beyond Marshawn. But, a lot of the units played well last night, and there's going to be more to come, and there's going to be some tough games. But the Jets were supposed to be good, and they made the Jets look bad.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers and I when I went down last night, they carted Aaron Rodgers from the Jet locker room to the Jet team bus. They actually stopped, and you know that like a corridor where they have all the storage unit in there, and it's lined with 49er pictures and history. You got Joe and Steve and Ronnie Lott. As he was going by, Aaron Rodgers had him take a left-hand turn, and he went into that corridor, and he just sat there in his golf cart, and he soaked up all of the Niner history, and we had a quick moment together. And as I was thinking of him, so they pulled the card out, and this was way after 9 o'clock our time, so it's midnight in New York. By the time they take off from San Jose, can they take off from San Jose? I think they can. They can't land past midnight, or 11 even. But what time did they get home in the tri-state area?
We're talking about
well
the
after
postgame.
daybreak, 7, 8 in the morning. And I thought, he's got a short week. He's got to go play Tennessee next week. What's he going to do tomorrow but look at tape all day? You know what he's doing right now?
He's on McAfee.
He's on the Pat McAfee show. I'm like, dude.
And I'd be sleeping. You kidding me? I
How
can't
much
believe
tape is
that.
he watching? Has he already started looking at Tennessee's defense? They're going to blitz your ass on Sunday like they did the Niners in the preseason game. So I can't believe Aaron Rodgers at age 40 is still going strong. Maybe he hit the ayahuasca on the flight.
Must have, because we were saying that in the post game last night. Is even like you said, they're not getting home till like 7 o'clock New York time. You lose 3 hours, so then you get out of here. You lose 3. You're probably getting home at 7, and well, it's already. I guess it's 1:30 back there, but still,
how much
I'd be
he's got to work on? He's got to get ready for Tennessee.
I know.
I mean, he's essentially, and they have Hackett, and they have our friend Todd Downing run the passing game. He runs that offense, so I don't know what he's doing right now.
Wow.
But I mean, it's just he's incredible on the energy that he does have. But clearly,
he can't move though. He can't move
well,
yet.
I think that left calf where the Achilles is atrophied. It's noticeably smaller. I remember watching him warm up in a preseason game a couple of years ago, and his just drive back from under center, his legs, his calves were just so big and thick. He doesn't have that anymore. He's having, and even a little bit off on just functional movement skill in the pocket, where Brady was so good and Peyton Manning just sliding a little bit. He was a little off with that. He's still got a great arm. And the one throw that he made down the left sideline to Lazard, right through the ear hole of Ike Adam, wow, that was a big-time throw.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, there you go. Give us your thoughts. Ask Papa anything at all. What did you see last night? Do you like? Are you nervous about CMC? What about J.P. Mason? If you'd like to rub my face in some more Jake Moody, plenty of people are doing that. They love it. Hit me up. Hit us up. 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. Both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. We'll do that next. And Matt Barrows at 10:50. His viewpoint on what he saw last night. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law, founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary. Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years, and now Omar's son, Tarek, Habas joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a great time on Monday night. Hope you're feeling okay today. I saw a few people that were having a lot of fun last night, so hopefully you're not paying too much on a Tuesday. Give us your thoughts. Ask Papa anything at all. I got a bunch of good ones on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can call using that same number at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. By the way, Papa and Lund today, I'm sure, very proudly sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. The first one I see here, Pop, and we could ask Mike Pereira this. It comes from 707. Are they ever going to address the egregious holds on Bosa? They called the hold on Debo, but not on the tackle, hugging Bosa mid-spin. And it's funny because I was thinking of you, and you said he was going to use more of that spin move. Mid-spin, he gets horse-collared right in front of Aaron Rodgers. I'm thinking the official can't miss that, and he did.
Yeah, Bosa gets held probably more than any player in football. Because he's just so dominant, whether it's the run game and the chase down from the backside where they don't block him, they let him go. He's dominant on all sides. If you run, at his side, which is not wise, you got to get a body on him and his pass rush moves. So he does get held a lot. I haven't seen the numbers on how many actually induced holds he gets, but I thought overall the officials were fine last night. Carl Scheffer's crew, he's been in the game for a long time, but there was one just obvious hip drop tackle that they missed on the New York Jets, which resulted in Jawan Jennings. And we'll hear from Kyle at 11:45 with his after-the-game teleconference, and he gives you the injury update. Jawan did come back into the game later to make a catch, but at that point I thought, damn, they pulled him down and redid his ankle, and he's had all kinds of injuries, oblique and hip, but the ankle has been a persistent one. We go back to August, and Aiyuk was there. I saw Aiyuk, but he just didn't practice. Jennings, he hardly ever practiced. Didn't play in the preseason. We hardly saw him. He was out there early, and then he was gone. Did come back, when they got to work on the Jets game, but he had a lot of work on the ankle. So to see him get the hip drop tackle, and I don't know how they missed that one because it was way out in the middle of space, John. So I think overall the officials did fine last night. The one positive was Trent Williams, who was lining up, too far back in practice routinely. Just every snap he was too far back, and it was after the Ronnie Stanley game on Thursday night in Kansas City with the Ravens left tackle, and Chris Verster got to him, and he made a point of making sure that the crown of his helmet was up and the waistband of Jake Brendel. Trent does like to get back a little bit, and he almost always lines up in a 2-point stance and not a 3-point stance. So overall, I thought it was finely officiated with the exception of, and Trent made a nice adjustment. How did they miss the hip drop tackle on Jawan Jennings, which really did re-aggravate that ankle injury?
Yeah, and he was out for a little bit. The numbers on Trent Williams, and this is just amazing. And look, it's a different position. I understand that. Aiyuk's going to be a minute. The passing game is going to be a minute. But Trent Williams, 33 pass block attempts, no pressures. Jermaine Johnson, who we talked about, he was a first-round pick out of Florida State a couple of years ago, 10 rushes, no pressures. Will McDonald, who was a first-round pick out of Iowa State, 7 rushes, 0 pressures. He didn't give up a pressure. I'm not saying Trent was perfect, but, man, to just come off the street, and Trent owns a gym, Trent's in great shape, all that kind of stuff. I was down there when you were down there. The offensive lineman, just watching him, Trent's just at a different level. He was doing, what they do before the game to kind of get hyped up and work up a lather, hitting each other and all that kind of stuff. And he's just massive, athletic, all these kind of things. But to go out and have that kind of performance, which led to what I think was the best offensive line performance in a long time, especially inside. I think Pooney's grade was around an 80 in PFF. I thought he was really solid, but leading the way, Trent being back, and wow, what a difference as always.
So the Niners had 72 offensive plays last night, a lot, and the Jets wound up with 51. But again, the Jets had that long drive at the end of the game to get Alan Lazard his second touchdown when Tyrod Taylor was in and they pulled A-Rod. So they got a little more there to balance it up. But still, what a discrepancy. And all we talked about was how many snaps could Trent play. Can he play all 100? He played 70 of the 72 snaps. And I remember the 2 because he jogged off at the end. I think the last Jake field goal drive. Well, he went back in, and for a moment I thought, and Mike Holder freaked out, like Trent just ran back in. We thought maybe it was just to get something into his body, and he we knew he was going to the oxygen on the sideline, but he needed IV, so they can't do that on the sideline. They went back in the locker room, and he got that, but he missed only 2 snaps in the game, and he came right back out and played. But I think he told one of the writers after the game that his tongue was cramping up. That's how tired he was. 72 snaps is a lot, and he played all but 2 of them. And then conversely, we wondered about Brandon Aiyuk. Aiyuk wound up playing 43 of the 72 offensive snaps. So 60% is not where he typically is. Normally he's around 82%. Yeah. But he did well, and he wound up, Debo played 53 snaps. Aiyuk played 43. Juwan played 35 with the ankle. Chris Conley came in and played more X-receiver. When Aiyuk was out, he played 29 snaps, and Ronnie Bell was out there for 13. So they spread it around a little bit. So much of the talk, how much could Trent play? How much could Aiyuk play? Trent played 70 of 72 snaps, and it took an IV bag to get him off the field. And, Matt Barrows is so good with the playing time and the snaps. He breaks it all down, get his thoughts on it. And Aiyuk, he did have a couple of 14-yard catches to move the chains. The one out where he, right after he had the ball tipped away by Sauce Gardner, they went back to him to get separation. Then he had one go in the other direction out to his left. The first one that Sauce pulled out, I'm not going to call that a drop. I know Belichick and Peyton Manning was hard on him on the Manning cast, ripping him apart. But Sauce got in there and pulled that ball out. Aiyuk, normally with the strong hands, the big hands, the long arms, he snatches that ball and brings it into his body fast. The one where he ran the corner route when he was the point of the bunch going to the back of the end zone, he makes that catch usually. But he did leave his feet. To me, it was similar going the other direction to his touchdown catch in Philadelphia. But I don't know if you caught the Manning cast, John, and it was interesting. Belichick and the Mannings, they were stepping all over each other. But Peyton just crushed Brandon Aiyuk for not catching the touchdown. Went back to a 2004 game they lost, and Edgerrin James held out, and he blamed it on that. So when you got two quarterbacks on the Manning cast, they're going to think everything should have been caught. I thought Aiyuk did fine in the game, and he'll be better as he goes. I could tell just watching practice that he was going to be rusty in the game, and that's why training camp is important.
Yeah, his timing was off. I think he normally catches that, but you can't say that with 100% certainty. And like I said, I heard Peyton Manning get all over him, so that was a big one. By the way, I was just looking at some notes from the Jets. This is how impressive the run game was. They ran it 38 times and only had one run stuff. The Niners had 4 run stuffs on 19 run plays, so they didn't go backwards a lot as well. And then a lot of people were talking about Kinlaw, and this was a kind of a thing with him with the 49ers is he looks good in practice, not in the game. When he was on the field, the Jets averaged 5.2 yards, or excuse me, the Niners averaged 5.2 yards per carry and 4.1 when he was off. So, I like Kinlaw. He's a good guy. The story's great, but he just hasn't been able to put it together. So they were over a yard more when Kinlaw 54 was in the game for the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is numbers. Were they running at him? And I thought he played well. There was one rush, and he wears 54, and they wound up, Jeff Ulbrich did blitz. But Javon got in so fast that I initially thought it was a linebacker. I'm like, what's that? And then it was him. He had a couple of snaps that were absolutely dominant. And, Chase Young is so improved in New Orleans. Javon adding 30 pounds. They want him to play differently next to Quinnen Williams. So we'll see ultimately where it's at. And one thing we'll talk to Matt Barrows about the playing time and the snaps. He breaks all that down. But Matt, of all the writers, he loves his alphas, his bravos. I love my gold rush. He loves his turbos. And we break down the D-line. And we'll get into it because we asked that question, could this D-line be better to Matt Mayoko? I want to ask the other Matt Barrows. Malik Collins was just dominant last night. How many of those stops in the backfield, tackle for losses, were Malik? He was living back there. He recovered the fumble that Fred Warner, and another great Fred Warner peanut punch, was able to get away from Breece Hall. Leonard Floyd played well. You got Jordan Elliott with some dominant snaps. We didn't even see Gross Matos yet, and Beal and Givens. I think that this gold rush, this 49er defensive line, both the alphas and the turbos, and the one drive where the Jets went right down the field, their third drive of the game, John, the Niner pass rush was nowhere on that drive, and it was a lot of the bravos, the backups that were out. But that was the only time, really. I think most of the game, the 49er defensive line really dominated. And we'll have Matt break down the alphas, the bravas, the turbos. I think this line, as we've been saying for a couple of weeks now, they have a chance to be the best group that Bosa's had.
Let's get to it. Matt Barrows from The Athletic is going to join us coming up. Oh, I just heard we had to reschedule Matt Barrows. That's fine. All right, we'll continue the conversation. I'll get to some on the text line as well. A lot of questions. Big thing. Everything positive. Blow out the Jets. What do we got?
Kyle's conference call.
Oh, Kyle at 11. Okay. Okay, so
from
Kyle's
11:45 to 11 a.m., so they had to move it up.
All right, so I'll tell you when Matt Barrows is going to join us coming up next. In the meantime, everything positive, everything great. You blow out the Jets, you look great. All these position groups are really, really good, but there is one thing hanging over the 49ers today. We'll get to it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR, wishing a belated happy birthday to Sharif from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. As he said yesterday, he's born on 9/9. 9/9 would be a good date for the Niners to open their new season. And we have a date coming up, 9/20, for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They're going to have another one of their free live CLR webinars on that date. It's a great chance for you to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, doctors will always be there for you. They're going to answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR, custom lens replacement, and LASIK? I've had both. CLR are way better, but are you a candidate for CLR? Maybe LASIK is better for you. They'll tell you that. What will the cost? Is there financing? How long will the procedure take? Not that long at all. And why can't you get a cataract after getting CLR? That is very cool. Find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and never developing cataracts the rest of your life at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. It comes up Friday, September the 20th at noon. Space is tight. So register now at lasereyeclr.com. That is lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Lund, thanks for joining us. We told you Matt Barrows would be in this spot. Kyle Shanahan moved up his teleconference, which is not really airable, or we would air it for you, but we will take the best of Kyle and play that for you a little bit later on the show. We will get you a time on Matt Barrows. We do know this, that in an hour, don't miss it, it is the recap of the game. Papa and Tim Ryan recap, plus you hear from the players and all this kind of stuff, and you never know what music is going to be played, so we'll do that at 11:50. Larry Krueger is going to join us at 12:30. Great win, dominant, all these things that we've talked about so far. Continue to give us your thoughts and ask Papa anything at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. But the one thing hanging over everything, despite the fact that J.P. Mason was great with 147 rushing yards, what's going on with Christian McCaffrey? Here is Kyle Shanahan talking about the report that Adam Schefter had right before the game that said that CMC would possibly miss next week's game against the Vikings as well.
I'm saying it's amazing. That person must be God, because we just found out he wasn't playing today, and I have no idea how he's going to feel tomorrow or the next day. I thought he was playing this whole week until today. I don't know who knows that he's not playing next week.
All right, so that's where we are. Not sure. Schefter saying he's not going to play. I don't know if the way Jordan Mason played influences any decisions to let him slow play it back. But what are your thoughts on Christian McCaffrey, and not only in the short term but in the long term?
Well, he's been fighting it for a while, and there's some days are better than he is other days, and you can see it on the practice field. I thought on Thursday he looked great, and they were talking about the Achilles and the calf injury, and he looked fine. He did everything. And then the next day he was not as involved. So I think ultimately, and Dustin Perry and Dustin Little will have a lot to say with this, and the doctors, obviously Tim McAdams and the others. But this is Christian. He kind of runs his body, and he works on it constantly. He is constantly working on his body with Theraguns and just every kind of heating and ice. And he's like Bosa that way, and Kittle. They're just obsessed with it. So, and this is Christian's career. And, when he came here, he got a little bit of a reputation in 2020. That was the pandemic year that was weird. But in 21, where he missed a lot of games. And, he didn't have anything where he tore anything or, had really bad injuries. But he had soft tissue injuries. He just missed a lot of games with ankles and shoulders and thighs and hamstrings and quads. And he loves to play, and he loves to practice. He loves all of it. So if Christian McCaffrey wants to play and the doctors clear him and he feels like he can play and be effective, Christian's going to play. That's just the way it is. That's why with him, he's different. Where there were weeks where I thought he's not playing, like the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia. And then he went out and he was the best player on the field for the Niners, hurdled over 3 of their defenders, including C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Marcus Epps, and scored a touchdown. He even played quarterback in the game. So and his leg, that was the week before against the Cowboys. That may be where the calf injury started. I'm not even sure. That thing was ugly. That thing turned all different colors. And in any event, McCaffrey will make the call. Kyle obviously will, and the doctors and the Dustins. But this is Christian in his career, and he puts so much time into it. If he wants to play, he will play. If he feels good enough, he will. But if he's not, and then you got to factor in, like we were talking about yesterday on the show, the next 2 games are on turf. And, that's going to be a factor I think he will use to determine whether or not he wants to go in Minnesota and L.A. As far as J.P. Mason, and I feel for Elijah Mitchell also. I think Elijah would be on this team in some form. I'm not sure who would be off the team. Maybe Garendo to the practice squad or something. But Elijah had a great rookie year. He broke Vic Washington's rookie franchise record for rushing yards. And he got hurt. He played hurt the whole year. He had a hamstring injury all through camp, and then it got worse, and they had to shut him down for the year. You'd like to have Elijah in that room along with J.P. Mason, but he's not available. So you are a little bit thin there. As far as J.P. Mason, and McCaffrey breaks tackles and gets yards after contact as well as anybody, but Christian's 205 pounds listed. Jordan Ponchez Mason, J.P., is 223 pounds. and he runs like it. I mean, we're talking about wearing the 24 and thinking of beast mode. And, Marion Barber, the New York Giants, going back. And Jeff Deeney from Pro Football Focus set out the numbers, John, and I know you saw it. Jordan Mason had 147 yards rushing last night. 96 of the 147 came after contact. He forced 9 missed tackles last night, the second most of any running back in Week 1 in the NFL. He had 5 rushes at 10-plus yards. He had 9 first downs last night, which tied for first. I mean, McCaffrey, if he's not scoring touchdowns, he's picking up first downs. He's first down McCaffrey. All those runs last year, it seemed like every one gave the Niner a first down. He's like Juwan Jennings catching passes on third down. They all result in a first down. So stylistically, he's very different. McCaffrey will run you over, but he'll jump over you. He'll make you miss in space, where JP at 223 is going to lower the boom on you and force yards after contact. The one thing, and JP's, we'll talk to Larry Krueger about it because he asked Brock about it after the game. JP has improved his catch radius, his hands. He had one nice little McCaffrey-type outcut where Brock hit him out to the left. But it's a very different dynamic with JP Mason, and really nobody on this roster can run routes out of the offensive backfield unless you line Debo up. But even McCaffrey's a better route runner than probably Debo Samuel is. McCaffrey's just different on all those choice routes, the Texas routes over the middle. You can put him in the slot. You can put him outside. I mean, he runs wide receiver routes. But it was Brock was saying he's also, CMC, invaluable on the checkdowns. When you're going through your progressions and nothing's there, just check it down to 23. He's going to pick up big-time yards as a pass catcher out of the backfield. And last year his numbers were actually down a little bit catching the ball, John. He's had 107 catches one year, 116. He's the only running back to have two 100-catch seasons. His first year with the Niners and the half year in Carolina in 2022, he had 85 catches. Last year it was down to 67, but he still scored 7 touchdowns on those plays. So, J.P. Mason can run the ball in a powerful manner and break tackles, and he runs the zone scheme extremely well. But he's not McCaffrey in the pass game, and he's not McCaffrey in the check down game. So you like him to both be in combination, but I think the one thing is with McCaffrey, he'll decide, I think, more than anybody. John will be involved. They'll all be involved in making the decision, the doctors, the medical people, the Dustins. But this is McCaffrey's career. He knows his body better than anyone, and I think ultimately he makes the call on when he plays and when he does not play.
Give us your thoughts. Great win last night over the Jets. The Christian McCaffrey thing kind of the only cloud over the 49ers right now. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. What is your concern level there? I just get we went over this yesterday. I just get nervous when I hear that word, calf down to the Achilles, because of Durant, because of we've just seen this before because of what happened with Dre Greenlaw, and Kyle addressed that again. He talked like you did the turf during the week. He thought played a part in Greenlaw, but anytime you hear an Achilles, it's just the worst injury in sports, and especially for a running back. So you get nervous about that. I think the thing that J.P. Mason proved last night was that, if you bring Christian back, and I know he's going to want to be on the field for every play, but I think Jordan Mason proved that, look, you got to use me for 10 or 12 touches a game. He's proven the fact that I'm not saying he's going to run for $150 like he almost did last night every single time he's out there, but I think he's a viable, and I'm not saying 50-50, and I'm not saying split carries. I'm not saying a dual-headed backfield. I'm not saying that. But what the Lions do with Gibbs and then they bring in Montgomery, that wouldn't be a bad thing, even though Christian's great around the goal line. He's great at everything. But I think if you want, you just signed him to a contract extension to extend his years as much as you can, kind of like with Steph Curry. Jordan Mason has proven that whatever you can give him, he's going to be competent out there. He's not the receiver, he's not the route runner, but hell, he's a different version of thunder and lightning, and he can go north-south, and I think he's proven he deserves a role on this team.
No, he's got a role. Now he's the backup, number 2 running back, and with Christian out, for however long he'll be out. He may come back and play in Minnesota. We'll see. Short week, but he worked hard to try to play in this game. He was your lead guy, and he ran the ball 28 times. That's the most he's ever carried the football going back to high school. He didn't carry the ball that much at Georgia Tech, and the most he ever carried the ball with the Niners was 11 in a single game. He had that alone, I think, in the first half. So he can handle it. I think with Christian, and it's like Steph, he opens up everything for everybody else, the gravitational pull. So when you go into a game, and the Niners have just a galaxy of stars, even when McCaffrey's not out there, they have enough to lay 32 points on you and roll up 400 yards. But when he's out there, Debo's Debo and Aiyuk and Kittle, and these guys are all problems. I mean, better cover the fullback down the wheel route, or we'll just drop him for a big gain. It's McCaffrey where it stopped. We didn't have Bill Belichick to comment on McCaffrey, but I guarantee you, when he coaches against McCaffrey, he treats him like Marshall Faulk in The Greatest Show on Turf. We're going to pound that guy every snap. He's the guy we got to take away. They got to go somewhere else. And I think the passing game to some degree was off because of just a lack of reps in training camp, certainly. But it's also off because you don't have McCaffrey just taking the people in space. Like we showed yesterday in the playbook, John, when you got McCaffrey going in motion one direction and you hand off to Debo going the other direction, it's like, what do you do here? 3 guys are running with CMC. So he makes everybody else on the field better. So I think they'll figure it out what to do. The question is, when do you take McCaffrey off the field? He's a 3-down back. He's a 4-down back. Hell, I think he can punt and kick field goals. I mean, he could play safety. You never want him off the field. So I think the scenario where you would take him off the field, if you wanted to give Mason, is just give Mason a series. Just take Christian off, and you just don't have this series. They do it with Bosa, and they bring Bosa back in. Maybe you bring in those series if you take him completely off the field, and you say 23, stand next to Bobby Turner, 24 is going in. And then what you could do is bring Christian in for 3rd down because of his ability to run routes and, pull things away on the big downs. And hopefully, like last night, they got to 1st down, 2nd down, 1st down over again. They converted on 3rd down, but they were so good on the early downs, and the Jets were not. So I think it's easy to say, and especially when you get into bigger games against bigger teams, NFC teams, playoff games, Super Bowls, it's hard. J.P. Mason is really good, but Christian McCaffrey is really great in every regard. He does not have a weakness, and it's just hard to not have your best players on the field. That's why, staying with the Steph Curry comparison, John, and the Warriors were better at this in certain times, but the non-Steph minutes are so critical for them. They got to keep Steph on the court, but now that he's getting older, it's hard to do. Mason's a really good player, there's no doubt. But exactly how do you do that? I think you just give him a series. Like, Christian, you're not playing this series. Just work on your body. We'll bring you in next series.
Yeah, and I think it'll lengthen his career, and I think that's what you want to do. And I agree. Look, I know that he takes care of his body, and he deserves to play all the time, but it's about lengthening his career. It's about looking at this situation, which, by the way, Kyle Shanahan will play some of these cuts a little bit later for you, and then Matt Merrill will join us afterwards and give us an update on what Kyle said. He said that if it was a playoff game, Christian would have played, but they're also now calling it Achilles tendonitis and saying that stuff comes and goes. So that's part of the thing. But you could tell by the end of that game that the Jets defense said no mas. They were Roberto Duran. They had enough of him pounding on them, and I think there's a value to that, where Christian just runs a different style. And I look at the Lions and look at Gibbs and Montgomery, and they shouldn't play like that. That's almost a 50-50 split, or even Montgomery a little bit more. But getting pounded, you saw the Rams just say no more. You saw last night the Jets say with Mason, just no more. They were tired. And that was in large part, obviously the offensive line played well, but that was just a battering ram over and over and over again, and them just saying, man, I've had enough of tackling that guy.
Yeah, but Christian, I fell victim to him when we watched him at Stanford, and we talked to his dad before the draft, and I wanted to make him a slot receiver. And it was like, my son's a pretty good running back. Christian McCaffrey is a tremendous inside runner, whether you're running power, gap, or inside zone, and he'll jump over people. He wears down defenses just as well. Now, when he turns the corner on you, does JP have that kind of breakaway speed? He did turn one down the corner for a nice run. But McCaffrey, he scores 21 touchdowns last year, 14 on the ground. So, partly, and we love J.P. Mason. He's a tremendous player. He had a great, great game last night. We're going to talk to him for the pregame show this week, later in the week, hopefully. It was his coming out party, and it was so great on Monday Night Football. But, maybe partly, why are the Niners so tough in the red zone offensively? Because they have a guy like Marcus Allen or Walter Payton and McCaffrey. He just knows the goal line. He can get there no matter if it's inside, outside, hand it to it, throw it to him. He throws it. he is just a touchdown scorer. I mean, he scored a touchdown or more every game as a Niner. Look at how many touchdowns he has in his year and a half here. It's mind-boggling. He scores more than one a game on average. So, maybe if he plays last night, it's not 2 for 5 in the red zone. It's not 6 field goals for 2 touchdowns. It's 6 touchdowns to 2 field goals, and it's not always that simple. JP scored a touchdown. Should have had 2 last night. But it's just, JP Mason is a really good running back. Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in the NFL, and in my estimation last year, he was the best player in the NFL.
It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for joining us. 808 KNBR, 808-5627. Hit us up, 415-808-5627. Any questions on the text line? Ask Papa anything at all. You can call in as well and talk about the 49ers' dominant win over the Jets. But the Christian McCaffrey thing kind of hanging over again. Kyle Shanahan saying if it was a playoff game, he would have played, and they're calling it tendinitis, Achilles tendinitis now. A lot of people on the text line want us to address what happened with Jordan Mason after the game. We'll play some of that audio for you, and then we should be catching up to Matt Barrows, and we'll play some of that Kyle audio for you. 49ers victory Monday. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan, bro. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Jordan Mason's big performance against the Jets on Monday night. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. My friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4, the best rates in years. Listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time right now to call Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days. You can also do it with no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you could even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, or 415-808-5721.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. This is Papa and Lun on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Dominating win for the 49ers, even more dominant than the final score, 32-19. Ask Papa anything at all. He was there. Tim Ryan was there. I was there. But you called the game. So people want to know what you think. Hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the Golden State Lumber and Build Material text line and call-in line. We're going to play this for you. A lot of people have asked about it. Then Matt Barrows is going to join us in 12 minutes at the bottom of the hour, so don't miss his insights from The Athletic. But what was a great night for Jordan Mason with the 28 carries, the most under a Kyle Shanahan team, or with the 49ers as far as carries, and 147 yards, had over 100 yards in the third quarter with 4 minutes left. He was just dominant. But after the game, a little bit of confusion. So it starts with Lisa Salters asking him when he knew he was going to play, then Kyle Shanahan saying, well, he shouldn't have known, and then J.P. Mason kind of upset with the media, and people want to hear your thoughts on it. So this is how everything went down post-game for J.P. Mason.
When did you find out that you were going to be starting?
When did I find out? Maybe Friday night, something like that.
Jordan said after the game that he was told on Friday night he was going to start. When did Christian start feeling awry?
I never told Jordan he was going to start. Told him he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up, but I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, it wasn't going to be like usual. He was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time, but now he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
All right, so that's what happened last night. The only reason it matters, maybe the NFL designations and all those things could want to look into what happened with the 49ers. But I don't think it was a huge thing, but it marred maybe J.P. Mason's great game just a little bit. What did you think?
Well, JP's going to have to get used to it. You ball out like that on Monday Night Football, and you're the on-field interview walking off the field.
Yeah.
That's a great honor. Lisa Salters, the 28 carries, 147 yards, a touchdown, all these stars on the field, Aaron Rodgers and, Deebo Samuel, and you're the guy they talk to. So he probably didn't get many interviews at Georgia Tech, and so he's going to have to get used to it. He plays like this more, he's going to get more. So, but I think, what he's talking about on Friday, and I interviewed Kyle on Friday, I was there, and, Christian didn't take part in practice as much as he did on Thursday. And, the bottom line is it changes with McCaffrey. But Friday, after practice, 2:30 in the afternoon, you're still more than 48 hours away from the game. And if McCaffrey wants to play, he's going to play. Or actually, it's 72 hours away from the game.
Mm-hmm.
This was Friday, which is normally a Thursday. So a lot can happen with treatment. So I don't think they knew that he was not going to play until yesterday morning when they looked at him, and if he felt better. It's more of a feel thing with that. Achilles tendonitis is what Kyle's describing it as, and we'll talk to Matt Barrows about it in a moment. So the Achilles is the joint, that the calf that connects the calf to the heel bone. So it started out as a calf muscle, and then when it gets down, you think that's lower and into the heel, then you're into the Achilles where it's lower. Obviously, with Kevin Durant, we're sensitive to it. I think the one thing with Achilles tendonitis, is he more vulnerable to tearing the Achilles tendon? I don't know. Warriors and Dr. Celebrini swore that was not the case when Kevin Durant had the calf injury earlier in the playoffs in May, and that he was not more vulnerable to tearing it, and that was on June the 10th in Toronto. Logic would tell you that the calf and the Achilles are connected, so if you got a calf injury, it's a lower calf. But would the Achilles just snap on that? Would it be tendonitis? Dre Greenlaw, it was his other Achilles tendon. It was not the one that was giving him problems at the end of last year that he snapped in the Super Bowl. It was the other leg. So that's one thing. Or the doctors say, because I've been told that there's no major risk that he is going to snap the Achilles tendon. And they said that about Durant. But, is that, what are the doctors saying there? And then just from Jordan's, way of thinking, to handle. You want to talk to the media and just say, I don't want to talk to the media anymore. He needs to. And then, like Kyle said, Friday after practice, and McCaffrey's been working all week on coming back and the week before, and maybe feel something a little more on Friday during the practice that, you may have to go on this game. Elijah Mitchell's out the year. You're the number 2 back, and if Christian doesn't go, so you always got to prepare like you're going to play. And I mean, if you don't start the game, you could be in immediately. He's a young player that has to learn that. So I think what Kyle said was Bobby probably gave him the heads up that, CMC's iffy right now. And they've said that all along. It was questionable. He was never upgraded to probable. He was never downgraded to doubtful, if they have that designation anymore, or out. They didn't do that. So I think that's just McCaffrey and his body. And Kyle said if it was a playoff game last night, he would have played. And again, I go back to the NFC Championship game where I thought he was not playing. I just didn't think he was going to play in the game. I was convinced of it. And then he goes out and plays, and he played well. So he could have played last night, but it's game 1, not the last game, a championship game or a Super Bowl. So they wisely held him out. But I don't think the Niners knew. In fact, I'm positive of it. They didn't know that he wasn't going to play for certain until yesterday.
Yeah, and as far as J.P. Mason, I agree with you. I don't want anything to mar the type of game he had last night, but I'm sure they took him aside either last night or this morning. They probably wanted to enjoy it last night and didn't address it, but probably this morning and just said, as you just said, which is, look, you have more of these games, you're going to have to talk to the media. We have no choice. You're going to have to go up to the podium. You're going to have to answer questions, and that's just the way it goes. And so let's make sure we're on the same page. It happens to everybody. He's a young guy. Like you said, he didn't even get a ton of carries in college, so he probably didn't do a lot of media in college either. So it's just one of those things. And like you said, you get grabbed, you're on ESPN, and you're kind of dazed from probably everything, and you say something you maybe shouldn't have said. So, but it happens. But he's just going to have to get better at it. But like I said, I don't want to make that the headline because he was amazing last night. He was awesome.
Well, I think the question was, when were you told you were going to start? And I think maybe the answer is, I was told to be ready to start on Friday night, somewhere in there. A lot of times they get the days screwed up because of the schedule. It could have been Saturday that Bobby told him that. After that, that's the last full practice before you go into a Sunday walkthrough for a Monday night game. So it's possible he said Friday, but he meant Saturday because they were playing on a Monday night, so the schedule is just off one day. That could have been part of it. Or he could have been tipped off by Bobby Turner to be up and ready to roll on Friday. Doesn't much matter. It was really going to be, hey, if Christian McCaffrey decides to play in the game and the doctors and the medical staff, the performance staff gives him the green light to play, he's playing in the game. So you'd rather tell J.P. Mason, be ready to start this game and then pull him back rather than saying, right before the game, oh, by the way, you're starting and you're going to get 28 carries in the game tonight. You don't want to do it that way.
All right, let's talk to Matt Barrows of The Athletic coming up next, not only about last night's game, but he just got out of a teleconference with Kyle Shanahan. So what is the latest on CMC? Some other injuries. What did Kyle like or did not like? We'll ask Matt about what Kyle just said. Plus, we got Papa's. We got the thing that everybody loves after a 49ers.
The audio
win.
recap, John.
That's
I've
right.
been waiting for the audio recap. What
and we
time
will
is that?
make sure that we do it at 11:50. So Matt Barrows, audio recap, all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Football is back and Gold Bar Whiskey is back. Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49er quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay Area. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. It is aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. It is a great spot. Stop by for delicious food, refreshing cocktails. Get the Golden Joe there. Actually, Joe's Cocktail, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
By home. Second and goal, 5-yard line. J.P. Mason, the lone back. Kittle and Debo are stacked right. Aiyuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
A little Mason madness on the cutback right off an unbelievable block by George Kittle.
He started the game. Jordan Mason, some issues after. 28 carries, 147 yards. Jake Moody, 6 field goals. Like I said, I've always been a huge fan of kickers, especially in the third round. And dominating on both sides of the line. Aaron Rodgers goes home. 32-19 loss, and it was more dominating than that. Let's talk to Matt Barrows. Plus, he was just on a teleconference with Kyle Shanahan, so we'll get an update on CMC, at Matt Barrows. Make sure you follow him, reading all his great stuff in The Athletic. All the guys over there do a tremendous job at The Athletic covering the Niners, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Matt. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I remember you celebrating that third-round pick of Moody as soon as it happened. What a great pick, you said.
It's great. Yeah. I couldn't even get it out of my mouth, and then it was like, and in my defense, Kyle Shanahan went in there, and I know he did the same thing with you guys, came in and was like, I wanted a running back. I didn't want a kicker. But now we all have to admit it looks like a pretty good pick. So nice job by him last night. Before we get to the greatness of the win last night, all you guys just heard from Kyle in the teleconference. What was the latest on Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, a couple of things. One is that Shanahan described the injury a little bit further. It's been on the injury report, it's calf/Achilles. He said that the Achilles has tendinitis, and that's why you see this sort of varying degree of severity in it. Some days it'll seem okay, and then it'll flare up, and it'll be very uncomfortable for McCaffrey. So that's what he's dealing with, and obviously there were times last week when it was bothering him. The other part is I asked, this is in light of the fact that McCaffrey was going through a calf injury late last season. He was on the injury report going into the Packers game, the divisional playoff game in January, and he played in that game and played well, and then played well against the Lions, and then in the Super Bowl as well. So I asked, okay, if this were a playoff game, would McCaffrey have played with the current injury? And Shanahan's answer was definitely. In fact, McCaffrey told him as much, that if we were in the playoffs right now, I'd be able to play. The difference, obviously, is it's week one, and they want to be cautious with this, and they don't want it to be something that appears and reappears throughout the season. And in hindsight, in my mind, that's the right decision, especially when you can turn to number 24 and he looks like beast mode, 49ers version, in these games. So that's the long and short of it going into the Vikings game. Shanahan said that McCaffrey would be day-to-day this week.
All right, so going back to the injury, a couple of years ago, and I remember that NFC Championship game in Philly. I didn't think he was going to play at all in that game, and he played, and he was arguably the Niners' best player in the game, scoring a jump over three guys' touchdown. It was the week before against Dallas when he got kicked, and it was in the calf. It was a 9-9 game as the third quarter started the fourth quarter. He scored a touchdown in the first play of the fourth quarter. But if you remember, Elijah Mitchell came in to finish that game, and he wound up staying in bounds or going out of bounds when he should have stayed in bounds. He made a mistake with the clock. Anyway, is that where this all started, with a calf injury against Dallas? And then last year, Matt, he did have a calf problem late in the year in Washington, and then he missed the Rams game, and he kind of managed it throughout. So tell me about the timeline of the calf, and now it's gotten in the Achilles. And then, we're also sensitized because of Kevin Durant had a calf injury, and he wound up tearing his Achilles like 6 weeks later. Achilles tendonitis takes a while to go away. It's inflammation of the Achilles tendon. But as far as your research and years doing this and maybe talking to doctors lately, is there a fear that if he plays with Achilles tendonitis, he could rupture the Achilles tendon?
Yeah, I don't know that yet. I mean, to me, the fear right now is that this is just something that wouldn't go away if he was playing on it now. It would erupt here and there, and it would become problematic instead of just at the beginning of the season. It would be problematic throughout the season. And obviously this is a team that has its eye on January and February, and that's what the priority is. I don't know. The calf injury last year in Washington was listed as calf. There was no /Achilles listed next to it. So that tells me that there was no Achilles tendonitis there. This is something that we have to ask Christian McCaffrey this week, how forthcoming he's going to be about his injury. I don't know. My sense is that he won't be forthcoming at all. He was very clipped when talking about it this last week going into the Jets game. But, I mean, like I said, I think it's something he's concerned about. He's concerned about it becoming a longer-term issue that affects him in December, January, and February.
Matt Barrows has joined us. We're talking about Christian McCaffrey, the latest. Matt and the 49ers media just got off a call, a teleconference with Kyle Shanahan, so we're getting a quick update on Christian McCaffrey. Then we'll get into the game in just a minute. Does it change anything to you that Jordan Mason was so good last night with the 147 yards? In other words, hey, you know what? We can take it a little easy with this Christian McCaffrey thing because, like you said, when I hear about an Achilles, I feel like it's a ticking time bomb just because of what happened with Kevin Durant, what happened with Dre Greenlaw. I mean, we're kind of jumpy around here when it comes to hearing about Achilles tendon. So I'm almost thinking to myself, well, J.P. Mason looks pretty good so far. So why don't give it a little bit of time and let him, heal this thing as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's got to be the take that the 49ers are having right now. He did get 28 carries, and my joke on Twitter last night was that in 23, the hue and cry from fans was, hey, you got to get Christian McCaffrey out of these games in the fourth quarter. This year it's going to be, hey, you got to get Jordan Mason out of these games in the fourth quarter. He was still pounding the rock late. And I would add Deebo Samuel to that mix. I mean, that was a demanding game for Deebo Samuel. 8 carries out of the backfield, a lot of passes as well. It was the Deebo and Jordan Mason show in the backfield. I think that if you're going to put McCaffrey on the shelf for a little bit, you need to start working in one of those other tailbacks. I mean, Isaac Orendo's at your disposal. He didn't get any carries yesterday. They also have Patrick Taylor Jr. on the active roster. He didn't get any carries. So that's to me what I would be looking for if the 49ers do, in fact, decide, okay, let's maybe this first quarter of games, we're going to take it really easy on Christian McCaffrey. That's what I would like to see if I was a 49ers fan.
Yeah, I'm waiting for your staple of in-season on Tuesdays, the Minute Minutia. And I'm looking at some of the numbers from last night, man, and you break it down as well as anyone. Jordan Mason played 58 of the snaps last night, 72 on offense, so 81%, and he ran hard. Deebo played 53 of those snaps, 74%. Now, some of that is misleading because the game got out of hand late and they pulled some guys out. I'd be anxious to see, everywhere that Deebo lined up. Sometimes he was the lone back as an H-back. Sometimes he played Z-back. Sometimes he played out wide. I mean, they moved Deebo Samuel all around the formation last night, man.
Yeah, for sure. He was in the backfield 10 times. He was on kickoff duty. I don't think he took any back. But, I mean, again, usually in previous years, you only see Deebo Samuel back there in case of emergency, break glass type of game, like the playoffs or a game that they must win at the end. And they had him back there just in case. I mean, I think it showed how badly Kyle Shanahan wanted to win this game. Get off the season on the right foot, beat the Jets and a former associate in Robert Saleh. But yeah, it was a very demanding game for Deebo Samuel. I think that his snap count was a little lower than usual because he was getting so many carries. And in games like that, the 49ers like to take him off the field and give him a breather. And usually it was another thing that sort of surprised me a little bit. His understudy, I thought, was going to be Jacob Cowing, the rookie. And I thought Cowing would have been a nice compliment in this game. The 49ers wanted to get the Jets moving side to side quite a bit, and Cowing showed that he could do that in the preseason. He didn't get any offensive snaps last night. Ronnie Bell came in for Deebo Samuel, and Chris Conley came in for Brandon Aiyuk. They didn't need those guys. It wasn't a big wide receiver day. They didn't have to kind of rely on that aspect of their game. But, it'll be interesting to see moving forward how they sort of juggle Aiyuk's snap count as he's sort of ramping up to speed with how many targets Conley gets. Lots of different permutations early in the season.
It's always great to talk to Matt Barrows. Make sure you're following him at Matt Barrows, reading all his great stuff in The Athletic. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Dominating on the offensive and defensive lines. I thought Malik Collins was great. It looks like the changes. Hargrave is much healthier. You can tell Leonard Floyd had a sack, plus his pressure, I think, led to the tip by Demo, which got the Flanagan Fowles interception. But in the trenches, we have to start with Trent Williams. I guess he'll never, ever come to training camp again because 33 pass sets, no pressures, and he just looked like Trent Williams.
Yeah, he did. I guess when you make that 11th Pro Bowl, that maybe training camp should be optional for from that point on. But yeah, he looked like himself. Obviously, he was winded at the game. He said afterwards that he was cramping up, which is why he needed the IV, and that the cramping included his tongue. His tongue was cramping up on him. So
I have that all the time, man. I wouldn't expect that to be from Trent Williams. That's a problem.
Exactly. That sounds like a Greg Papa issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Tongue tendinitis is what I
tongue
have.
tendinitis.
I don't have to worry about my Achilles.
Right. I don't know how Trent
But
got
apart
that.
from that, I mean, you're right. He looked exactly like Trent Williams. He had a good game. I know that Colton McKivitz got flagged for a holding call on a touchdown run by Jordan Mason that got called back. But other than that, he had a really nice game blocking. A lot of those runs came to the right side behind McKivitz, behind Pooney, and those guys acquitted themselves really well. I thought that on the Debo touchdown run, McKivitz had a nice pancake block in the end zone right over Debo Samuel and the guy that was trying to tackle him. So the run blocking was pretty spectacular, obviously, from all the great numbers, but from Pooney and from McKivitz as well, which I think is important. You want to be able to be ambidextrous as far as your run game, and
That's a great point.
They certainly were that yesterday.
38 carries for 180 yards. That's a classic Kyle Shanahan offensive recipe. And then over on the defensive side, they shut down the run. As David Lombardi pointed out, a lot of those yards the Jets had were later after they brought in Tyrod Taylor. The game was kind of over, but they only had 19 carries for 68 yards. You're so good breaking down the alphas versus the bravos and the turbos. And Gross Matos did not play last night, Matt, and that may change. I could see him moving into the alpha group over Floyd just to set the edge the way Cleve Ferrell did last year. In the early downs. But at least last night, the alphas, which is your starting defensive line, and your turbos, which is your best pass rushing defensive line, they're the same four guys. Bosa, Floyd on the end, Hargrave, and Malik Collins has some get-off at D-tackle, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. I think all of that was apparent yesterday. I thought Okwuonu, who basically was playing for Gross Matos, was elevated from the practice squad. He came in, he had a tackle on his very first snap. So he played well. I think, that'll make the 49ers feel better if Gross Matos has to miss another game. And I should add that Shanahan talked about that as well. Gross Matos and Dee Winters, who has an ankle injury, have a big rehab session today. And depending on how well that goes, both of those guys could be back at practice this week and presumably would play in the game as well. So they would have their full complement of defensive linemen. And I agree with you. Gross Matos would be, the perfect base down defensive end. And if there was a shortcoming from Leonard Floyd last night, it was that. It was the run defense. Got caught inside a couple of times, had a missed tackle, looked good as a pass rusher. As John pointed out, he had a nice pressure on the tip pass deflection that turned into an interception in the third quarter. So, I think Nick Sorensen and Chris Kosurik have to feel really good about that sort of revamped unit after week one.
Great stuff. Matty, thanks so much. We appreciate it. It was great to see you last night. I know we talked to you throughout the year, but always great stuff, and we appreciate it.
Okay, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Take care. That is
My
Matt
tongue is
Barrows.
cramping, John. Thank God you let him go. What do you do for a cramped tongue?
Have you
Coffee?
ever heard
Will
that
do it?
from a player? Like their tongue cramped. Their
He's
tongue
saying
cramped.
his tongue was out of his mouth. He was
Oh. I could see
He's
like
Clifford,
Draymond
the big red
Green's
dog.
tongue cramping.
His tongue was dragging. He was dragging.
I mean, we talk for hours. I never get a tongue cramp. Draymond Green would get a tongue cramp. He never stops talking, so I could see that. But yeah, that's a new one. Tongue cramp, new one.
I think Warren Sapp had that problem every now and then.
Yeah, Warren Sapp would have that problem. Draymond would have that problem.
I waited.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, it's 11:50,
right.
John. It's
All right.
11:48.
Let's do it.
We have like 5 minutes
Let's
of
hurry up.
commercials. You're going to make him wait
All right.
until 11:53.
Sorry, my bad.
Can we have our audio
Sorry.
recap, please? It is
All
a
right.
day after the game.
Audio recap time. Well, next, only here on the Sports Leader.
$1 billion.
That's right. John Ludden here. Did you know? You're going to get that. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You don't want that. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. You really don't want that. But what you do want is Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, because they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, beautiful day out today, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. Feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than this is where it comes in, billion with a B. I think I made that abundantly clear in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Billion with a B in verdicts, you paid nothing up front. I don't know how it works, but it's good for you. You paid nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Lund, you've waited. It's 11:54. I apologize. We said 11:50, and I know I'm going to incur the wrath. But it is our audio recap, which we do after every 49ers win, featuring you and Tim Ryan, of course, on the calls. I think we mix in some players and the such. Are you ready?
I'm wondering what the musical accompaniment will be. You said it's a theme from last night?
Well, yeah, it has to do with last night because of what I think they sang the national anthem, right?
Oh, Boys to Men?
Yeah, I think that's what Walter told me, so that's what I'm anticipating.
Got it.
Without further ado, only a moment or two late, here is today's audio recap of the victory over the Jets.
Rodgers pressured out of there by Floyd. Will shove it forward to Brees.
Oh,
Fumbled the ball. The Niners have it. Malik Collins dives on the ball on the Jet 31-yard line.
Fred Warner punch all over Brees Hall.
Yeah, I think it starts with execution. We all got to obviously be on our assignment, on our job, and then it goes hand in hand with the style of play, honestly. I think what separates defenses in this league, there's a lot of rules to protect offensive players, but at the end of the day, if you want to separate yourself as a defense, you got to play with a certain physicality. And I feel like we did that from the first snap all the way through the game. There's some things to clean up. Ultimately, I think we did a good job.
Rodgers in the gun on third down. Four-man pressure. Rodgers hit by Bosa. Flag down, and down goes Rodgers as he is sacked by Leonard Floyd again.
Having him on the other side is going to open up a lot of things for all the guys rushing, and he's a great vet to have, and me and him are gonna work really well together on the left there.
Brock under center. There's Debo in motion. Jet sweep handoff to Debo. A block and a dive for the goal line, and he's up on the goal line and in. Touchdown, San Francisco, and this one counts. They're not taking it back.
Yeah, Kyle came to me. He was like, "You're gonna contribute a little bit in the run game," and you know me, I'm all for whatever helps the team win.
Second and goal, 5-yard line. J.P. Mason, the lone back. They run Mason off the left side, a cutback run. Touchdown, San Francisco.
A little Mason madness on the cutback, right off an unbelievable block by George Kittle.
Our standard is to go out there and be violent and be physical and have running lanes for our running backs. It doesn't matter if it's Christian, doesn't matter if it's JP, doesn't matter if it's Pat or Isaac, whoever's in the backfield or Debo, whoever it is, we're going to block our tails off for them. And I just think you saw that tonight. What do we have, 180 rushing yards? 181 until we nailed it. So good job, Brandon Allen.
Play action by Rodgers. Here comes Leonard Floyd. Rodgers steps up, throws, battled away by Lenore. Intercepted by Flanagan Fowles.
Maybe they should just keep Flanagan Fowles out there.
I think you just said that.
They're going to get a penalty at the end. What a tip up in the air. Diamador Lenore, Aaron Rodgers under pressure. Ball flies up in the air. Leonard Floyd with the pressure, and Flanagan Fowles is right there. Heads up play. He turned, flipped his head, saw Demo pop it up in the air and got the intercept.
All right, fun game. Everybody across the board. How many runs do we get? 37 runs, guys. Hey, awesome job, man. Hey, guys, hell of a job, man. We got Minnesota. It'll be a very quick turnaround. You guys get your rest. Take advantage of tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Awesome game.
Hey, man. All work, no look. Mm-hmm. This is only the beginning. Mm-hmm. Hey, Niners on three. Niners on three. 1, 2, 3.
Your audio recap featuring Boys to Men, who did the national anthem, 32-19. We got a little Tim Ryan ball out. You heard some Fred Warner there. Bosa on Floyd. Debo on being a wide back again. By the way, I love the touchdown call with Mason. I don't know if we can pull that one back up, but you did a little growl at the end there. San Francisco. You got a little in there. George Kittle giving a little grief to Brandon Allen, who lost them a yard. They had 181, then he knelt down for 180. Old Kyle's speech at the end, saying it's a short week, getting ready for Minnesota, and then JP breaks him down at the end. And that is your audio recap. What did you think?
Nicely done. And obviously with Boys to Men, they did a great job of the national anthem. We could have picked many songs. It's hard to say goodbye. End of the Road, One Sweet Day, they did with Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
but we chose I'll Make Love to You for a football recap. Got it.
Yes.
And I don't.
Does Walter have an explanation for us?
I think they're coming to San Francisco in December. They're touring right now. But I think we played these guys in January a couple of years ago, and we went to Philly. Because when I think of Boys to Men, Motown Philly, and they're a Philly band. All cool. They were in town. They did the anthem. It's all good. But they are Philadelphia Eagles fans, aren't they, Boys to Men? I think they are.
Well, then why did we have them do the national anthem?
They were in town. I think they were in town.
Okay.
Although I think they're coming to San Francisco later in December. But they're touring now. So in any event, they're going to be at Davies Symphony Hall, I think, in December. In any event, nicely done. Nicely done.
Yeah. Do we have that? Can we just isolate the J.P. Mason call? Just tell me when you have it. Because it was funny. I was driving home last night, as I said, with the lanes all being closed and everything, and playing little bump cars out there. And they were doing ESPN game night. And so because, of course, it was Monday Night Football, was on ESPN, they were playing a bunch of the cuts. And this one struck me because you got a little growl at the end of this one. If we can play that again, here's J.P. Mason's touchdown.
Aiyuk behind Bell left. They run Mason off the left side, a cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Yeah, I like that.
Where's the growl?
Just kind of at the end of San Francisco.
I love that you're here to break me down. Send me a complete recap of the performance last
No,
night.
I did.
And that one, I mean, what was key about that was the way the 49ers just exerted themselves. So, again, Kyle Shanahan loves to lap the opponents, and they got a field goal right before halftime. And Bill Belichick, we got to talk about the Manning cast with Coach Belichick on. He did the entire first half, and I think he's going to do the first half all the time. But they scored the field goal right before halftime, and they came out on that drive to open the second half, and they got J.P. Mason a touchdown to take. I mean, it was 13-7. It's a one-score game. You get a field goal with a 5-minute and 14-second drive. When you took the ball back with 5:18 to go in the half, they don't touch it. They kneel it out, and you go up 16-7, and then that J.P. Mason touchdown run made it 23-7, and then the interception came right away on the next series, the tip by Diamador Lenore, the interception to Flanagan Fowles. What we were talking about, we were kidding about Flanagan Fowles was staying in the game when the Jets would play double tights, which they do a lot. They don't have a fullback on the roster, interestingly, but they do have 3 tight ends, and they use 2. The Niners were matching up with their base personnel, which is Fred Warner, Devondre Campbell, and Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. And sometimes Flanagan Fowles gets run on because he's lighter. He's a converted safety. You heard Matt Barrows talk about D. Winters with the ankle injury. Gross Matos may come back off the knee, but I think if D. Winters gets back in the action, then he could be that third linebacker in the base, and he's fast, running a 4.49, and he would be better against the run as well than Flanagan Fowles. So that's what we were kind of joking. But for Demetrius, that's his first interception in the NFL. And the Mason touchdown run, I felt badly earlier in the game when he had the long touchdown run overturned by the hold by Debo. And I think Debo did get a little bit outside the framework of the shoulders on Sauce Gardner. But what I don't understand, and Chris Babcock alerted me to this, our stat guy, and he knows so much about the game, being coach at Monte Vista. So they mark it off. They don't give J.P. Mason the touchdown. But they marked the penalty off from where Debo held, which was the 2-yard line. And they do not give J.P. Mason any yardage on that play. The ball did move from whatever yard line they were on before, Jama. Was it a 17-yard touchdown run that got nullified? So they were on the 17. He ran to the 2 before the hold. They marked it off from that point. How did the ball get to the 2? To penalize from the 2. Shouldn't J.P. Mason get the 15 yards that took the ball from the 17 to where Debo held Sauce Gardner? Well, there's no yardage quantified on that. So should we not give J.P. Mason 15 more yards, John? Why don't they do that?
Yeah, I don't know how it would work from a statistical standpoint, though, because if you go to the 2 and then you bring it back to the 12, right?
Because the penalty marks it off from that point.
Right.
But how did the ball get from the 7? There's no quantifiable metrics that show the Niners moved the ball from the 17 to the 2. Yeah. They did not mark the penalty from the 17 back 10 yards. They did it from the 2. Mm-hmm. So shouldn't he get the 15 yards before the hold? How's
That's
that
very
work?
confusing. Yeah, no, you're right. If they bring him back to the 12, then he would. I mean, if you wanted to keep things like even the checkbook out, you'd only give him 5 yards, wouldn't you? Because they're penalizing.
Well,
you
I
back.
think what they do overall, no, because you're marking.
They don't
it
give you
from-
anything. Yeah, they don't give you anything.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. Is they treat it like a hold, but there is something. Yeah, maybe it's just a 5 yards to move it from there to there. But the Niners did move forward on that play because of J.P. May. It's just bookkeeping, but in basketball, every single, even a missed free throw when you shoot 2 in a row, the first one is still quantified as a team rebound, even though there's no rebound there. Every missed shot has to have a rebound to it. So I just never stumbled on that till Babs mentioned it, because I asked him on that, the touchdown drive where Debo ultimately scored on that with a jet sweep.
He stole the
But
TD.
it was a 12-play drive. And I said, how many times did J.P. Mason carry the ball? And it was confusing. We couldn't tell. He only carried it 5 times on the drive, I think, officially. Maybe 4, and then the penalty. But it felt like they gave it to him like 3 or 4 times in a row. So there should be some
There's no credit given
moving
on a
forward
penalty,
of the ball from the 17 to the 2 where the hold was committed. So I don't know. We got to give J.P. Mason, what would that be, 162 yards rushing last night and not 147?
Well, that's why he sent you that thing, because I was thinking to myself he might break one, and then he did break one late down the sideline a little bit. But, man, he was impressive. That was nice. All right, we'll get into your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Ask Papa anything at all, or you can call in as well. Things we have discussed today. By the way, we need to bring this up one more time. Scoring on 8 straight possessions in the NFL is ridiculous. I mean, to be able to, whether it's a field goal, whether it's a touchdown, that's one thing I know that as we look at the tape objectively and say, okay, nice win, dominant win, let's fix some things, that going 2 for 5 in the red zone against a better team might come back and haunt you. Like you play Kansas City and you go 2 for 5 in the red zone and kick 6 field goals, you're probably going to lose to Patrick Mahomes. But to score 8 consecutive times in the NFL, I don't know if we'll see that again this year. I mean, it's really difficult to do. That's impressive.
Well, it hasn't. The Niners haven't done it going back, and I think even the data doesn't even say it's 278. It's to at least 1978.
Right. Exactly.
So Joe Montana's teams never did it. Steve Young's teams never did it. Kaepernick or Alex Smith or Jeff Garcia, they never did it. And all these great offenses never did. I wonder if Brody's teams did it in the 60s and 70s. But when you're marking, and I look at it like bowling, you don't want to have an open frame. A strike is a touchdown. A spare is a field goal. And you'd rather have, obviously, strikes than spares. But if you're marking every single possession, and, one was because of the punch out by Fred, the recovery by Malik Collins. They didn't pick up a first down after that, and Jake made a field goal. So it's complementary football in every regard, defense and offense. And the kickoff rule, they got to do something with that. We're just going to have touchbacks. And I think Matt Barrows was talking about, by putting Debo back to return the kick, you're basically saying, give us the ball on the 30-yard line. Do you want to kick it to that guy and have him run it out if you put it on the bounce in the field of play? And it's not just Debo running back kickoffs. You got Kyle Juszczyk as the lead blocker. So you're essentially running Deadpool formation, 11 Tyson, or not even 11 because Juice is not out there when they go 3 wides. But you could be amazed, could be the only back, and you motion Debo. But in any event, you got a great runner who's a wide receiver with a big, thick body, and you got a great lead blocker in Kyle Juszczyk. So I wonder how many teams will, if they see Debo back there, John, do they just kick it to the back wall and just touch it back?
I do know that they said this was through Sunday night's games that returns were 12% up. They were 24% in Week 1 in 2023, and they were 36% in Week 2. So they did get a little bit more out of it, but it's kind of, when I was charting the game last night, I used to write down, the ball comes out either 20, 25. So I would even write down before because it was just going to be a touchback, where they were starting. Okay, they're starting at the 25. Now I just wrote down 30 last night. I was right most of the time. I mean, it was just, like you said, they don't want to mess with it. A lot of teams, I don't think, it's not that they don't like it. It's just so new. They just think we're just going to screw it up. There was one return. DJ Dallas, who I thought of it when he scored for Arizona on that kick return touchdown. We had him at the Super Bowl on a couple of years ago, DJ Dallas. But he scored the first one with the new kickoff rule. So I agree with you. I just think things are going to say, okay, we'll give you the extra 5 yards, fine. We'll give you to the 30, and then we're going to play defense because they just don't want to mess with it. Seems like.
And that was against Buffalo, and that was a big one because Buffalo just scored.
Well, that was because of the wind, right? I mean, the wind was blowing, so I think they probably, I think they probably wanted to kick it out, but maybe they couldn't. That's the only reason he returned
DJ
it.
Dallas is kind of the new breed, and he's run back kicks, and he's a big body running back. We had him for against Seattle for years, so he is kind of that guy like Debo, where you want a thicker guy to be able to run through all those congested bodies. When we had DJ Dallas on at the Super Bowl, remember we played the interception that he threw.
He actually laughed. He was actually cool about it.
Halfback option with a tall. He threw the ball right to Charvarius Ward.
It was terrible.
And one time Seattle got in the low red zone. That was the game where Trey Lance got carted off and Jimmy came in. It was the home opener of the 22 year, but he was a good sport because we told him we were going to play it. But
yeah, he was good about it.
That was not a good pass attempt there by DJ.
Bottom of the hour, Larry Krueger is going to join us. What did we learn about the 49ers? We'll do that in a second, but let me clean up a couple of things on the text line from our tongue cramp conversation from the 209. Back when I was in college at Chico State, I got a lot of tongue cramps. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what that means.
Is that Gene Simmons? Or is that Alec Baldwin? Which one are we talking about here?
Yeah,
which
that's
one
a good
got
question.
the tongue cramp?
For the 408, how did the O-line look so damn good? Trent Williams was back. And the right side, as Matt Barrow said, played very well. But Trent Williams is Trent Williams. He never needs training camp again. He was awesome.
And Dominic Pooney is all that. That guy
he's good.
is a road grader. The word that Matt Barrows used is ambidextrous. I think the Niners were so heavy running the left last year behind Trent, and as Tim calls him, the outer banks, Aaron Banks at left guard. You can run behind Dominic Pooney.
415 is asking about onside kicks. It's very simple. You can't do an onside kick until the fourth quarter when you're trailing, and you have to declare the onside kick. They did have an onside kick. I'm trying to think what game they did. He's saying, why didn't the Jets do it? Because at the end, they were down 32-19, and there was 25 seconds left on the clock, so it wouldn't have done them any good. So that's why they didn't do it. But yeah.
And you know who, Greg the Leg handles that, but was Morstead with New Orleans, was he their kickoff guy? When Sean Payton did it in the Super Bowl, I think it was Thomas Morstead.
Let's go back and look.
Was he the one that did that? I mean,
that was
what a
awesome.
Great punter.
Right out of
He's been
halftime.
around forever.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do that anymore.
Nope.
In football, have a surprise. Sean Payton opened the overtime of a Super Bowl against Peyton Manning, and Indianapolis turned the whole game around by having an onside kick to open the second half. They recovered it and they won. So I don't understand that part of the rule to eliminate the onside kick. And then even if you do it, you have to tell them, hey, get your hands, people out there. We're going to onside kick it.
Exactly.
What's that about?
And once you do it, you have to do it. So in other words, you can't say we're going to do it and then kick deep. You can't do that. It has to be an onside kick.
So crazy.
So, yeah,
it's
that's
like
the new
baseball.
rule.
Hey, we're going to call a pitch out on the next pitch. Make sure you don't run.
That's weird, man.
I mean, don't you want that? What's the point of that?
Yeah.
Too many injuries on the surprise onside? What's the deal there?
And we're getting a number of people both on the text line, and I got one on Twitter from Rob. It says, Nathan Morris of Boys to Men is a huge Niners fan. So I guess there is some Niners fans within the group.
Are they not from Philadelphia, most of the guys in the band, and it's called Motown Philly?
I think so, but I'm just saying, like, people, there's numerous people saying that, so I'm going to go ahead and say they might be right.
When you think of Boys to Men, do you not think of a Philly band?
I don't really think about them. But, yeah, I mean, I know they're from Philly.
They're never in my thoughts.
Well, I didn't think we were going to play I'll Make Love to You ever for a audio recap. It worked. Yeah. It was fine. We're getting a lot of positive feedback on it. But I'm just
Niners
saying.
did a lot of scoring last night. Who says you can't score on a Monday night? 49ers scored eight times on a Monday night.
Yes.
Only twice did they go all the way, but they got close. They got in the love-making area.
Believe me, I'll
play that for the foreplay at 1 o'clock, John. They had a lot of foreplay going on last night.
I'll take getting close. I'll take getting close, That's just, for me these days. Anyway. I'm going to get in trouble for that. All right. What did we learn? The 10 things we learned about the Niners last night. We'll get into that conversation. What did you learn? Give us your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. And then Crew get the bottom of the hour at 12:30 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows does a great job covering the 49ers for The Athletic. Joined the show earlier this morning to break down the 49ers win over the Jets. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
Very nice. That's a new one. We're talking a lot of lasers here, and we are talking a lot of Dr. Evil, but what we're really talking about is the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And I tell you about this all the time because it was life-changing for me, CLR, custom lens replacement, and how it changed my vision, changed Pop's vision. But now the doctors will talk to you, and you'll get real answers from the people who are going to do the procedures, which, by the way, are quick and easy. Dr. Craig Bindi and the guy who did my procedure, Dr. Joseph Ling, they're going to answer all your questions. It's a free, live, free, I tell you, live CLR webinar. It is Friday, September 20th at noon, so 10 days away. It doesn't cost anything, but you do have to sign up. So it's a great opportunity to find out about custom lens replacement, which we talk about all the time. They're going to answer any questions you may have. What's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? Which I can answer that. Just minutes. It's easy. And you're feeling great in no time. All those different things. So they'll answer those questions, any other questions you may have that I cannot answer. But, again, we had the procedure done. I had the procedure done. Pop had the procedure done. And it's worked out great for us. The permanent solution to readers, contact glasses. Do you like walking around your house looking for readers? Where are my readers? I can't read my phone. Sorry, I didn't mean to make people that are older. No offense to anyone. That was what I do and actually how I sound when I'm looking for my readers. So the bottom line is this. CLR, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, free CLR webinar Friday, September 20th at noon. Space is limited. Sign up, no cost. LaserEyecLR.com. That's LaserEyecLR.com.
Laser beam.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Papa and Lund. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. We have some sound from Kyle Shanahan's teleconference this morning on an update on Christian McCaffrey, so we'll give it to you in just 1 minute, and then Larry Krueger is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. But it's week one, and I understand that, but this is straight from the text line. So I'm going to ask you this question first, and then we'll hear from Kyle. Texter asks on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, give it to me straight. Are the 49ers better than last year? Through week one, what do you think? That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic Pooney at right guard, it was Burford and Feliciano. They're still on the roster, and Burford went over and played left guard when Banks let up with a calf. Aiyuk's got to round into form. You don't have Elijah Mitchell, but, Patrick Taylor didn't carry the ball last night. Garendo. The one thing is the backup quarterback is still iffy, and we'll see Sam Darnold. We'll get into him, obviously, this week. I like Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs, and Allen's the backup for now. That could flip week to week, but if anything ever happened to Brock, Sam Darnold you can win with. I hope they can. The secondary is much better. Isaac Yiadom, just his high cut. They whizzed one right by his ear hole last night, but that's just Aaron Rodgers. But overall, Yiadom played well. D. Moore inside, Ward. Talanoa's starting to move around a little bit. Devondre Campbell's better than I thought he would be, John. His arms are just so long, and he has instincts. What he's lacking in when he was a younger man, although I think it's coming back. He had knee and ankle. You want to hear from Kyle. I think they have a chance to be. Jake Moody's going to be way better this year. He's so much more confident. I would say they have a chance to be better, and I like this D-line better certainly than the group last year or the groups before that. I think it'll rival the 2019 Knicks original gold rush. So I think we'll give it to you straight. It's one game down. I think they have the potential to be better, but they got to stay healthy. They're not as deep as certainly. Last year's team had some D-line rotational depth. I think they have a chance to be better, John, than they were last year. I'm saying they could be better.
All right, that is from the 209. Thanks for the text on that one. Keep them coming at 415-808-KNBR as we celebrate the 49ers' 32-19 victory over the Jets. Now, here's the one thing. They can be a better team, I believe, but what's the health status of Christian McCaffrey? This is this morning on his teleconference. Kyle Shanahan talking to reporters about CMC's status.
Well, yes, I believe they're similar. I know it was a calf then, and it's a calf now. You guys could ask Christian more on that. Definitely, I believe if it was a playoff game, he would have played. But when it's not just the calf; it's the Achilles, and the Achilles is tendonitis, and that stuff comes and goes. And when it is acting up, it's something you got to be very careful about. Christian's very diligent about that stuff, and if it was a playoff game, he made it very clear to me he believed he could go. But when you hear that type of stuff, and it's not a playoff game, and it's week one, and especially when you're dealing with the lower extremities like that, it was a tough decision, but hearing all the words and stuff, in the long run, it made it easy.
And one key point he made there is when you're in the playoffs, it's all go, because if you get hurt, it's kind of like Drake Greenlaw, then, where else are you going to go? But you're in week one of what you hope is 20 weeks where you're playing 17, you're playing a bye week 18, you're playing in divisional, you're playing in a conference, you're playing in a Super Bowl. So that factors in. If it was a playoff game, sure, he would have played, but that's near the end of the season when you just got to go all out. You got to figure out a way that where he can stay healthy, you can keep him healthy, and you do have a viable option right now in Jordan Mason.
Playoff game, you lose, you're done. You're out. It's not a best 4 out of 7 or 3 out of 5 or 2 out of 3. You're out. So you got to play him. And what he's talking about is what we were asking Matt Barrows. And I remember the play against Dallas in that epic divisional. And people forget about the tightness of that game. That was a 9-9 game. As the third quarter ended, George made the one-hand tip, and he tipped it like 9 yards when Brock rolled left. But they ran McCaffrey a lot on that drive. First play of the fourth quarter, he scored a touchdown. But I believe he got kicked on that drive, and I remember seeing him, getting ready for the Philly game, and the discoloration in his leg was ugly, and that thing all oozed down low in the calf, and it was whoa. And then he just didn't prepare. He was trying to get ready to play, but it's just he missed some time going into the championship game, and I thought he's not playing. He didn't go through the walkthrough. Yeah, he's not playing. This is different, and you heard, the way Kyle said it. McCaffrey said if this was a playoff game, he would go. So I think, again, Dustin Little, Dustin Perry, Dr. McAdams, Kyle, John, everybody, probably ownership gets involved to some degree making a call, but it's ultimately McCaffrey. And what he's feeling is tendinitis, which is inflammation of the Achilles tendon. And it bothers him sometimes more than others. So I think ultimately this is Christian McCaffrey. We can all have a theory. Don't play him, and Mason's great. Just play him. This is McCaffrey's career. He does not want to give up games. He's at the height of his powers now. So he's going to want to play whenever he can play, whether it's turf or grass or playing in the street. That's just McCaffrey. So I think that one line where if it was a playoff game, he assured me he would go. But since it's the season opener, and as you say, you got a lot of games to manage, and you don't want to, it's just a tight calf that became Achilles tendonitis is what it is. And so you have to manage it. But I think ultimately this is Christian's career, and they're all going to get a vote or, some. I'm sure John could say you're just not playing, or Kyle, but it is Christian McCaffrey. You're going to have to rip the ball out of his arms if he wants to play.
All right, we'll continue to talk about that. Week number 1, we got a good question there from the 209. If they're better, it is only 1 week, but certainly, like you said, some of these position groups much better. The defensive line looks good. The offensive line looks good. The DBs look really, really good. A lot of it could hinge on how healthy Christian McCaffrey is going to be. We'll continue that conversation. Larry Krueger, what did he see last night? And remember, Krug always doing the Niners Nightly Show on Mondays. I think he's going to do it tonight. The Giants are playing, but then he'll do it on the YouTube. But when the Giants aren't playing, he'll have it right here. If they are, then switch it over to YouTube, and Larry will be doing that every Monday. Since it was Monday Nighter, he's going to do it tonight. We'll talk to him about what he saw last night next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. So great to have football back, and the Niners play so well. Obviously, we're fired up about the red and gold, but still obsessed by Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my personal go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizza pies. They make fresh pastas, the spicy bucatini. Mamma mia, one of my all-time faves. Save room for dessert. They do have tiramisu and cannoli there as well. And check out Tony's other locations around the North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are so good. And then the next morning rolls around after the Niners win. Take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery Toscano Brothers. 49ers a home game last night. The Giants are back home to take on Milwaukee at Oracle Park. The Niners will have home games coming up later in the month, and the Warriors will come out to Chase Center. So whenever you visit one of the Bay Area sporting venues, check out Tony's Slice House for the fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more across the Bay Area. So glad football's back, but Tony went nowhere. He still has the best pizza in the world.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund victory Tuesday for the 49ers over the Jets, 32-19, and they dominated more than that. Let's talk to Krug about it. You hear Larry Krueger on all the shows talking 49ers. Also, Niners Nightly, which I believe will go on tonight instead of last night because there was a game and all. And, of course, check out the Krug Show on YouTube, which is ever growing. Make sure you check that out. Krug joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Doing great. Feeling great this morning. And it was a hell of a game last night. And in that last segment, I definitely think the 49ers are better this year than last year. Quite a bit better.
Why? How so?
Well, I mean, Leonard Floyd. He's the best edge rusher they've had since Bosa, or opposite Bosa, in this regime. He had a bunch of pressures last night. He had a sack. He had a 21% pressure rate. Him alone would make them dramatically better. The secondary is quite a bit better. And then they've added three really good weapons in Cowling, Pearsall, and Garendo, and a starting offensive lineman that might be one of the best they've drafted in years. So I think they're – and then Malik Collins. I mean, talk about Malik Collins. And Jordan Elliott. I think those guys are factors up front. I think Gross Matos, when he gets out there, I think he's going to be a factor. So I think the Niners are better up front. I think they're better on the back end. I think Sorensen's an upgrade from Wilkes. I think Pooney's a major get on that offensive line, and I think they got some more speed.
Yeah, I mean, Leonard Floyd just knows how to rush the quarterback. There's no doubt. Dee Ford was pretty good when he was healthy, but he wasn't healthy after he tried to trace down Kyler Murray in mid-November after that loss against Seattle when they were 8-0, and he just never was the same. So, the gold rush around here, that first Bosa rookie year pass rush when you had Nick on one side, and Nick was only a rookie. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year, but now he's a former Defensive Player of the Year. He's added the Freeney spin, and he's a better player. But just compare this group now, where you got, Javon Hargrave and Malik Collins inside, shorter, stout, wider, more traditional D tackles than the guys they had, the Oregon Tall Furs, when you had two, 6'7" former basketball players in DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, Larry. And then, compare Floyd to D Ford. Can we make the point that the entire D line, and the depth maybe is not as there as in years past, when you had a few guys that really could rush the quarterback, but could this group be better than Bosa's rookie year front four?
I mean, Defoe is so special that it's hard, and he was on that team, and he's not on this team. So, but I'll say this: I do really like Jordan Elliott's talent, and he's got great feet. He's 310 pounds. I talked to him Saturday. I think we're both in agreement that Jordan has an ability to play his best football here, but he hasn't done it yet. So it's a little bit of a projection. So I'd put that line because of Defoe a little ahead of this line. But I like this line. I think they're really special off the edges. We need a bounce back year out of Hargrave for sure, and we need Jordan Elliott to kind of fulfill that potential. But if those things happen, it wouldn't surprise me at all if this line, was really special at the end of the year.
Larry Krueger is joining us. By the way, you can check him out and us out on YouTube and Twitch as well, so make sure you check that out among many of the platforms. But you can see Krug on YouTube or Twitch right now as we talk Niners, the 32-19 win over the Jets on Monday night. Obviously, the number one story is Jordan Mason. Along with Jordan Mason being so great last night with the 28 carries for 147 means what's going on with Christian McCaffrey. So how do you balance those two things out? You're very happy about the J.P. Mason and the depth at running back, but then again, anytime you hear Achilles, you got to be nervous about Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, I mean, the Achilles is a terrifying thing to hear when it's attached to your best player on offense, who also is a dynamic mover, right? So, I mean, I thought what we saw last night was really impressive from Jordan Mason. Really impressive, I thought, from the Niner offensive line. Look at all the yards that he got before contact. I thought that was impressive. But some of the numbers that my son was showing me just an hour ago, Mason faced a stacked box 50% of the offensive snaps. It was the second or third highest rate for any running back in week one. So not only did he run this well in place of McCaffrey and against a very good Jet defense, but he did it against, a stacked box. It wasn't like they weren't ready for him. They were ready for him. But the Niner line was outstanding, and I think you're seeing what Mason is. Mason is a very special football player. He really is.
And you knew Robert Saleh and Jeff Ulbrich were going to stack the box. They wanted to stop Kyle's running game. That's one thing. When everybody knows you're going to run it, they know you're going to run it, and they can't stop the run. It's demoralizing, and that's where the Niners are with the 38 rushes, and JP had 28 of them. I know you've been a fan. He was not drafted into the NFL because his numbers at Georgia Tech and Jahmyr Gibbs was there part of the time. I mean, he never had a 1,000-yard season there. He wound up with 2,300 yards, but still ran effectively over 5 yards a pop when he was there. He's big at 5'11", 223. He's not a 4'4" guy. He's a 4'5", guy. But I think he does take the short gain and the intermediate, and he is able to turn the corner like he did last night going down the sideline. If the Niners play him more and are forced to play him more, McCaffrey has to miss a couple of more weeks, and teams start to prepare for him a little bit more. I think they had an inclination he may play, but I don't know if they knew 28 carries, but they still couldn't stop it. How productive with the measurables, the 40 time, can J.P. Mason be, Larry?
I think he can be a starting caliber back. Now, he's been remarkably consistent. He's never not run for 5.5 yards a carry. I mean, think about that. I mean, he's always run for at least 5.5 yards a carry. We're talking about over multiple seasons, lots of different, looks. And granted, though, I've got a lot of respect for the guys who scout in this league and the guys who their job is to turn off your faucet, right? Make sure that you suddenly can't do what you want to do. So there will be teams that study, what runs he likes, how, the tendencies that Kyle shows with Jordan back there. And there will be teams that devise better plans to shut him down. But how many defenses are really better than the defense they faced last night? I mean, I would say that defense is probably for sure one of the 5 best defenses they'll face all year. So more times than not, I think they'll face less talented defenses that don't have Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner. So I feel really good about Jordan. I don't think there's anything accidental. I do agree that the Niners may have caught the jet. There might have been a little gamesmanship to, the announcement of Mason and the injury and this and that. But, the Niners also, there was some gamesmanship going the other way. The Niners talking to Sorensen and talking to the players, they had to go back and watch an assortment of teams and films just to get a good handle on what they thought Green Bay or what they thought the Jets were going to provide last night. So a little gamesmanship for sure, but I love Mason going forward.
Larry Kirker joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader, recapping the 32-19 win over the Jets. You'll hear Larry all week long on all the KNBR shows. And again, Niners Nightly. That's tonight, right? You'll have Niners Nightly on tonight?
Yeah, it's every night. JD's going to be my guest tonight. Cool. He's going to stop. We're going to talk a little with JD. And then tomorrow night, Pete Bursich, one of my favorites, the former Notre Dame linebacker who's a color analyst for the Vikings, is going to stop by tomorrow night.
Very, very cool. In terms of the thing that maybe long-term is most impressive to me is just the trenches. We always worry about the offensive line. We were worried about Trent. No worries there. Pooney continued from his preseason, played well. Despite the fact that McKivitz had a couple of penalties, he played well or graded out well. The defensive line, I think, is going to be better. Armstead was hurt so much last year. I like Floyd. I liked Malik Collins. I think that, again, it's only one game, and I'm not going to say all the fears are put to rest, but I thought in the trenches they dominated.
Yeah, and that was a big question. I mean, they didn't do a lot to change the offensive line. They added some good depth. I like some of these guys. Drake Nugent, I thought, had a good camp. I think he's got a nice future in the NFL. That was a nice get for the practice squad. Kingston was a nice get, and then they lost him at the cut down to Carolina. But Pooney is just, Chris Forster, does not throw around compliments very, very liberally, let's just say. And he was like, Doc talking about this kid, how he's awesome, and he's just so much ahead of a rookie typically at this point in the mental aspects of the game. Just his awareness, his ability to think on his feet, his violence in the run game, is much, much needed. And suddenly, I thought the Niners, the last few years have run much more successfully to the left than to the right. I think you're going to see that change this year. I think you're going to see them have an ability to run the ball both ways, and that's a huge, huge advantage.
I know you were impressed with the way Nick Sorensen called the game last night, Larry, and It was a combination of pass rush and coverage behind, and we're talking about comparing this year's team to last year's team. The one area they are clearly better, and it goes back to the days of K'Wan Williams, is being able to move Diamador Lenore inside as a nickel, having Ike Yadam be able to play the outside. And they completed some balls on Ike. The one that went to Lazard just went right over his ear hole. An incredible throw. But Charvarius Ward on the other side. We talked about throwing at Sauce Gardner. Aaron Rodgers last night did not attempt to pass to the right side outside the numbers last night. And Ward stayed over on that side. He plays left corner on the offensive right. Rodgers never went his way. So they are going to challenge Adam. They are going to challenge D. Moore. They did run the slot fade to Garrett Wilson on him. But overall, talking about improvement from this year to last year, before the game, I saw Isaiah Oliver on the field as a New York Jet, and they've converted him to safety. To start last year, he was your nickel corner, and he was being exploited. So just talk about the trio now that you have Yadam with Demo and Charvarius Ward.
It was an incredible get for the Niners in the offseason because Yadam really came of age. Yadam is a unique guy. in that he's been on a bunch of teams, and normally that's a really bad sign, but he's coming off of a tremendous year last year where he was among the league leaders in pass breakups, despite the fact that he didn't play a ton. So I think Yadam's really coming into his own. That whole Renardo Green is a young player who's ready to play right now. Darrell Luter was inactive last night. Demo Lenore was saying, man, Darrell Luter doesn't even know how good he can be. He says like he's a spider out there. He's so long. So they just have a lot of talent on that back end. It's really exciting. And I think Sorensen had kind of a rough first interview where he just didn't sound right. But, man, since then he's been coached up. He's a very bright guy. I think one thing that they didn't like last year is that there were multiple times that the coverage didn't match. The coverage on the back end didn't match the rush plan. And you just can't have that. It can't happen once. And it happened in multiple games and probably a dozen snaps over the course of the year. That's way too much. So that had to change, and I think there's continuity here. Fred's really tied into him. There's a commitment there from the players to Sorensen. I think Staley's a great sounding board. I don't really know, Greg and John, what Staley's role is yet. I haven't been able to ask enough questions to kind of figure out, like, what did he do this week to help them beat the Jets? But I do like the fact that he is an accomplished defensive coordinator with a lot of answers and a lot of wisdom. And Demo, who's a straight shooter, says that he is the Kyle Shanahan of their defense. I'm talking about Staley. So I loved what I saw defensively, at least game one. We'll see where it goes.
Good stuff, Krug. In terms of the passing game, I think as we look at everything, I think a lot of things are really good. Just looking around the league and getting the opportunity to watch Thursday night, Friday night, Sunday, and then looking at last night's game, and Rodgers struggled too. I think his mobility was a major part of that. Coming out, the 40 and Achilles, we talked about that all week long. But the thing that's great is it's going to get better. That wasn't Brock's best game. That wasn't Brandon Ayuk's best game. He struggled. Debo, I think, stepped up at times. But I think the one thing is they ran it really well, but the passing game has a lot of room for improvement. But I think based on seeing the rest of the league that they're going to get there.
I'll say this. I mean, I think when you factor in the opponent and the summer that the 49ers had, I think the 49ers were the most impressive team in week one across the league. Now, Kansas City got a really nice win. I thought Dallas's win over Cleveland was impressive. But when you factor in no Christian, what he's been to this team as far as percentage of offense, Aiyuk is a shadow of what he's going to be. I mean, he's just rusty. You can see it. Trent in his first game. Dominic Pooney making his first start. I mean, just a lot of the things that no CMC, Aiyuk, a shell of what he's going to be in a month. For them to put up 30 on this Jets defense and to play a mistake-free football game offensively, to get that kind of performance out of Mason, very impressive performance, I thought, when you factor everything in for the Niners.
Good stuff, man.
It's a short week, though. Tuesday gets on you quick. Just one quick thought, Larry, on what you saw from the Vikings, if you started to look at them yet. Aaron Jones, the former Packer, a really nice addition in their backfield, and Sam Darnold was on point on Sunday in the Meadowlands.
He is. He definitely improved from his time here. To me, what I noticed with Sam is he plays with a better pace since he's been a Niner and now in Minnesota than I ever remember him playing, even going back to his SC days. He's got a pace. He's got rhythm. I think it helped him to be around Brock and his preparation. Brock is meticulous in his preparation. And, Greg, when you look at their, that Viking team, they got the best receiver going maybe in Jefferson, but don't sleep on these other guys. I mean, Jordan Addison's a hell of a player. He's hurt now, but Jalen Naylor made some nice plays for them. They have, Christian Darrisaw is a very solid young left tackle. And they did lose Daniil Hunter, but they signed Jonathan Greenard, and Greenard's a great pass rusher. Metellus, I think, is the key guy to watch for this week. I think he's one of the most underrated players in football. He's a nickel back who they utilize a lot at the line of scrimmage in their blitz packages. And I think how the Niners block Josh Metellus is going to be a big key in this thing.
Krug, you're the best, man. We look forward to it. What time are you starting up tonight?
6 o'clock tonight, 6 to 7, and we'll do a lot of recap and dig into some of the, I'm going to do a rewatch this afternoon of the game, and I'll have some thoughts that I'll share, and JD's going to stop by. It should be a fun night.
Krug, it's awesome. The Krug Show on YouTube. Make sure you check it out. Krug with Niners Nightly, which is going to be absolutely great. If the Giants are on, then just check it out on YouTube as well. And Krug will be there, and he's going to have JD tonight. And then look for him on all the shows all week long. Great to have you, Krug. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You too. There is Larry Krueger.
Larry, you too.
All right, we got the foreplay coming up. Kyle said some things today in his teleconference. We'll catch you up with that as well. Plus, if you missed all the postgame, you don't want to miss it. Nick Bosa on the new additions on the defensive line. Trent Williams on being back and blocking for J.P. Mason and the rest. We'll do it next to kick off your 1 o'clock hour only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, it's that time of the year where one day it's really hot and the next day it gets really cold. And what's the best way to deal with triple-digit and below freezing temperatures? It's the Bay Area, microclimate. Well, don't let the temperatures in. Here's Greg Papa here to let you know that the experienced staff at Golden State Window and Door are dedicated to understanding the vast range in temperatures we have across the Bay Area. Thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows and doors. With assistance from Golden State Window and Door, homeowners can live comfortably year-round while lowering your energy bills. You'll find modern options and energy-efficient performances in a wide range of popular designs for all weather: Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, Weather Shield, and others. So get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on virtual tours. Then call or make an appointment with your builder or designer to see how you can gain control over your high-energy bills. Serving the Bay Area for over 70 years, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning, recapping the 49ers win over the Jets on Monday Night Football. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Dude, that sounds so good.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
If you missed it, we'll post that, right? Right? We will post the audio recap, right? Yeah, we'll post that so you can hear.
They were wearing 49er jerseys last night, so we'll give them that.
Yeah, they were.
But
by the way, I like the hat. The hat is solid.
Well, I'm doing this in honor of Banjo Man. You got a nice. When they come in from their bumps on ESPN on Monday Night Football and ABC,
you look like Angus Young there.
They singled up Banjo Man.
Yeah.
Last night, huge 49er fan and huge A's fan, and now that we're into September, we're counting the days.
If you're on YouTube and Twitch, feel free to opine on Papa's hat. It's very nice, very nice. We'll give you the foreplay here. Here's the plan. We got the foreplay here. Very nice 4 pieces of sound from the 49ers victory over the Jets last night. 1:15. It is a. We have to celebrate this one every September 10th. We have to celebrate this one. We will do
Probably Bill King's greatest call. And he's had so many great calls of more memorable games, but he nailed this call in every regard.
It is amazing. 1:15, we will play that this day in sports history. And then 1:30, we'll play some more as part of the Caboose Pistol. Peyton Manning bitching about Brandon Aiyuk dropping that ball. I don't know if you caught any or have gone back to Jason Kelce on Monday Night Countdown. I'll say this. It's more entertaining now. He kind of pulled a Tolbert. Remember when Tolbert was at NBC and Bill Walton, he walked in and he had shorts on in New York, and Bill Walton went, "Oh, Tom," because he didn't have any pants. Well, Jason Kelce didn't have a shirt. So this was kind of funny.
Didn't have a shirt. He didn't have a jacket or a tie. I saw him. They did the pregame show, Monday Night Countdown from the field. I was right there. He had a shirt on during the pregame. He took a shirt off?
They had to go out and get him a shirt off the rack, which really didn't fit. And so it was a small shirt. The buttons were bursting, and it had those lines. You know when you pull a shirt out of a package, like a white dress shirt, it had the lines on it.
How did he pack for a road trip? Was he in Brazil with the Eagles?
No, but I guess he forgot his bag in a van or on a truck or something that, I don't know. He just didn't have it.
First show out he did that?
So anyway, and then I can't tell if this one's contrived or not. Greeny was freaking out because you know that at Aaron Rodgers 8 they have in the studio at Get Up, they replaced it with a Purdy 13.
Framed autographed jersey.
Yeah, but then they took it off the wall and put a Purdy 13 on there.
I think it was the stage manager pulled off the Aaron Rodgers jersey and put up a Brock Purdy number 13.
Yeah, so we'll see if that is actually the case. It is Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. By the way, just got word before we go to foreplay, Kevin Harlan and Trent Green doing the 49ers and the Vikings.
Well, we've known that for weeks.
Yeah,
we got Kevin scheduled for this week. That's why we didn't have him on this week. We had Kurt Warner on because we knew we got Kevin Harlan doing the game in Minnesota.
He was doing, I think, Jacksonville, Miami last week.
He did.
We will talk to Harlan next week, so we're excited he's doing the Niners game. All right, without further ado, one of the many storylines from last night, Trent Williams was Trent Williams. He didn't have no stinking training camp. Here he is, breaking down J.P. Mason's 147-yard performance.
I mean, you've seen it. Honestly, every time he touched the ball, in my recollection, he looked like that he looked like tonight. But, obviously becoming more of a pro. But I'm sure he's grown up over the last couple of years, but it's not like I can see a glaring, he matured. Like, he came in pretty mature, and he was always ready for his opportunity, even being third, fourth back, he was always ready, and he came and closed a lot of games for us and ran tough, and he earned everybody's respect.
All right, 2 things I want to ask you about. J.P. Mason's performance, what did you think? And Trent Williams' post-game attire, in which he had 3 diamond necklaces, maybe 4, that there's no way I could put them on my neck and not, have my head go down. I mean, they were amazing.
It's the silverback.
Oh, my God. He had 4 of them on last night.
He always does. He's got choker collars on. That's right. As far as J.P. Mason, and Larry Krueger said it, going back to Georgia Tech, and he had 449 career carries at Georgia Tech. He didn't play his freshman year. He played 4 years. So the most he ever had was 172 carries in 2019. I mean, they had good backs around him. Jahmyr Gibbs was there. Then he wound up going to Alabama. I don't think he ever was the lead guy there. How many games did he start in college? Last time was his first start in the NFL. But even in limited, snaps and games, he was productive all the time. 6.1 yards per carry in 2018, 5.2 in 19. 2020, the pandemic year, didn't play as many games, 6, but 4.3 still better than average, then 5 in 21. In the NFL, he has averaged 6 yards a carry as a rookie, 5.2 last year, and then last night he averaged 5.3, but he did it on 28 carries. So he gets what's blocked and a little bit more. He gets yards after contact. As far as Trent's saying he's been mature from the start, he got called out by Bobby Turner. When he was a rookie here, Bobby Turner, and Bobby can be tough as hell. We talked about being afraid of Feliciano. Sometimes I'm afraid to talk to Bobby. He will bite your head off. And he runs the running back room. Kyle's the head coach, and he knows backs and run game. Bobby Turner is the OG around here, going back to Mike Shanahan in Denver. They all bow down to him. He called out Jordan Mason and said, grow the F up, young man. He was not mature as a rookie. His diet has improved. Kyle Juszczyk talked about, what he was eating off the field. So he just got, quietly better. He looks like those guys that was immediately effective when he rolled in here. But despite all that, John, he made the team as an undrafted player. He was not invited to the combine after his last year at Georgia Tech for the 2022 draft. He wasn't drafted. He wasn't invited anywhere. And to have the Bobby Turner, probably the best position coach at your position in the NFL, call you out? How many guys even make the team after that? You get cut in the OTAs or the mini camps or in training camp. He overcame it all, and he balled out on Monday Night Football. So, but to Trent's point, seemingly every time they give him the ball, does he not make productive runs?
Yeah, I mean, I think was one of the keys last night. I mean, they lost some yardage on a Debo reverse. A couple other plays like that, but I mean,
that was
this
supposed
guy
to be a pass to Brock Purdy, by the way.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing about, we'll get into the Manning cast, Peyton made a good call on that. Throw the ball away. Yeah, when Debo got hit in the backfield, don't throw it. I didn't want that, but Brock did leak out on that play. But don't throw it as far as to Brock, but you're still act like a quarterback, get outside the numbers, and just throw the ball away. He lost a little bit of yardage on that play. But they did not. And Mason got tagged behind the line a couple of times and was able to break tackles. But he's productive just about every single time he carries the ball.
Yeah, he's north-south and he gets going. That's the greatness of Mike and Kyle Shanahan. They know how to pick out those backs. He's not CMC. We're not saying that. But again, he's just so good. They're so good at saying, okay, there's a one-cut-and-go guy, and we got to get that guy in the team. Here is Brandon Aiyuk. This was much talked about, and we'll let you hear Peyton Manning's reaction at 1:30 to it. But here's Brandon Aiyuk, that drop touchdown in the back of the end zone that he would normally catch. Here's what he said about it.
How much did you want that touchdown catch back in the end zone by Brock? Looked like a dime.
It was a dime. Sick.
Get it next week?
For sure.
Overall, how did you feel physically, and I guess any rust at all?
I felt good.
Man, a few words. I felt good, but he did call it a dime, and he said next time he's going to catch it.
But it was not an easy catch. And we'll hear Peyton Manning calling him out a little later, 1:30. He had to leave his feet to go get it. I saw him catch one like that going the other way in Philadelphia. He's very capable of it. It was not an easy catch, but it's a catch that he should make. And then the earlier one when they threw him the slant, and Sauce Gardner got in there and ripped it out, but. As far as, targets, last year he was targeted 105 times and he caught 75, a very high percentage. He does not drop the ball very much. So I would venture to guess 40% last night, John. 5 targets, 2 catches. That may be the lowest figure Brandon Aiyuk has all year.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He'd normally catch that ball. There's going to be effects. Not everybody's Trent Williams, but there's going to be effects, especially when you got your timing. You said it a little bit earlier, and you could just kind of tell he was a little off last night, but I don't think it's going to last long. Let's go from Brandon Aiyuk to the defensive side. Impressive on both sides, offensive and defensive lines. Here's Nick Bosa on a couple of his new teammates, Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd.
Well, Floyd is just a ball of energy, and he could run people think he's a smaller, skinnier guy that can't play the run, but he's explosive as heck, so he could really play the run like we need him to, and obviously he could rush, his speed rush. He's proved it throughout his career. And then Malik, just a beast in the run game, big guy, and if he could do that all year, then we're going to be in good shape.
I think Nick hit it right on the head. You saw it from Leonard Floyd. He's got some work to do in the run game. Maybe that's going to be when Yetur Gross-Matos comes back. Maybe he's a third down guy or whatever the case may be. But he had the one sack. He got in his face when he threw the ball that was tipped by Demo that was intercepted by Flanagan Fowles. Leonard Floyd, great. And then Malik Collins, man, I thought he was just like kind of a pass rush guy, man. He stops the run. He's good.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He was a great wrestler. We had him in training camp. Guy never lost a match his senior year high school, so he can do it all. He's dominant, and he's smart. He and Hargrave, I think, in time, and maybe it could be a better duo than Buckner and Armstead, just because they're a little bit, they're not as tall, where they can be, low man wins, and they run the stunt game. They wrap so tight with Bosa. Leonard Floyd, they list him at 240. I think he's thicker than that and bigger than that. He plays the run decently, but Gross-Matos is just, he's a bigger man. He has long arms for a D end. I'm interested to see if they do mix him into the base downs. And the one thing with Floyd, and he had a lot of injuries last year he played with in Buffalo, and Buffalo did not play him that many snaps. They kept him down, whether it was bringing him in, the sub package or giving him series off. You play 2, you're off 1. I think, he's an older player. He had his birthday on Sunday before the game last night. He turned 32. So you want to manage his snaps and not burn him out. He can play the run, but Gross-Matos can really play the run. It'll be interesting to see as time develops and they get Gross-Matos back, John, just how they do balance it out, because I think Gross-Matos is a starting caliber defensive end in this league.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, let's give you the last one, Christian McCaffrey. Everybody's talking about him today, all the great positive stuff that came out of last night's game, but got to be worried anytime you hear the word Achilles. Here's Kyle Shanahan post-game talking about whether the turf the next 2 weeks in Minnesota and L.A. will play any factor, plus obviously the way Jordan Mason played last night.
Not totally. I don't think that was because of Dre. I mean, the game, I think that had to do more with the practice week. You can make the stuff with turf and everything. It's, I'll ask the player how he's feeling. If they feel good and they're ready to go, they're ready to go. If they say, I feel good on grass but not on turf, that's usually the way of saying that you don't really feel that good. So we'll see how he feels tomorrow. We'll see how he feels the next day, and we'll see how he feels on Sunday.
All right, there you go. So that's the latest on McCaffrey. Are you nervous about an Achilles? Anytime you hear Achilles, are you nervous about this deal?
I've known about his injury for a long time, and it goes back to the Dallas playoff game, and then the Philadelphia game, and he played, and then he had it again last year in Washington, and he didn't play against the Rams, and it re-aggravated a little bit. It's more just he's got tendonitis, so he's feeling an inflammation on the Achilles tendon, and it was started with the calf, but it kind of got down there. What I want to know from doctors out there. We'll ask some of the Niner doctors and find out, or just people out there, because of the Durant thing. And I was worried about it, but Dr. Celebrini, who knows, he's kind of written the book on this. He's been doing this a long time, in soccer, and his son is the number 1 pick in the NHL draft, and he works in the NBA. But they were pretty certain that Durant's injury, which was a calf injury, and he may have some form of Achilles tendonitis, would not result in a complete rupture of the Achilles tendon. I was worried about it because it seemed to make sense. They say no, that's not the case. So if we felt that the Durant thing is not going to happen, and it could happen on the other leg. It's unrelated. Dre Greenlaw had Achilles tendonitis, and he tore his other Achilles in the Super Bowl after practicing on the soft grass. So I think that's the question, and maybe reporters will reach out to doctors out there that deal with this, not specifically McCaffrey, but what's the percentage that Achilles tendonitis can turn into a rupture of the Achilles tendon? Is that because Durant was a one-off, or is it a higher percentage? That's really what you want to know in this situation.
All right, we'll keep you up to date on that, but it is this day in sports history. We always have to celebrate this one on September 10th. We'll give you that, plus we got a sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol at the bottom of our hour featuring a bunch of sound from last night. So we'll get to all of those things next, only here on the Sports Leader. Always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz. You see, he's got the answers to all your tax issues, including unfiled tax returns. What do the people do then, Steve?
They call us. You know, it's a real common problem. People don't file returns. So how do you solve it? Well, the first way is you call us and we take over for you. But why don't people file returns? A lot of people don't file because they didn't have the money to pay, so they didn't file that year. Then year 2 rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? By the way, they still don't have the money. No problem. We want to make a deal for you. Another reason people don't file is they don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. Or you say, oh, I have all my records and they're in a green trash bag someplace in the garage. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department that can put that together for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse. But watch out. The IRS hired all these new agents that are chasing after people that didn't file returns. They're doing things to them. And the bottom line is you don't need to wait until some agent comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Just let us take it over for you. We want to go ahead and do what we need to do to finish the case, take it off your back, and let you move on, enjoy your life, and not worry about this.
Steve's got the answers. All you got to do is call 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan, bro. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Jordan Mason's big performance against the Jets on Monday night. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Ball goes in motion.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The Papa and Lund Show now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
Thank you so much for joining us on a Tuesday, a victory Tuesday for the 49ers as they win 32-19. Keep them coming. Great stuff both on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. You can hit us up in either of those places, 415-808-KNBR if you want to interact, 415-808-5627 on the Gold State Lumber and Building Materials text line. All right, 1978 to now to, hold this here, 22, was that 46 years now? 46 years. September 10, which is today, 1978, San Diego, California. Jim Simpson and Paul Warfield on the TV call.
Wow.
Maybe
I've never heard this. We're not going to hear Bill King?
No, we are going to hear Bill King. No, we're going to hear Bill King. I just wanted to set it up. Jerry Markbright is your lead official in this game. Yeah, he's the white hat. 20-14 Chargers, 10 seconds left in the game. Anything else? Before we
they were down. Hank Bauer did Charger games forever, scored a touchdown early in the fourth quarter and a 2-yard run to put them up 20-7. And then Morris Bradshaw, our friend, worked for the Raiders forever, hit a 44-yarder from Snake. So you set it up. It's 20-14, 10 seconds left in the game, and the Raiders are on the Charger 24-yard line. And it'll end. Pete Banaszak turned into Pele on this play, and ultimately the Ghost recovered it. It changed the rules like so many Raider plays in history. I guess this is the Raider answer to the immaculate deception. They call it reception in Myron Cope in Pittsburgh. Who came up with the nickname? Immaculate Reception was Myron Cope, and they call it Deception in Oakland.
That's a good question. Holy Roller is just such a great name.
Who came up with Holy Roller? That is one of the great nicknames of a play. See hands. The Rob Leiter fumble is pretty basic from the year before when they lost that 77 championship game in Denver. Who came up with it? Was it Bill King or a sports writer? Who came up with Holy Roller? What a great nickname.
Here it is, September 10 on this day in 1978.
Oakland trails 20-14. 10 seconds left. The crowd takes up a chant of defense. Robisky and Banaszak on the back. Slot right. Branch inside. Bradshaw, Stabler back. Here comes the rush. He sidesteps. Can he throw? He can't. The ball flipped forward is loose. A wild scramble. 2 seconds on the clock. Casper grabbing the ball. It is ruled a fumble. Casper has recovered in the end zone. The Oakland Raiders have scored on the most zany, unbelievable, absolutely impossible dream of a play. Madden is on the field. He wants to know if it's real. They said yes. Get your big butt out of here. He does. There's nothing real in the world anymore. The Raiders won the football game. 52,000 people minus a few lonely Raider fans are stunned. This one will be relived forever.
I mean, they must have edited that because Errol Mann had to make a field goal at the end. He took over for an extra point, and he took over for George Blanda. So the kick made it 21-20. That must have been edited. I don't think I've ever heard that from start to finish. I would say, knowing Bill, his post play was legendary. They want to know if it's real. Get your big butt out of here to
That's
John
just the
Madden.
best part.
The actual call, you really don't have much of an idea of what was going on the play. So Woodrow Lowe, the linebacker of the Chargers, stripped Kenny Stabler, and the ball got kicked. Essentially, Pete Banaszak, the running back, kicked the ball forward. The ghost, obviously, Dave Casper, the ghost of the post play in Baltimore the year before, and with the legendary play. And he played outfield in baseball and was a tackle in football at Notre Dame. Dave Casper kind of pushed the ball forward and then recovered the ball in the end zone. If you recover the ball, it's the last play of the game. You don't win the game, you're done. So you got to get it into the end zone, and Ghost had the presence of mind to do that, and then he recovered the ball. So the way it's deemed in the scorebook is an offensive fumble recover in the end zone. That would only be allowed if the fumble occurred in the end zone. You can't advance the ball. So they wound up changing the rule. But that was, Ted Giannoulis, the San Diego chicken. There's a shot of him then.
Oh, that's so
on the
that's
upper
hilarious.
deck falling over and pretending he died. That was an amazing, amazing play, and that was the Raiders' answer to immaculate reception, deception. But the Holy Roller was only week 2 of the season in '78. It wasn't a playoff game like the game involving Franco in Pittsburgh. Wow.
No, but still, just because of, like you said, Bill King's call was just so amazing. Every time I hear it, it puts a smile on my face, just because, like you said, all the ways that he described it, and Madden coming on the field and get your butt out of here, and it's going to be relived forever, and just all the iconic things that have now become iconic after 46 years of just everything that he said. So it's, and like you said,
I never heard
Bill's
that.
best
Knowing
work.
Bill, he wouldn't like the initial call.
Right.
Because he didn't really describe what was going on. All of a sudden, the ball wound up in the end zone.
Right.
Which was insane. He also, on the immaculate reception, that was one of the calls that Bill booted, and he really felt badly about. He had Frenchie Fuqua catching that ball and not Franco Harris on the deflection. Frenchie was involved in the play in the collision by Tatum. So that year, and that's the year after the Raiders lost the AFC Championship game in Denver. Otherwise, you would have had a Raider-Cowboy Super Bowl. That year, they lost the opener in Denver in a rematch. They won that game. The Raiders wound up 9-7 that year, and Al Davis fired John Madden after the year. So 9-7 wasn't good enough for Al Davis. He didn't make the playoffs that year. Then he hired Tom Flores, and Tom went 9-7 that year. But that was the last season. That was the beginning of the end for the great John Madden.
Man, that's crazy. So just to kind of go over it, it says here, NFL rulebook, if a runner intentionally fumbles it forward, forward pass, blah, 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 blah. But the call was they couldn't tell if Banaszak and Casper's actions were legal because it was impossible to determine if they intentionally batted the ball forward, which would have been ruled a penalty.
They kicked the ball forward.
Oh, yeah. So
it's an illegal bat.
thought.
It's an illegal kick.
Yeah.
And now what they simply do is if you fumble the ball, you cannot recover it and gain yardage. You can maintain possession,
right?
But you have to put the ball back at the spot. There's no doubt what they were doing, and I talked to Ghost about it many times. He kind of pushed the ball forward. Banaszak kicked the ball.
Yeah.
So it was just an amazing play. How many plays do the Raiders have that are known by just nicknames? From the original is the Immaculate Reception, Deception, the Sea of Hands game, and the great Miami playoff game, which stopped Miami's streak. They wound up losing after winning 2 in a row, or a long winning streak they had after the 17 of those season. And that was Clarence Davis, who had terrible hands. The Rob Leiter fumble was kind of just, pretty basic.
Oh, yeah.
This one, the Holy Roller, and then the ultimate is the Tuck You play, the tuck play, and Tom Brady. So they've had so many rule changes, and 10 years later, they did change the Tuck You ruling.
Finally,
with Tom Brady, but they waited 10 years to change.
They waited. Yeah. So there you go. Holy Roller today in 1978, and any excuse to play the Bill King call, we take advantage of. So there you go, 46 years ago today. All right, as part of the Caboose Pistol coming up next, if you missed the Manning cast, Peyton Manning going off on Brandon Aiyuk for dropping that potential touchdown throw in the end zone last night. Jason Kelsey doing Jason Kelsey things on the pregame show for Monday Night Football. And I don't know if this is staged or not. Greeny went nuts this morning on Get Up about the Aaron Rodgers jersey being replaced by the Brock Purdy jersey. So you tell me if this thing is real or fake. I got a feeling it's a fake, but we'll play it for you, and you can determine it. We'll do that all as part of the Caboose next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They could, put some on your computer to cancel you. They could set you up for something. Thankfully, I don't watch porn. I've never been into any weird kinky stuff.
TMI.
See you soon, Aaron. See you soon. You're not moving around very well. By the way, before we get to Jason Kelce's shirt and to Peyton Manning complaining about Brandon Aiyuk not catching a potential touchdown pass and to Greeny freaking out because there's a Purdy jersey where there was a Rodgers jersey in their New York studios, do you know that tonight is the final time the Giants will wear this version of the City Connect jersey? I can't remember somebody can hit me up. Somebody can hit me up.
What are they going to go to next year?
I guess they're doing a new version of the City Connect, but these have been very successful. I don't remember the overall record. I did at one point, but I can't remember what it is now.
Not as good this year as it used to be.
Yeah, it's not.
I'll tell you that.
But they have been successful in it. But anyway, this version, which was controversial because of the fog and the and the numbers and everything, but this is the final time the Giants will wear this particular version. They're going to do a new one probably. But this is the last time we'll see this bright orange type thing with the fog numbers and all that stuff. They're going to change it up.
Because they only wear them on Tuesday nights, and tonight is the last Tuesday night home game of the year.
Yeah.
Wow.
So how about that?
They got a homestand, Milwaukee starting today for 3, San Diego over the weekend. Then they got one more homestand, and it's the weekend, the last 3. Against St. Louis. They go on a long road trip. Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona. It's a long trip. So the home games are down to a precious few. Tonight's the last Tuesday home game of the year. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Giants spokesperson Shanna Dom said tonight is our last City Connect. Shayna, sorry about that. Last
forever.
City Connect Tuesday of the regular season, there will be some changes made to the current version of the City Connect jersey in 25. So, enjoy or go buy the one or buy it or whatever you think. When they first got that, I was like, bruh, but then they started winning in it, so you had to like it, kind of. I didn't really love it.
Last time I checked this year, they were about 500 at home wearing the City Connect. So I think They beat the White Sox a couple of Tuesdays ago, lost to Arizona last week on a Tuesday. They're probably right at 500 this year.
All right, let's give you some sound from last night. Jason Kelce did not disappoint in his first Monday night countdown with ESPN during the regular season. He was out on the field last night. He actually did pick the 49ers to beat the Jets. But one problem was he had brought all his clothes, his dress clothes and all that kind of stuff, even though he doesn't look like much of a suit guy, kind of like John Kruk or something like that. Must be a Philly thing. But apparently he left a bag in a truck or something like that, so they had to actually go buy him like a white dress shirt. Problem was, it was too small, so you had like the buttons like bulging off that you could see, and holes in the shirt because it was barely hanging together. And then the other part was it had like the lines in it when you pull a shirt, a dress shirt out, had like you could see the lines. They didn't iron it or anything like that. So here it is before the game.
Super Bowl champion and Emmy Award winner. It's Ryan Clark. A first-round draft pick from the Dallas Cowboys and a national champ at LSU, Marcus Spears. And I'm just Scott Van Pelt. I have no accolades of any kind, but collectively we are thrilled to welcome in a 6-time first-team All-NFL selection. A Super Bowl champion. 6 times.
6 times. Future
gold jacket wearer. He got a podcast that apparently is doing fairly well. And all that said, Jason Kelce is wearing a shirt he got at the mall because he left his travel bag in the truck. Left the bag in the truck.
My fits my belly now. I've lost a little bit of weight, but my tits are still struggling.
Hey, the fact that a Hall of Fame center can shop at Lululemon, that's big, man. That's a big accomplishment. That's true.
He dropped a tits on national TV
he did.
to this cable.
He did. You should have seen this. You got to look this thing up, man.
Mother's Day parade outfit on that he wore when they won the Super Bowl.
It was tight. Like he said, he might have lost some in the gut, but in the chest area, this thing wasn't fitting, and these buttons were going, no.
I saw him. I was stood right next to him during warm-ups, and all the Niners players came over to dap him up. Trent Williams visited with them for a long time.
Yeah.
So did Deebo Samuel. So how was Kelsey overall on the air? How did he do?
I thought he was 1,000 times better than anybody else. Marcus Spears is okay. Ryan Clark is insufferable to me. Scott Van
What
Pelt
Emmy award has he won?
I don't know.
For what?
I thought it would be like a Razzie, like when a bad movie, gets something. I think he's confusing it. But in fact, Ryan Clark, before the game, when they had the graphic up, chose the 49ers 23-20. Then when he heard the McCaffrey news, he tried to switch it. They're like, sorry, you can't switch it. He wanted the Jets. But anyway, I like Jason Kelsey. I think he's funny. He breaks it down a little bit. He's entertaining and light and fun, and you can tell in that clip. But, you're just looking at the shirt going, A, that's not going to make it through the night, and B, somebody at least had to throw an iron on that thing before you threw it on, man. I mean, whoa, that was rough. Used to do that when I was a kid. Go to grandma's, you didn't have a shirt, and you had lines in the thing. She's looking at you like, is that a new shirt? Like, no. What are you talking about? Unbelievable. Anyway, during the game, you've referenced this. We heard from Brandon Aiyuk at the top of the hour saying that throw that Purdy made in the end zone, back of the end zone that he dropped was a dime, and next time he would catch it. Peyton Manning during the Manning cast went a little further than that.
Man-to-man, Jennings.
Oh, Aiyuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. He's missed all training camp.
Get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden, you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why. Yeah, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
He was
fair. He was pissed. I was a little surprised by that.
And he referenced the game 20 years ago where they lost. And they lost because Edgerrin James held out. So
yeah.
He didn't have the edge. But what'd you think of Belichick on the Manning cast last night?
I think Belichick's good in everything. I don't know if he's going to be overexposed, the $10 million man. But, to me, you and I have talked about the Manning cast so many times. But to me, I like having a football guy in there talking about it. Like, I went back and watched The Guest, and I watched Adam Sandler, and I don't know, his movies are fine, but I'm not the biggest Adam Sandler fan, so I just was like, But yeah, I like Belichick.
You don't like Happy Gilmore?
69.
I like Happy Gilmore, a few other ones like that, but I don't know, when he's trying to be funny sometimes, I'm like, that's not funny.
So they're going to have Belichick on every week on the Manning cast, and he's going to do the entire first half?
Yeah.
The one thing is they got to clean up them stepping on each other.
Oh, man.
It was terrible.
It was.
The entire first quarter, and Belichick wanted to talk, and they wouldn't let him talk, so they kept interrupting, and they were stepping over each other. There were certain situations where, he had the graphics on what to do, and he obviously kept yelling, Wilson, 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 Wilson. Contain Garrett Wilson. We know what he would have done. And obviously he coached in that division against him, so try to take Garrett Wilson away. Some of the insight was good when he beat the man, the slot fade against Demo Lenore. He thought the Niners went back into a zone. They kind of scared him out of playing man on that play. But when there's an actual play occurring in the game, they don't really react to it. They're so busy, talking about what they wanted to talk before the game started. Like there was the fumble that Fred Warner punched out from Breece Hall, and Malik Collins recovered, John. They hardly even mentioned it, because they were too busy talking about something else. So you'd think with those football minds, the two Manning brothers on offense and Bill Belichick on defense, they would educate you in the game. They did some, to some degree, but not as much as they could. And first thing they got to clean up is just them being in three different rooms, obviously,
That's
and
hard.
them just talking over each other.
Yeah. They've got to mix. They've gone from when they first started, we were talking about the technical difficulties, and they actually had a couple of those last night as well. But like you said, it's easy, I think, when it's you and your brother and you're just kind of doing what you've done probably your whole life, which is just talking ball. And then, like you said, 3 different guys in 3 different places. I'm sure they'll get, producers or whomever with the show and say, hey, you can't be talking all over each other, because that's the worst thing in media. If 3 guys are talking over each other, then you're like,
I agree with you,
channel.
John.
Right?
Oh,
exactly.
Sure.
Then you're, then you're turning the channel to Joe and Troy, and who wants to do that?
They were solid last night.
I haven't gone back and
Weren't
watched
they?
that game yet. I have to go back. I came home, watched
You watched the
Manning
Manning cast back before you watched the actual game broadcast back?
Yeah. Well, I had to see what they were going to say. So I wanted to see what they say. I'll go back and look at this thing, but didn't get a chance. And finally, I don't know if this is real or fake. I have a feeling it's a fake because I don't think Greenberg's that good of an actor. But anybody who's watched Get Up in the Morning, they've got their New York studio, and within Greeny's eyesight off to his, I guess, left, because he loves Aaron Rodgers so much. And they actually put a camera in his house last night and wanted to vomit. I saw it online. Like, they actually put a camera in his house with his Rodgers jersey on, watching this game and getting happy, then getting mad and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, this morning somebody on the set had taken his beloved Aaron Rodgers frame jersey and replaced it with a Brock Purdy frame jersey, and he claims he goes crazy about it. Is this real or fake? Take a listen.
It's just not going to work. It's not sustainable.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What am I seeing? Can we take that shot again? Cindy, can we take whatever camera is What is that? What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What?
You see it.
What
right
has
behind
happened?
your head. Wow. Right behind your head.
What the actual heck is going on?
We almost did it.
We all know what this is supposed to be.
Yeah.
When did this get replaced by I'm not even kidding. When the hell did this just happen?
Yeah.
Who replaced the Aaron Rodgers jersey with a
Was that Fink? Was that Fink's idea?
Fink is in Bristol. How could Fink have done that?
I mean, Purdy replaced it. That's who replaced
exactly
it.
right.
Kyle Shanahan replaced it. That's who replaced it.
Right.
Like, you got to earn your right to be on that wall.
That's right.
And it's clear that he earned his right to be on that wall.
I'm going to say, okay, so you want to make me mad? Now I'm mad.
What do you think?
I think it was real. I don't think it was
real?
a fugazi. I think what happened was, and they went back and showed it, the stage manager went over and took down, they have a framed autographed number 8 Jets jersey that Aaron Rodgers gave Mike Greenberg when he became a Jet. They put it on the brick wall behind him. And during a break, when Greenberg was not looking at it, the stage manager came out, took off the Rodgers jersey, and put Brock Purdy's number 13. I think that was legit.
What the actual?
He loves that line.
Come on, bro. You're on cable.
They asked Aaron Rodgers about it on the McAfee show, and Aaron Rodgers blew it off. He just talked about what a loyal fan Mike Greenberg is. So the New York bias has been living with us on the West Coast our whole lives.
That's the worst one.
But, man, this Jets game between Greenberg and Peter Schrager on the NFL Network, blatantly rooting for the Jets. Are we glad? And I like the Jets. And Aaron Rodgers is a great talent. And Robert Saleh, I hope he doesn't have a bad year and get off to a bad start. That owner's he was walking laps before the game, right by the Monday Night Football countdown set. I was right with him. Anyway, I hope they have a decent year, but it's easy to somewhat, root against them because the national media has taken this New York bias to another level that is so unprofessional, where they're openly rooting on national TV for one team to beat another. When did this happen?
I don't know, but his bit is old. This Jets bit is old to me. I mean, it ceases to be funny. Like, you can have fun with it and all that kind of stuff, but when, like you said, this is the host of the pregame show on ESPN. Now, I know ESPN has become, what's the right word for it? Not exactly, a credible news source, especially during the daytime. But when you put this guy, those things before the game are supposed to be about the game, and they're not. They're about this guy, and they keep running this joke. And it's like you said, we're kind of on the West Coast. We're a little bit sensitive to the New York bias or the East Coast bias anyway. And then it's like, tell us how much they're going to beat us by, and then it adds fuel to the fire. When that game wasn't even close last night. I know it was 32-19, but it wasn't close.
No, the time of possession was 2-1. It was basically 38, 39 minutes to 21. I don't know. And you would think that there would be some credibility on the national stage. Now, the media's just changed. completely. And I think my friend Michelle Beadle from San Antonio really changed it, where she grew up a Spurs fan and was the host of NBA Countdown on ESPN and ABC, and she openly rooted for the Spurs when they were good, winning championships. So it was like, what's going on? You know, she was going to be the original, and she was, right? On Get Up, the co-host were Mike Greenberg and her, and then she ripped the NFL, and they wound up taking her off, and they took her off everything. But could you imagine those two together with Michelle rooting for the Spurs in the NBA and Greenberg just openly rooting for the Jets, and then you got Peter Schrager on the NFL Network. I mean, I grew up in a different time and was taught a different way. Even locally, you know, they hated homers, and you didn't want to do that. But how does, when you're talking to the reason we talk heavy Niners and Giants and Warriors, we're talking to our audience. 99% of the people listening to us want those teams to win. So the first thing they teach you in broadcasting is talk to your audience. When your audience is the entire nation, how is it you get away by being so biased for the New York-based teams?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, look, I get it, and if you played for a certain team or whatever, but most people, like you said, growing up in the media, most people, you lose your bias. I mean, you just naturally lose your bias because then you're around it. They always tell you, don't cover your favorite team because then you kind of become the enemy to some of those players. But I don't know. I know it's a funny bit. Believe me, I get it. But I was kind of watching that going, I think this is a bit.
Kind of wore me out getting ready for the Jets. I was so looking forward to this game all off season, and then like 2 weeks before, and are they going to talk about the Jets like they're actually? Are they that good a team? Honestly, are they that good a team? I mean, the Niners took them apart last night, and if the Niners were beatable, it was last night. And we'll see. Are the New York Jets that good? Seriously, they're going to go to the Super Bowl and beat Kansas City? Are you kidding me?
Not with those offensive and defensive lines. The 49ers dominated. Look, the 49ers are good. I mean, I think during the week we start looking into other teams so much so that we get kind of spooked sometimes by the certain things they can do. But then you look at the 49ers last night and you go, oh, yeah, they got about, 10 or 12 guys. I mean, the most in the league for sure. They're top-heavy. I get it. But that just dominate. I mean, we've talked about a number of different players today. We've hardly talked about Fred Warner, and he was great last night. I mean, that's how good they are. It's like you run out of time, even in 4 hours, to go through all the guys that were really so good last night. You know, they threw away from Ward last night, and Demo was up to the challenge. Demo Lenore. I mean, they were good, and they're going to be better. I mean, that wasn't the best game the 49ers were going to play by far. So think about the Jets. If I was the Jets, I'd be nervous about Aaron Rodgers. He wasn't moving well last night. That is going to be a problem.
I think you could see the atrophy in his left leg. I mean, he's just noticeably smaller than the right one. He's got big, huge calves, but he's the least of their problems. He's still a great thrower of the football. But they couldn't run the ball last night. They couldn't stop the run last night. And the Niners have a galaxy of stars, but where they won the game was in the trenches. Mm-hmm. I mean, Malik Collins dominated the game. Javon Hargrave dominated the game. Leonard Floyd on offense. Dominic Pooney. The interior line just took them apart last night. So that's where they won the game. So we'll see where it all goes. But I got to say, Greenberg and Schrager have worn me out. I am glad we're done with JETS. Lose, lose, lose.
All right, we got a couple of more remnants before we get out of here. And then Tolbert and Cope's coming up at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Center.
$1 billion.
That's right. John Ludden here. Did you know? You're going to get that. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You don't want that. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. You really don't want that. But what you do want is Chris Nolan and the Dolan Law Firm, because they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, beautiful day out today, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. Feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than this is where it comes in, billion with a B. I think I made that abundantly clear in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Billion with a B in verdicts, you paid nothing up front. I don't know how it works, but it's good for you. You paid nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just stay out of my way, or you'll pay. Listen to what I say.
How about I just go eat some hay? I can make things out of clay and lay by the bay. I just may. What do you say?
All right.
Say hey.
Adam Sandler there. Great to be joined today by Matt Barrows. We had the audio recap, which we will post as well. People love it. Thanks to Krug as well for joining the show. If you missed anything, just go to KNBR.com KNBR.com. That's one in the books. When are you off to Minneapolis to see your pal Sam?
Friday. Start watching the Vikings tonight and go Friday for a Sunday morning game. So I never got the Giants City Connect G jersey, which I always wanted.
Just the hat.
So what the hat?
That's all right.
This is the one they wore a couple of years ago, but they're also wearing this hat, right, on City Connect Tuesday. So which hat is the one that they're going to wear tonight?
The orange one.
This one?
Yeah, but is it? Yeah.
When
that's
did they drop this one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Don't they wear this one now?
I thought they had that one from the beginning.
No, they had this one. I think they've gone to this one now, where they've gone to the bright orange. Save this for an Orange Friday. So let's see what they do. Milwaukee's back in town.
Yeah, that orange SF one. Yeah,
it's this one now.
Yeah.
I think they started out with this one, and then they switched it up. So I wonder what the City Connect's going to look like next year, but that'll be for next year.
Yeah,
Last Tuesday, they don't have any more midweek day games anymore. These are all night games against Milwaukee. So we're getting down to the very end of the Giants' schedule. They put Kyle Harrison on the injured list, so he's done for the year. And Landon Roop is going to start tonight. Remember we had him early in the year, John, way back when, out on the patio.
Yeah.
And he had a good outing out of the bullpen. But we asked him, and they wound up sending him right back down to Sacramento.
Right, I know that we're the
right after, but they wanted to stretch him out, and he said flat out. I said, "Do you want to be in the bullpen or do you want to start?" And he said, "Start." So Landon Roop, guy you love from spring training, is going to make the start tonight for the Giants.
Yeah, I do like him. I like that curveball. I don't know if he's going to be a starter, reliever, whatever. By the way, I'm looking at the first promo for the City Connects. It's Kevin Gosman, Brandon Crawford, and the only one left is Alyssa Natkin. So
2021.
Yeah,
that's 2021.
It's the first promo. They've got like dry ice coming up, like it's fog and all that kind of stuff.
And they won that first year in those City Connects a lot. Now they won 107 games that year, the greatest Bay Area baseball season ever seen, including the A's. So that was a pretty good year.
How are we going to look back on those? Are we going to look back on them because they won, they look good? Because if you just look at them as a whole and you don't know anything.
I like them.
Oh, man.
Isn't this the first hat they used, the G, and then they went SF and with the bright orange hat, right?
I don't know if they did go the G because I'm looking at that promo one, and they got orange SFs that year.
They never wore these hats? Why the hell do I have one?
I think they have that one, the one that you're holding up, that orange one. That's the one they had. Anyway. Say goodbye to them if you want to see it once again.
Go out with a win
tonight. Tonight is the night, and that's it. And then they're going to change them up. I don't know how much. They're just saying they're going to change them up. So that's it. All right, man. Great call. If you missed the audio recap, we'll post that up, plus the interviews, KNBR.com for those. Go rest your voice, man. You've been on a lot.
I'm going to rest my brain. How are you feeling? You were on longer than I yesterday. You went 10 to 10.
Yeah, I have it easy. I got other guys. Well, that's true. So do you. Tim does, what, 3/4 of the talking?
One more for me.
One more from me. I was telling people that story last night. One more from me, bro. He's classic, man.
Goodbye.
Yeah, all right, we're leaving.
Goodbye.
Right. That's the classic. Goodbye. And you're like, man in motion. Goodbye. All right, Pop, we'll see you tomorrow for the Wednesday version of the show. We got more Niners, plus we'll start getting you ready for Sam Darnold and the Vikings. Who is up next with Copes? Dieter, of course. Dieter and Copes are coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon.
First show of the week after a 49er pregame yesterday that led to a 49er beatdown of the New York Jets, 32-19. Joining us today on the show, a couple of weekly conversations. Brent Jones going to join us at 3:50. Matt Mayoko will stop by at 4:50, and then Andy Baggerly at 5:15 to gear you up for the Giants and the Crew who are coming to town. Giants and the Brewers. Did you know that, Dieter? That's my first question.
Just finding out now.
Yeah, did you know? 808 KNBR, how many of you knew the Giants were playing the Brewers today after everybody was invested in 49er football yesterday?
3 hours of Jackson Churio talk coming your way.
I did have to check my – that's insane. That's insane. You ready for my one baseball note? This is all you're getting from me on a baseball note today?
Yeah.
I saw that like 250 guys in baseball have had at least 2 strikeouts in a game since the All-Star game.
Okay.
Luis Ariz has 2 total strikeouts.
That's incredible.
Pretty incredible. Not a giant note. We're moving on to 49er football. Thank you, Marty. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We'll be taking your calls all day long, talking 49er football. I was there yesterday. Dieter was there yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, we got a ticket giveaway to talk about. We'll get into that in just a little bit. First and foremost, just your takeaways from the game yesterday, man.
It was an ass kicking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot of ass kickings left in the NFL. And in a game that was so highly anticipated.
Save for the Carolina Panthers, hold my beer.
That's
a different beast.
That's just mean. There's a
beast.
vindictiveness to that. This was an anticipated game.
Yeah.
And we had no idea what we were going to get in this game. I think that there was an expectation that, hey, the Jets have a pretty good defense and the 49ers might be rusty on offense with Aiyuk and Trent Williams. And you just didn't know with the Jets offense at all. But you go, Breece Hall's pretty good, Garrett Wilson's pretty good. But I was having to go back and watch 2021 Packers film to get an idea of what the Jets might look like. And Fred Warner said they were doing the same thing in the 49ers facility. None of that was necessary. They just ran the ball down the Jets' throat from the opening jump, and they kicked their ass on the defensive side. It was jaw-dropping. When you think about the weaknesses of this team coming into the season, you go, I don't know about that defensive line. I don't know about that offensive line.
The O-line for sure, yeah.
I memean, a sterling performance from the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey getting ruled out maybe Friday, maybe just before the game. Who's really to say? But they just ran it down the throats of a team that prides itself on being physical, on playing elite-level defense. I think that's what the Jets did last season. And the 49ers are like, we'll see about that. Here's Jordan Mason, inside zone runs, as well as anybody can do it in the league. Here's Trent Williams, Dominic Pooney, and Colton McKivitz coming for you. And, oh, by the way, an afterthought in the game, but can we give some love to Brock Purdy? He had an outstanding football game yesterday. If that's game management, sign me up for 16 more of those because I thought he was really, really good. Kyle was in his bag.
Maybe the best throw I've ever seen him make, and it wasn't a catch into the end zone, but that's the type of throw that elite quarterbacks make. He put it on a dime to Brandon Aiyuk in the corner where only he could get to it. Aiyuk will tell you he should have had it. I think anybody will tell you.
Any human who's ever watched or played
football watches like, yeah, it hit my hands. I should have had that one.
Yeah.
It almost surprised me how much of how incredibly he threaded that needle. But to your point about Brock's play, you don't need him to be a world beater.
And he'll be a world beater at times this season, but on a night like last night where you can just run with impunity.
Just do your job, yeah.
This game was over after the first possession of the third quarter. Jordan Mason was going for 6 yards a clip every time he was running the ball. It was pretty straightforward. Just keep running the ball straight. But I think back to the Kyle Juszczyk 33-yard pass. It gets him to the 2-yard line. That was Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy at their absolute best because they go in I formation. It's 1st and 15. 1st and 15 in Jets territory. The Jets are like, well, they're going to run the ball again. Here we go. Mm-hmm. And Kyle Juszczyk goes into the C gap. He's going to get to the linebacker level. He's going to block, and he just kept running. And by the time Ashton Davis, the safety playing at strong side linebacker, realized what the hell was happening, Juice is wide open down the field. Brock play action. Not a lot of play action in that game, but he goes play action there. Perfect rainbow ball right on the money to Juice. Juice turns around, gets right to the end. They run it in 2 plays later. Kyle had been setting that thing up all game. Brock executed it to perfection. They left a lot on the field, and they still kicked ass. It was as auspicious a start as you could have for the 49ers.
By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo made a career of overthrowing Juice on that same play.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? I cannot tell you how many times Juice would be streaking up the sideline.
100%.
And by the way, we've seen that play before. We've seen Brock execute that play before and made the same joke about Jimmy not doing so. But to your point about how they set that play up, 24 carries for, was it 24 for J.P. Mason?
Yeah,
is that the number we had?
It was 28 total.
28 total,
147.
147. 28 the most any running back has ever carried the ball under Kyle Shanahan as a head coach. which is pretty incredible.
Why stop?
They didn't have to go to anywhere else. They talked to J.P. Mason about it after the game and said, I got to talk to Christian McCaffrey about that. Like, it gets exhausting being in there.
Yeah.
I'm going, I don't know that you're going to carry it 28 times like that, week in and week out, but I think he's earned himself an opportunity to be part of the offense, to be a different style of runner, regardless of what the future of Christian McCaffrey is.
Well, and I think the future of Christian McCaffrey is the big question here. I mean, it wasn't a perfect night in the sense of you don't know when you're getting a guy who finished third in MVP voting back. All right, we talk about Brock Purdy, MVP candidate. He was fourth. Christian McCaffrey was third in voting last year. So the calf injury with the Achilles tied to it, I mean, naturally.
It's tendonitis, I think now is what Kyle called it today.
All it is a ticking time bomb for anybody who's watched sports over the last 5 or 6 years when these Achilles just seem to be popping like nobody's business. It's scary stuff. And so you want Christian McCaffrey to have as much time as he needs to get right. You just don't know how much time that's going to be. But I even think before this, with the workload that McCaffrey had last year, Mason was going to get more of a look. And let's not forget, this guy was the third string running back to start camp. Third string. And he's able to run with the vision and power and speed that he showed against a Jets defense, which, it ain't the Giants. It ain't the Panthers. We're not talking about some schlub defense here, even though they looked like schlubs yesterday. That guy's your third string running back. How does Kyle keep doing it, man? How does he keep doing it?
Well, it's funny because a couple of weeks ago, before Aiyuk and Trent Williams had signed their contracts, I want to say it was John Lynch in a press conference with you guys in the media session said something along the lines of like, somebody asked a question about, is there anything more pressing here being that you guys feel you're a Super Bowl ready team? And he said, you have to earn every year the right to be a Super Bowl team. And I said, yeah, of course that's true, except that the 49ers have been to many NFC championships, and you, for the most part, have the same core of guys. The Jets, to me, are the team I looked at in that way, where I go, okay, on paper, everybody believes this should be a Super Bowl caliber team or a top team in the AFC. They have to now execute and come out and prove it because we really didn't get a flash of that last year based on not having Aaron Rodgers, and we'll talk more about him. The Niners yesterday looked like they're a team that picked up where they left off, and the Jets are still trying to figure out where it is that they're going and find some rhythm. I don't think the Jets are going to be terrible. I think Rodgers, if he plays like this, he's not going to be all that good, but I think they've got some rhythm and some work to get into. I do think that defense is going to be okay relative to what we saw last year.
Agreed.
They did have their nice touchdown drive where they picked up 3 long third downs, a 3rd and 8,
Garrett Wilson. We're just
going to run that same slant play every time across the middle, and sure enough, they picked up 3 first downs. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you. By the way, we have an opportunity for you to win some tickets. You ready for this? Go see ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner. Ooh, Leonard Skinner, I like him. ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner, they're coming to the Toyota Pavilion at Concord on, it's coming up soon, September 19th, 9 days away. You can be there if you tune in between 2 and 6, and we'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Grab the official rules at knbr.com. We're doing it all week long. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Look, it's ZZ Top. You guys rock.
Maybe a little.
Nice. You hear that? You hear that ZZ Top Simpsons reference. Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win tickets to go see ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner out at the Toyota Pavilion.
Leonard Skinner, I thought they were in a plane crash in 1977. Like, Leonard Skinner is still around? What's going on here? Stevie Van Zandt, just not necessary? Steve Gaines, not necessary?
Don't worry, you're not eligible to win the prize. So
Clearly. I think you have to be born before 77, too.
415-896-KNBR, and then 808-KNBR. You want to get involved in some of the 49er conversation. How impressed were you with last night's win? No McCaffrey, no problem. J.P. Mason, 147 on 28 carries. The Niner offense rolled. But we'll have to talk more a little bit later about what's coming with Christian McCaffrey's injury. That's next. It's Tolbert and Copes, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out. The Niners are 1-0 on the Sports Leader. The 49ers dominated their 2024 debut on Monday Night Football. A win over the Jets, 32-19. What were your takeaways from last night's game? We're taking your calls all day long at 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Mahomes going to roll to his right, throws, touchdown. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl.
I'm not going to get into our communication again. At some point, you got to play.
The Brandon Aiyuk saga has ended where it began in San Francisco.
McCaffrey, he's inactive tonight. I just see an emotionally drained team.
Rodgers pressured out of there by Floyd. Will shove it forward to Brees.
A ball out! Fumbled the ball!
The Niners have it. Jet sweep handoff to Debo. A block and a dive for the goal line. And he's up on the goal line and in. Brock throws left. Huge check wide open. Inside the 10. Inside the 5. First and goal 49ers on the 3. Can we all do it now? Choose. They run Mason off the left side. A cutback run. Touchdown! San Francisco! Play action by Rodgers. Here comes Leonard Floyd. Rodgers steps up, throws, batted away by Lenore. Intercepted by Flanagan. Fouls.
Maybe they should just keep Flanagan fouls out there.
I think you just said that. Jake Moody, Jake the make is 5 for 5 tonight. He's going to try a 42-yard field goal here. And Jake Moody right down the middle. What a debut for Jake Moody. 6 for 6 tonight. Niners have the win, 32-19.
Niners beat the Jets 32-19. No McCaffrey, not an issue for the 49ers yesterday as J.P. Mason goes for 147 yards on 28 carries. Again, the most carries a running back has ever had under Kyle Shanahan in his time as a 49er head coach. Niner offense rolled. They punted their first drive and then scored on 8 consecutive drives. First time they'd done that, by the way, the 49ers, since 1978. Scored on 8 consecutive drives, only 1 punt. And you heard it there, Jake the Make.
Jake the Make. He's really trying it out, huh?
Make Moody is what we're calling him. I think he's used it in the past, but I always like Greg the Leg, but I like Legatron.
Yeah, Legatron was a better name.
Call him Greg the Third Leg. Jake Moody provided, he's proving to be a solid third-round pick. How about that?
Hey, man, leading scorer.
Dude, you figure that the Jets scored 19, he scored 18.
Yeah.
Which is pretty incredible, right?
And that's what I was saying. Like, the Niners leaving points on the field, right? There's a lot of missed 4-point opportunities where you're kicking field goals, but the fact that you're constantly in field goal territory
says something about what you were able to do yesterday. And really, it's not just about, they did force 2 turnovers. You have the interception, and you have the first snap of the second drive for the Jets where Brees Hall catches the little pass and then immediately gets fumbles it. It's a strip fumble by Fred Warner. Malik Collins picks it up. That was all fun and good. But then really when you look at the drives the Niners put together, right, because that's their second drive after that fumble loss, that's a 3-yard gain. 3 plays, 3 yards, they kick the field goal. 9 for 37 a field goal. But then you start going 12-67, 12 for 75, 11 for 70, and then your second to last field goal, you go 11 for 75. You get 4 drives there that are 67 yards or longer to get you into range. They were just depleting the defensive line, I felt like, of the that's all they did. They just kept pushing them back. The number of plays run 70 to 48 or something like that?
There was a point where the 49ers had 3 times the amount of yards as the Jets. That was late in the third quarter. Time of possession, an absolute ass kicking.
38-40 to 21-20 was the time of possession. The total play number was insane, too, and I'll get that to you in just a minute. 401 to 266 was the yards. 70 total offensive plays for the Niners, 49 for the Jets.
This game was over. They pulled Aaron Rodgers halfway through the fourth quarter. Not that they might have been better off with Tyrod Taylor in this game, but
he looked sharp, by the way.
He looked good. Aaron Rodgers never threw it to the right in this contest. That's Charvarius Ward's territory. The Niners did not shadow Garrett Wilson. They just let Charvarius Ward have the right side. Aaron Rodgers legitimately did not throw it right once the entire game. Charvarius Ward had a monster game, and then Tyrod Taylor comes in, immediately tries to throw it right, almost picked off by Charvarius Ward.
Right up the right side, yeah.
And I thought Diamador Lenore had kind of an up-and-down game, but he makes one of the plays of the game, that deflection leading to the Demetrius Flanagan fouls interception. So, it was just one hell of a contest for the 49ers, and it was kind of a basic contest too, right? You want to talk about smoke and mirrors, trying out new funky things, Kyle Shanahan in his bag. No, this was basics. This was heavy personnel. 49ers had an extra tight end or a fullback on the field 82% of the plays yesterday on offense.
What does that tell you?
That tells me that they were trying to run it down their throat. And here's the most interesting thing that I thought in the game. There was a stretch in the end of the second quarter where Sauce Gardner was just off the field. And Robert Saleh tried to put the spin on it, saying he was trying to catch his breath. I bet he was, because they just kept running it at him again and again and again. The 49ers looked at the Jets' defensive line, vaunted, maybe a little overhyped, clearly overhyped. And they said, man, they got Javon Kinlaw. We can run it down their throats.
A 30-pound heavier Javon Kinlaw.
Well, it didn't help. And then you look at the linebackers and you say, yeah, C.J. Mosley's a good player. And, Quincy whatever is a good player. But they're gettable. But they looked at those corners. And everyone talks about, the Jets corners. They got Sauce Gardner. They got DJ Reed. They got Michael Carter. What great corner. Probably the best corner trio in the league. And Kyle Shanahan's like, but can they stop the run?
No.
And they just ran it outside of Eric Sauber or George Kittle. They ran it outside 8 times. That's an obscene number. Outside zone, right at Sauce Gardner. They went for 8 yards a carry when they ran it at Sauce. You're wondering why they pulled him off the field? He wasn't trying to catch his breath. He wasn't injured. They couldn't have him on the field anymore because Sauce Gardner doesn't tackle. And last time I checked, that's kind of an important thing to do on defense.
Yeah. By the way, the one holding call on Debo, they got that first J.P. Mason rushing touchdown pulled back. I was kind of a cheap ass. That was a piss-poor call, I thought, ref.
It was holding.
It was holding, but it was irrelevant to the play at that point. He'd already scampered past him, and Debo just kind of kept engaging.
Listen, we could do 3.5 hours on holding versus not holding. You saw the
Bosa turnaround at the line, yeah.
I mean, is Nick Bosa entitled to just not get choked out on the field? Is that something he's allowed?
I'd like him to throw one here and there for Bosa, you know?
Every now and again. Sauce Gardner got ran at 33 times yesterday. PFF had him graded as a 32 out of 100 in run defense.
Is that good?
It's not great.
I think it's an F.
It's enough to get the number 1 shutdown corner in the league supposedly benched in the first half.
I know. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. And by the way, at 2:50, we'll be doing the return of Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. What did you like about the game? What did you hate about the game or dislike about it? And what were you drinking? We got to know. And we'll get your feelings on the Christian McCaffrey injury as well at 415-808-KNBR. Let's go out to the phone lines. Dre is in Georgia. The power of the flamethrower. Dre in Georgia, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Dre?
Hey, Dre.
My question is, do you guys think that they should have played the rookies more on defense and on offense more, or is it okay to leave the veterans in, especially in that fourth quarter?
My theory on this is that the veterans hadn't practiced together, so the second half sort of turned into a practice for the 49ers.
Especially on defense. There was a lot of the vets out there in the second, like Demo Lenore staying out there for that final drive you're talking about.
Fred was on the field, the penultimate drive,
And I was okay with that at the end of the game. And that's, again, I don't think that they were.
No, Fred played the entire game.
Yeah,
I don't think 51 snaps. Also, it just wasn't a lot of snaps.
Yeah.
51 snaps for
Again,
Fred
they ran
Warner.
49 offensive plays to the Jets. So it wasn't even like they got a ton of work on defense, several 3-and-outs for the Jets. There wasn't a lot of work to be done. So, yeah, I mean, I think you're always going to wonder that and question that. How many guys should be out there? You only got 54 guys.
Right. And I don't know if you want Curtis Robinson in there late in the game. Like, what's that doing for you? What's that helping you with? And I think that it also leads into the fact that the Niners wanted to make a statement. They clearly made a statement to the Jets. That statement was full on made by the end of the first drive of the second half. But to the rest of the NFL, like, you thought we were going to fade. You thought Super Bowl hangover was coming. We're just going to keep destroying the Jets on national television all the way to the end. And, yeah, Tyrod Taylor got his licks in. The Niners got a little conservative. But, again, the game was set.
It was out of hand at that point.
The Niners could have used the run. They could use the run because they just didn't get very much. Nothing close to live speed, obviously. But they just didn't get a lot of run in the preseason.
And, the one, if I had to pull one thing out and say, I didn't totally like this, and we'll talk about it more in Cheers, Jeers, and Beers, too, is the final field goal attempt that the Niners had. I'm never a big fan of taking a 2-possession game and kicking a field goal to make it a 2-possession game. However, it would have made it a 16-point game, I think is what they made it at that point.
A little alternate line action?
Well, I'm thinking in terms of, like, you still need 4 things to happen for the Jets. You need 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point conversions, which I guess is fine. They weren't moving the ball. Yeah. You're going with that logic there. You take the points. If you don't get that 2-point, if you don't get that field goal and you end up turning it over on downs there, and for some reason they do come back down and score, then you've laid an egg. Then it's a big issue there. So
I get that.
I don't love the logic of it, but again, the game was so far out of reach, I think at that point it wasn't all that serious.
Which brings us back to Rodgers, though. Like, did at any point you feel like Aaron Rodgers was going to do something in this game? I was stunned when they had that nice drive, right? And they take the lead early in this game because they have that nice long drive.
7-3, right?
The only other time they were threatening at all was when Aaron Rodgers, master of the free play, had a free play. And Jair Brown's eyes are in the backfield. He thinks it's going to get blown dead. I guess they jump back off enough to let him play. And Jair gets caught flat-footed. Lazard just goes right up the gut,
9
touchdown.
right past him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not a good look for Jair. That's a young safety in a tricky spot, but he's got to have more awareness. He's got to stay. The whistle hadn't blown. You got to stay playing up until the whistle blows. That was the only other threat they had. They kept running Breece Hall again and again and again, and Breece Hall was getting nothing against Malik Collins, Javon Hargrave, who looked fantastic, Fred Warner, obviously. The Niners were just suffocating the run game, and they were just going inside zone, inside zone, inside zone. And I get why they were doing that. You watched the Niners against inside zone last year. You could put the teach tape for how to run inside zone against the Niners last year. You're just moving dudes left, right. You're parting the Red Sea when you were playing the Niners last year on that play. And I asked a couple of guys after the game, like, were you surprised? They're down big. They kept running it. And Javon Hargrave was like, yeah, they tapped out.
I was certainly surprised. I was like, damn, they're still running it, and it's still Breece Hall. I was like, what are they doing? What's this about?
It is a one-dimensional offense because their quarterback can't move. He still has the ability to zip it every now and again, but he wasn't really stepping into throws. He looked washed. He looked as bad as Kirk Cousins did the other day for Atlanta. And you watch Cousins and you go, oh, that guy had an Achilles injury. What's a 40-year-old guy with an Achilles injury going to look like? We saw it last night. The Niners were able to keep it basic. They were in base a lot. They're just like, Demetrius Flanagan, just stay out there. Like, it doesn't matter. He's not going to burn you. And he didn't. I mean, he had a couple of nice throws. Don't get me wrong. He's still a Hall of Famer. I'm not going to go crazy. But this guy was diminishing before he busted his Achilles, and now he can't move. Like, if I'm the Jets, I'm in full-on panic
We'll
mode.
talk more about that because I want to know. Because my thought was, I don't know that I had felt that he had diminished all that much since before the injury. I know his 8-9 season and his 12 interception season, his last year in Green Bay, was not all that successful and wasn't great. I also looked at a lot of that and saying he seemed checked out. Devontae Adams was replaced with Alan Lazard. Like they were like,
well, Alan Lazard 2 touchdowns yesterday, so clearly an elite player.
Yeah, sure. They scored more touchdowns than the Niners did.
Receivers, only 2 wide receivers caught a pass for the Jets yesterday.
Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazard.
That's it.
And Wilson had a handful of them.
Yeah. That's it.
On 3 first downs, too, on that touchdown.
It was amateur hour.
Yeah, it was. It didn't look very good. The Jets' offense looked out of whack, and the Niners bullied them. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Coming up at 2:50, a ton of your calls. Cheers, jeers, and beers. What did you like? What did you not like? Were you frustrated with Brandon Ayuk's performance at all yesterday? And what were you drinking during the game? When we come on back, we got to talk a little bit more about what happened with Christian McCaffrey. How concerning and how concerned are you with Christian McCaffrey's injury? They're calling it Achilles tendonitis, as Dieter called it, a ticking time bomb. I think that's how I feel about it, too. We'll get to that next on the Sports Leader.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Hand off to J.P. Mason, straight ahead. They got their first down now and more as J.P. Mason rumbles all the way out to the Niner 48-yard line, a run of 14 yards. Give to Mason, breaks a tackle on the cutback run, breaks another, runs for a Niner first down, dropped on the jet, 30-yard line. What a run there. Great cutback vision and power to break a tackle at a 9-yard gain for J.P. Mason.
J.P. Mason fills in yesterday for Christian McCaffrey, and we'll get to more of that and the injury to McCaffrey momentarily here after I tell you that Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on this Tuesday afternoon. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Cheers, jeers, and beers coming up. We want to get to your thoughts on the phone line and on the text line. What'd you love about yesterday's game? What didn't you like? Always something you can find. What's the opposite of a silver lining? What's your crap lining on the game? I don't know what we call that. What's your skid mark on the game?
Skid mark.
There you go. Even at a 32-19, you can find
you have the right guy in the studio today for that.
What, Tim? Tim's here too?
Yeah. That was Tim. Definitely not me.
How surprising to you was it that McCaffrey did not play last night? I mean, we talked all offseason. What a smokescreen on the contract negotiations for us not knowing. Damn, Christian McCaffrey's actually really hurt. He's not playing.
It was actually, when you look back on it now, the signs were there, right? One, they ruled him out for the entire preseason.
Before it started.
On like August 5th.
He ain't playing.
And by the way, Kyle just slipped it in there. He's like, okay, yeah, we got a couple injuries we got to go through. And, by the way, Christian McCaffrey's on for the entire preseason. And moving on, any questions about today's practice? He was like in a really chippy mood to answer questions. We're like, did you just say Christian McCaffrey's out? And he's like, yeah, he's out. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. And McCaffrey's like, I love this line of, if the playoffs were today, Christian McCaffrey would play. And it's like, yeah, when it's a one or done situation, you're willing to risk your Achilles tendon. Like, no duh.
Yeah, man.
I mean, if it was the Super Bowl, I'd play. Like, yeah, everyone would play.
KD only came back when he came back because it was the NBA Finals, not because
he's coming back 100%. For a random February game against the Cavs. No. There's severities and levels to all of this, and it's of concern. Now, it's of certainly less concern today because Jordan Mason was incredible. And the offensive line, which could always run. Like, offensive line, there was never concern about run blocking. That's their thing. But they were unbelievable. And in particular, you're running behind Dominic Pooney again and again and again. You got a rookie out there at right guard, and when he goes left in the zone, he's as good as any left guard I've seen in football in the last couple of years.
Did you hear his line, by the way, on the postgame? They asked him about it, what his best play was. He goes, my best play, I think I got called back, which I thought was pretty funny.
He was outstanding.
But he was talking about, like, he's been one of the more fun guys to watch, and usually offensive line talk is not something people love to get into or get excited about.
Well,
but
if you don't want to talk about it after yesterday's game, I can't help you.
I think we have to, because the 49ers in general, and we'll talk about it as it relates to McCaffrey and J.P. Mason and whatnot, but I think in general that was one of the biggest concerns. Yes, you've got to reboot and retool the defensive line, which they did through free agency. The offensive line got more banged up. You had Aaron Banks get the injury, who, by the way, calf contusion yesterday.
Oh, great. Another calf.
Yeah, but I felt good that they said contusion, not strain. That to me just means like
punched him in the...
Yeah, somebody popped him there, and he's like, all right, okay, it'll bruise, and I'll come back out.
He had an outstanding game.
But he had a damn good game as well. Trent Williams played fantastic in the time that he was out there. No pressures on Trent.
Par for the course for Trent Williams, arguably the best player in the NFL. Trent was so dehydrated in that game, he told me that his tongue was cramping.
Oof.
Which, by the way, that would be just the death knell for a radio host.
This. By the way, I mean, it's a Tuesday. This is a harmony conversation for Friday. If we're talking cramping tongues, we'll save that for another time and another show. Thank you. Talking rainforest sweaty. In terms of Christian McCaffrey, again, I said, Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams contract stories, they were annoying all offseason.
No doubt.
Bet the Niners like that we're talking about that more than the Christian McCaffrey injury that we didn't know was all that serious. I mean, what was your take on the severity of it based on not playing preseason? Because some of that I look at, too, and go, he played more games than he'd ever played last year. He had higher usage than he'd had at most points.
Keeping him on the field in Washington for no good reason.
Exactly. Just by the way, how about the one in Jacksonville where you run up the score, you try to get him in at the end?
Yeah.
They're up like 30-3 or whatever.
Playing fantasy football out here.
Exactly. So
I got a parlay on this game. We got to keep him in.
So part of it is like, if he's out there, if you decide he's not playing preseason, That's all fine and good, but
he wasn't going to play anyway.
It wasn't just that he wasn't playing preseason. It was about how they went about the workouts in practice throughout the preseason, which were not encouraging upon further review, right?
No doubt. I mean, he wasn't even practicing. It wasn't like he was getting a light jog in. Sure. He's sitting on the sideline, Theragunning the bejesus out of his calf every day, if you saw him at all. And I think it was fairly telling now in retrospect, easy to say 2020 hindsight, pretty telling in retrospect that they're like, also it's an Achilles injury. On, I think it was Friday, maybe Thursday. They're like, oh, by the way, also there's an Achilles involved.
Yeah,
which is always the fear with the calf. When you have a calf, it's connected to the Achilles. If your calf goes, that's bad enough. If your Achilles goes, you're out for the season. And as we're seeing with Aaron Rodgers, you're probably done. You're probably cashed. And for a running back, like, it's pretty hard to imagine. I mean, Cam Akers, the former Rams running back, and I think he's with the Texans now, he tore both of his Achilles, opposite legs. Maybe that's the secret. Because when you just tear one, you're done. You're cashed. It's over. I mean, not for long. NFL, that's...
Did Akers do it back-to-back years?
Yeah. He just loves tearing Achilles. And, it's a way to live. Couldn't be my way to live.
It's not a great way to play.
No.
It's a good way to live, not a great way to play. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said when asked if McCaffrey's injury is similar to the one he dealt with last year. Never mind. We'll get to it momentarily here. We're trying to get to the Kyle Shanahan sound here.
Wes on the phone.
Yeah, no, look at what's going on there. Anyway, real quickly here.
Call my podiatrist.
Adam Schefter did say, and this was the least encouraging thing, or the most discouraging thing was after we find out about an hour or so before the game, I think it was about an hour, 10 minutes before kickoff, McCaffrey
Which was multiple days after the Niners knew.
Multiple days after the Niners knew. Adam Schefter said the expectation is that he's going to miss McCaffrey, that is, next week's game in Minnesota.
Right.
It is a short week. That's not insane to think. Anyway, here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say in relating this year's McCaffrey injury to last year's.
Well, yes, I believe they're similar. I know it was a calf then, and it's a calf now. You guys could ask Christian more on that. Definitely, I believe if it was a playoff game, he would have played. But when it's not just the calf; it's the Achilles, and the Achilles is tendonitis, and that stuff comes and goes. And when it is acting up, something you got to be very careful about. Christian's very diligent about that stuff, and if it was a playoff game, he made it very clear to me he believed he could go. But when you hear that type of stuff, and it's not a playoff game, and it's week one, and especially when you're dealing with the lower extremities like that, it was a tough decision. But hearing all the words and stuff, in the long run, it made it easy.
So, again, the notion that, well, first of all, when you have a running back that you trust like J.P. Mason, it does make it easy. If you've got two guys, if you don't have guys and you're desperate, then we don't have.
If it was Isaac Guerrero instead of J.P. Mason, they might throw Christian McCaffrey out there.
Or you'd probably see more of a back by committee, would be my thought.
Yeah,
maybe you'd see more Patrick Taylor. Maybe you'd see
there'd be something.
Maybe. I mean, and who knows?
Cody Schrader, come on back, please.
Is he in the practice squad?
He's on 53 for the Rams.
So he is on the active roster for the Rams
for now.
Yeah, but the other thing is you got Matt Breida, who was here in camp. Keyshawn Vaughn is on the practice squad, who's a veteran. There's other guys out there. My buddy texted me last night and goes, Kareem Hunt's unsigned. I was like, he knows the offense. Kevin Stefanski. It's a similar run style. So while losing Christian McCaffrey could be an issue for the long term, of course. And I think when people look at this team, you go, they're ready to win now. They're a Super Bowl caliber team. Look at this roster, most talented roster in football. Mm-hmm. I've got no problem with that. That said, my thought of the Super Bowl hopes did not rest on the shoulders of Christian McCaffrey.
No, but he's part of it.
He's a major part of it. I think they take a considerable jump back. I think if he's not there, maybe you're not favored in every game for the remainder of the season. Yeah. But I follow that up by saying Kyle Shanahan went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, Raheem Mostert, who'd been on 7 practice squads, and Matt Breida. I'm confident in Kyle Shanahan's ability, like J.P. Mason, an undrafted guy, to find value at the running back position, find ways to put up points and put up yards, and then find ways to produce when you don't have the elite running back.
First off, the Tevin Coleman erasure will not be accepted by yours truly. Tevin Coleman went out there and gave him just the performance of a lifetime. He ended his career for the San Francisco 49ers in 2019. So, and he might be the last back who you could make a comparison with Mason, right? And obviously, Coleman was on the back end of his career already. But when we're talking about the physicality and the ability to maintain that physicality, like Elijah Mitchell, he played physical, and then he was off the field like all the time because he wasn't built for it. He wasn't built like the truck you need to be. Tevin Coleman might be the last back like Mason. George Kittle said after the game, the playbook was simple. They just ran the same outside zone, inside zone all day, and it was actually kind of nice. It was easy. They didn't get too weird or complex. There's something to that. when we talk about McCaffrey and how this is going to go, the Niners have some wiggle room here. They have some breathing room. Minnesota, I mean, listen, I'm not saying any game's a gimme. It's the NFL. But you think about how this schedule is stacked together. You need Christian McCaffrey in late October. You need him in November. You need him in December.
Yep.
Do you need him against Minnesota next week? Well, clearly no. Do you need him a week after that against the Rams? You'd sure like to have him, but I think you can manage. Do you need him against the Patriots on the 29th? Hell no. Do you need him against the Cardinals? I mean, maybe, but you're going to need him against Kansas City. You're going to need him against Dallas. You're going to need him for Thanksgiving week when you're going back-to-back at Green Bay, who's going to have Jordan Love fighting for their life, at Buffalo that following Sunday. Like, you're going to need Christian McCaffrey for the home stretch. Give him as much time as you can right now because it's a calf injury. It's an Achilles thing. You don't know if it can go until you're on the field at full game speed. There's no way to ramp yourself up, and it's just a question of will it go or not once you're on the field. Give him as much time as you can because if it goes 100%, and that's no good for anybody.
We'll continue this conversation when we come on back as Jordan Mason may have joined the likes of a whole crew or slew of other Shanahan-style running backs who they've just sort of pulled off a scrap hit or found some value in. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Cheers, jeers, and beers. Your thoughts on yesterday's game. What did you love about yesterday's game? What did you not like about yesterday's game? What were you drinking? And then I got to know, how concerned is everybody with the injury to Christian McCaffrey after the performance we saw from Jordan Mason yesterday? And yes, I know to the texters, I forgot about the two extra points from Jake Moody. 20 Moody, Knights, Jets have just 19, so he beat them all by himself. 808 KNBR, cheers, jeers, and beers. Your call's next on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said, bro, JP Mason, Jordan Mason madness is going to catch fire. I imagine that's how he said it. You can listen to the podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
hopes and your calls.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And Beers.
Hooray, beer.
Tobin and Coach Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me on
Today's Tuesday.
It's a football Tuesday. Didn't have a show yesterday because we had the Niners beating down the Jets 32-19. Cheers, Jeers, and Beers returns for the 2024 football season. What'd you like about yesterday's game? What did you not like? What were you drinking during the game? And then a little bonus question for you at 808 KNBR. How concerned are you about Christian McCaffrey's injury? Can I give you a like that we haven't mentioned yet?
Let's do it.
Juwan Jennings.
Oh, third and Juwan is back, baby.
Dude, how about first and Juwan, second and Juwan? His first 4 catches went for first downs. And his last one almost did. He went like 9 yards, and he almost got across the first down marker there. 5 catches on the day for Juwan Jennings. He's become, and Kyle Shanahan told us this a few weeks back before Aiyuk had signed. I think Tom asked him, do you have a contingency plan, or who steps into that role if Aiyuk's not there? And he mentioned specifically, we're comfortable with Juwan Jennings. We like the role he's carved for himself. We like that he's back this year. I thought there was a good chance that he'd be gone after last season and could have been the Super Bowl MVP had they pulled that thing out in Vegas. But what he's been able to do, I know they trust Chris Conley as a veteran, a guy who's been around for some time, was on the practice squad last year, was elevated eventually. But when they didn't elevate Trent Taylor, I thought maybe we'll see more Jacob Cowing. We did see him in the punt return game.
Right.
However,
saw a lot of Ronnie Bell yesterday.
A lot of Ronnie Bell.
Shockingly.
Ring my bell, John. But I was a big fan of what Juwan Jennings did yesterday. Been a fan of Juwan anyway, but 4 catches for 4 first downs, and then he picks up that 5th and almost gets the first down. He's a clutch player, man.
Every time Juwan Jennings touched the ball yesterday, he was good for a point. If you're going to the advanced stats, EPA, he was good for 1.14 points. That's obscene. That's ungodly, Juwan Jennings. And by the way, it leads into Brock Purdy and his third down. He completed 6 passes on third down yesterday, picking up, I think, 5 of them. One of them was 1 yard short to Juwan Jennings.
That was the one, yeah.
But that's situational football, right? So the Niners are running the ball down the Jets' throat. And it wasn't because Brock Purdy stunk, right? When you think about the 49ers, they're just going to keep running it. It's because they feel like their quarterback stunk. We saw that how many times with Jimmy? We saw that with even C.J. Beathard on games that they would win, Nick Mullins. But this was, hey, we don't need to pass it, so we're not going to pass it. We are the Shanahans after all. But when Brock needed to come through on third down, he did again and again and again. And Juwan Jennings, a favorite target on third down and 11 personnel. Can't blame him for going to big number 15, man, who took a little bit of he got a hip drop tackle against him. They didn't call that. Refs were kind of on the Jets side going for that national media bias, and yet still the 49ers gave it to him.
You're just calling it the refs. Probably going for the Jets, my guess.
Probably going for the Jets.
24 first downs picked up yesterday by the Niners, 10 rushing, 12 passing, to your point there. Pretty damn good. Let's go out to the phone lines. Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. What'd you like yesterday? What'd you hate yesterday? What were you drinking yesterday? And then how you feeling about the McCaffrey injury? Let's go to Lars in Sonoma. Lars, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Probably a lot better after last night, huh?
Yeah, feeling good, man. What'd you like about yesterday's game?
Well, I called in the day Aiyuk signed, and it's sort of, I think that contract and last night's game and Trent signing answered a lot of the questions I had. My question then was, is there a method to this madness? And I think the answers are a resounding yes. I think the Niners have shown that they're one of the best teams at the league at adjusting, whether it's adjusting over the off season to what they need, adjusting yesterday. I think it's just really... It's really fun to see how they're tackling the different problems they have and solving them. You know, like drafting Pooney in the later rounds. He's been great getting those deals done, even though, you know, there's a lot of public drama around them. The past deals with Bosa and Debo, even though there's the public drama, and just finding ways to get better, adjust the cap space, and keep this sustainable. I think it's almost I think you think their ability to adjust, and I think this is an off season where they adjusted really well, has helped this thing be a sustainable product. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I'd Modelo. Have a good one.
Toss that in there.
Didn't give us anything you didn't like. He's like, I like everything they've done. I think the Aiyuk contract's worth it. I like they got this stuff done. They drafted Pooney. They're adding to this depth.
That's right.
And by the way, I had a Modelo too.
Yeah.
Feeling good about it. Didn't even have anything bad about yesterday's game.
Well, I mean, listen, I can get into the bad stuff. I want to hear from the audience.
Dieter Kurtenbach's got something bad for us?
Like Jake Brendel sucked.
Dieter's got a skid mark on yesterday's game. Jake Brendel stunk. That's just...
He really did stink.
I want to hear about this. We will hear about it after we get to a few more calls. He caught one in the neck, says Tim. Is that right?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. I'd Modelo.
By the way, he said he called last week when Aiyuk signed. I want to say Lars might have been the same guy who said, I'm going to make some, he had a take, and then he said, and I got some good points to back it up. Tom said, I love when somebody tells you their points are good.
We'll be the judge of that.
Here we go. 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, Dieter and Copes, you guys sound good together. Appreciate it. Cheers. They say Jordan Mason had an awesome job, did an awesome job stepping up and filling in 28 carries, 147. Jeers, Aiyuk showed signs of rust.
No doubt.
I think we're all on board with that. Wish he could have participated in camp. We knew he wasn't going to play as much, and they didn't really need him to. Again, it was all about the run game, and that was okay yesterday. Beers started with a shot of Tullamore Dew. Love that.
Okay.
Then stuck with the Michelob Ultras for an easy weeknight of drinking.
I like that.
I'm all about that, Frenchie. Thanks for that. Let's go out to Adrian. Adrian's in Antioch on Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. Adrian, give us what you like, didn't like, and what you were drinking.
Modelo. Loved Moody as a kicker. Man, how do we top that with Moody up there? That was freaking fantastic.
Yeah, it was good. Anything you didn't like about the game?
Oh yeah, freaking DirecTV contract dispute with ABC. No game.
That's brutal, dude. What are you still doing with DirecTV, dude? You know where else you could hear that game? Right here on the leader.
Yeah. Why do you need visuals?
That's what I did. That's what I did. But even worse, I can't watch the debate tonight either. So, hey, I might as well just.
Is that a win or a loss? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think you're doing okay. I think you probably know which way you're going either way. Adrian.
Yeah, a lot of minds are going to get changed tonight.
I'm guessing you're not an undecided voter. No.
Probably. So yeah, drinking just a couple cold beers. That was it.
Good deal. And then Adrian, last one for you. Where are you on Christian McCaffrey? How you feeling?
Oh, I'm doing all right, dude. The guy needs a little break anyway. He's been a workhorse the last number of years. He needs a little break. He'll be there for the playoffs. He's fine. No worries.
Appreciate the call, Adrian. Good luck tonight, man. I'm sure you'll find that on the radio somewhere.
If the playoffs were today, you guys.
Yeah, if the playoffs were, I love that line. I was telling Dieter during the break. I remember I was driving around when I was in junior college or in high school one time, and Tom was riffing about that. He's like, I hate that notion if the playoffs were today, if the season ended today. They never are. It's week 1. The playoffs are never today. It's September.
Roger Goodell could do an all-time power move and be like, you know what? I like where we're at. Playoffs start today.
I like where we're at. I don't know. You remember what happened after the DeMar Hamlin situation? How much went into having to figure out what the legality was of teams who didn't play the same number of games and who would have
split a fantasy football pool.
That's brutal for you. Tough deal.
It was tough. I'm out $25.
510 says the right side of the O-line is something I would say is a jeer.
I think that's fair. Now, listen, Pooney had an outstanding game. They ran off of him and not McKivitz yesterday. Yeah. McKivitz in pass pro, still a big question
and did
mark.
Have a tough holding call on that same drive where Debo had the holding call that pulled the Mason touchdown.
So when I was talking earlier in the show about that, the great play to Kyle Juszczyk, guess who had the penalty to give him a 1st and 15? Colton McKivitz. And so, listen, you know what you're getting. It's not as if they're paying him $20-25 million a year like a real right tackle would get. They're paying him $6, $7, $8, $9 million to just be fine and to be really good in the run game. I didn't think he was outstanding in the run game yesterday, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. I need him to be better in pass pro, and I can't have a rookie in Dominic Pooney being the strong point of the right side of the offensive line, because now the book is out. And I talked to Pooney about this after the game, and he goes, oh, yeah, the Jets were throwing a lot of stuff my way. And it was starting to get a little scary there.
He's going up against Quinnen Williams and Javon Kinlaw. His first ever NFL start. First rounders.
If you need to know anything about Colton McKivitz, it's that Robert Saleh on a 3rd down on the opening drive just threw Quinnen Williams at right end. Just threw him right at, I guess it would be left end.
Yeah.
Threw him right on Colton McKivitz and said, here's our best guy against your worst guy. Let's boogie.
And what's his name? Our guy Dennis Brown, former Super Bowl champion, said, when they were playing, you go up against an offensive line where you see a rookie or you see 2 new guys or 3 new guys, you go, I'm licking my chops. I'm going right at those guys. That's what the Jets came out and did.
Yeah.
808 KNBR, cheers, jeers, and beers. What'd you like? What'd you hate? And what were you drinking? By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR from San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That is a legal ID. Let's go out to Dip in Stockton. Dip is in Stockton.
Did you get a dip in?
If I dip, you dip. We dip, bro. How you doing, Dip? What's going on, bro?
What's up, Dip?
Always dipping, bro. Drinking Coors Light during the game. But, hey, man, I just got to say, we're getting too high on Moody. I mean, props to him. I can't kick kicks. But, man, we got to see it in that big moment, He let us down when that happens. So.
Yeah, well, okay. So in the playoffs, he was okay, right?
Yeah, he was pretty good.
I think the one everybody thinks about is the game in Cleveland.
Yeah.
It was in the rain, tough game. They were banged up. They were hurt.
no kicker's perfect. Justin Tucker's missing kicks out here.
Yeah, I mean, also, who was it? A couple 50-yarders in the Super Bowl. By the way, what's his name? Anders Carlson was cut by the Packers.
Done. Well,
I'm just saying.
Talk about a guy who missed a kick.
I'm just saying. Don't build them up so high. When he's going to let us down, everyone's going to be moody for real.
Dude, you're absolutely.
That's how kickers work, though.
Dude, dip the level-headed kicker, like thinking about kicking.
Bring
the
kicker analysis,
Well, and there is none. I mean, there's no kicker analysis.
I thought he had a
really.
nice little cut on that one off the inside of the left post. That was a nice little cut. Got into the fairway.
Dip, how you feeling about McCaffrey?
Oh, man. He'll be back. Don't worry. Until then, we're good with Mason. We'll be all right.
So more optimistic. You're optimistic about him.
Everyone's saying that this is going to just be A-okay, and I'm starting to wonder if it might not be based on everyone's optimism. I'm a contrarian by nature, and I'm a little bit concerned now that everyone's like, no big deal, not a problem. Just the best player on our team last year. No problem.
Everybody feels okay. Like everybody's feeling all right because of what happened yesterday and because of how JP Mason performed. Now,
I'll give him that.
I don't think the depth is an issue.
It's a little issue.
But after Jordan Mason, it's not that strong. You don't have Elijah Mitchell anymore. If Elijah Mitchell were still here, I'd be feeling pretty damn good. Patrick Taylor's the next man up, probably. Or is it Garendo?
I mean, it'd be Garendo. Garendo got snaps yesterday.
Yeah.
And Garendo barely practiced. Patrick Taylor's actually, I like Patrick Taylor. I think he's a nice enough back. He's just slow. That's probably not a good thing to be as a running back. Just throwing that out there. You can't go to Matt Breida. He looked good in practice. He looked good in training camp. But, come on, Matt Breida was able to be picked up off the street for a reason. I kind of like the Vaughn guy, former Buccaneer. He can kind of float out there. I don't know if he's got the vision, right? Again, why are these guys available on the street? You can say, Kyle keeps doing it. But Jordan Mason, there was many years of development with Bobby Turner behind the scenes trying to get him right. It's not as simple as, hey, just grab any dude and he can go run an outside zone. There are certain characteristics which are hard to recognize initially. They got to be taught. They got to be coached. And the vision that we saw from Mason yesterday was preternatural. It was unbelievable. His ability to read the linebacker and hit the right hole again and again and again. I'm telling you right now, it might seem like anybody can do it, but I promise you, very few can actually do it, particularly at the level we saw yesterday.
Well, what's so interesting is the number of running backs that we saw. I mean, I remember when I first started playing fantasy football, it was like, do not touch a Mike Shanahan running back because you just don't know who it's going to be. You don't know how he's going to use him. You don't know which guy is going to get the bulk of the carries, and it's probably going to be a three-headed monster backfield, maybe more than that, just depending on how guys are banged up and what the opposition looks like. So Jordan Mason now joins the likes of guys like Raheem Mostert, who was undrafted, 7 different practice squads or something.
He's a hell of a gunner, though.
I mean, the guy, doesn't he? I believe he's still the active leader in yards per carry or yards per attempt.
I don't know. I watched him play for Miami on Sunday. It wasn't very good.
I don't know if he got enough carries to hurt his career average. That's my point. Because the year he was with the Niners and a few years after that, he was putting up over 5.
Man single-handedly ran the team into the Super Bowl.
4 touchdowns on 8 passing attempts by Jimmy Garoppolo against the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers in the NFC Championship. So you've got him, you got Tevin Coleman. Then you go back a little further, guys like Mike Anderson, Ruben Drones, Orlandis Gary, of running backs at Shanahan's have gotten a whole lot out of.
Yeah, and that Terrell Davis guy who's in the Hall of Fame.
Somebody on the text line said that too, said the way that Jordan Mason's running reminds me of Terrell Davis. I was like, I'm not quite there yet. Let's not start let's not start TNRDs just yet, okay?
There is something, I'll give some deference on that, right? You're talking about speed, power, and vision in a perfect combination.
Sure.
And it's not as if Mason is a secret to anyone who's watched the 49ers practice or even watched the 49ers play. Like, he hasn't gotten the big reps. He was the highest graded running back on PFF over the last 3 years. Now, it's in a limited sample size, but every time he came in, you go, I'd like to see more of that. And they're like, yeah, but we have Christian McCaffrey, so we're going to keep him on the field for all 4 quarters against Washington.
There's no comp to that. Like, it's not. He's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest running backs we've ever seen.
Yes.
Plus, can line him up and catch passes. To that point, he only carried the ball more than 20 times 4 games last year.
Right.
And in his career, he hasn't done it a whole lot in total.
But he gets
he's
touches.
getting 25 touches in a game. Exactly.
Yeah. And going back to what George Kittle said yesterday, like, the game plan was simpler. And it's great when you can have a simple game plan in week 1, right? That's a base. At the very base, the 49ers have proven that they can just line it up and jam it down your throat again and again and again. At some point, they will play a team, whether it's a team that's better than the Jets because the Jets stink or just in a better position to compete than the Jets because the Jets weren't ready. I don't know what was going on with the Jets. I don't even care about the Jets anymore. The fact of the matter is the Niners will have tougher tests than what they saw yesterday, right? For whatever reason. They're going to have a little smoke and mirrors. They're going to have to be a little bit more dynamic. And certainly Kyle Shanahan has shown the ability to do that. I appreciated, though, the simplicity of yesterday, because when all else fails, go back to the basics, play fundamental football, and just be bigger and stronger and meaner than the team you're going against. Forgive me for being old school here, Adam, but I still think that football is won in the trenches. And yesterday, the 49ers won in the trenches.
Anyway, KNBR, our football game's won in the trenches. Let us know. 209 checks out on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, says, and has stated before on the text line that he's a truck driver, says, I watched the game at a Motel 6 in Wairika.
Wow.
Drank Budweiser and Crown Royal. I like the hot waitresses at the Black Bear Diner, and I like the 49ers winning. That's a hell of a text.
That is the text of the month. No one's beating that. That was much like the 49ers run game. That was uncut and just, that was a beautiful thing.
Uncut, straight down.
I also think that was a haiku.
Yeah, might have been, dude. Yeah, Wairika. By the way, in parentheses, it says Wairika, north of weed, is what he puts.
No, I'm very familiar with Wairika.
We know, I know Wairika, too. Let's go out to Jason in Pittsburgh. Jason in Pittsburgh, he's got a cheers, and beers, and a thought on McCaffrey's injury. What's up, Jason?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, anytime, week one, you can come out and establish the run like that. It's kind of like an IPO stock day when you're kind of expecting a pullback, but week one is usually a chance to, if you could win in all four phases of the game, special teams, offense, defense, and they definitely outcoached them. But the little take on McCaffrey is, even though he's a veteran and he doesn't have anything to worry about, you tend to it's amazing how quick guys start to heal when the guy in front of you has a game like that, and just not looking for much of a pullback, and hopefully they can carry this momentum into week two. And don't want to kick many field goals like that, but it's off to a great start. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate the call, Jason. I love that Jason dropped the four phases on us. I was like, offense, defense, special teams, and he dropped the coaching. I like that.
Not wrong.
I'm in with that.
Wrong. I also like the IPO line. We went from the Motel 6 in Wairika to IPOs back to back. I mean, you guys are bringing it.
Spectrum of the leader listeners, man. You got to love
Flamethrower, baby.
Jay is in Rancho. Jay in Rancho, how you feeling about McCaffrey's injury? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. I don't feel so good with that injury. Anytime I hear the word Achilles, I know you've been constantly mentioning,
Kevin Durant.
Yeah. And at the same time, too, if it kept him out, I mean, I remember it was like, he had a minor injury, and then all of a sudden he's getting, not even coming into the game. So I'm more concerned than maybe others are. I'd rather see a better update on it.
Well, what'd you like about the game yesterday, Jay?
Oh, well, they looked ready. And I was very happy with the performance of Purdy and of course, Mason, the way he played. But the one thing that I had a little concern with, though, was I guess like in the rustiness. I know they were talking about it for the holdout, but I did have some concerns about their defense in the beginning on there, because it looks like they couldn't stop Rodgers, and of course they changed that. But I'm curious to see how their defense is going to look this year with the new defensive coordinator. But other than that, I was very happy. And being down over here, I'm a lonely Warriors and Giants fan, but there's a lot of Niner fans down here, because remember, they didn't have a team down here for 20 years.
That's right. That's why the Niners are going to play under that sea of red at SoFi Stadium, Levi South. I went to my first one at SoFi last year, and Jay, I appreciate the call, man. I could not believe. I mean, you see, like, the Giants take over Petco Park years ago when they were winning World Series, but this is otherworldly. Because to that point, like, growing up, if you're from Southern California and you're around our age, you didn't have a pro football team that you followed the entirety of your life.
You had two choices. You could be a Raiders fan or you could be a Niners fan.
And that was kind of it. And so many people, based on, again, people our parents' age and that generation, that's where it's like Niners, Cowboys. There were so many people who didn't live in the area but just latched onto those two teams as national powerhouses.
It's super fun to have a team, especially when they kick ass. It's also kind of nice to live in an area, I imagine, that's football agnostic. You could just jump on with the Dallas Cowboys when you feel like it.
Yeah.
That's why USC football was such a big deal down there for so long. That was their pro team.
Pro football. That's it. 775 Jackson says Motel 6 to the IPO. The duality of the Bay Area. 808 KNBR 415.
God bless
808-5627. More of your calls and your texts and your thoughts on this game yesterday as we roll through today's show. We'll catch up with Brent Jones at 3:50, Matt Mayoko 4:50, Andy Baggerly 5:15, and Steve Kerr, of course, at his usual time. When we come on back, Jordan Mason postgame. Did he get himself and the Niners in some hot water? We'll hear what Dieter has to say about this next on the Sports Leader.
Modelo.
Larry Krueger joined Papa and Len and believes the 49ers showed why they're still the best team in the NFC. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
When did you find out that you were going to be starting?
When I found out, maybe Friday night, something like that.
That's the voice of Jordan Mason talking to Lisa Salters after the game last night. Well, she said, when'd you find out you were starting?
Yeah.
I don't think she was trying to get him.
No, I think it was a fair question.
She was just wondering because we didn't find out until about an hour before kick, about an hour 15 before kick, that Christian McCaffrey, and that was the most surprising news of yesterday, was ruled out. By the way, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me today, in for Tom Tolbert, who's out for the remainder of this week. We'll be back next week.
I've known for several weeks that I would be in today.
Dieter and I talked about it at a preseason game. We were like, you're in for a couple days in a few weeks. I think we said it at the one home preseason game. We did talk about it.
That's right.
Unlike Jordan Mason, who now there's a little bit of iffy as to when. Now, this is not a major earth-shattering thing. However, because Jordan Mason said he thought he found out on Friday, maybe Friday night, I don't know what it was.
Who's to say?
There are rules in the NFL based on when you have to designate somebody out or what the injury status is for somebody. And so now there's the thought, did the Niners break any rules here? So it turned into a bigger deal after the game because he said he was told to be starting Friday night, despite him not sounding very confident that it was exactly Friday night, which, again, it was a Monday.
It wasn't Monday before the game.
It wasn't Monday before the game. That led the media to believe the 49ers maybe withheld information on McCaffrey's status for the game. Now, here's the other thing. You're allowed to not say it, to say a guy's – they could have said J.P. Mason's going to start and McCaffrey's off the bench.
You can pull that.
You can pull that. I mean, Russell Wilson was said to be hurt and was still dressed for the game.
Yeah, that was corny.
Which I thought was weird, too. Well, if it's Russ, it's always corny.
But, but was he even eligible to play in that game?
Russ for the Steelers? He was dressed. He was up and active, wasn't he?
No. I'm not sure. I think he was dressed and inactive.
What do you have
He was
there?
inactive for the game. He wore shoulder pads for no reason.
That's
this
weird.
SOB. This
That's so weird. He was cosplaying as a football player?
You gotta be blanking me. I even thought to myself, why is he wearing just the earbud and not a headset? I thought that's weird.
Why are you wearing shoulder pads, sir?
You've got to be blanking me.
That's so weird.
Steelers Nation.
Let's smelt.
Yeah, let's fake it. That's incredible. But neither here nor there. I can't get off track here. I'm going to go down a rabbit hole on how stupid that is.
I can understand Ricky Pearsall doing it just to get back into the rhythm of it or something. That guy has the excuse.
I'm out because they always use that as a term for being active. Well, he dressed. Is he going to dress today? They're like, yeah, he's out, but he's going to dress. Yeah. Nobody ever does that.
There's no legal way for him to play in this game, but just in case, he's like one of those fans in the stands wearing the full shoulder pads.
Oh, the NFL is so good. The NFL is so funny, dude. The stupid stuff that happens. So
that guy.
Regardless of when Mason found out, whether it was Friday, whether it was Saturday, it certainly was not before the game on Monday, is what it's sounding like now. So McCaffrey's status impacts, of course, fantasy and gambling, but Kyle doesn't want Saleh to know what he's going to do. He doesn't give a damn about fantasy and gambling. It also benefits the 49ers to be home and not have to rush to deciding if he's going to be out by leaving him behind. If they decide you're not traveling with the team,
then you'd know.
Then you'd know because he's not there. So Shanahan was asked after the game, when exactly did Jordan Mason know he was going to start? He was asked when he told Mason he's going to start. Here you go.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. Told me he had to be ready a bunch, but that might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up, but I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, it wasn't going to be like usual. He was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time. But now he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
I never told him he was going to start, but he didn't know for sure what he was going to be doing until today. So he basically what Kyle's doing there is what we kind of talked about is he knew he was going to be part of the game plan.
Oh, yeah, no, he was going to play. We're going to give Christian fewer touches this year. That is also somebody who, on advice of my legal counsel, I would prefer not to. I can't recall exactly if I told him he was going to start
Depends
or not.
on what your definition of the word is kind of where he was going, right?
So here's why Kyle is a little bit cagey about it and why he's trying to wiggle his way out of this thing.
Let us know the history.
It's $100,000. It's $100,000, and it's $25,000 out of Kyle's pocket if he was openly lying on the injury report. This happened with Bijan Robinson and the Falcons last year, where he was very limited because he was sick, and the Falcons didn't put that on the injury report. He took 3 or 4 snaps, and he was listed as good to go for the game, even though he was sick on Saturday, shows up Sunday, still sick. That was $75,000 taken from the Falcons, $25,000 taken from their head coach, Arthur Smith. 2019, Ben Roethlisberger, elbow, same sort of thing. $75,000 from the Steelers, $25,000 from Mike Tomlin. So Kyle, it's not just coming out of the York's pocket. It's coming out of Kyle's pocket.
It's a coach fine.
It's a coach fine. $25,000 to Kyle if he was getting a little mischievous with the injury report, and it kind of sounds like he did.
Mischievous, if you will.
Perhaps. And for English, it's my first language. Regardless, I think Jordan Mason might be getting a little bit of an invoice from Kyle Shanahan here soon.
It's tough after the game of your life. And you're like, what's your game check? Here's what JP Mason had to say after the game. He was asked by Matt Mayoko, when did you know you were starting, Jordan?
When did you find out that you'd be in the starting lineup?
That question right there is why I'm at. That's why I don't like really talking to media, because you say one thing wrong, and then, I don't know. Just skip that question.
Then I don't know.
If I can riff momentarily, that's not why you don't talk to media. You don't talk to media because we don't really ever ask you anything. Christian McCaffrey's the starting running back. I heard that yesterday. I was like, I don't think that's the reason, bro.
No, man, I messed up, and it's somehow now your fault.
That's why I don't talk to you guys, because I messed up. And here's the thing. He knew because some conversation had been had. I do too. Because again, Lisa Salters wasn't trying to get him. He gets to do a national media TV interview on Monday Night Football.
Feeling it. He should. He had the game of his life. He's the star of the day. And he got caught up in the moment a little bit and forgot the conceit.
And I mean, again, I don't know if they have that conversation with him beforehand. Nobody knows he's going for 147 and 28 carries, and that, hey, if anybody asked you, you didn't know you were starting until, again, that's sort of a semantic thing that comes from later on. I don't know that he has to wear any of that. If somebody said something to him once he leaves the field and comes back to the locker room before he steps to the podium and showers and changes and all that, which clearly there was that conversation was had, which is why that he zips his lip on it. I think that was the fear that even if there was no wrongdoing, and even it kind of maybe feels like maybe there was.
It's not his fault.
It's not on him. And so I understand that he wants to pull himself from that situation, and I shouldn't have to.
Why is Jordan Mason covering up your crime? Don't put it on him. This is why criminal conspiracies are so difficult. There's always a weak link. Yeah. And in this case, it was an excited, as well he should be, Jordan Mason asked a simple question in a big moment, and he forgot to cover up the crime.
Even a child could answer. If you were starting for the Niners, what did you find out?
Let's go out to the phone lines. Ron is in Monterey. Ron in Monterey. What'd you like about yesterday's game, Ron? You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, I like the fact, I think, echoing Dieter's thought, if I understood him correctly, that let's keep football simple. Keep doing what we're doing until the other team stops us, which is what Kyle did. But I have a question for you guys to help me understand better what happened on the first two offensive series when I believe on our first possession, we ran the ball twice, got the 3rd and 2, and then Kyle goes deep in a low percentage pass on a crossing pass to Dieter down the field, end up having to punt. And I believe the same thing happened on the second series. We had 3rd and short, running the ball well, and a downfield pass leading to an incompletion and having to give the ball up. My thought is that early in the game, when you're wanting to establish momentum and offensive flow, wouldn't you get the first downs and then wouldn't you have a full set of downs, try something more risky then?
I mean, sure. First series was a 3rd and 2.
Yep.
And it was
shotgun pass to Debo. Quinn Williams blew it up, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was Williams blowing up the play. It didn't get to develop. And by the way, I think that play would have been there because it was a vacancy in the zone, but the ball had to be delivered early because Quentin Williams was going to kill Brock Purdy.
You're also at your own 16.
Right. So could they have been more conservative there? Absolutely. But when you have a pass rush coming, it's easy to have a plan. Then you get punched in the mouth. Let's talk about the second drive, which did set up the
3 plays,
field.
3 yards. It was after the fumble. They're deep in Jets territory.
Right, and it did get a field goal out of this, so there's a level of conservatism that has to be had on, hey, don't mess up the field goal. Don't take a sack. And it's a 3rd and 7, so you're throwing the ball either way. And I seem to remember that being a nice pass breakup on that play, though, to be honest, a lot of other stuff has clouded my memory after the first 2 drives because the 49ers kicked ass from that point on. Kyle, at his core, is going to take what the defense gives him, right? And on those plays, I've watched it a couple times now, it sure seemed like good play calls. They just weren't executed, and that's the difference between winning and losing. And guess what? They executed it the rest of the game.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Get to your calls and your texts and your thoughts all day long after the Niners 32-19 win over the Jets. 408 checks in. says, well, Shanny wasn't even sure if Mason was going to be alive on Monday. So,
That's right.
So no point in getting upset there. And many people are saying it's a moot point. He was listed as questionable anyway, which means he may or may not
But
play.
that's not. It isn't a moot point because if he's
you're
ruled
told
out,
if you tell your number 2 guy, yeah, he ain't playing on Friday.
when are you told you're going to start? There's a difference. Now, if you're told when you're going to play, well, I was told I was going to play the second I made the team. I mean, we're in semantics, yes, but looking at the history of teams who have gotten fined for this, I mean, I think Kyle's about to have to write a check.
Many people, by the way, are checking in saying Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh was like Josh Dobbs yesterday. Dobbs was inactive, but in uniform as the emergency QB in case they needed him.
I thought they got rid of the emergency QB this year.
You guys tell me.
I'm pretty sure they got rid of the emergency QB this season.
Meaning what?
Meaning that
address all three?
So, yeah, the emergency QB, it's the Brock Purdy rule. I'm pretty sure it was a 1-year rule in which you could have a third quarterback dressed but not on the active roster.
Here we go. The rule will now resort back to the 2023 guidelines stating that an emergency third quarterback needs to be on the 53-man roster and cannot be an elevation. Now, that's about practice squad play.
Right. So that means if you have to be active in order to play. Otherwise, you don't get the quarterback. The Brock Purdy rule was a 1-year thing, and it's done. So at least that's my understanding. I think just Russell Wilson was being corny.
I like the idea that he was cosplaying as a football player. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call if you want to get involved, or text if you want to get involved in the conversation. Brent Jones going to join us in about 20 minutes for his weekly conversation. I imagine Brent is fired up. Matt Mayoko at 4:50, and then Andy Baggerly at 5:15, plus Steve Kerr at his usual time. When we come on back, some of the Jeers were saying this. Brandon Aiyuk looked rusty in yesterday's game. I think that rust is going to shine itself up okay, but we'll talk about that next. Only here, Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach on the Sports Leader.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Niners have no timeout. 2nd and 10, 13-yard line. Brock back. Going to throw for the end zone. Back corner. Aiyuk extending out. Could not pull it in.
He dropped it. What a throw.
Right to the back corner of the end zone. Brandon Aiyuk diving out long. T-Rock got both hands on the ball. Could not bring it in.
Yeah, you got to catch that. And it's empty set. There's 5 out.
Reset the game clock.
It's good coverage. Brock puts it exactly where it needed to be, out in front of Michael Carter, where only Brandon Aiyuk could go up and get it. Got 2 hands under it and flat out dropped it.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Brent Jones going to join us in about 17 minutes or so for his weekly conversation with Matt Maiocco. We'll get into a whole lot more of what happened yesterday. Brandon Aiyuk, though, yeah, the rust, I think we all kind of anticipated this. As late as he signed, and I know they had the week off now, you get that week for President's Day week. Is that Labor Day weekend? Excuse me.
Labor Day.
President's Day is now the Super Bowl week.
They should be so lucky as to get President's Day weekend.
That'd be sweet. No, it wouldn't, actually. Mean that you're out of that thing, doesn't it?
No, if you get President's Day weekend, isn't that the Super Bowl weekend now?
At least the weekend I always forget because they moved it back.
Well, they should have a parade
in there somewhere. Yeah, some parade. Bottom line is it was Labor Day weekend when he signed. So you get the week of practice in. What did you think of him at practice, by the way, when he first came back after signing? Larry Krueger told us last week, he's like, he looked like he was gassed.
Yeah, he looked like he was out of football shape.
Yeah.
And he was slow out of his breaks. And I guess we all kind of expected that. It's one thing when you're Trent Williams and you've done this for 15 years and you're working in silence in Houston, right? I don't know what he was doing. Looked like he was fine. He's getting dehydrated.
Must have been playing football or something because he looked pretty good.
I mean, I don't know who the defensive ends he was working up against were, but they got him ready. He was ready to rumble. And Brandon Aiyuk, I mean, they showed it. I'm watching the broadcast feed this morning, and they're showing Brandon Aiyuk like catching balls through trees while wearing Crocs in his yard. And I'm like, that was your preparation? I can do that. I'm not getting $30 million a year. So, yeah, the hold in made it weird because he's at the facility every day, but he's also got this fake injury that says, oh, I can't actually like work out or do anything as a leverage ploy to get the contract that he eventually got. So it's not surprising in the least bit that he wasn't ready to play any football. I'm surprised the Niners played him as much as they did. In the second half, he was off the field a lot. I thought they were going to bench him for the rest of the second half. He comes back in, I think, second or third drive of the second half, gets some snaps here or there. But, yeah, he looked off and no better. I mean, he had a couple nice catches, but no better example than the drop. I mean,
2 catches, 5 targets, 28. Nothing.
He had a nice
special.
out route. Yeah. It was a good play. Right
after a drop, by the way. He had a drop and then he caught another pass right after.
And maybe it was a pass deflection. I mean, who's to say? But it wasn't good. He had 2 drops, one of which is one of the more egregious drops you'll ever see because the ball was put perfectly, and it's not as if it was a full extension dive. I mean, it was in the breadbasket.
Falling to the knees, yeah.
In the breadbasket. Hits both of his arms on the way down, and it's for a touchdown. Not just a first down play that could have been big. That's a touchdown. That's 4 points off the board. And, of course, they try to go back to Aiyuk the next play, and it's an incomplete pass because he's not able to get away from press coverage. So it was an inauspicious start for Brandon Aiyuk. I'm not sure if it should have surprised anybody. And the fact that the Niners weren't feeding him the ball early told you something, too, right? You see Debo in the backfield. You see Debo getting early targets. You're getting Kittle early targets. You would think that if the Niners had faith in Aiyuk, after all that offseason, what do you do on national TV? We're going to feed our number 1 receiver 3 times, show everyone everything's A-okay. And they're like, actually, let's not throw it away.
Let's feed our number 2 running back.
That number 1, that guy, we should give him the ball.
Yeah.
He scored a touchdown.
No, he didn't. No, he dropped the touchdown. Here's what Peyton Manning, he was the most pissed maybe of anybody. Peyton Manning, by the way, did you see on the, I saw it on the replay. So from the angle that they had at the stadium, on the replay review, maybe it was on television too, but there was a back angle from that end zone where Aiyuk's coming across to try to make that catch, and he drops it. Jerry Rice stood up in front of the camera, and he was like out of focus, but his bald head was like right there in the corner of the camera.
Jerry found a camera?
And you see, yeah, right. You see when the ball drops down, when Aiyuk doesn't get it, he turns around, he's yelling something to somebody, and his head pops back down. Screw that man. Jerry's pissed.
Jerry
came away with 3 there. Anyway, here's what pissed off Peyton Manning had to say on the Manning cast about Aiyuk's drop.
Man-to-man, Jennings. Oh, what a throw.
Aiyuk, he's a little rusty, Pate. You know, he's missed all training camp.
Get signed, get in training camp. There's a reason for training camp. You need it. We need the reps.
Oh.
Get those contracts done earlier so we can get in training camp. We don't drop balls on opening night.
Right, it's probably one thing catching passes, running routes. All of a sudden you're laying out for a pass, full speed, diving. That's why, those happen in camp. You make those, you practice those. That's just a little rusty right there.
You're still catching balls at a high school field from some quarterback that's 45 years old, my age. You're not catching balls from your quarterback. Get signed, get in camp, and we don't drop the ball.
All right.
You think Peyton has some unresolved trauma there from his playing days?
Who was it that got? It wasn't Vanderjagt that he blew up? Was that the kicker? He was all pissed off. I mean, we've heard Peyton get pissed before. That wasn't
got some kicker running his mouth.
Some idiot kicker. That wasn't pissed off Peyton to that extent.
No.
By the way, as Derek wrote in my notes here, you know how much money Peyton made in his career. He didn't have to worry about holding out. Get those contracts done early. Yeah. Easy for a guy who made $248 million over his playing career.
I was in Miami when Peyton was doing his little world tour after the Colts cut him. Oh. And they cut into live local news when Peyton Manning's jet landed in Miami thinking they were going to sign him that day. I'm not kidding. They did it. It was like the OJ chase, except for Peyton Manning's white Tahoe going to Davie for the Dolphins facility. And, it's like he shows up and they go, here's all the money, and we would like you to be our quarterback even though you have a broken neck, and I guess your wife is getting steroids through the mail.
We're talking about our idiot kicker who got liquored up and ran his mouth off.
Peyton makes $248,732,000 in his career. I don't think
that's just for the Manning cap.
That's just, I don't think he ever had to worry about the holdout. Also on Sunday, we have this. Jay Glazer had an interesting report on how Aiyuk's deal got done. Here's what Jay Glazer had to say on last weekend.
How about this? We're calling this the inside scoop. How's this for a scoop that nobody knows? The day it actually got done, the 49ers were trading him to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was already en route there. And then all of a sudden, Brandon Aiyuk happened to show up early to the facility that day. Went downstairs, tried to meet with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was trying to get in touch with the front office, but they couldn't take his call because they're trying to get the trade done to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Shanahan actually ran all the way upstairs, said, hold this. Let's put a hold on these trade talks right now. Pittsburgh will call you right back. They went down and talked to Aiyuk for about 2 hours. They said, look, you have until the end of practice. We're either trading you to Pittsburgh today, or you could take the deal that's been on the table. It's up to you, but you have till the end of practice. He says, this is where I want to be. Brandon Aiyuk remains a 49er.
It's so messy. It's so a 2-hour meeting. How many 2-hour meetings did the 49ers have to have with Brandon Aiyuk over the last 2 months in order to get this contract signed? And it isn't until they're like, we're just trading you. And by the way, it was added onto that report that they said, we're either going to trade you or we're just going to take away your season, right? They said that we're going to put you on the restricted list for the entire season, and you're going to have to do this all again next year. Dude, you think the Niners don't care about training camp? He didn't show up for training camp. They want to practice. They want to get in like 2 or 3 practices, and they go, if you can't practice, we're shutting you down for the year. And he goes out there and has a drop. Peyton Manning's right. 49ers are right. That's why you get into training camp early.
I just can't believe people are still leaking stuff to Glazer. I'm like, really? I always forget he's around, and then he pops up with something like this every once in a while.
He saves it for Sunday.
It's crazy with that suit. He's got that tie all done up as tight as he can. He's got no neck. He's just sitting on those shoulders.
He's an interesting looking cat.
Yeah, he is. He's wrestling with Alden Smith or something.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Scarecrow. Scarecrow's got a Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. He's been hanging on for a while. Scarecrow, what'd you like? What didn't you like? And what were you drinking yesterday?
I did like the 49er defense. It looked like it was maybe a step or two ahead of the offense. What I didn't like was the number of field goals, especially for turnovers. If you got a team down, you do have to put your foot on their throat, and you're going to go against the Ravens or somebody like that, and that's going to turn around and bite you. Beers, something out of Trader Joe's called Drogan's Milk, which tastes like about 11% Guinness.
Okay.
And the McCaffrey's
Achilles.
Yeah. I talked to my daughter, who's a physical therapist, and I'm a little concerned concerning his age especially. And if they don't have to use him, they need to rest him, or you could end up with another Kinlaw situation. And he's a little bit too valuable for that to happen.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. I guess to that point about like...
I think it's a Greenlaw situation.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about.
Kinlaw situation is when you get pushed back 5 yards on every run play.
Yeah, you play really high up instead of playing low enough like a defensive lineman or tackle. I'm wondering in terms of the Achilles thing, what he's talking about, like he talked to his daughter as a physical therapist. I know people do that. You ask about that stuff. My first thought on Achilles is it's not like something that just rests. It's not like a calf strain or something where you've pulled a hamstring and you're just kind of resting it till it gets back to being 100%. There's nothing really to work on, is there?
No, and again, the biggest challenge with it is you feel like, okay, we're ready, it's rested, it got a little time to breathe, but you're never going to be able to test it to the point like an NFL game. This is the exact thing that happened with Dre Greenlaw, right? Where he's like, it's fine, but it was always just right on the edge. And then he's jumping up and down on the sidelines, and it goes. And once that goes, you're done. It's not like it's a 2 or 3. That's a year-long injury. It might be a career-ending injury, especially in the NFL, right? Basketball, we're seeing guys come back from it. Is Kevin Durant still the same player? No, but he had a lot of room to fall.
He's pretty damn good,
yeah, he had a lot of room to fall. He's still the dude.
And Kobe was older, so he wasn't really.
No, and
still,
no one wanted to watch those teams anyway.
A lot of room to fall. So, again, it's tough to tell. Richard Sherman came back okay.
Well, like
for as old as he was.
Okay, Jamal Murray just signed a $200 million contract, but Jamal Murray sucked at the Olympics.
Yep.
He was kind of crappy for the Nuggets all the way down the home stretch last year. It's why they didn't repeat. They gave him the contract because at a certain point, like, you got to keep him around and there's a certain market value, but they didn't give him the full max. And he just hasn't been the same player since we saw him at Chase Center have that Achilles explode. So it's a very dangerous thing, especially for a running back, especially for a player who is so integral to the 49ers offense and all the cool stuff that Kyle Shanahan wants to do. I think they got to keep. I think they got to keep him off the field at least the next 2 games, which are both on turf. I mean, that just feels like a given at this point. Maybe bring him back in a limited capacity for the Patriots on the 29th.
209 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, says, we did put our foot on their throats with field goals. And then 415 right after says, 8 scores, 2 TDs, 6 field goals, 6 of 8 being field goals. You need to get into the end zone. That is something that will come. But again, tough to be upset about a 32-19 win when they played fairly flawlessly, I thought.
Right. I mean, they're in position to get field goals. Kyle's always going to play conservative for the field. There were a couple spots where you could probably go for it here.
Yeah.
And they just said, no, we'll take the field goals because they didn't fear Aaron Rodgers, and they sure as hell didn't fear Breece Hall, who just kept running directly into Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave. But going back to the Achilles thing real fast.
Yep.
I talked to Javon Hargrave before the Super Bowl last year about his hamstrings, right? He was just washed out in the second half of the season because he had the hamstring injuries, and he just says you just can't trust him. You just can't trust something like that until you get on the field, and then one play you're always sort of holding back because you don't want to go 100% because you feel like your hamstrings can go. Imagine what it's like for an Achilles and a calf. Like, that's got to be even more concerning. It's got to always be in the back of your mind. I think we're heading into a season we're going to call the McCaffrey calf season. Like, it just feels like this is not something that goes away with another 2 or 3 weeks of rest. It's just something that's always going to be there, sort of always hanging around, and you just hope the worst doesn't come of it.
We're talking McCaffrey, it's his calf, John. Tolbert and Copes and Dieter Kurtenbach's hanging out with me on a Tuesday afternoon. We will take a quick break, and then number 84, Brent Jones joins us for his weekly conversation. Matt Mayoko at 4:50, Bags at 5:15. Dieter's hanging out. It's Tolbert and Copes on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader. Number 8, Steve Young will make his weekly appearance tomorrow at 5 o'clock as he recaps last night's win. You want to listen to the best half hour in sports radio? Check it out on KNBR.com, the app, or YouTube, twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
What?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, this is a common one. We talk about it frequently. What do you do if you've got unfiled tax returns?
You call us. The number one reason people don't file taxes, just plain old simple, they didn't have the money for the first year. So they don't file. Then year 2 rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. If you're not filing because you don't have the money, no problem. We want to go to the IRS for you and make a deal, a good deal. Suppose you're not filing because you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. Suppose you say, Steve, I have all my records and I have them someplace in a trash bag in my garage. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to put that together for you. The bottom line is there is no good reason not to file, but there's a very good reason to let us handle this for you, because you don't want one of these newly hired IRS agents knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Instead, let us just handle everything for you. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain everything to you, and if you give us the go-ahead, we'll go ahead and do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone, call for your free consultation, and say, hey, Steve, how do you get me out of this mess?
Just ask him. He can help. 188-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Before there was 85.
Yeah, no fear from Kittle.
There was 84.
Brent Jones, who Jerry Rice says has the best hands on the team.
Now time for 49ers legendary tight end Brent Jones with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week with our guy Brent Jones, number 84, former Niner tight end, and just noted Niner fan. By the way, Brent Jones, sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply at joinacso.com. Brent joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How we feeling, Brent?
Coach, I am feeling great. You talk about everything you'd want in an opening weekend game. It was spectacular. You know, I'm it's pretty hard to point the finger, to be honest with you. I thought they were crisp. I thought they were sharp. I thought they were ready to play. Clearly more physical than the Jets. And so for week one, A+. I'm super impressed and feeling great.
Brent, you had to love Eric Saubert being out there. 12 personnel, pound it down there, throw it off. I mean, that it was a joy to watch. But 2 tight end sets from the Niners. I mean, this was some classic stuff.
That was a Brent Jones set, yeah.
Yeah. So, Dieter, I got to tell you, it was funny because I probably spent more time last night watching the right side of the offensive line. I don't, typically I want to see what's going on with the receivers. I want to see what's going on. Obviously, I was nervous when the game started and I heard about McCaffrey being out. I knew Jordan Mason was a stud, but holy cow, what a tough runner, what a tough kid. He was just a beast last night. But we typically pick apart the linemen, especially pass blocking, but Dominic Pooney and Colton McKivitz both had very strong games physically, and I was just impressed. We already know the left side of the line is going to be pretty darn good, but those guys played their butts off, and I think we just mauled the New York Jets defense, which, by the way, I'm not sure if everybody knows. I watched a ton of Jets games last year. The Jets would have been a playoff team. Yeah, I don't know why I did, but it was an interesting dynamic. Of course, they had nothing, 0.0 in terms of quarterback last year, but they were a playoff type of team, but didn't have a quarterback.
Right.
They're gonna compete strongly in the AFC this year. I truly believe that. Especially if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy. But we dismantled them. I mean, we took their spirit away. I think they came in thinking, gosh, hey, we got a chance to steal one from the 49ers. And, very early on, they scored the first touchdown. The Niners started off a little slow offensively. And then we just locked in, and it was all she wrote. You talked about 2 tight ends and pounding it. It would have been nice to see a few more big plays in the pass game, but man, we were gashing them running the ball, and it just felt so good to watch.
28 carries for Jordan Mason, the most ever by a Shanahan running back since he's become head coach of the 49ers, which is pretty impressive. 147 yards for him on the ground. You mentioned the pass game, and I think that'll come. Dieter actually said he thought Brock Purdy had a fantastic game. They had 10 passing first downs in the game. What was your thoughts on how Brock Purdy played, though no passing touchdowns? Aiyuk a little rusty. You had Debo out there who looked pretty good, and Juwan Jennings I thought was fantastic.
Man, you're right. Dieter, I agree. I thought Brock Purdy was spectacular. Yeah. Very poised, very much in control. He had 1 or 2 passes get away from him, but that's not a big deal. I think it was frustrating to see Aiyuk drop a couple on the big touchdown pass. I mean, that would have been nice. I mean, it's funny. I think Joe Buck said, gosh, he should have had that. Joe Buck could have had that. I mean, it was that good of a pass. Not surprisingly, it was as good as you can throw a ball into the end zone, right in a guy's chest, and I was kind of surprised. But, yeah, Brandon Aiyuk needs to get back to work, and I know all the contract stuff, that can be a distraction, but we're going to have high expectations for him this year as well as everybody else. But it was nice to see Juwan out there. I think and we talked about this all the time last year, one of the most underrated guys on the team, and he's come up big in so many big situations. Kyle Juszczyk, going down the field, catching a big ball, and he's everywhere. And it's just sometimes those guys don't get enough mention because, we're talking about Kittle or McCaffrey or Brock Purdy or Fred Warner, who was, by the way, spectacular last night.
Fire.
But some of these guys don't get the publicity that they deserve. But from a team perspective, that was as solid across the board. We didn't have any glaring holes, and I haven't even started talking about our defensive backfield. This Jets team has some weapons, and we made them look dysfunctional for most of the night, and I was just super impressed with the way our defense played.
I want to get in on that, Brent, as you are a noted Jets watcher, and you said that they got 0.0 from their core. I mean, I think you can go negative, and I think that's what they had. And clearly Aaron Rodgers, at whatever capacity he's at, is an upgrade, but he just didn't look dangerous at all to me last night. I didn't see him roll out once. What did you make of his game?
I think we really had him bamboozled. A lot of pressure. I know we didn't get a lot of sacks, but it was great. I know Nick Bosa was there in his face. Leonard Floyd looked pretty darn good to me, and I know he got a sack, but to have pressure on the other side, consistent pressure, will be a big factor this year. And I think Aaron Rodgers looked flustered. He's one of those guys that gets rid of the ball. You're not going to see a lot of Aaron Rodgers sacks, so he'll get rid of it, throw it away. I think he was frustrated. I think we had great coverage down the field. I didn't think he had a lot of places to go with the ball outside of his first drive, and I think that we just did a great job overall in our defensive plan, and it felt like such a complete game. And typically, and Coach knows this, I always believe that the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season are super sloppy across the board. And I watched a lot of teams this last weekend that were sloppy. But, man, we looked – I mean, I hate to say this – looked like we were in mid-season form last night. We were ready to play. We were more physical than them. We were quicker than them. We were anticipating. We were doing everything. We had a couple penalties that were, if we're going to nitpick, it'd be better not to have. I know it was great that Moody got his 6 field goals, but any game that kicks 6 field goals in, that means you had 6 stalled drives. And so, we need to be better, going into the enemy's territory there, and certainly in the red zone. So we'd love to get some more touchdowns. But all in all, man, what a opening night.
Brent, you say that it's like mid-season. That felt like January football, right? That's a hell of a base to set, right? The Jets wouldn't know anything about that, but January football's got a different feel to it. That's what they put on display in the first week of September. It's a hell of a performance.
It really was. And, I like I said, I watched a lot of Jets games, and I have to clarify that. I had a couple Jets on my fantasy team last year, which is the only reason I was watching Jets games.
That's brutal.
It was brutal, but I got to say, it's not like we just smacked down the Carolina Panthers and everybody's high-fiving. This team is a legitimate team with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, and they have skill players, and their defense was one of the better defenses in the league last year. And so you've got to feel, as a 49er fan, you've got to feel great about this one. And, of course, now we got to bounce back next week against the Vikings. Typically, I'd say, hey, not a big deal, but Sam Darnold looked pretty darn good, and he certainly knows what we like to do coming from our organization last year. So we're going to have our hands full in Minnesota coming up.
Talking to Brent Jones on the UMA guest line. We do it every, I think we do it every, is it Monday or Tuesday usually? Do we do it every Tuesday, Brent?
It's Monday.
It's Mondays, I thought. We got thrown off yesterday, yeah.
We're all jacked up. We had Labor Day, and then we had a Monday night football game, so it's typically Mondays, but yeah.
We sound like Jordan Mason trying to figure out what day we found out we were starting. I was like, is it Tuesdays or Mondays? I don't really know when it happened exactly. Brent Jones is with us. What's funny is you said you like when not you like it, but it is sloppy early in the season across the board. Offensive line play in general across the league, I thought, was pretty messy and sloppy throughout the first week. But something you and I always talk about each year is not only the sloppiness, we love chaos. We love when chaos happens around the NFL. What was your favorite game outside of the Niner game this week?
Oh gosh, what was my? You know what? I was really looking forward to the Sunday night game, and it just didn't disappoint.
Agreed.
And maybe it's not as much chaos, but certainly battle of 2 potential playoff teams, and everybody's. I have more people say that they love the Lions, and those are words we've never heard in our life. I mean, those are once in a lifetime.
Yeah, right.
Lovable losers.
And so all of a sudden everybody's rooting for the Lions, and so it was really interesting. And I thought the Rams played them tough, and had they had Puka Nacua the whole game, maybe things would have been different. But good battle, pretty well played game. It wasn't as sloppy as some of the games I saw during the day, some of which were really hard to watch.
Well, you watch teams like Carolina, and you're like, what did they work on?
Oh, yeah.
What did they work on all season?
Let's go out there and lose, boys.
What's going on?
I mean, Carolina, I think their owner thought they're going to get better. I mean, he's totally into it. He's holding people accountable and
should
making
be less into
moves,
it. It seems like he might be the problem.
He certainly could be Jerry Jones-like, and so I expect him to start doing some start moves. But I have to say, they are going to be miserable this year, and so is he. They look like they couldn't function. They look like they were playing their preseason guys that were going to get cut. It was ugly.
Talking to Brent Jones on the UMA guest line, piggybacking on what you said about the Lions. What was so impressive about that drive at the end was David Montgomery basically doing what Jordan Mason did yesterday, where you could see how exhausted the defense is, having to play at the end of a game, not just 4 quarters, but then an overtime period where now guys generally haven't been playing this much in the preseason. They're still getting some of their stamina up. And Montgomery is just a different pace. They've got Gibbs who can dance around on you. You've got Montgomery who can run it down your throat. If McCaffrey comes back and is a part of this offense normally and healthy, is there a role you still think for Jordan Mason in a role like that?
Absolutely. And, it's good to have kind of a change of pace at running back and in the kind of the styles. And certainly you want Christian out there as much as possible, but there'd be times where it'd be nice to give him a blow, give him a little rest, save his legs. For him and for us, I think it's about giving his career as long as it can go. And so to have a change of pace, maybe short yardage scenarios, maybe some goal line scenarios, and maybe even just a blow on a drive when the offense has been out there a long time. So it'll be great. Jordan Mason certainly has stepped up his game, and I think that he's kind of really refined his approach. So physical, and we've seen sparks here and there of him, but never had a whole lot of time watching him day in and day out. But yeah, just super impressive, and gosh, he was steamrolling guys like Montgomery was in that Lions-Rams game. I hadn't seen anything like that. I'm just glad that the Lions decided to go ahead and try to score a touchdown instead of Chris Collinsworth's idea to kick a field goal.
Here's a guy who can kick a field goal.
What is he talking about? This is new overtime rules, new for the last 10 years.
Here's a guy who can win a game with a field goal.
There you go.
Is Collinsworth on the call for the Super Bowl?
Oh, come on. Knock it off. Let's stay away from that.
Sorry. I'm not that sorry.
Too soon.
It's okay to take some cheap shots in week 1. And so we're taking them.
Pro's pro. Fred Warner setting the tone with that early fumble forced. I mean, I don't know if we can possibly reach the limit of how many good things can be said about Fred Warner, but you want to give it a shot?
Yeah, you know what? I just think the way that he conducts himself as a leader off the field, on the field, he's so consistently good. Really reminds me a lot of how Patrick Willis attacked the position. And they obviously had different styles. Patrick Willis in the Hall of Fame. And I think that's the type of aspirations Fred Warner should have. And, it just, you keep stacking games and stacking seasons and stacking awards and playing like he can play. But he's everywhere, and he doesn't take plays off. So you don't see Fred loafing or being tired or, hey, the play's going away, I'm going to jog over there. He's flying around the field. And so just an impressive young man. I had a chance to meet him a year or two ago, and he's everything that you expect in a full package guy. And so leader, captain, dominant player, leader of the defense. And I think he has probably stepped up his role now with the defense and starting to demand a certain level of play from the other guys on the defense. And I think once you establish yourself as that player, then you can start demanding it very much in the Ronnie Lott mold.
It's interesting that you bring up Patrick Willis. Readers of the Mercury News would have caught my column and noted that I talked to Patrick Willis after the game. I got to do some business here. Talk to Patrick Willis.
Way to throw it in.
Thank you.
So smooth, I didn't even see it coming.
Pro's pro. And talk to Patrick Willis after the game. Regardless, he said he was talking to Fred, and he's like, man, I really admire your game. There's Patrick Willis, Hall of Famer, telling Fred Warner, man, I wish I could be like you. You nailed it. You nailed it, Brent.
That is, and I'm sitting here in Texas. I didn't get a chance to read the Merc today.
Hey,
in fact,
that's your
Dieter,
mistake, sir.
As an aside, I don't want to have to pay to read the Merc. It's like everybody else, I can get free articles. The Merc is crushing me all the time.
Yeah, remember that? Remember the whole thing?
Do you have a secret passcode for me?
No, I have a kid and another one coming, so you can pay.
I didn't know Dieter had another one coming. Big deal there.
Yeah,
big
I might be in trouble on that one. I might be $100,000 in the bag now with that one. There comes the fine from the NFL.
Is that breaking news?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope your wife's family knows.
They do, and they don't listen. So it's fair game.
Friends.
Yeah, I hope everybody knows. Hope everybody's been told they need before Brent. I hope everybody was told they needed to be told.
Send me money.
Tolbert and Coves, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out. Brent,
why the hell do you think I'm doing this? I need the cash.
I love it. I just be upfront and honest. Let's just analyze the game and the ancillary items the way that they should be.
Okay, so let me ask you to analyze this. Have you seen the new Brock Purdy, Steve Young Toyota commercial?
You know what? I have not. And I have a bone to pick with Steve Young. I begged him. I was the guy thinking outside the box the whole time that we played. He was the Northern California Toyota rep. So toward the end of our career, I'm like, dude, me and you, let's get a Toyota. Let's get a dealership. Oh, yeah, I'm in. He would never follow up. I'd have meetings set up. I have stuff set. Oh yeah, no, I'm in. I'm in. I'm like, dude, you're Steve Young. We can do this. We can have a Toyota dealership. I'll be the business guy. I'll be the brains. You be the beauty guy. You just use your name. And of course, he never followed up on all these years later. Shouldn't Steve Young have 10 Toyota dealerships? No, he failed to capitalize. I hope Brock Purdy runs with it. But I hadn't seen the new commercial now.
So there's a new commercial. It's like all this stuff that Brock's doing to get ready, and he's checking things off his list, and then he says, "Call Steve Young," and then he cuts to Steve, who's by the way, I don't know, with an iron or a wedge,
probably
with a wedge out in the field at Levi Stadium, playing golf. I'm like, no wonder he's losing these tournaments. He's playing at a football stadium.
Also, that's why the field was in such bad shape for so many years.
What's going on, Steve?
Dude, Charles Barkley beat him in the tournament this year. I never want to hear the words Steve Young and golf in the same sentence again.
Well,
this might be a bad time to tell you that me and Steve are going in on some Toyota dealerships together.
that would be.
Brent Jones,
he woke up after 25 years.
Steve's going to join us tomorrow, and I'll try to send you I'll try to send you this little commercial. It's pretty funny. He's got one line. It makes me wonder if he wrote it himself. It's so in depth. But we'll talk to him about it tomorrow, and we'll gripe about the Toyota dealership you guys don't have. Brent, we'll talk to you next week, bro.
Fellas, it was awesome. Great week one win, and let Tommy know. Hey, you know what? There's actually phones and cell service in Michigan or Minnesota or wherever the heck he is. Maybe he could actually get on board with his job. Brandon Aiyuk holding out is one thing, but Tolbert doing it for a couple of weeks is not good.
He's just looking out for the Kurtenbach family here, okay?
Just getting Dieter some licks. We'll talk to you next week, Brent.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Good deal. The great Brent Jones, number 84. We talk to him every week throughout the 49ers season. Yeah. You let that one slip. Don't worry, dude. I'm sure we dumped it.
I let it slip once, and now here we go again.
You know what? We'll cut it in post. It's all good. Dieter Kurtenbach had him go play with you on a Tuesday. This isn't even live on KNBR.
But he's on.
Tom is out this week. He'll be back next week. Is he back next Monday, Derek? I don't even know how long he's gone for. I've been still trying to figure out in my head what his itinerary is. All I know is he's going to be at Niners and Vikings. That's all I got. Tom will be back next week. Dieter in with me today and tomorrow. We're going to talk to Matt Mayoko, 450, Andy Baggerly, 5:15, Steve Kerr, his usual time. But when we come on back, the Niners' new and improved defense, and Rodgers does not look the same. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. The 49ers dominated their 2024 debut on Monday Night Football. A win over the Jets, 32-19. What were your takeaways from last night's game? We're taking your calls all day long at 415-808-KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
3rd down and 5, bunch formation left. They single up Lazard right, Breeslaw to the right of Rodgers in the gun on 3rd down. 4-man pressure. Rodgers hit by Bosa, flag down, and down goes Rodgers as he is sacked by Leonard Floyd again.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Dieter Kurtenbach in for Tom today and tomorrow. That was a sack of Aaron Rodgers by Leonard Floyd. He got up this time, though. Last time that happened, it was 4 plays into the season.
No, we don't like the guy. That's cold.
A year ago tomorrow. I thought Brent Jones said we could take shots.
That's fair.
We could take shots. Anyway, Leonard Floyd gets to Aaron Rodgers. I guess, was it you and I that were talking, or was it me and Derek saying, Bosa maybe should have got a half on that?
I'm stunned he didn't get the half. Legitimately.
Kind of miffed that he didn't.
It was the only sack of the game. Only sack of the game for the 49ers. But they did have 11 pressures, and 4 of them from Leonard Floyd. I got to eat a little bit of crow. I was not high on the Leonard Floyd signing. He's still got to do it for another 16 games. That matters. Maybe a couple more after that. But he looked spry. He looked like he was flying around yesterday, and that's all the Niners need, someone who can set the edge opposite Nick Bosa, and then also when Bosa's just wrecking havoc and clearing dudes out, hey, you get a one-on-one, just give him some effort, get to the quarterback. That was a really good play.
I know you've watched the game a second time already?
Yeah,
third time?
Twice more.
Okay, I've started my second rewatch. I was doing it this morning, and I have not finished. But when you look at how Leonard Floyd was lining up on a lot of these plays, he plays so damn wide.
Yeah.
Like sometimes, like the play that he jumped on, the free play, Aaron Rodgers, when he jumps off sides and he catches Alan Lazard for the touchdown.
Yeah.
He's so wide on that play, and he's so wide on so many other plays that it's sometimes feels like it takes him too long to get engaged.
Right.
However, he does engage pretty quickly at times. What's your thought? Because to your point, like I was fairly high on this because I thought maybe he's the best opposite edge rusher since D4 that they've had to play alongside Nick Bosa. He's going to run into some sacks. Bosa's going to run into some sacks.
Right.
I think because they're both out there. But just your thoughts on how he's lining up and what you saw from him last night specifically.
Well, he has to line up like that because he's so light, right?
He's not a big dude.
No, he looks like a basketball
relative,
player.
yeah.
He's tall. He's lanky.
He's kind of rangy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a spry guy. And at an older age, he's just trying to get to the end. He's just trying to get around the outside of Morgan Moses or Tyron Smith.
Tyron Smith, yeah.
You got a bunch of kind of flat-footed tackles there. He's just trying to beat him with speed. It'll be interesting this upcoming week against the Vikings, who have 2 very good tackles and who want to run the ball on the interior a little bit more and can push it to the outside in a way that the Jets really couldn't yesterday. It'll be interesting to see where those formations or how the wide 9 comes in, because in theory you should be 4-eye, 5-7 technique opposite Nick Bosa, who goes all the way out. It'd be interesting if Brandon Staley coming in, a little bit of shadow defensive coordinator, if he's trying to mix it up. We're going to have Floyd all the way outside. Bosa's going to line up more inside. Bosa was a menace against the run yesterday. Obviously, Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave deserve all the credit in the world. Fred Warner right behind him. Floyd is going to be somebody you have to watch the entire year. Him, Devondre Campbell, and Jair Brown are question marks on this team. And that could mean a very good thing, because if those guys are your question marks and they kick ass, then you got one hell of a football team. But they're just not known entities yet. I'm going to put Malik Collins in the known entity. He was so good yesterday.
He was fantastic, dude. The guy is a monster. He's just massive.
He's throwing offensive linemen around.
Yeah.
It was a really impressive watch, and we just didn't have any idea because I think he was in a bad scheme for what he does in Houston last year, which is strange to say. You got D'Amico Ryans there. You have a well-coached team, and they just got rid of him. They just said, this doesn't work.
I don't know what their cap situation was. They spent money elsewhere. They went with the high-end running back in Mixon.
And then obviously they went out and get Diggs for reasons that don't entirely make sense. But
the offense looked pretty good as advertised.
They got a pretty good quarterback.
Well, dude, you see that play where C.J. Stroud fell? First of all, first time I think I've ever seen it. We've all joked for years about the Jamarcus Russell could throw 60 yards from a knee. Dude, C.J. Stroud dropped back, slipped to his knee, threw a pass, completed it from his knee on one knee. I'm like, maybe that's what they were thinking with Jaminkus. They were thinking this guy's going to drop back, fall on his ass, and then he'll still be able to make a play. It was pretty impressive.
It was. Did you see Anthony Richardson's throw?
Anthony Richardson's throw where he almost gets pancaked by 2 guys, and he goes 57 air yards.
You can't throw that at AT&T Stadium. It would hit the Jumbotron.
It would hit the Jumbotron. You couldn't throw it as high as he did. I couldn't believe. I mean, that guy's got an absolute rifle. He's going to be fun to watch.
He can't throw a 5-yard slant, but he's got that one down.
You throw it. I believe the line from Remember the Titans is you can throw it a mile, but you can't pitch it 3 yards.
It's pretty accurate.
Exactly it, dude.
He's also like he's the. Josh Allen is a huge quarterback. Cam Newton exists on this.
Right back to the fumbles, by the way, Josh. We know exactly who he is.
He's so fun to watch.
He's a blast to watch because you just don't know what the hell's going to happen, dude.
I wouldn't want him on my fantasy team, but
probably going to score. He's probably going to march you 80 yards. He might leap into the end zone and take a helicopter spin like John Elway. However, probably going to fumble it like 40 times. You know,
he's just a chaos agent. He also throws a lot of picks, and they got this kind of receiver by committee thing going. And the Bills are just going to be the most exciting 9-win team in the NFL this year.
Back to Leonard Floyd briefly here. By the way, you mentioned his size. 6'3",
Speaking of the Buffalo Bills.
6'3", 240. 6'3", 240. That is thin for a 6'3".
Yeah,
man.
and you would never guess 240. Now, Nick Bosa, we asked him and go like, man, Nick Bosa, I don't want to be weird about this, but like you see him in the locker room and you're like, I don't look like that. There's levels to this, right? There's some pretty fat guys in the NFL. There's some dudes who carry around more weight than they have to.
Sure.
It's a necessity, right?
He's 6'4", 266.
I mean, Nick Bosa, I don't think there's a single cell of fat on that guy's, but he is out of the lab. And we asked him, we're like, hey, you're a pretty cut dude here, which is just a great way to start a conversation.
Hey, you're a cut dude?
Yeah, as a cut dude. And we're like, Leonard Floyd, how does he do it? Because he looks like he weighs 210 pounds. He looks like Kevin Durant out there on the field. And he goes, well, he's pretty jacked. I'm like, I guess he'd have to be, man. He's an interesting looking player, but when you've been that successful for that long in the NFL, clearly you know what you're doing. And it's just a question for the Niners this year on if he can do it throughout the season. Because you talk about the Buffalo Bills, last year they lose a couple pass rushers, Gregory Rousseau, all that. They lose a couple guys, and it was all on Leonard Floyd. He had 1 sack in the final 10 games. He was just persona non grata down the stretch, and that's why Buffalo let him walk away. Obviously, the Niners needed somebody after whatever the hell that experiment on the edge was last year, where Cleve Farrell was their best edge defender, and they couldn't get an edge set at all by Randy Gregory or Chase Young, and then they're dogging it in the NFC Championship.
How about once Cleve Farrell went down, then they couldn't set an edge. I was like, man, this.
By the way,
who would have thought that was the hinge clip? Yeah,
I mean,
Cleve Farrell.
It's just a reminder of difficulties of playing defense in the NFL. And we saw it yesterday with the Jets. The 49ers looked at their corners and they said, we're just going to run it at that guy. We're just going to run it at that guy again and again and again. We're going to go to Kinlaw, then we're going to go to Sauce, then we're going to go back to Kinlaw, then we're going to go back to Sauce. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. And especially when you get into big games, it really shouldn't be more complicated than that. So for the 49ers, it really is a question on, can you just set a damn edge and funnel everything inside to a guy like Malik Collins, to a guy like Javon Hargrave, who himself has to stay healthy. And I got some question marks about it, but it was a hell of a start for Leonard Floyd. A great game from him.
I would say like jury still out in terms of it's always going to take a series of games to know who your team is and what the additions have done for your lineup.
Oh, yeah.
I do think they're improved on the defensive line. The question I'm wondering and what I'm sort of trying to look between the lines for after this game is how much of that was the D-line is that improved and how much of it is Aaron Rodgers has declined all that much.
And how disorganized was their offensive line. You have to,
Sure.
I want to give some credit to Nick Sorensen. Something that I noticed late in camp was his defenses were always organized and they were flying. And there's a lot that goes into, schemes and X's and O's. Are you going to play cover 3? Are you going to play quarters? Are you going to get into some cover 6? Are you going to blitz more? All that stuff matters. But ultimately, on defense, you just have to be organized. And Fred Warner was saying after the game yesterday, we kept it simple. We had a lot of base 3 linebacker sets, and we were just allowed to fly around out there. And we can build off of that. But at the baseline, Nick Sorensen has his guys understanding what the coverages are, understanding the gaps they have to fill, and they were just organized. And in the moment, they don't have to calculate all this stuff out. That matters. That matters a lot. I don't think Nate Hackett had that going for the New York Jets offense yesterday. They looked like they didn't know what the hell they were doing a lot on offense, and ultimately that just turned into Breece Hall running into a center's ass like 10 times in a row. It was pretty embarrassing for the Jets, and I know everyone wants to just give Aaron Rodgers the benefit of the doubt, and I guess if anyone deserves it, it's Aaron Rodgers. But, man, did he feel dangerous at all to you yesterday?
No.
Not in the least bit.
No.
The 49ers felt like they had this game wrapped up at 23-7 against Aaron Rodgers, which sounds stupid when you say it out loud, but then you watch the game and you go, they absolutely had that game wrapped up because Aaron Rodgers was back there like Adele in her residency in Vegas just sitting on the stool.
Wow.
Parking and barking.
Dude, and you see now she's calling it. You see that? She's like, I'm going to step away for a while. After her residency, she announced it. She's like, you know what? I've made some money. I set up this life for myself. I'd like to go live that life. It's kind of thinking, this sounds like Rodgers.
I got Rich Paul money now.
Yeah, it sounds a little bit like Rodgers maybe doing that soon too.
Yeah,
got this life. I'm gonna go live in a cave.
I'm gonna go do a documentary about I'm an enigma. Do you think he got to name?
I'm an enigma.
I'm the enigma. He got to name his own documentary, didn't he? It's like giving yourself your own nickname. No. I'm the enigma. You mean the guy who you could predict every opinion he's had for the last 10 years is the enigma? Come on now.
Shout out the Batman. Is it Batman Forever? Where you go Two-Face, Tommy Lee Jones, and Jim Carrey as the Riddler. His name is Edward Nigma. Enigma is his name as the Riddler.
It's clever.
It's clever and it's not witty at all. No.
And you can't put me in a box. I'm Aaron Rodgers. And it's like, dude, who hurt you?
Tolbert and Cobes, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me. We're going to catch up with Matt Mayoko coming up at 4:50 in about 20 minutes. But how about this? The renegotiated contract or the restructured deal for Deebo Samuel, all offseason it was about get the deal done with Aiyuk, get it done with Aiyuk, and then maybe this is it for Deebo. Maybe this is his last dance. I'd say
it was in the cards. They had an out at the end of this year, and they were trying to trade him this past offseason.
And we'll get into that next. Dieter had reported that they had a deal in place to trade Deebo Samuel around draft time. He's still here, and thank goodness. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mason Purdy out of the gun, looks left, throws left. Good ball to Debo. Makes the safety miss and runs down the left sideline. What a play by Debo Samuel. And the outcut, he just let Ashton Davis from Cale go by, broke his tackle, turned upfield, and turned that into an explosive total catch and run by Debo at 25-yard.
Dieter, what's his last name? Kurtenbach. Yeah.
It's my friend Kevin.
Our friend Kevin Durant. Dieter's good friend Kevin Durant. By the way, 925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, says, excuse me, Dieter, Rich Paul now has Adele money.
Oh, you know what? That's a good point. I
well
stand
said.
very corrected.
Unlike
Adele, who did not stand throughout her residency in Las Vegas.
Well said yet again. Rich Paul comes in at a net worth of about $120 million. Adele just about doubles that, is where she's at right now. So
They rich
Paul. That was Debo Samuel making the safety miss and turning upfield for 25 yards.
Tough game for Ashton Davis.
Tough game for Ashton.
Bears are looking great, but Ashton Davis not so much on Monday night.
And Aaron Rodgers, tough day for the Bears.
Whew.
Mike Silver.
Shouldn't have built the team around Cal.
I wasn't real hyped on the way Rodgers played tonight, said Mike Silver. He did. I'm just assuming so. So pretty clear that when McCaffrey's out, Debo becomes all that much more valuable, right? So how big is Debo's value on a team as a Swiss Army knife offensive player? I mean, that's where I look at the Niners might get more out of Debo Samuel as that Swiss Army knife because they have so many other weapons relative to that of another team. Your thoughts?
Yeah, listen, he renegotiated his contract as part of the mechanisms that had to be pulled, the levers that had to be pulled to get Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams onto this team and moving salary cap space. No one cares about that stuff. He renegotiated his contract. He's not just with the Niners for this year, which everyone expected to be his last year, regardless of what happened with Brandon Aiyuk, but now for next year as well. There's really no out clause anymore. So he got an extra year in payment for helping the Niners out salary cap-wise. I imagine during those contract renegotiations, the Niners are also like, by the way, you know all those clauses that you had for how many times we could use you as a running back? We're going to strike those from the record.
So what it was, and here, by the way, according to Spot Track, now I don't know if this is still accurate.
I'm an over-the-cap man, but we can listen to Spot Track.
Here's what it was, and this is what the reason I believe this still to be true is because they did void the final year, the extra years of that deal,
There's
right?
4 void years on this
contract. 4
contract.
void years on this contract now. Now, it was after Debo had the 8 rushing touchdowns at 2021. He and Elijah Mitchell, right? He carries the backfield, basically, to the NFC Championship game.
It was Offensive Player of the Year performance.
Then comes the contract negotiations for him, and so that was the whole thing. Is, are you paying him like a running back? You paying him like a wide receiver?
That's right.
Like a wide back, right?
Right.
So here's what happens. 23 to 25, the annual incentives come up to a max of $650,000. According to Spot Track, $650,000 for 380-plus rushing yards.
Okay.
Not all that many. And $150,000 more for 3 rushing touchdowns, and he earned that in 2022.
Yeah.
So he rushes for 3 touchdowns and gets an extra bonus. Now, I don't believe this is as high, and I don't think even those escalators are all that big for what he may be able to do. The question is how much more value he has in the Niners uniform than he does elsewhere. And that brings us to the report that you had back in April around the draft, during draft time, that the Niners had a place in deal, or there was a deal on the table for Debo Samuel to be traded to the Ravens. Given his contract reconstruction before the season, do you think it's more likely or less likely that he stays now?
I think he's locked in for the next 2 years. I think that this idea that this is the last dance for these Niners isn't true.
Overblown?
It wasn't overblown in the moment, right? Just as the Brandon Aiyuk situation is disastrous as it seemed, like it wasn't overblown as we got the Jay Glazer report. Like they were trading him until Kyle stepped in.
Diana Rossini reported they were looking to acquire Cortland Sutton for a pick and then trade him then to Pittsburgh.
And there was some Devontae Adams conversation there. I mean, first off, they tried to trade both Debo and Aiyuk before the draft, which is when you trade players like that. They tried to trade Brandon Aiyuk for 2 first-round picks, and every team in the NFL looked at it and said, I mean, we'll pay Brandon Aiyuk what he wants, but we're not giving you 2 first-round picks as well. The same thing happened with Debo. They were trading him for 1 first-round pick, and my understanding is that they had a deal ready to rumble with the Baltimore Ravens for a first-round pick for Debo Samuel. It fell apart. I couldn't tell you how it fell apart or why it fell apart, but it fell apart, and it has worked out wonderfully for the 49ers, who now have 2 more years of Deebo Samuel this year and next year with his renegotiated contract, have 5 years more of Brandon Aiyuk, have Trent Williams under contract for 3 more years, 2 of those in a really solid standing, probably have enough cap money to pay Brock Purdy the obscene amount of money he's about to make. You saw what Dak got. Brock Purdy's getting more than that. They are going to have a really hard time with the salary cap at some point. That some point is not at the end of this year. It's maybe the year after that, maybe the year after that. Maybe they just keep kicking the can down the line in perpetuity. But the idea that this is going to be the last year that all these guys are together, I don't think holds up to the scrutiny of how the salary cap is structured now. And I know that with Deebo, I mean, if they wanted to cut him post June 1, they'd save a grand total of $350,000 on the salary cap. He's sticking around for 2025. The question is, how much Deebo are we going to have in 2025 if they keep using him like this?
Well, I can't imagine they will continue to use him how many times he carried the ball yesterday? 8 times? 8 carries yesterday.
8 times.
Was a lot.
And he got sacked, technically.
Yeah, that's right. He dropped back at one point. He's technically in the passing chart as that's a 0 for 0 with 1 sack taken. So rack that up as a sack. It lifted. It's a ridiculous.
It was Sauce Gardner's only sack of the season.
Right.
Will continue to be that.
May be the only one. I guess what I'm asking is, if they were to turn around and look to move him at some point, I don't know why you would now. If he's locked up and for the next couple of years, and you've got Brandon Aiyuk locked up for the next couple of years, I guess my question is, who becomes the more potential out player of this group? Is it somebody on the defensive side? George Kittle's the other name that's been brought up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple. I mean, Javon Kinlaw's probably out. Dre Greenlaw's probably out.
Javon Kinlaw?
Oh, sorry.
Hargrave,
I'm doing the exact same thing they were doing.
Javon Hargrave.
Javon Hargrave.
Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry. I should have called him by his proper name according to the broadcast.
Digger, yeah.
The Grave Digger.
Thank you.
Kinlaw's obviously already out. He plays for the Jets now. Yes. There's a couple of guys on the perimeter, right? Guys who are sort of middle-class contracts. Charvarius Ward, who had an incredible game yesterday. He's probably out. He probably is going to price himself out. Diamador Lenore might price himself out. There's a reason that they were putting Renardo Green both in the slot and outside in training camp.
Seeing where it works.
They're going to, and I think it will work in both places. I think Renardo Green's a hell of a player. Now, is he the same player as a Charvarius Ward? No. Is he the same player as a Diamador Lenore? No. But you're going to have to make sacrifices somewhere. I think, to your point, it looks like the defensive side is going to be the spot where they make those sacrifices, which is interesting given that they have an offensive head coach who can apparently make any running back work and the offense will click on forever because you have this quarterback. And they've been putting their money on the defensive side for years and years and years. I guess that's over. So good luck to you, Nick Sorensen.
408 on the text line. This is an interesting one. It says, to the Niners offense, outside of Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, Deebo is the most important weapon.
I think that's fair. And that's one of the reasons why I was so skeptical of giving Brandon Aiyuk $30 million a year. Because if you're making a list of the 5 most important players on the 49ers offense.
Aiyuk doesn't fit in that for me.
Well, I think he's 5th. Unless you like George Kittle more.
I'm sorry, offense specifically.
Just offense,
then,
yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes, offense, yeah.
But, legitimately, you can have a conversation about that 5th spot, right? Because it is, without question, Trent Williams, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, just in the way he's used, though maybe that takes a hit after last night. Deebo Samuel, he's got to be in there. And then it's between Brandon Aiyuk and George Kittle. Well, one of those guys makes half as much as the other. And that's George Kittle, who's paid top of the market for a tight end. But tight ends get paid half as much as wide receivers. It's all a moot point now. It doesn't matter. He's under contract. It's done. It's over. And I do think that he will elevate his game in due time to look like a $30 million wide receiver. We haven't seen it yet, one game. But yeah, I do think it's interesting that the Niners are probably setting themselves up to take the attrition that is necessary to be cap compliant. And I think they're going to take it on the defensive side of things, which I think speaks highly to Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, because those might be the only 2 guys who are sticking around.
Yeah, 2 most important pieces, I think, on the defensive side of the ball easily. And they've already started to try to rebolster some of what happens in the secondary. We'll see what happens with Hufanga this year, too. I mean, he could be out after this year. But the injury into this season, maybe that gets you a little bit of a better deal on that. We'll see what happens.
But they didn't IR him, so they think that he can play
within the first 4.
Right. And I'm a big Malik Mustafa guy.
Yep.
So they already have the replacement in theory in-house. I didn't think George Odom was good or bad yesterday. It was kind of hard. Jets never pushed the ball.
Special teams all pro, don't you know, John?
Yeah, but don't forget with George Odom, this is a guy who, when his number should have been called, they're like, actually, we're going to go sign a dude off a Disney cruise.
Yeah, right.
Anything but having George Odom play safety. And I thought he looked really good in training camp. I thought that he looked a little lighter. He was moving around a lot better. He was a little less of a linebacker, a little bit more of a safety. You got some depth there. There's questions. Jair Brown had a bad play yesterday. It resulted in a touchdown. He's still a young player at a position of utmost importance in a cover 3 scheme, free safety, and we don't know if he can elevate to that play. But he was pretty damn good. Like, he had an interception in the Super Bowl. And ultimately, if George Odom is the weak link, you're in pretty good stead as a defense. Now, I don't know if he is the weak link. Maybe that's Devondre Campbell. Maybe that's, the backup defensive ends on this team, of which, anyone see anything good from Robert Beal yesterday? I didn't. But this is nitpicking. At the top end, you have an elite left tackle, an elite defensive end, an elite middle linebacker, an elite cornerback. I'd argue an elite nickelback, whatever that's worth, an elite running back, maybe 2, but really 1. An elite Deebo Samuel, whatever the hell position he plays. Yeah. And in theory, with Brandon Aiyuk, projectability, an elite wide receiver, and I would say a top 10 quarterback with a bullet.
It's tough to find a spot on the Niner roster where the top position players that they do have at any position is not in the top 5 to 10 of their position. And even higher than that for the most cases.
And not just that, at positions of utmost importance.
Yeah,
right?
If you're making left tackle.
You're making the hierarchy.
Right, yeah.
I wish they would have a better backup quarterback, if I'm being honest, because I feel like backup quarterback, as we're seeing with perhaps Rodgers, Kirk Cousins. I mean, how good does Atlanta look now after watching Kirk Cousins taking Michael Penix 8?
I mean, what are you talking about? It's fantastic now for them. That's why they did it. They're coming off a major injury, but that's also what
look at Green Bay.
Look at what happened to the Niners in the NFC Championship. I mean, that was their 3rd quarterback of the season.
Yeah.
Right? Their 3rd. It's a situation they don't want to be in. 4th, really, because he was on the practice squad.
That's right. So I'm saying if we're doing the hierarchy of positions, just in a vacuum, agnostic from anything, the Niners seem to have it pretty well locked up at those positions. And the one spot I might quibble with is backup quarterback, which I think is a lot higher on my list than it is on most people's lists.
707 says I got Juice higher than Aiyuk in my top 5.
After last night, it's hard to argue.
Yeah, it's tough deal. He made a pretty big catch yesterday down near the goal line.
They had Juice on the field so much yesterday. They were in heavy personnel.
They're paying him. They're like, let's play him.
Well, they're paying him less.
They restructured that, right?
Yeah, they're like, you have to take a pay cut. And he's like, well, there's not a lot of fullback jobs, so I might do that.
He's like, where's Ingold? Is he still playing? Because if
he is for the Dolphins. He had a couple carries.
I know he's in the McDaniel offense. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach, hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are going to get you Giants pregame coming up in about an hour, and Andy Baggerly will join us at 5:15. But before we do that, we got plenty more football talk coming your way. Matt Mayoko, our NBC Sports Bay Area insider, is going to join us talking 49er football next, only here on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said, bro, J.P. Mason, Jordan Mason madness is going to catch fire. I imagine that's how he said it. You can listen to the podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Greatest time of the year is back. How great was that? Friday, actually, it was Thursday, Friday, college on Saturday, NFL slate Sunday, and we had the Niners last night on a Monday. That's why you get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy, because you can play almost every day of the week. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in on the game last year by making picks on Underdog, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite players' stats. We're talking touchdowns, passing yards, rushing yards. You got a Deebo Samuel play in there, and you may pair all those together. See what happens as long as he doesn't take a sack like he did last night. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward, and signing up is even easier. Just head to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with a promo code. You're going to use KNBR like you're listening to right now, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Faithful, here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We actually just got a text from Tom Tolbert. He's in a Minnesota Twins game. Pretty light crowd. Tom said Twins fever. Catch it. By the way, Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union. For all that you love, joining us courtesy of the UMA guest line, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, it's Matt Mayoko. What's up, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. Pretty eventful game yesterday. So a lot of storylines to talk about and stuff to get into. Kyle Shanahan spoke today, I believe, right?
He did.
He did.
He gets some very early injury updates from the game. And, shall we just get right into it?
Why don't we get right into it? I guess specifically what I want to know about is Christian McCaffrey. I started seeing the phrase tendonitis coming out about the Achilles.
Yeah. So he has, the calf strain that we knew about from the early days of training camp. And then he has tendonitis of the Achilles. And this is something similar to what he experienced last year, late in the year. Remember when he had the calf strain against Washington, sat out week 18, and then he was on their injury report through that next week getting ready to play the Packers. But then when the Friday injury report rolled around, he wasn't on it. So he wasn't listed as questionable or anything like that. So it's similar to that. I guess the difference is that was a playoff game, and this was week 1 of what the 49ers hope will be, a 20-game season where you play the regular season and the playoffs. So no reason to push it this week, but it's got to be an obvious concern going forward that it's early in the season and he's already taken about 4 weeks off of practice. He got back in there in a limited role this last week, but they just decided that it's made more sense to sit this one out and see if they can't get that thing calmed down and ready for the rest of the season.
With 2 games on turf upcoming, it's just a guess, I imagine, at this point, Matt, because it's all been in the dark to this point. Do you think that we don't see Christian McCaffrey until the 29th when they're back at home against the Patriots?
Yeah, again, just a guess. But if you have that feeling about week 1, is there really that big of a difference, week 2 and 3? We're still talking very early in the season with a lot of football to be played. I think it just kind of depends on how he feels. Once he's ready to go and if he gets to the point where he feels 100%, there's no use in sitting him out at that point. Right. And I don't think there's ever been a time where they would think, we have this really good backup. We don't need McCaffrey. If he's ready to go, he's ready to go. But the bottom line, too, is after last night, not that they would do this with a health decision. They're not going to rush McCaffrey back out there. But they got to feel really good about the ability to go out and win a football game against a good defense with Jordan Mason on the field.
And I imagine it makes it a little bit easier when they do have Christian McCaffrey back into the fold to maybe temper his workload a little bit, right?
100%. That might be the bigger takeaway. Last year it was almost as if, they had McCaffrey and they just couldn't bring themselves to the point where, I think they got queasy anytime they even thought about taking him off the field. Now I think they can go into games with a strict game plan of, okay, McCaffrey gets the first 2 series. Let's give him a break here. Let's get Mason in. If there's ever a, 15-plus yard run, Mason goes in for 2 snaps. I think they can really work that now because I think there was always the fear that they would just lose so much if they took McCaffrey out of the game. And I just don't, especially after the training camp that Jordan Mason had where he got, pretty much all of the first team reps. And there's just no reason at all for them now to have that kind of heavy workload for McCaffrey when you have a backup like Jordan Mason.
Talking to Matt Mayoka here on the UMA guest line. Thoughts about, was there anything said about the severity of the calf contusion to Aaron Banks?
Day to day. So that makes you believe that it's, not real. Well, it's not my calf, but I was going to say not real serious. I would assume that both he and Juwan Jennings will play in this game. Of course, we assumed last week, or at least I did, that McCaffrey would play too. Yeah. So I would say the guys that came out of the game and Shanahan did not speak with, much concern. It didn't sound like, talking about Jennings and Banks. The 3 guys to kind of keep an eye on as they try to progress through would be Talanoa Hufanga, who was limited in practice last week, and then Yetur Gross-Matos and D. Winters, who did not practice. So I don't know that Hufanga will be ready this week, but I think it's looking pretty good for him the following game. And then Gross-Matos and Winters probably looking another week down the road.
Matt, what did you make of Aaron Rodgers' performance yesterday?
He looked like, I don't want this to come off sounding bad, but he is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game. But what did he look like yesterday? To me, he looked like a 40-year-old quarterback who hasn't played in 20 months. It's just that simple. Can he still make those throws? Absolutely. There was that string there, I think it was in the first quarter, where he hit 3 consecutive third down throws to Garrett Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And, he looked sharp. But I don't know. At that point, he looked sharp. The 49ers had pretty good coverage on Garrett Wilson, but man, he fit some balls into tight windows. But I thought it was pretty clear yesterday. The best quarterback on the field was Brock Purdy. Can Aaron Rodgers recapture it? I'm sure he can. If that's the worst that he's going to look this season, I think he's going to have a pretty good year. But man, that's got to be difficult to have basically 20 months off while rehabbing a very serious injury, coming to a new team and all that. So, it certainly wasn't the kind of first full game that he was anticipating or hoping for. So we'll see. I would think that, the Jets want that instant gratification, or at least the fans do, of seeing Rodgers in there and the fortunes turn. And last night it was not a good showing for the Jets because, and boy, was I wrong. I thought if the Jets were going to have an opportunity to beat the 49ers and really play, toe-to-toe with a team like the 49ers, last night was their night, because I just didn't see any way where the 49ers could come out firing on all cylinders with the craziness, the disjointed nature of the offseason and training camp, and the 49ers just kind of smacked them around a little bit. Both lines of scrimmage, the way the 49ers were able to put together 8 consecutive scoring drives and just kind of methodically pull away from that game. So not a good opener for the Jets.
Matt, you mentioned, obviously, the Niners winning on the offensive line. It also helps when you play 82% of your snaps with a fullback or a second tight end on the field. What did you make of the heavy personnel yesterday?
Well, it's not too dissimilar. They do that. That's kind of their thing, the power formations. They use the fullback more than any team in the league. Now with Eric Saubert in there, I think they have probably a better number 2 tight end than what they've had in the past. So I can't say it surprised me, especially when Brandon Aiyuk, who usually is up around 85 to 95 snaps, or 85 to 95% of the snaps, when he's playing more like 60%, you kind of got the feeling that, especially once they got the lead, that they were going to try to impose their will and run the ball. And that's always the thing with the 49ers. And last night, being able to get 36 carries out of the combination of Jordan Mason and Deebo Samuel, that's basically all you need to know. If you didn't watch the game, you look at the stat line, all you have to see are those 36 carries, and it was a good night for the 49ers.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider on NBC Sports, from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We've been sort of fawning over Malik Collins and just how big first of all, just how big of a man he is, how huge he is at plugging those holes.
Rotund.
Rotund. Is the D-line getting back, you think, after what we saw last night? We were kind of weighing, is it Rodgers' decline? Is it them being sloppy? Is it the D-line playing elite? Feels to me like the D-line is maybe back to where they need it to be.
I think so, too. And I think the part of the D-line last year that really didn't get a whole lot of attention, but maybe is a little bit more in focus right now, is they were relying on some guys who were late to the program, guys that they picked up middle of the season, such as Chase Young and Randy Gregory, a little bit later, Sebastian Joseph Day. But Nick Bosa was saying that because what they do is so detailed, especially in the run game, that if you're not there for the entire training camp, and by the way, Nick Bosa was not there for the entire training camp a year ago.
Yep.
If you're not there to go through all that stuff, things can get a little bit sloppy or a little bit, undisciplined, or you just don't know exactly what you're looking to do on any given play. And it showed last season. It showed up late in the season. The fact that Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott and Leonard Floyd, those 3 guys, had the full training camp with the team as they signed or were acquired by the 49ers in the offseason. I think that shows up. And they might not have the depth necessarily that some of the 49ers defensive lines have had in the past. It'll certainly help them when Gross Matos comes back. But I think they've really kind of they did a number to shore up, especially the interior of the offensive line. You know, as talented as and as great a player as Eric Armstead had been in the past, he missed a lot of games the last 2 years. So that meant that they would have to turn to Javon Kinlaw. And Kinlaw just, you know, I think he came on later last season, but you know, he was never really the standout that they wanted him to be. And, you know, the fact he's so big and had the knee issues, I think he had some real problems with leverage, being pushed off the ball. And so now I think they kind of zeroed in on a couple of really dirty work types of players to play alongside Javon Hargrave. I think that immediately bolsters the interior of that offensive line and makes them more difficult to run against.
Swinging it back to the offensive side, with McCaffrey out, not a terrible surprise that we saw Deebo Samuel get moved around in the old way we used to see Deebo Samuel getting moved around and the way we see Christian McCaffrey getting moved around. Even when McCaffrey comes back, should we expect more Deebo as a wide back this year, particularly coming off a contract renegotiation?
You know, I don't know. You're walking that thin line. It's really a balancing act with Deebo because he's so important, and you know he's at his best when he's doing that, when he's all over the formation, when you know they want that knockout punch and they can just toss the ball to him and let him work his magic. But you know, every hit he takes is just a little bit more wear and tear. So I don't, you know, I would be surprised if he has more than 8 rushing attempts in any game the rest of the season. I would almost think that was the anomaly last night, but I mean, he's there for a reason too. So it's a tough one to kind of figure out, like what they want to do. I mean, frankly, I was a little bit surprised when, you know, the opening kickoff of the game, and by the way, the kickoff is, I guess, a play now where there's not a whole lot of contact.
Who could have seen it coming?
It's the safest play in football now.
It actually might be. But, you know, I was a little bit surprised that they had him back there deep, which, you know, on the very first kickoff of the season, which tells you that, you know, they had to be prepared to return it. So I think they're just trying to utilize all of the skills that Deebo Samuel brings to the table and all the skills that make him so unique.
Are you of the impression that because I have wondered if Jordan Mason is going to be the starter, at least for the time being, maybe it's the next game, maybe it's the next couple of games, who knows? How do we stack up the depth chart? Is it Guerendo just slots in as the number 2 and maybe Patrick Taylor is out there as the 3?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't seen I don't think, you guys might know this better than I do. Did Taylor get on the field?
No,
not yesterday. I don't
play
believe.
on offense.
No.
Yeah, so he's a special teams guy, and Guerendo was out there, but didn't get any touches. So I would think that that's the way it would be done. I mean, Guerendo's he's a talent now. I mean, you know, he was kind of funny, like the 49ers personnel department, how they've uncovered these running backs. Now, Jordan Mason was a starter at Georgia Tech his freshman and sophomore years, or at least played a lot those seasons. His junior year, they bring in Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a highly recruited running back who becomes the starter. Mason, you know, kind of sees a lesser role, and the 49ers found him. They found a non-starter as an undrafted rookie, and look at him now. And then the same goes for Isaac Guerendo. Guerendo's only start in his entire college career was the last game of the season last year, the bowl game, when the starting running back opted out of that game for the NFL draft. So Guerendo has the size, he has the speed, and you know, we saw what he did on that one kickoff return against the Raiders in the final preseason game. So yeah, I would think that they found something they like in him, and if they need somebody to spell Jordan Mason at this point, well, I guess last night it was Deebo Samuel, but maybe going forward they find a way to get a couple carries a game for Guerendo.
Trent Williams apparently doesn't need practice, Matt. I mean,
oh my gosh, I yesterday on the pregame show, I was on with Dennis Brown was like, okay, we know it's going to be the same.
He did say we know
Trent Williams, and I was like, well, I'm not so quick. I go, do we know it's going to be the same Trent Williams? I mean, after all, the guy's 36 years old. He hasn't practiced. Well, didn't I look stupid? I mean, he was as good as he's ever been. That was incredible. I mean, the guy never ceases to amaze me. What an incredible talent that he had. Basically a clean pass block sheet, and he looked like he was absolutely in midseason form. What an I don't know, man.
Money well
freak of
spent.
Nature. Yes, I guess so.
You mentioned Aiyuk a little bit earlier, but how much of an uphill climb does he have from your vantage point after the hold in? Right, so Trent's working in Houston. We don't know what he's up to, but Aiyuk has to keep up the conceit of this injury as to make the hold in viable. He wasn't getting any serious work because he's around the 49ers every day. He certainly didn't look like the Brandon Aiyuk we'd seen before. The drop was egregious. I mean, nothing more needs to be said about that. But, I mean, how much of an uphill climb does this guy have to get back to being Brandon Aiyuk?
I don't know if it's that much of an uphill climb. I mean, anybody who thought that he could step in week one and be the guy that, caught 75 passes for 1342 and 7 touchdowns. I mean, that's just not how it's done. If Brandon Aiyuk had gone out there and caught 6 passes for 112 yards, the entire league would be saying, that's it. Cancel training camp, cancel preseason. Right. We don't need it. Of course it's going to have an impact, and it's probably going to have an impact on the entire season from the standpoint of it would be really difficult for him to top the numbers that he put up last year, even with a normal off season where he's taking part in the off season program, where he's taking part in training camp. But to take all that stuff away and then add on top of it just the distraction that he had to have been facing on a daily basis, with all the talk swirling, with all the decisions that he had to make for himself about exactly what he wanted. What team did he want to play for what contract did he want, all that stuff. I just don't see how such significant off the field drama, or whatever we want to call it, doesn't have a significant carryover onto the field. So, he's past that now. He's settled in. He knows where he's going to be. He has the contract that he wants. And now it's back to turning the page and playing football. But it's not that easy. I don't think you can just flip the switch and become, mid-season form Brandon Aiyuk after everything that he's been through. So, not a surprise at all that last night was, a rough night. Are you saying that the catch in the end zone was egregious? I don't know if I'd go that far.
Oh, come on, Matt. It hit him in both hands. It was in the breadbasket.
But I would say that it is a catch that everybody expects Brandon Aiyuk to make, including Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, Brent Jones was on with us earlier, and he said that
Joe Buck could have made the catch.
He said Joe Buck was on the call. He might have been able to make the catch himself, which I thought was a pretty funny line from Brent. Matt Mayoko with us. Another minute here on the UMA guest line. I just wanted to ask you a question about the JP Mason thing. At the end of the game, it's sort of funny it's become a story because it doesn't really bear anything to the success of the team or his success going forward.
There's $25,000 to Kyle Shanahan's checkbook.
Sure, it may matter. It doesn't. As of right now, the NFL is kind of mum on it. They're not really saying anything. Doesn't seem like they're too concerned about it. I know you asked the question. I didn't think it was out of line whatsoever. Nope. We want to get the answer after what he'd said on national television. But anything you're hearing about the NFL investigating this?
No, I haven't heard anything. And just it was awkward, I guess, for everybody. I'll be honest with you. I was on, the postgame show. I had no idea what he said after the game. Yeah, I had no idea what he said. And somebody mentioned it in the press conference room to Shanahan, but it wasn't a gotcha moment or anything like that. I just asked the question, not even really thinking about what he may or may not have said, and I didn't even know how he worded it. It kind of sounded later. I didn't understand the the sensitivity of that topic at the time, only later. And the way I heard it later was that he said that, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I still haven't even heard the audio, that he said that Friday he was told that maybe he would play.
I mean, it was a little more specific than that.
Friday night, like he said, Friday night. He kind of like, and then I think when he said it, he kind of realized maybe I shouldn't be saying all this.
Yeah,
and it sort of seemed like as it came out of his mouth, he thought maybe I shouldn't.
He's trying to pull it back.
Yeah,
yeah. So anyway, I mean, I honestly, it was just, I'm certainly not proud of the role that I had post game because, I mean, he just had the greatest night of his life, and he should be feeling good about things and not, caught in a whatever it was, a mini controversy. But it also gave him, the opportunity to fully explain what he meant. But no, I wasn't going for the gotcha moment or anything like that. So. To me, it was just a very standard question that you would ask somebody after a game in which the starting running back is deactivated 90 minutes before the game.
Exactly. That's where I was coming down on it. Matt Mayoka, the voice you hear, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. You can read him and follow him all year long and hear him right here on KNBR. Also, make sure you check out the 49ers Talk podcast with he and Jennifer Lee Chan. Do a great job with that. Matt, have a great week. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, gentlemen. Always my pleasure.
Great stuff. Matt Mayoka, you missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Aaron Banks, day-to-day, so he says, not my calf, but that would lead you to believe it's nothing too serious.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, we're all day-to-day.
We've always been confusing Matt Mayoka for a real gotcha journalist. Some New
right.
York Post-tabloid nonsense going on with Matt Mayoka over here.
Some guy checks in on the text line. He's pissed that we're talking Niners all day, 949.
Yeah.
With all this coverage, you think they won the Super Bowl. I just said, football's king. He said, you guys got to slow your roll. It's 1 week. Pace yourself.
You know who's been slowing their roll lately? The San Francisco Giants, who are 8 games back.
And he, by the way, he checks in. He goes, Giants aren't even mathematically eliminated. Stand by. Andy Baggerly joins us next on the Sports Leader. Larry Krueger joined Papa and Len and believes the 49ers showed why they're still the best team in the NFC. Listen to that podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
For our baseball fans out there, we're going to pull an audible. No extra bags.
Omaha. But
I will tell you, this segment without having bags is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. We were going to catch up with bags. No, we won't. We'll do it another time. We'll still try. Maybe connect with them at some point. We'll see what happens. But
who's to say?
It's a football Tuesday, ain't it? Not according to that.
Seems like
not
one.
according to that 707 dude who was pissed. We were talking enough ball. He was like, the Giants are mathematically eliminated. I said, well,
my God,
not yet.
Take the hint.
71-73, taking on the 82-61 Crew.
They're 8 games back of a wild card. It's September 10th.
I feel empowered in saying these things because I'm like, nobody's going to love Giants ball more than me. You're not going to find somebody. You might claim you do because you're dialed into the 71-73 Giants. That's not love. That's masochism.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's not good for your health.
That's an abusive relationship. You know what I'm saying? You got to get out of that thing. You got to take care of yourself. You got to get yourself some J.P. Mason in your life.
I'm not saying on a
Get
Tuesday.
yourself some Leonard Floyd.
I'm not saying on a Tuesday or Wednesday you can't flip on the Giants game, enjoy some ball. You got a good starting.
I bet I will. I bet you anything I will.
I'm telling you will. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying when you got football on, and we're talking Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I'm not turning on a sub-500 baseball team that hasn't been exciting for weeks.
So let's talk
ever were.
Let's talk about the above 500 football team at 1-0. The Niners. It's so funny. People going like you got to slow your roll. It's 1 week. We're only talking about this week, but there were a lot of positives to take away. And because you know what I think this is too about the excitement of Week 1 around the Niners right now. One, football's back. You're a contender. That's always a big factor.
Yeah.
A lot of returning players, but so much of it for me is about how much noise there was around this team that had nothing to do with football all offseason.
They didn't play any football this offseason, Adam. They didn't.
The guys we needed didn't practice. Yeah.
They did not have a first-team football practice at all in the preseason. Christian McCaffrey doesn't practice. Didn't practice. So Brandon Aiyuk comes back. He's not exactly Brandon Aiyuk, as we once knew. Trent Williams comes back, doesn't bend his knees for a couple days. They had no run. They had no reps. And you think to yourself, everything, expectations versus reality. We know the reality now. But think about where the expectations were and why I think people were rightly nervous going into last night's game. You got a Jets team with a defense that going into last night looked formidable. They got some dudes on that defense. They probably still do. You got a Jets offense with Breece Hall, who, if you took Christian McCaffrey 1 in the fantasy draft, guess who went second? Breece Hall. By the way, bad night for fantasy players.
Not for me because I drafted Christian McCaffrey and then I drafted J.P. Mason because you got to get his handcuffs.
Got a handcuff.
Speaking of handcuffs, Tyreek Hill, the video, well, I'm the bad guy. Video came out that, look, we're not going to get into this. We're not going to get into this right now.
It sounds like we're getting into it.
No, I'm just going to say one thing. The body cam footage came out yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
If you're wondering what my take is, here's my take. What do you think my take is? What do you think my take is after seeing the body cam footage? We'll move on. Whatever you think my take is, you're 100% right. Whatever you think I think about what happened to Tyreek and Calais Campbell,
that's right.
You're right.
Not a lot of opinions were changed.
No. Kind of like tonight's debate. I don't think anybody's in the middle of the railing. I don't know where I'm going after this.
There's like 40 people in Bucks County, Pennsylvania who are locked in, and everyone else is like, Jesus, not again.
They had 1/100% of a chance to win, and they didn't.
You talking about the Giants?
We're talking about, oh, dude, no.
It's a playoff odds currently. So what I'm saying is, you think
than Vince Lombardi.
Heck of a coach, ran the wing tee. You have a football team that is coming off the Super Bowl. Hangovers are a thing, man. They're absolutely a thing. You have chaos in training camp. You don't get any run. You're going up against a Jets team that has a lot of hype around them. Say what you will about the genesis of that hype, but it's still Aaron Rodgers. It's still Breece Hall. It's still Garrett Wilson. They're still bringing in Tyron Smith, who's going to be healthy for at least one game at left tackle, and it's pretty damn good when he plays, even if he's old as hell too. You had reasons to be fearful about the 49ers going into last night. And all they did was kick the Jets' ass. There was no smoke and mirrors. There was no like, hey, it could have gone either way. They took the Jets behind the shed and beat them senseless from the opening snap, offense and defense. And you think about, what are some question marks on this Niners team beyond the ethereal, the hangover, all the stuff? Offensive line, big question marks. You're starting a rookie right guard. You got Jake Brendel in there. You got Colton McKivitz. They mauled. Trent Williams hasn't practiced. Mauled them from the jump. Defensive line. Here's a new guy in Malik Collins. Javon Hargrave was a shell of himself last year. I don't know what you're getting with Leonard Floyd. There's no depth. Mauled them from the jump. An absolute ass kicking of the highest order. The stuff that you see when Texas or Alabama or my Missouri Tigers go and play the subdivision teams. That's the kind of ass kicking that they went out and put on there.
You're not talking Missouri hoops against Princeton at Staples, though, no?
It was first off at the Golden One Center. And
yes, sir.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, you
Took
were.
my family.
In the rain. I was storming that whole Saturday. Took your newborn baby.
Took my newborn baby. We got headphones and everything. And my wife,
that's what you're talking about.
This is the kind of ass kicking. These white boys were shooting so many threes. No, when the Niners go out there and just leave no doubt as to who the better football team is, you should celebrate that because there was plenty of reason to have anxiety. I have been accused in the past, Adam, of being a negative Nancy. I was not unfounded in my negative Nanciness. There were a lot of reasons to be fearful about the 49ers, not just going into that game, but the season. Oh, by the way, your starting running back and the star of your team, third in MVP voting last year, ruled out just before the game.
Yeah.
You're asking people earlier in the show, what were you drinking? They probably started drinking well before that game. And if they weren't drinking before the game, as soon as that Christian McCaffrey news hit, pour something hard because this could be a long one, boys. And all they did was leave no doubt. That has to be celebrated because the expectations were, I don't know how this is going to go. And the end result was emphatic, unimpeachable, singular. You got to celebrate that.
I think that's why we're doing it. I think that's why we've talked Niners all day, celebrating that.
But we could talk Giants if you want, 707.
Somebody, by the way, in the text line 925 says that 707 must be the first ever Jets/SF Giants fan. Got in New York just hyped about it. We'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon. How about this? Andy Baggerly will join us next on the Sports Leader.
Look, it's ZZ Top. You guys rock.
Maybe a little.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up in just under 15 minutes. Giants and the Brewers opening a 3-game series down at Oracle Park. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. Joining us courtesy of the Yuma guest line is Andy Baggerly, covers the Giants for The Athletic. And Bags is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. Bags, how are you, man?
Hey, Adam, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. I was going to ask you, because Dieter just told me, he made me aware of this. I know it's a Tuesday, it's a City Connect night. Is this the final day for this rendition of the City Connects?
It is. Apparently, the ones next year are going to be redesigned. I think they're all on kind of a 3-year contract. There are going to be some people who will be sad to see them go, and a lot of other people who will not be. I mean, the helmets that look like they're from the world of Tron, I think were always something to get used to. Yeah. But, yeah, you know, I think if you go to the team store, that you'll get some significant markdowns. So if you really love the City Connects, you might be able to score yourself a deal on some merchandise here coming up.
Giants 29-15 in those City Connect uniforms. So they're really testing fate here, Bags. I want to ask you about your interview with Bob Melvin. You sat down with him for a long time. What were your big takeaways from talking to Bob after a season that I don't think anyone envisioned?
Yeah, you know, I wanted to ask him questions that would basically give him some space to talk, you know, and you kind of know when you do this long enough, you know what questions that he just can't possibly answer. And so, you know, I didn't want to sort of burden him with those and just give him things that he could answer and make him open-ended enough that he could really decide where he wanted to take it. And to me, there were a couple things. The two most important things were, one, this has really beaten him up, and he's really internalized it, and it's bothered him. You know, that the team has not played better. You know, not only that the record is what it is, and he owns the record, but you know that the play has not been up to snuff. You know, regardless of whether the personnel is talented enough or not. So, you know, he had a chance to take some accountability for that, and he did. And the other thing I thought that he was pretty you know, sort of candid about was, you know, the fact that he's managed in, you know, 5 different organizations, and you kind of know what the marching orders or the philosophies are in those organizations. And he managed in Oakland that was analytically inclined and maybe didn't do a lot of maybe some of the things that the analytics don't maybe prioritize as much. And maybe he got in some patterns and didn't do enough of the putting runners in motion and bunting and stuff like that in San Diego until it was kind of too late. And this year he acknowledged that he's felt a little caught in between, and maybe hasn't always trusted his gut the way he should. And you know, and then really when you watch the games, that kind of comes through a little bit. You sort of wonder sometimes, hey, what's the plan here? And so he kind of acknowledged that a little bit. And, you know, the other thing is, you know, you're in your first year, no matter whether you've done this 1 year or 21 years, if you're a first-year manager in an organization, you're learning your personnel, you're learning your coaches, you're learning your inherited staff as well. And, you know, in the past, it was a little bit easy for them. You know, they won 92 games in Seattle his first year. They went to the NLCS in San Diego his first year. And, you know, this year has been a lot harder. So, you know, I think that those were, to me, the things that I took away from that conversation.
Talking to Andy Baggerly here for more minutes on the UMA guest line. I was looking at the game notes today. I saw it's, well, not just Marco Luciano's, it's also starting pitcher Landon Roop's birthday today. Marco Luciano's still just 23 years old, though, which I think is I think people forget that when we think about how much we've seen him, how little we've seen him, how much more we think he's capable of. I mean, at 23, he's been a professional for a long time, but I think there's still a lot of hope for what this guy can be because he's still that young.
Yeah, and, you know, talking about, you know, what's the plan here, I think you can look at Luciano and wonder, you know, why did he stick at shortstop all that time in the minor league?
Sure.
When, you know, you get to the big leagues and he quite obviously isn't really equipped to play that position right now. And I think a lot of it was, hey, look, he's so young. He's still learning. There's still, you know, he's not a finished product. He's not, the die hasn't been cast on this, you know, but at second base, obviously he's had some issues too. And to be clear, the collision between him and Tyler Fitzgerald, I mean, that was predominantly Tyler Fitzgerald's fault for not taking a peek and looking to see that basically there's a pop fly to the second baseman who's camped under it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's battling the sun a little bit, but he, you know, he's got to sort of yield the ground there, and he didn't. And quite frankly, if it's Tyro Estrada playing second base, he probably does take a peek, and he probably does trust that the play is going to get made. And that's a hard thing. It's hard to build trust in yourself at the big league level, and it's even harder to build trust in one another. And that's, you're battling both those things when you're playing a lot of young players at the same time, and that's just going to happen sometimes. But, I think if you looked at the eye test and you looked at what a lot of people in this organization have thought for a long time about Marco Luciano, is that, look, if the bat is going to be what plays, if that's going to be what you derive value from out of him, just put him in left field, and make it easy on everybody. And I think the Giants haven't done that because they know he's more valuable, whether it's they want to, reserve the right to maybe trade him and get more for him in the future, and he's more valuable as an infielder or whatever. But, here he is at second base, and he's going to get a look. And if this doesn't go well over this next month, I'll bet you he does come to camp next year as either traded or maybe as a left fielder.
Bags, are there any other pitchers in the system that we should be looking out for as the Giants try to figure out how to eat innings here for the rest of the season?
For the rest of the season, I don't know if you're going to see anybody super new. There is Carson Wisenhunt, who's, up on some of the prospect lists, and he's in AAA, obviously. But he doesn't have to be added to the 40-man roster this offseason. He can be poached in the Rule 5 draft. They wouldn't have to do that. So I think they want to try to not put people on the 40-man until they absolutely have to. That way they can keep those spots clear to protect other players. And to be clear, you're not going to protect everyone. And a lot of it comes down to who you think can be ready to help you in the big leagues, who other teams think from scouting your players might be ready to help in the big leagues. A guy like Brant McRae, he's got a lot of tools. Any team could have plucked him in the Rule 5 draft, this past off season, but that's how far away he was from the big leagues at the time. So I think a lot of those things are the sort of secondary considerations that they look at. But whether it's Landon Roop, I think you're going to continue to see Hayden Birdsong. We know that Kyle Harrison is shut down. I can't imagine that there's going to be enough time to ramp him back up, or there's going to be sort of an appetite for that for what may be one start. So we've probably seen the last of him this year. And we may see more Tristan Beck getting stretched out as well. I think that, and then you got Blake Snell is obviously pitching for a contract, and Logan Webb is pitching because that's what Logan Webb does. He pitches until he runs out of, times to pitch. And so I think they're going to be okay in terms of innings coverage the rest of the way.
Am I correct that this is Landon Roop's first career start tonight?
It might be. I don't have that in front of me, but I think it might be.
I know he started a bunch of the majors. He's pitched out of the bullpen on a handful of occasions this year. They were kind of using not necessarily an opener, but kind of an opener for him early in the year, and then he'd come in and kind of be the bulk inning guy, 4 or 5 innings. Am I right on that?
That's it. It is his first start in the major leagues. It's his 20th appearance. His career high is 4 innings. He did that on September 5th. And, this is a guy that when I went around and asked everybody who's impressing you in the spring, it was like Landon Roop. And I thought, well, this is going to be a short story that I'm going to write. It's all about one guy. They love the fact that he can not only throw his breaking ball for strikes, throw it to get back in a count, but really throw it to both sides of the plate, like most good command pitchers can throw their fastball. And that's what really got people excited about him. And, obviously he's taken a few lumps here or there in some of his earlier appearances, but, he's a guy that they remain very, very high on. And, I think that you look at the first half, and the reason the Giants couldn't bank more wins when they really needed to in the first half was because they got through probably a 6-week period in May and June where they really were down to Logan Webb, and Jordan Hicks was already leaking a little oil, and that was basically it.
Yeah, right.
Bullpen games from after that. And, they got through that period still within sight of 500 and still sort of quasi-contending, and that may have been an accomplishment in itself, but you really need to bank more wins at that point in the year. Especially against losing teams, and they couldn't do that because they just didn't have enough pitching depth. And, Keaton Wynn went down. Tristan Beck, was obviously had the aneurysm, and I think everyone's happy to see him make a recovery from that and get back on the mound. But, he wasn't available to help them when they needed that depth in the first half, and Roop wasn't quite ready. And he came real far, real fast. So no one's saying that that's a failure on his part, but maybe now after having a little more experience, I think they're going to be really interested to just see what he can do out there when being stretched out a bit.
Well, Landon Roop makes his first major league start on his 26th birthday. So there you go. It's got to be good. In the last day of the City Connects, whole bunch of things going down.
It's all happening.
At Oracle Park. Bags, enjoy the game. We will talk to you later, man.
Okay, thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Good stuff there from Andy Badgerly. Yeah, Landon Roop making a start. We got Giants pregame coming up in about 3 minutes and 15 seconds. We'll get out of
I'm
here.
going to hold you to that.
Yeah, well, I have no choice. I have to go. You don't have to hold me to it. The station will hold me to it. We will thank our guests for today. Thanks to Matt Mayoko, Brent Jones, Andy Baggerly. Am I missing anybody?
I was here.
Dieter Kurtenbach.
I was here the whole time.
You don't count. You don't count as a
But don't
guest. You'll be back tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
Dieter back with me tomorrow.
My mistake.
And then who do I have? So tomorrow, Dieter. Then Thursday, I got a Ray Ratto coming in.
Wow.
I'm Ray Ratto.
Wow.
Ray Ratto coming in Thursday, and then a Rod Brooks on a Friday afternoon is how that's going to go down. What'd you say? Derek. No, he's not hosting. He's gone. Derek said in my ear, James Earl Jones.
R.I.P.
R.I.P., dude. The king is Amunda. When you think James Earl Jones, I mean, the first thing I think of as a kid, the number one thing, and I probably because as a kid I wasn't aware of him being the voice of Mufasa. I got to go. Sandlot is the first thing that I think of. As
No
a kid,
question,
because
it's
he's
Sandlot.
in the Sandlot, and I saw him, and you hear the voice, and you know about all that. Then you're like, oh man, he's Darth Vader, and he's
This is your destiny.
CNN.
Yeah, I just found out that he was the. I didn't even
Just
think about
found that
that.
out?
I saw a video yesterday that was on Twitter going around last night of, I guess, at the 1993 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Did you see this?
He sung the national anthem.
No, he didn't sing it. He spoke it.
Well,
he read it, and they have like music kind of playing like it's
a
like
Neil Scott Heron
yeah,
thing.
he's yeah. I don't know what the. I don't know what the rules were then. Are you allowed to speak the national anthem? That's a good question, too. You definitely can't kneel during it. I know the rules. But you can't speak during it. Yeah. You don't want to do that, huh? Dieter doesn't want to get into that one with me. What did you think I thought?
I am way too. I'm just going to wipe myself out of this one.
But you think Sandlot as well?
Yeah, I watch Sandlot like twice a week, every week for my
as a kid.
I'd say like age 6 to 9.
You're the one been making all that ragged.
That's pretty good.
Should have knocked on the door. I'd have gotten it for you.
69.
What is that about? That had nothing to do with anything. What, you said 69 times, that one?
I don't know.
Said
doesn't make any sense to me.
From ages 6 to 9.
There we go.
Ages 6 to 9.
How old was he? He was 93. Hell of a life. James Earl Jones.
He did it. And he was Darth Vader.
Yeah, and I saw, it's funny, I just saw like in the last 2 weeks, somebody said he was retiring from the voice of Darth Vader. Is that right? There was like some article that came out in like the last month that like they had still used video, or not video, they'd used things he'd recorded and whatnot.
This is just being disrespectful now.
Yeah, now Tim just playing sound over. That's not cool.
My guy was in Dr. Strangelove.
What year was that, Tim?
Ooh, 63 maybe?
That's helping you pull the ladies. Appreciate the work from Derek and Tim today.
69.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks to Dieter. Thanks to our guests. I think I got them all. Mayoko, Brent Jones, Andy Baggerly. Tomorrow, by the way, 5 o'clock, Steve Young is going to join us for his weekly conversation. You don't want to miss that. And everybody should know that even though Giants baseball is going on right here on the Flamethrower at 104.5 and 680, you can still hear Niners Nightly over on our YouTube show. You can watch it with Larry Krueger starting in about 15 minutes at 6 o'clock. Until then, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down.